Once more, the man's voice was deep and melodious. Amidst the huskiness lay a lingering desire, imbued with an enchanting power. Jiang Ciyou cast a glance at the floor, where lace lingerie intertwined with a suit, a torn dress, and high heels rolled beneath the sofa, all narrating the recent fervor and frenzy. "No, I'm exhausted," Jiang Ciyou declined. This man's stamina was indeed becoming increasingly remarkable. Just moments ago, she had nearly cried out for mercy. Yet, despite her words, her small hand unabashedly caressed the man's firm abdominal muscles. He seized her mischief-making hand. His voice, tinged with unfulfilled desire, remained magnetic. "Do not tempt me, I might not be able to hold back." Jiang Ciyou smiled. Her face, already radiant, was now adorned with starry black eyes and fiery red lips, cascading waves of thick black hair framing her alabaster back, making her skin appear as smooth as jade. Her petal-like lips curled lazily, stirring the minuscule beauty mark at the corner of her eye. This smile seemed to evoke the allure of a contemporary doji, captivating hearts. The man gazed at the languid woman in his arms, overwhelmed by an impulse to devour her entirely. "Don't be so stingy. If you can't touch me in the future, I shall miss it dearly." Jiang Ciyou remained cheerful. However, suddenly, the man's expression froze, and his countenance darkened. "What do you mean?" Jiang Ciyou lifted the thin blanket and quickly dressed. Then, she retrieved a check from her bag and approached the man. "Darling, here is 500,000, a compensation for you. Of course, this villa is also yours." She placed the check in his hand. Yet, at that moment, the man showed no sign of joy at receiving such a generous gift. "Jiang Ciyou, do you wish to cast me aside?" His voice was chillingly deep, clearly suppressing his anger. Jiang Ciyou maintained a serene expression. His demeanor grew even darker. Jiang Ciyou pecked his attractive lips lightly. "Be good if you encounter difficulties in the future. You can still call me." Having said that, she stood up, grabbed her bag, and exited the room. After taking only a few steps, the sound of something shattering echoed from within the room. Jiang Ciyou did not pause her stride. She merely smiled helplessly. Having cared for him for 3 years, while genuine feelings were absent, there were indeed traces of pretense. This abrupt, cliff-like breakup was undeniably hard to accept. Upon leaving the villa, Jiang Ciyou drove straight to the airport. "Jiang Ciyou, although we have been childhood friends and have dated for 2 years, I harbor no feelings for you. The only person I care for is Xiaoling. If it weren't for my grandfather's pressure, I would never have married you. I will not touch you. This is my promise to Xiaoling. The only thing I can offer you is the title of Mrs. Yin. If you cannot endure loneliness, feel free to find a boyfriend. I will not interfere. Of course, you cannot meddle in my affairs with Xiaoling." These were the words Yin Feng spoke to him on their wedding night. Though 3 years had passed, each word remained vividly etched in her memory. The Jiang and Yin families shared a remarkable bond, with 3 generations of family heads being close friends. In Jiang Ciyou's generation, the Jiang family had a daughter, while the Yin family had a son, resulting in an arranged engagement from birth. To cultivate their relationship, they were encouraged to play together from a young age, alternating stays during winter and summer breaks at each other's homes. Their relationship had always been excellent, even naturally evolving into a romantic involvement during university. Until Xia Ling intervened. It was she who had inadvertently pushed Yin Feng into Xia Ling's embrace. Xia Ling was their high school classmate. Coming from a poor background, she was timid yet academically exceptional, the only student at their prestigious school to receive a guaranteed admission. Like a little white rabbit entering a gladiatorial arena, she was often bullied by those haughty elite. Jiang Ciyou repeatedly came to her rescue, even fighting for her. The two became best friends throughout high school. Later, they both enrolled in the same university. As Jiang Ciyou's close friend from high school, Xia Ling naturally grew familiar with Yin Feng. However, at that time, there were no indications of a budding romance. During the summer of their sophomore year, Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng signed up for a summer camp organized by the school. As the departure date approached, Jiang Ciyou twisted her ankle and gave her spot to Xia Ling. Neither of them wanted to go initially, but Jiang Ciyou insisted Yin Feng accompany her to look after Xia Ling, fearing she might be bullied by others. As fate would have it, while caring for her, the two ended up together. That very summer, Jiang Ciyou experienced the greatest setback of her life. In her darkest moment, Yin Feng suddenly proposed a breakup, declaring his desire to be with Xia Ling. She could not withstand the barrage of emotional blows. She attempted to take her own life. Though she survived, it led to a series of unexpected turns. Yan's parents were heartbroken, having watched her grow up as their future daughter-in-law. Old Master Yan even threatened to withhold family shares, compelling Yin Feng to marry her. Yet, within 2 months, he applied for a Yale exchange program and left for the United States. Xia Ling accompanied him, of course. 3 long years passed. The car soon stopped outside the airport. Today, she had been summoned to pick up Yin Feng by the old master. Jiang Ciyou glanced at her watch. The timing was perfect. She looked up and indeed saw Yin Feng emerging from the airport terminal, wheeling his suitcase. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, he was handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura, his every movement radiating the grace and dignity of a scion of a noble family. However, the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Ciyou, his expression darkened. Jiang Ciyou smiled, opened the car door, and approached him. "Darling, long time no see, I hope you have been well." Her smile was radiant. Having a background in broadcasting, her voice was already enchanting, and with a hint of deliberate coyness, it became irresistibly charming, drawing the admiration of those around them who couldn't help but cast envious glances at her husband. Yet, Yin Feng's brow furrowed even deeper as he regarded the woman before him. Today, Jiang Ciyou looked stunning, as if she had meticulously prepared for their meeting. She appeared somewhat different from 3 years ago. Once unadorned, she now wore exquisite makeup, her hair styled in glamorous waves, clad in designer attire that exuded an air of luxury and leisure. "Don't call me darling." Yin Feng's tone was cold and detached. He glanced at the woman next to him, clad in a flowing white dress. Jiang Ciyou had noticed her before getting out of the car. Xia Ling wore a loose-fitting, pure cotton white gown, unadorned by makeup. Yet her petite face paired with her naturally shy and innocent eyes remained captivating. One hand linked with Yin Feng's arm, while the other unconsciously rested on her slightly rounded belly. The gesture was unmistakably clear. Jiang Ciyou smiled and inquired, "Xia Ling, are you pregnant?" The woman addressed as Xia Ling turned pale instantly. An expression of unease crossed her face. She quickly apologized. "Ciyou, I'm sorry, this was just an accident." Her eyes reddened, resembling someone who had been deeply wronged. It was truly amusing. Jiang Ciyou's expression remained largely unchanged, still radiating warmth. "Then, congratulations to both of you." Onlookers witnessing this exchange might have thought it was a genuine congratulatory message among friends. Only Jiang Ciyou understood the bitter irony of it all. 3 years had passed, and her temperament had long since transformed. "Ciyou, can I keep this child?" Xia Ling's voice was cautious, like a humble plea. This approach evidently struck a chord with Yin Feng. "Xia Ling, you need not explain to her this child belongs to us both. Does it require her consent for you to give birth?" Yin Feng concluded, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Ciyou, as if she had committed some injustice against Xia Ling. She had merely offered a congratulatory remark. "Huh, go ahead and have it, we're all family. What's there to be so formal about?" In ancient times, a concubine bearing children for the family was considered a blessing. "Once the child is born, they will call me mother, will they not?" "Ciyou, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yin Feng's anger was palpable. Jiang Ciyou's laughter only grew more vibrant. "Oh dear, I was just joking, why so serious?" Yin Feng fell silent for a moment. Then he placed the suitcase into Jiang Ciyou's trunk. "Take us to the Kyoto Grand Hotel." Jiang Ciyou complied and drove them to the entrance of the Kyoto Grand Hotel. After half an hour of arranging for Xia Ling, Yin Feng returned to Jiang Ciyou's car. He still sat in the back seat, seemingly intent on maintaining a distance. The car merged back into the flow of city traffic. "How can you like her so much yet let her stay in a hotel? Now that she is pregnant, it would be wise to provide her with a few villas." Yin Feng's voice was icy, laced with suppressed fury. "Jiang Ciyou, are you doing this on purpose?" Jiang Ciyou's laughter was carefree. "I apologize. I forgot that you own no property." Having deemed Jiang Ciyou the Yin family's daughter-in-law, the properties acquired for Yin Feng since her kindergarten days were all registered in Jiang Ciyou's name. She possessed no fewer than 100 properties, along with over a dozen villas, countless commercial properties, and storefronts. In contrast, Yin Feng had nothing. However, Yin Feng is, after all, the sole heir of the Yin family, with all the shares under his name. From the very beginning, he has been observing Jiang Ciyou. The smile on her face has never waned. Having grown up together, No one understands her better than he does. Despite her current cheerful demeanor, she harbors the deepest grudges. It is likely that seeing Xia Ling's pregnancy today has driven her to the brink of fury, prompting her to adopt a sarcastic tone repeatedly. Alternatively, she might be attempting to leverage the Yin family's wealth to manipulate him. Yin Feng's gaze towards Jiang Ciyou grew, tinged with disdain. Jiang Ciyou straightened her expression, her countenance taking on a more serious tone. Yin Feng, let us divorce. No, to be precise, it should be termed a breakup. Yin Feng's expression suddenly plunged to a chilling low. Jiang Ciyou, are you threatening me? He never believed that Jiang Ciyou genuinely wished to part ways. He was acutely aware of her circumstances. Moreover, she loved him with an intensity that bordered on obsession, even to the extent of attempting suicide by wrist-cutting for his sake. In the 3 years of silence, she had never once broached the subject of divorce. The only plausible explanation is that Xia Ling's pregnancy has triggered a profound emotional upheaval within her. She likely aims to force him into severing ties with Xia Ling. But now I suddenly find it meaningless. Xia Ling is pregnant, the child is innocent, and I do not wish to occupy this position and delay your family's reunion. In the past, her youthful impetuosity, fueled by the simultaneous betrayal of her boyfriend and best friend, had left her with a simmering resentment. Marrying Yin Feng was not only a means to escape the turmoil of the Jiang family, but also a way to ensure that their lives were not easily peaceful. However, 3 years have passed, and her mindset has undergone a transformation. Furthermore, during these 3 years, she has not done herself any injustice. Yin Feng's piercing gaze turned cold as he regarded Jiang Ciyou through the rearview mirror. It was indeed due to Xia Ling's pregnancy. Jiang Ciyou, do you not feel guilty when you utter such words? If it were so easy to comprehend, why did you resort to self-harm back then, threatening to end it all? At this mention, Jiang Ciyou's eyes dimmed slightly. Her act of self-harm was not solely due to Yin Feng. After a brief pause, she tossed her hair back, her fingers casually weaving through her soft locks. With a slight tilt of her head, she exuded a captivating charm. She then resumed her previous languid demeanor. If you disagree, so be it. Yin Feng let out a cold snort, diverting his gaze from Jiang Ciyou's enchanting visage. Her proactive suggestion of divorce inexplicably provoked his anger. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if his heart had been seized. He had thought she truly desired a divorce. How foolishly he had overestimated her. Realizing she was merely testing and pressuring him in this manner, his disdain for her deepened further. Jiang Ciyou, you truly are despicable. This was the second time Jiang Ciyou had heard such words from Yin Feng. She was taken aback for 5 seconds before lunging at Xia Ling, delivering several slaps. Yin Feng pulled her away from Xia Ling in a fit of rage, directly telling her they were breaking up. An exasperated Jiang Ciyou shouted, "Break up? Not a chance. I, Jiang Ciyou, will drag both of you to hell with me." At that moment, Yin Feng had called her despicable. The pain of those words pierced her heart, leaving wounds that felt like knives embedded within her, creating gaping, bloody holes that were harrowing to behold. Yet, as time passed, she became numb to the pain. The scars of the past thickened into a protective layer, akin to armor. Thus, upon hearing him hurl the same insult again, she felt no ripple of emotion. Soon, they arrived at the Yin family estate. As they stepped out of the car, they were greeted by Yan's mother, Lan Pei, standing at the entrance. Her face bore no trace of joy at seeing her son after 3 years. Instead, it was shrouded in a heavy gloom. Upon spotting Yin Feng, she immediately launched into a barrage of questions. Yin Feng's stern visage turned towards Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou raised her hands and feigned innocence. "I said nothing, you saw it yourself. I hadn't even had the chance to make a phone call." Chapter 3. Yin Feng, you coward. Yin Mu scolded vehemently, "Don't be deceived by Xiaoyu. Someone has captured your photos at the airport, and they have made headlines. Do you even realize you are already married? How can you treat Xiaoyu this way? In terms of appearance, talent, and character, how is Xiaoyu any less than that deceitful little vixen?" Yin Feng felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he was berated. "Mom, stop calling her a little vixen. Xia Ling is not a vixen." Yin Mu, infuriated, replied, "You're still defending her? You've completely lost your mind. I cannot control you, but your grandfather will. Hurry to the study. He is waiting for you." With a stiff expression, Yin Feng turned on his heel and left for the study. Yin Mu clutched her chest in frustration, lamenting, What a wretched child. How could I have given birth to such a wretched child? Jiang Ciyou, standing nearby, attempted to console her. Mom, please don't be upset. Your health is what matters. Seeing Jiang Ciyou's feigned nonchalance, Yin Mu felt a surge of heartache. Xiaoyu, rest assured, even if I disown this son, I will never disown you as my daughter-in-law. Our entire family will stand by you. Jiang Ciyou wrapped her arm around Yin Mu's, feeling deeply moved. Mom, I am fine. When she had once attempted to take her own life, Yin Mu had wept inconsolably. During her week in the hospital, it was Yin Mu who had kept vigil by her side, while Jiang Mu had not even bothered to visit her. 3 years had passed. She had long since let go of her feelings and obsessions toward Yin Feng, and her hatred for Xiaoling had diminished as well. What remained was merely a tinge of unwillingness. Yet she truly cherished the Yin family. If she were to leave this place, where could she possibly go? After conversing with Yin Mu for a while, she ascended the staircase. As she passed by the study, she overheard the old man scolding Yin Feng. Jiang Ciyou deliberately slowed her pace. If you wish to divorce Xiaoyu, I will transfer 20% of the company's shares to her name. If you marry that woman, then resign from Yin Corporation. The Yin family will give you not a single cent. Yin Feng's voice sounded equally irate. Grandfather, how can you be so biased? Jiang Ciyou is merely a counterfeit daughter of the Jiang family. I am your true grandson. The Jiang family doesn't even intend to acknowledge her, so why do you care so much about her? The old man's tone conveyed deep disappointment. I do not care what identity Xiaoyu holds. I only know that when she was born, I was the first to hold her and I have watched her grow. The Jiang family has grievances with her, but our Yin family does not concern itself with such matters. You should understand that the grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with Xiaoyu. She has always been a victim. If you do not pity her, then do not join others in belittling her. You should consider if I will allow it. Yin Feng attempted to interject, but the old man interrupted him. Remember this. You may relinquish your status as Xiaoyu's husband, but in doing so, you also forfeit your identity as the heir of the Yin family. If you are willing to do so, I shall not stop you. The Yin family had treated her exceedingly well. Ever since the incident with the Jiang family, they had stood by her side. Forcing Yin Feng to marry her was also to provide her with a shelter from the storm. Half an hour later, Jiang Ciyou sat at the vanity, removing her makeup in a languid manner. Once her exquisite makeup was gone, the mirror revealed a delicate face, possessing an air of ethereal beauty. Jiang Ciyou, what enchantment have you cast on grandfather? That he treats you better than his own grandson? As Jiang Ciyou finished removing her makeup, she began to apply a facial mask, her movements graceful and meticulous, speaking with a casual demeanor. Perhaps he finds me more dependable than you, his own grandson. For the sake of a woman, you have not contacted your family for 3 years. From their perspective, that is rather unfilial. Yin Feng scoffed. Jiang Ciyou, you mustn't slander me. I have never done such a thing. Yin Feng's voice dripped with sarcasm. Isn't that your usual tactic? Previously, you used self-harm as leverage, and now it is the company shares. Jiang Ciyou, I never realized how deeply scheming you are. Indeed, some traits are hereditary, as it seems the blood of a murderer flows through your veins. Jiang Ciyou's expression instantly turned frigid. This was her Achilles' heel. Without mincing her words, she retorted. What skill is it to come here and belittle me just because you were scolded by grandfather? If you truly have the courage, then renounce your shares in Yin Corporation for Xiaoling. Ultimately, in your heart, the Yin family's wealth and company shares are still more important than Xiaoling. Everyone is well aware of Xiaoling's past deeds. Grandfather and the others would never accept her. Even without me. You know this in your heart, so the true barrier between you is not me at all. If you truly love her, then forsake everything here and stay abroad with her. You cannot let go of this wealth, and you refuse to acknowledge that you value your personal interests over Xiaoling, so you shamelessly cast the blame on me. Yin Feng, you have no spine. Yin Feng's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, especially when he caught a glimpse of the disdain in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. She looked down on him. She had always looked down on him. The tense atmosphere was abruptly broken by a knock on the door. The old butler, Lao Tang, stood at the entrance. Young master, young madam, dinner is ready. Please come down to eat. Today, the Yin family is rarely all together. There was a hint of indignation in Yin Yin's words on behalf of Jiang Ciyou. Seeing the entire family standing in support of Jiang Ciyou, Yin Feng's gaze toward her grew even colder. Before Yin Feng could speak, Yin Fu interjected, "If he leaves again, the Yin family will have no use for him. From now on, the Yin family fortune will be split between you and your sister-in-law." Yin Yin clapped her hands in delight, linking arms with Jiang Ciyou. "Sister-in-law, did you hear that? Once my brother is gone, we will be super wealthy ladies, tossing around wads of cash to indulge in our whims." Yin Feng shot her a glare at such a young age. "Your head is filled with nonsense. I wonder who you learned that from." He cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Ciyou's face. Jiang Ciyou felt an unusual pang of guilt. She had indeed done just that. The old man spoke again. "Your brother will not leave. Tomorrow he will take over as the general manager at the company." Yin Yin appeared disappointed. "What a shame. Recently, as you all know, the company's situation is precarious. The times have changed. Our construction company is not what it once was." Everyone fell silent. The Yin family had built its fortune in the construction industry, and through 2 generations, it had become one of the largest construction companies in the country, branching into other sectors, but mostly just testing the waters. Construction remained the lifeblood of the enterprise in recent years. As times changed, the economy shifted, and the market became increasingly saturated with environmental pressures. Combined with the impact of new intelligent buildings, the Yin family had faced considerable challenges. The Paradise Resort project had been specially approved by the central government, aimed at creating the largest green resort in the country, encompassing leisure, vacation, and entertainment. The scale of the project was astonishing, a coveted prize for all construction companies. "Dad, everyone knows that the Paradise Resort is a once-in-a-lifetime project, but now there are thousands of construction companies eyeing this prize. It's difficult to even get a piece of the pie." The old man replied, "If we can secure that individual, it will not be difficult." "Who?" By Jiang Ciyou. Chapter 4. Father, are you referring to the heir of the Bai family, the richest family in the country? The old man nodded. "Indeed." Yin Fu looked helpless. "This is too difficult. He is a prince of the capital, and we are worlds apart from them. The Yin family is of a much lower status than the Bai family. How can we possibly curry favor with them? It is widely known that the Bai family is the wealthiest in the nation, with numerous branches and a complex lineage. Bai Jiang Ciyou is the late-life son of the Bai patriarch, designated as the heir. However, he is notoriously low-key and has never appeared in public. The outside world is even unaware of his appearance." It was unclear why the old man would suddenly mention this person. The old man continued, "The land for the Paradise Resort has long been purchased by the Bai family. According to insider information, the Bai patriarch has entrusted Bai Jiang Ciyou with full responsibility for this project. If the Yin family can win his favor, our chances of being selected as the construction company will greatly improve." "Dad, this plan is utterly impractical. There are countless people seeking to ingratiate themselves with the Bai family. If we recklessly visit the capital, we may not even get to meet him." "Who says we must go to the capital?" Bai Jiang Ciyou is currently in Rongcheng and has reportedly settled here for 3 years. Yin Feng furrowed his brows. As a prince of the capital, it would be reasonable for him to visit Rongcheng for the resort project. But how could he possibly have settled here for 3 years? Bai's grandmother is from Rongcheng. She came here 3 years ago to recuperate, and Bai Jiang Ciyou accompanied her. However, this is not common knowledge. For 3 years, they have resided in the Lushan Manor of Rongcheng. Lushan Manor is a villa built on the hillside, and it is rumored that its owner is a reclusive tycoon. Who would have thought it belonged to the Bai family? "Dad, how do you know about this when outsiders do not?" Yin Mu could not help but interject. "Previously, no one knew, but now everyone is aware. For tomorrow marks the 70th birthday of the old lady. Unprecedentedly, our Yin family has received 2 invitation cards." Saying this, the old man produced 2 invitations. Feng, Xiao, you 2 will attend the old lady's birthday banquet tomorrow evening. Prepare a suitable birthday gift, and make sure to present yourselves in front of Bai Jiang Ciyou. It would be best if you could manage to exchange a few words with him and establish a connection. All right, enough talk about work during mealtime. Jiang Ciyou had her own room in the Yin household. After their marriage, she continued to reside in her small room and had not moved into their shared bedroom. "I have matters to attend to tonight. I need to step out." Yin Feng's tone was indifferent. Yin Mu slammed her chopsticks on the table. "Out? To find that vixen? If you dare leave Xiao alone in the empty house today, I will find someone to skin that vixen alive." "Mom, stop being ridiculous. Yo, you think I wouldn't dare?" Jiang Ciyou remained silent, sitting at the table, sipping her flour glue chicken soup while watching the drama unfold. To be honest, It was impossible to completely let go, for during the lowest point of her life, the two people she trusted the most had betrayed her deeply. She had once harbored hatred and sought revenge with fervor. Yet now, time had dulled her temperament. At this moment, she found herself able to observe the unfolding drama with the detachment of an outsider, curious about when she had stepped out of her own emotions. Still, she was intrigued about the extent to which Yin Feng could go for Xiaoling. In the bedroom, the two exchanged silent glances. Yin Feng was on the balcony, attempting to soothe Xiaoling over the phone. After half an hour of coaxing, the faint sounds of sobbing could still be heard from within. Yin Feng, undeterred, continued his efforts. Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but reflect on her own past with Yin Feng. He had never shown such patience with her. They were far too familiar with one another, so much so that when Yin Feng had first attempted to kiss her, she had laughed at the sight of his flushed ears. Jiang Ciyou, what are you laughing at? The young Yin Feng had been vexed. I just thought of that time in kindergarten when we went to collect honeycombs, and you got stung by bees? Leaving your lips looking like a sausage, and your ears resembling Zhu Beiji, Jiang Ciyou had laughed uncontrollably, while Yin Feng had been left fuming. After that incident, he had never again taken the initiative to kiss her. 2 years into their relationship, she had not even given away her first kiss. It was indeed a failure. Had she not encountered that particular person, Jiang Ciyou feared that she would have reached the age of 23 without ever knowing the taste of a kiss. The image of that stunningly handsome face floated through her mind, along with his passionate, reckless demeanor when he kissed her, reminiscent of a reincarnated male fox spirit, captivating and bewitching. Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly. Just 3 hours post-breakup, she found herself thinking of him. She picked up her phone and scrolled to find his number, saved under the moniker Little White Face. To her astonishment, after 3 years of intimacy, she had never inquired about his real name. It was hardly her fault. Their encounters had always been nocturnal, with their meetings swiftly delving into the heart of matters. When passion peaked, they would affectionately call each other baby and darling. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou felt like a heartless cad, raising her skirt without knowing the identity of her partner. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated, displaying the name Little White Face. She hesitated for a few seconds before answering. Have you already started missing me? Jiang Ciyou's voice was imbued with a sultriness that seemed to melt the heart. A moment of silence followed, before a deep, restrained voice came through. Where are you now? At home. Come over to Green Lawn Villa. I want to see you. Jiang Ciyou twirled a strand of hair absent-mindedly, her tone casual. Jiang Ciyou, you are not allowed to sleep with him. The man's voice was evidently losing control. All right, if you keep this up, it will go too far. If you are dissatisfied with the breakup compensation, I can offer you something else, and with that, you won't need to work at the Black Market Club anymore. Jiang Ciyou, it's not about that. Do you even know who I am? Whoever you are, our relationship has come to an end. In contrast to the man's growing ire, Jiang Ciyou's voice remained soothingly gentle. As if she were comforting a child. At that moment, Yin Feng finished his call and stepped into the room from the balcony. Jiang Ciyou smiled deliberately. All right, my husband is here. You should get some rest. The man on the other end let out a furious roar. Jiang Ciyou, how dare you hang up with that? The call ended. Jiang Ciyou switched her phone to Do Not Disturb mode and placed it upside down on the balcony. Yin Feng shot her a glance, furrowing his brow. Whose call was that? Jiang Ciyou smiled, her eyes bright with mischief. Why boyfriends? Yin Feng studied Jiang Ciyou's face for a moment, a smirk of irony playing at the corners of his mouth. Found yourself a boyfriend? Indeed. You said that if I felt lonely, I should find someone. I've been alone in this empty house for 3 years. Seeking a boyfriend isn't unreasonable, is it? A faint smile lingered on Jiang Ciyou's lips. What's this? Only the officials are allowed to start fires, while the commoners can't even light a lamp. Yin Feng shrugged indifferently. It's even better if you found a boyfriend, if he can ensure you no longer cling to me. I'll personally thank him with a grand gift. Yin Feng had no faith that Jiang Ciyou had actually found a boyfriend. He was all too aware of her true intentions. She had likely seen him on the phone with Xiaoling and was merely putting on an act. And a convincing act it was. He could almost feel the jealousy and anger emanating from the man as the call ended. That night, they naturally did not share the same bed. Jiang Ciyou took the bed while Yin Feng made do on the floor, displaying a modicum of gentlemanly behavior. Before sleep, Jiang Ciyou deliberately turned the air conditioning to its lowest setting and hid the remote. When she awoke in the middle of the night, she found Yin Feng on the floor. Clutching a pillow and shivering, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. Upon waking the next morning, Yin Feng had caught a cold. Jiang Ciyou paid him no mind and headed straight to the television station. She had garnered some recognition in the industry, but with the recent departure of Lin Jia from the prime time slot, Jiang Ciyou was vying for the position of lead female host. After finishing the midday news, she found herself free. Today, she wore a qipao made of fragrant cloud gauze, adorned with intricate embroidery at the neckline and waist. The craftsmanship was so refined that from a distance, it appeared understated, yet up close, it revealed a clever artistry, a testament to exquisite skill. Upon seeing Yin Feng enter, Jiang Ciyou stood and spun gracefully before him. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Despite his deep-seated disdain for Jiang Ciyou, Yin Feng could not deny her beauty. She was stunning indeed. Standing at 1.7 meters tall and donning high heels, she appeared especially striking. The qipao was custom-made, fitting her like a glove. The hem brushed against her ankles, and her delicate, snow-white ankles elicited an almost irresistible urge to grasp them. Her waist was slender, yet shapely in all the right places. Yin Feng's gaze shifted from her chest to her exquisite face. The qipao, though simple in color, was rendered extraordinary by her captivating features, creating a unique allure. She resembled a fox spirit, newly transformed into human form, exuding both seduction and a hint of innocence, enticing yet seemingly innocent. Yin Feng swallowed hard, yet maintained a cold demeanor. "It's unflattering. White does not suit you at all." Jiang Ciyou rolled her eyes and turned away, bending to apply lipstick in the mirror. "So, in your eyes, only Xiaoling is suited for white." After finishing her lipstick, Jiang Ciyou straightened up and flashed a radiant smile at her reflection, a clear challenge in her demeanor. "I will wear white if I please." At that moment, Yin Feng found her vibrancy utterly captivating, her flirtatious tone tinged with a hint of playfulness, igniting a spark within him. Yet he quickly recognized her intentions. She was deliberately trying to entice him. Yin Feng frowned. "Jiang Ciyou, stop playing tricks in front of me. Even if you were nothing at all, I wouldn't spare you a glance." With that, he added, "I'll be waiting for you in the car," and exited the room. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ciyou joined him in the car. Yin Feng leaned back against the rear seat, eyes shut. "Old Chen, take us to Lushan Villa." An hour later, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The car wound its way up the mountain road, flanked by towering sycamore trees, their leaves creating a canopy that dimmed the light, resembling a long tunnel. After an indeterminate amount of time, the scenery suddenly brightened. A grand and magnificent building, reminiscent of a castle, gradually came into view. The surrounding area buzzed with activity. Numerous luxury vehicles were parked on the expansive lawn, and an army of waitstaff in white shirts and black vests attended to the guests. Under the guidance of a waiter, their vehicle was parked in the outdoor lot, and they were escorted into the castle. The heavy, ancient doors swung open, revealing a red carpet that stretched for hundreds of meters, leading guests inside. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback by the intricate patterns adorning the carpet. This was a pure hand-woven Persian carpet from Isfahan, crafted from wool, cotton, silk, gold thread, and silver thread, dazzling in color and complex in design. The carpet beneath their feet was of the highest quality, typically valued at $200,000 per square meter. As Jiang Ciyou gazed at the seemingly endless red carpet, she could not help but gasp in awe. While she was aware of the Beau family's wealth, she had never grasped the full extent of it, until now. The interior of the villa was even more astonishing, featuring a display wall of precious antique blue and white porcelain, a massive antique clock from England, and European chandeliers, all antiques. This was merely the banquet hall on the first floor. One could only imagine how many treasures lay hidden within the castle. The matriarch of the Beau family adhered to a traditional style of hosting. With 100 tables set for today's banquet, the carpet was lined with round tables, each seat designated for guests as specified in the invitation. The seats for the Yin family were at table 99. Look over there. The man in the black Zhongshan suit seems to be the director of the Land Bureau, and the one in white, could he be the mayor of Rong City? Not just the mayor of Rong City. Even the mayors of Beijing have come, along with several officials from the central government. The Beau matriarch's connections are truly impressive. Indeed, out of the 100 tables, our Rong City has only 2 seats, placed at tables 99 and 100. Considering the stature of these prominent figures, being seated at 99 and 100 is already a significant honor. Conversing were Madame Zhang and Madame Qin, both esteemed ladies from Rong City's elite families, and friends of Jiang Ciyou's mother, Yao Shulan. Naturally, Jiang Ciyou was acquainted with them. As they crossed paths, Jiang Ciyou had no choice but to greet them. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Qin, good evening. Madame Zhang and Madame Qin exchanged glances. A flicker of sympathy and regret evident in their eyes. Oh, it's little you. You've come too. Your mother and Xiao Xiao are currently presenting gifts to the Beau matriarch. You should go greet them. At the end of the red carpet, a throng of people had gathered, with the Beau matriarch standing at the center of the crowd. Though her hair had turned silver, she exuded a vibrant spirit. Her visage appearing far more youthful than her peers, with bright eyes and only faint traces of wrinkles at their corners. The slight plumpness of her face suggested a preservation of collagen. Embodying the essence of white-haired yet youthful, Jiang Ciyou mused to herself. Behind her stood a gift platform, laden with congratulatory offerings from guests, a mountain of assorted gift boxes of various sizes. At that moment, Jiang Xiao was opening a square brocade box to present a gift. Dear Madam, this is a birthday gift from the Jiang family of Rongqing for you. A complete set of haute couture jewelry from Queen, valued at 8 million. Queen, an internationally renowned luxury jewelry brand, though only established 3 years prior, had captivated the global elite with its exquisite designs. The elderly lady cast a glance at the jewelry within the brocade box and smiled. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Xiao continued enthusiastically. I hope you like it. The price is secondary. It is well known that Queen only accepts bespoke orders. Each piece is unique. I expended considerable effort to acquire this necklace, as I believed only Queen's singularity befits your esteemed status. The elderly lady raised her hand, signaling the attendant beside her to accept the gift box. Before Jiang Xiao could finish her words, the attendant had already taken the box away, carelessly placing it amidst a pile of gifts, instantly overshadowed. The next to present a gift was the Zhao family from the capital. The old steward read aloud from the gift registry. Prior to entering, guests were required to register their names at the entrance, and then present their gifts to the elderly lady in the order of arrival. Jiang Xiao, with much more to say, was abruptly interrupted by the steward and reluctantly retreated to the side of Yao Shulan. She could not comprehend how the Jiang family had prepared such lavish gifts without eliciting even a ripple of appreciation. Not even the guests surrounding them had offered a single compliment. However, Jiang Xiao soon understood. The prominent families of the capital were presenting gifts of immeasurable worth: imperial green jadeite, Xuanda blue and white porcelain, a Conchiera cowpea red apple vase, and various antique paintings and calligraphy, all valued at tens of millions. In this light, her 8 million in jewelry paled in comparison. The next to present a gift was the Yin family of Rongqing. Jiang Ciyou stepped forward alongside Yin Feng. Jiang Xiao's gaze fell upon Jiang Ciyou. As Jiang Ciyou unveiled her gift, a hint of derision crept onto her face. Jiang Ciyou had opened her own brocade box. Inside, nestled in red velvet, were small incense sticks, each just the length of a finger, arranged meticulously. Dear Madam, this is a birthday gift from the Yin family. I hope you like it. Jiang Xiao was aware of Jiang Ciyou's hobby of incense making. How could such a trivial pastime hold any weight in such a grand setting? She was truly self-absorbed. The gifts accepted by the elderly lady were all treasures of immense worth. How could these inexpensive items be deemed worthy of such a prestigious occasion? The elderly lady lifted the brocade box to her nose and inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across her face. Thank you, Miss Jiang. However, Jiang Ciyou seemed momentarily taken aback. How did the elderly lady know her surname when she had just registered as Mrs. Yin? Just as the elderly lady was about to have someone take the box away, Jiang Xiao suddenly interjected. I heard that Mrs. Yin has a penchant for incense making. This incense wouldn't happen to be made by her? Would it? Jiang Ciyou had long since noticed her. With a smile, she replied, Indeed, this is a little hobby of mine. This particular scent is called Li Wang Hua Jin Chun, crafted from roses, agarwood, and various spices using ancient methods. A flicker of pride appeared in Jiang Xiao's eyes. Before Jiang Ciyou could finish, she hastily interjected, Mrs. Yin, to casually present your homemade trinket as a grand gift for the elderly lady's 70th birthday seems rather disrespectful. How much could this box of incense possibly cost? 1,000 or 10,000? In an instant, all eyes were on Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng. Jiang Xiao deliberately shot a glance at Yin Feng. Has the Yin family truly fallen to such depths that they cannot even present a decent gift? Yin Feng's expression soured. He had caught a cold from the air conditioning the night before and had woken up with a throbbing headache. Thus, he had entrusted the task of preparing the gift for the elderly lady to Jiang Ciyou. Last night, his grandfather had emphasized the importance of this meeting for the Yin family, assuring that the budget for the gift was limitless. He never anticipated that Jiang Ciyou would present a mere box of homemade incense if they offended the Bo family due to the gift's lack of worth. The resort project would be utterly jeopardized. Yin Feng's demeanor turned serious as he prepared to voice his discontent when Jiang Ciyou spoke calmly. I heard that the elderly lady came to Rongqing for recuperation 3 years ago due to insomnia. This incense is particularly effective for calming the mind and aiding sleep, and I hope it alleviates your insomnia and headaches. Earlier that afternoon, she had done some research in the company and learned about the elderly lady's insomnia issues. Jiang Xiao scoffed sarcastically. It's merely a fragrance, Mrs. Yin. Do not exaggerate it as a miracle remedy. If incense could cure ailments, what need would there be for hospitals? At that moment, a red-haired woman standing beside the elderly lady leaned closer to the brocade box and inhaled. This isn't traditionally Wang Huajin Chun. It seems to have a subtle medicinal scent. Jiang Ciyou replied nonchalantly. I altered the traditional formula and added herbs such as calamus and vine of the night for their calming properties. Hence the slight medicinal aroma. The red-haired woman smiled at the elderly lady. Grandmother, I quite like this fragrance. If you don't want it, I'd be happy to take it. Who says I don't like it? The elderly lady regarded Jiang Ciyou, appraising her from head to toe, and revealed a benevolent smile. This scent invigorates the mind. Old Jiang, take the incense to my bedroom, lest someone else covets it. Steward Old Jiang promptly complied, carefully accepting the brocade box from Bo Jingyi's hands and turning to leave. Jiang Xiao watched this unfold, her face stiffening. The 8 million in jewelry she had gifted had barely garnered a glance from the elderly lady. While Jiang Ciyou's handmade incense had unexpectedly captured her favor, even warranting a private collection. Were all these wealthy individuals simply not in their right minds? Jiang Xiao, having just embarrassed herself, was eager to leave. After taking a few steps, she overheard others discussing her, and no wonder she radiates a rustic vibe. She even needs to announce the price of her jewelry. Can't she see the imperial green jade bracelet on the elderly lady's wrist is worth 200 million? Who wouldn't he notice that her necklace is merely an entry-level piece from Queen? I felt embarrassed for her when she emphasized 8 million. You aren't from Rongqing, so you wouldn't know. The one who just presented the incense is the Jiang family's legitimate daughter. That explains it. How malicious to deliberately make things difficult for her in such a setting. The Yin lady, on the other hand, is gracious and elegant, exuding an innate charm, like a woman of privilege. By the way, that Li Wang incense is truly delightful. I could smell its sophistication from afar. Now that's a true luxury. Unlike some who only know how to discuss prices, Jiang Xiao felt her fingers turn white with rage. Everyone favored Jiang Ciyou. Yet, everything about Jiang Ciyou, her grace, her composure, her inherent nobility, was something she had snatched away from her. One day, she would surely tear away that exquisite facade, allowing others to witness her true nature. Chapter 7. The young master of the capital. After the gifts had been presented, Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng made their way toward their table at the entrance. As no one had yet taken their seats, they found themselves waiting at the side. Yin Feng's phone rang midway. He glanced at it and hurriedly moved toward the garden side entrance. Jiang Ciyou recognized it was a call from Xiaoling. She paid it no mind, instead admiring the antiques in the banquet hall. A full wall of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain left her utterly astonished. Before long, a young girl approached. Are you Mrs. Yin? Jiang Ciyou gracefully turned. What is it? I am Bai Qian, the granddaughter of the commander of the military district in the capital. May I ask about the formula for your Li Wang Huajin Qin? Before Jiang Ciyou could respond, the girl continued eagerly, I would like to buy the formula from you, no matter the price. Jiang Ciyou smiled. The formula isn't a closely guarded secret. I made it for fun. If Miss Bai likes it, I'd be happy to gift it to you. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? You can give it to me? Yes, let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you the formula tonight. The girl quickly added Jiang Ciyou on WeChat.at that moment. Several other young ladies gathered around. I want one too. Can I add you on WeChat? Mrs. Yin? Jiang Ciyou found herself taken aback by the situation, but she obliged, adding them one by one. promising to send the formula to each later. After all, these girls were either the daughters of mayors or heiresses of top-tier tycoons, and some even the granddaughters of Central Committee officials. From a distance, Jiang Ciyou watched a crowd of capital socialites swarm around Jiang Ciyou, filled with indignation as she whispered to Yao Shulan, "Mom, are they foolish? Why are these capital socialites trying to curry favor with Jiang Ciyou? What do they hope to gain?" Yao Shulan replied calmly, "They are not foolish." Among the guests who presented gifts, only hers caught the elderly lady's eye. They seek the formula to win over Madame Beau in the future. Yao Shulan sighed softly. Among them, one is bound to become the young mistress of the Beau family. Jiang Ciyou scoffed. What significance is there in winning over the elderly lady? Beau Jianyin will marry whomever he chooses. Perhaps he doesn't even like these girls who have been trained by various conventions, but instead prefers a rebellious Cinderella. Yao Shulan seemed to see through Jiang Ciyou's thoughts. With a light laugh, Jiang Ciyou remarked, "Our Jiang family is indeed one of the most distinguished in Rongqing. However, when compared to the young ladies of the capital, we fall remarkably short. Moreover, the Beau family boasts not only the title of the wealthiest but also a prestigious red background. Something unattainable for families like ours." Yao Shulan consoled her, saying, "Mother will surely find you a splendid match in Rongqing." "But, Mother, you have already said that Rongqing cannot compare to the capital. People aspire to greater heights. Besides, if I don't give it a try, how will I know that Beau Jianxiu doesn't like me?" Yao Shulan shook her head, displaying a look of helplessness. Sometimes, family background is an insurmountable mountain. The wealthy are more pragmatic than ordinary folk, particularly those from noble families, who place greater emphasis on social compatibility. The tale of the prince and the Cinderella exists solely in fairy tales. Meanwhile, a group of young ladies surrounded Jiang Ciyou. Calling her sister, Jiang Ciyou reciprocated their endearments, delighting the little heiresses. Yet, the amiable expressions of the young ladies were reserved for her. Among themselves, they were secretly competing, unwilling to yield. "Last month, I met the crown prince, and he even complimented me on my beauty. Before the invitation from the matriarch was sent out, no one knew that Brother Beau was in Rongqing." "You are clearly lying, and am I lying? But isn't it a bit nauseating to call him Brother Beau? Are you really that familiar with Beau Jianxiu? You haven't even spoken to him, have you?" The little heiresses argued animatedly. Jiang Ciyou began to comprehend. Each of them harbored affections for Beau Jianxiu. However, she found it perplexing. All of them belonged to the upper echelons of society. Why did they seem intent on marrying no one but Beau Jianxiu? Bai Qian appeared to see through Jiang Ciyou's confusion and awkwardly explained. "Sister Jiang, we indeed all have feelings for Beau Jianxiu, but it's not merely because of the title of the Beau family's wealth. If you were to see him, you would understand. Once you gaze upon his visage, no other man in this world could possibly compare." Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, realizing that they were merely a group of admirers of beauty. She too was fond of handsome men. The initial attraction to that individual stemmed not only from a moment of drunken folly, but also from 3 years of sustaining him. A mere infatuation with his looks, the butler hurriedly entered, rushing towards the matriarch. The once bustling banquet hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes turning toward the entrance. Could the young master spoken of by the butler be Beau Jianxiu? It was said that the matriarch had 3 daughters and only gave birth to her sole son in her 40s. The previously chattering young ladies fell silent, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed at the entrance. Jiang Ciyou followed their gaze, eager to see the crown prince of the capital, the object of their fervent admiration, and discern just how handsome he truly was. A long leg stepped through the doorway. The man was dressed impeccably in a custom-tailored suit, complemented by a deep blue tie. He possessed a tall, lean figure, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and a straight back, his physique perfectly proportioned. Each step he took seemed to tread upon the very hearts of the young ladies. Indeed, he was a striking figure. Jiang Ciyou silently admired him. Her gaze then traveled upward to his face. Upon recognizing his features, she instantaneously froze, feeling as if she had been struck by a paralyzing spell. Her blood felt as if it had turned to ice. His facial features were exquisitely refined. The curve of his jawline chiseled as if sculpted by the hands of the divine. His skin was pale, embodying an ethereal beauty reminiscent of the finest porcelain, forged through trials of fire into a pure, exquisite form. Yet, his lips bore a rosy hue, akin to the application of lipstick, rescuing his cool complexion from appearing too stark, as if a celestial being had been cast down to earth yet remained inherently noble. His aura radiated an otherworldly chill, leaving in his wake a palpable sense of respect, admiration, and even fear. The man did not spare a moment to glance at Jiang Ciyou as he passed by her effortlessly. She remained rooted in place, eventually managing to utter, "Who is he?" The surrounding young ladies chattered excitedly. "That is Jiang Ciyou, the one and only crown prince of the capital. After 3 years, he seems even more handsome and aloof than before. Didn't you say you were going to pursue him? Yet you couldn't even muster a greeting. You're no different." The little heiresses erupted into another quarrel. Jiang Ciyou, however, was left in a daze. Could it really be him? That seemed implausible. Her gaze remained fixed on the man's tall silhouette. He walked through the crowd as if a dark cloud had descended upon the city, his powerful and icy presence leaving those around him awestruck. The respect and admiration he commanded were undeniable, but his chilling demeanor was equally terrifying. It couldn't possibly be him. Her little white face lacked such an imposing aura. He was fiery like the summer sun, wild and unrestrained, with a hint of roguish charm. Each encounter had seen him playfully tease her, drawing out her emotions, only to retreat just as she felt inclined to give in. His mastery of the pleasures shared in intimacy was unparalleled. Jiang Ciyou often jabbed him playfully, accusing, "You are the male dodgy." He would mischievously grip her chin, countering, "Then you must be the female Zhou Wang." How could such a flamboyant character be the ethereal crown prince standing before her? Jiang Ciyou endeavored to convince herself otherwise, yet unease lingered in her heart. She settled into her seat early, her gaze sweeping the room, but she could no longer find the man's silhouette. Quietly, she took out her phone and scrolled through her contacts, pausing at the number saved under little white face. Jiang Ciyou found herself lost in thought, yet she sensed an unseen gaze upon her. Suddenly, she looked up to meet the cold eyes of the man on the second floor. It was him. Though the distance made her uncertain if he was truly looking her way, her heart raced nonetheless. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she dialed the number on her phone. The man on the second floor remained unmoving. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Ciyou. Thankfully, it wasn't him. Just as she tilted her head to end the call, the phone unexpectedly connected. That moment, she instinctively glanced up again at the man above. He stood there, but now, one hand held a phone to his ear. Jiang Ciyou's heart thundered like a drum, quickening with each beat. She slowly raised her phone to her ear, and at last, she heard a familiar, deep and cold voice on the other end. "Speak." Jiang Ciyou remained silent, her gaze fixed on the man above who was also staring back at her. After several seconds of silence, she ended the call abruptly. Sure enough, the man on the second floor slowly tucked his phone away into his pocket. Jiang Ciyou's heart felt as though it were being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. How could this be? Why was it like this? There truly was no one in this world who looked exactly alike. Jiang Ciyou was indeed the little white face she had supported for 3 years. Jiang Ciyou's emotions remained in turmoil. She suddenly recalled the circumstances of their first encounter, the night when Yin Feng took Xiaoling abroad. Her childhood friend Shen Nuo had dragged her to a nightclub. She remembered drinking excessively that night. As Shen Nuo had invited numerous male models, by sheer accident, she had ended up in a liaison with one of them. The next morning, she initially felt regret, but upon seeing the model's almost otherworldly face, she found herself captivated once more. Yin Feng was out there with gentle charm. Why should she confine herself to a solitary existence? Besides, their marriage was not as others perceived it. Thus, Jiang Ciyou had promptly written the man a check for 100,000. "From now on, sister will take care of you. How does that sound?" For the next 3 years, the man resided there. In addition, she provided him with a monthly check of the same amount. Whenever she felt inclined, she would visit him, always at night or the early hours, where he would invariably bring her joy. They had an unspoken understanding, never delving into matters of the heart or inquiring about one another's backgrounds. Only seeking shared happiness, he represented the most rebellious and audacious chapter of her life. Yet, as she realized this chapter was spiraling beyond her rational control, she found the once timid prey now observing her with the gaze of a hunter. Her face paled, her demeanor becoming vacant as if struck by a heavy blow. The once vibrant and alluring glimmer in her eyes dulled to a hollow stare, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Yin Feng, suppressing the urge to inquire further, sat beside her, understanding without needing to ask. It was undoubtedly due to Yao Shulan and Jiang Ciyou. Once referred to as mother for 20 years, they had now reached a point of estrangement. The banquet soon commenced, with Yao Shulan and Jiang Ciyou seated separately. Yin Feng observed Jiang Ciyou as she poured herself glass after glass of wine, seemingly burdened with thoughts. When Jiang Ciyou poured herself a third glass, Yin Feng placed a hand over her cup. "Are you still a girl? Drinking so much?" Jiang Ciyou smiled playfully at him, her voice teasing. "What's wrong? Are you concerned for me?" Yin Feng replied coldly. "Today is an important occasion. Please don't embarrass the Yin family by getting drunk." Jiang Ciyou huffed. "Why should I not drink a little to ease my heart? I've just gone through a breakup." Yin Feng gazed at the flush on her cheeks, feeling a slight tremor within. However, he quickly hardened his expression. "Jiang Ciyou, don't try that with me. Even if you were to drink yourself into a stupor today, I wouldn't feel a shred of pity." Jiang Ciyou remained silent, resolutely pouring herself more wine. She could not fathom how the dandy had transformed into a princely figure. Did he truly remain unaware of his association with Mrs. Yin? For 3 years, he had masqueraded as a gigolo under her patronage, yet had never uttered a single word of explanation. What could his intentions possibly be? Sorrow. How profound a sentiment it is. As the banquet progressed, guests began to approach the main table to toast. Yin Feng also rose. "Come, let us pay our respects to old Madame Bo," he led the way, with Jiang Ciyou following closely behind, wine glass in hand. They soon reached the main table, which was surrounded by a throng of people. The old matriarch had already departed, leaving only Bo Jinsi to hold court. When encountering guests of particularly high status, he would symbolically take asip.as those before them finished their toasts and departed. Yin Feng seized the opportunity to approach Bo Jinsi. "Fourth Master Bo, I am Yin Feng from the Yin family of Rongqing. It is an honor to finally meet you. Did I offer you this drink?" Yin Feng addressed Bo Jinsi, who had been called by the earlier toasting guests. He extended his hands, presenting the wine glass, seemingly waiting for Bo Jinsi to clink glasses with him. However, at that moment, Bo Jinsi showed no inclination to take the glass. Yin Feng held the glass suspended in the air, the atmosphere thick with an undercurrent of awkwardness. Just as Yin Feng's heart began to sink, Bo Jinsi spoke in a cool, detached manner. "The Yin family? The one from Haifeng Construction?" Yin Feng's heart leaped with joy. He was aware of Haifeng Construction. "Yin Haifeng is my grandfather. He has always praised you, Fourth Master Bo, as a prodigy in the business world, and mentioned that if the Yin family could collaborate with the Bo family on the resort project in the development zone, it would be an immense fortune and honor." Yin Feng had been seeking an opportunity to broach this subject, and was taken aback that Bo Jinsi would provide it so readily. He certainly did not expect Bo Jinsi to acquiesce immediately. A project worth billions could not be discussed in mere moments. However, he needed to ensure that Bo Jinsi remembered the Yin family, thus granting them a competitive advantage among the multitude of contenders in the future. Bo Jinsi twirled the wine glass with his fingers. Though seated, he emanated an air of superiority that compelled those standing to look up to him. His voice was low and indifferent, tinged with a hint of derision. "The resort project can partner with anyone, except for the Yin family." This statement took the surrounding guests by surprise. Many had already set their sights on the lucrative development zone resort. Upon hearing Bo Jinsi mention Haifeng Construction, they had felt a twinge of envy. Yet now, that envy morphed into schadenfreude. They were left wondering how the Yin family had incurred the ire of this princely figure from the capital. Yin Feng was equally astonished. Until today, there had been no connection between the Yin family and the Bo family, nor had they ever encountered Bo Jinsi. How could he suddenly make such a remark? A flicker of trepidation crossed Yin Feng's face. "Fourth Master Bo, may I inquire if the Yin family has offended you in any way?" Bo Jinsi abruptly rose, his gaze traversing past Yin Feng to rest upon Jiang Ciyou behind him. His expression was impassive, and his pale complexion lent him an ethereal quality, as if untouched by the mundane world. Yet, beneath his cool demeanor, a flicker of emotion was perceptible that would be a question for Mrs. Yin. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the woman behind Yin Feng. Mrs. Yin was exquisite, arguably the most beautiful woman present. Many had noticed her from the outset. The woman in the qipao appeared as if she had stepped out of the misty rain of Jiangnan. Her stunning visage, even in the simplest attire, could not conceal her vibrant allure. Countless inquisitive gazes fell upon her. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this man would confront her on the spot. Yin Feng had already turned around, feeling as if he had been struck. How could Jiang Ciyou know Bo Jinsi and have offended him? Was there something between them? Jiang Ciyou regained her composure, a smile blooming on her lips as she stepped forward. I had no idea that Bo held such a grudge. It was merely 3 years ago when I accidentally scratched your luxury vehicle. At the time, I was unaware of your identity, so I left 1,000 yuan and departed. I commend Bo for remembering. Jiang Ciyou found herself in a precarious position, compelled to fabricate an excuse. She could hardly admit that 3 years ago, she had slept with him and now cast him aside, thus incurring his wrath. The crowd suddenly understood. Yin Feng also felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was unsure why he had felt anxious moments ago, fearing some convoluted entanglement between the two. Yin Feng coldly admonished, "Fourth Master Bo's vehicle is undoubtedly worth a fortune. Your 1,000 yuan is a mere insult. Shouldn't you come and apologize to Fourth Master Bo?" Observers noted Yin Feng's demeanor toward Jiang Ciyou, lamenting that this young Master Yin displayed no appreciation for a woman's delicate nature. Such a stunning beauty was subjected to his icy reprimand. Without a hint of defense from him, Yin Feng believed that Bo Jinsi could not possibly care about the repair costs. It was Jiang Ciyou's thoughtless act of leaving 1,000 yuan that had been perceived as an affront, thus earning her Bo Jinsi's lasting resentment. Seeing that Bo Jinsi showed no inclination to refute her words, Jiang Ciyou boldly approached, raising her glass point. 3 years ago, it was my oversight, and I sincerely apologize to Mr. Bo, Jiang Ciyou implied. I hope Bo can overlook this matter and not hold it against a mere woman. Bo Jinsi, however, merely smiled, a cold smile that curled his lips, rendering his face somewhat bewitching. With a slight arch of his brow, he spoke with an undertone of malice. Does Mrs. Yin think that a single glass of wine can absolve me of the grievances I have harbored for 3 years? The crowd was taken aback, reflecting on how this princely figure was indeed rather petty. Merely scratching a car had lingered in his mind for 3 years, and he would go so far as to make a young woman the target of his ire in such a setting. Truly a man of vengeful spirit, as the guests silently vowed never to offend him in the future. They cast sympathetic glances toward Mrs. Yin. How could one appease Fourth Master Bo? Bo Jinsi picked up an unopened bottle of baijiu from the table. 1 glass will not suffice. A bottle may be considered. The crowd gasped. To ask a delicate woman to consume an entire bottle of strong liquor was tantamount to inviting disaster. Yet, some had already begun pouring. The entire bottle filled 10 glasses. Lined up neatly on the table, Bo Jinsi's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Ciyou. Mrs. Yin, please. Jiang Ciyou contemplated that a whole bottle of alcohol might indeed sever their 3-year entanglement, making it a reasonable choice. She stepped forward, grasping one of the glasses. If Bo honors his word, I will drink this, and we shall lay our grievances to rest. Moreover, you must cast aside your bias against the Yin family. At least allowing us a fair chance in competition, of course, he replied, a hint of pleasure evident in his tone. Just as Jiang Ciyou was about to drink, someone nearby murmured, Mrs. Yin truly is a woman of valor. Beautiful and spirited. However, her husband seems rather ineffective. Indeed, allowing a woman to face the music while he remains silent makes him seem like a man living off her. The words reached Yin Feng's ears, causing his expression to darken, shifting from pale to red. How could they fail to see that this was entirely Jiang Ciyou's doing? Yet, Yin Feng, too, had to uphold his dignity as a man. He snatched the glass from Jiang Ciyou's hand, stating, She is my wife. If she has erred, I am willing to apologize to Fourth Master Bo in her stead. I shall drink in her place. He had expected Bo Jinsi to reject this offer. Yet to his surprise, Bo Jinsi simply remarked, Young Master Yin is truly a good husband. Drink up. Yin Feng found himself in a predicament, steeling himself to down the contents of the glass. After finishing, another glass was immediately presented to him. 1 glass after another. They kept coming. Yin Feng, already feeling under the weather, was beset by a pounding headache that only intensified with each drink. By the 8th glass, he could no longer bear it, swaying unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing. Yin Feng's tolerance for alcohol was limited, a fact Jiang Ciyou was acutely aware of. However, she herself had a commendable capacity for drinking. There are still 2 glasses left. Allow me to take them. Jiang Ciyou stepped forward, taking the glass from the table and downing it in one go. She then grabbed the final glass. The crowd was astonished. While it was not uncommon for women to drink, none could do so with such elegance and allure. Her delicate fingers transformed an ordinary wine glass into a work of art. With a slight tilt of her head, she revealed a glimpse of her fair neck, resembling a proud swan. Her demeanor was relaxed, as though she were not confronting others' difficulties but rather enjoying a private celebration. Jiang Ciyou set down her glass. The onlookers instinctively burst into applause. When she placed the glass down, her expression remained unchanged, although a faint blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her even more vibrant and passionate, like a Damascus rose under the sun. Breathtakingly beautiful. Now that the wine is finished, Mr. Bo should be appeased. Yes, she implied. However, Bo Jinshi's expression showed no sign of softening. If anything, it had grown even colder. After a lengthy silence, he smirked slightly. Mrs. Yin and young Master Yin truly share a deep bond. With that, he turned and took his seat, seemingly losing all interest. The others rushed to offer toasts. Yin Feng felt quite ill, his stomach churning. On the brink of vomiting, he managed to rise. "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom." Jiang Ciyou sat lost in thought, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the main table. In her moment of distraction, she suddenly felt a chill across her chest. A glass of red wine had been unceremoniously splashed onto her. Then came Jiang Xiaoxiao's feigned apology. "I'm so sorry. I was just about to raise a toast and accidentally tripped over the carpet while passing by my sister." Jiang Ciyou looked up, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Jiang Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly intentional. Just moments ago, she had seen Jiang Ciyou making a dazzling impression at the main table, with everyone discussing and praising her authenticity. Jiang Xiaoxiao aimed to humiliate her, relishing in her discomposure. After making her statement, she turned to her mother. "Mom, what should we do? I've stained my sister's dress." Yao Shulan cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou, her expression indifferent. "Your sister has taken so much from you since childhood. It's just a dress. She won't make a fuss about it." With that, she took Jiang Xiaoxiao by the arm and led her away. Jiang Ciyou watched Yao Shulan's retreating figure, feeling a pang of sadness. The betrayal of her parents was far more painful than the hurt inflicted by Yin Feng and Xialing that night. When the paternity test results came out, Yao Shulan had slapped her twice. "You are the one born from that wretch. I have raised my enemy's daughter as a treasure all these years. Go die. Why don't you just die?" 3 years later, the memory still caused sharp pangs in her chest. Many onlookers had already turned their attention to her, whispering amongst themselves, "It was utterly outrageous. That girl was clearly being malicious. Indeed, Jiang Jie, is she truly your sister? How could she be so venomous? And what about Mrs. Jiang? How can she be so biased? After all, although not biological, she has raised you for 20 years. Could there be no feelings at all?" Jiang Ciyou's background had just been circulated among several gossiping ladies in the elite circles of the capital. The young ladies felt indignant on Jiang Ciyou's behalf. A few of them who had just added Jiang Ciyou on WeChat happened to be nearby, and they quickly gathered around. "It's fine. I'll go to the restroom to sort this out. With so much wine spilled, how can you clean it up properly? Cindy, quickly fetch a clean outfit for Jiang Jie to change into. Jiang Jie, come upstairs with me. I'll find you a new outfit." Jiang Ciyou looked up and saw that it was the red-haired girl who had stood beside the old lady during the gift-giving earlier. She was charming and wore a casual outfit that differed from the other girls' extravagant evening gowns. A simple orange camisole paired with deep blue jeans, exuding a relaxed Western vibe. Jiang Ciyou felt a fondness for this Miss Bo and did not decline her offer. Given that her top was already soaked, the red wine stain was particularly conspicuous against her white qipao, so she accepted without further hesitation. "Thank you, Miss Bo." Jiang Ciyou followed Bo Cini into the elevator at the side. They traversed a long corridor, and when Jiang Ciyou glanced toward the main table, she noticed Bo Jinxiu was no longer there. Soon, Bo Cini opened a door. "Jiang Jie, wait here for a moment. I'll get you some clothes." Jiang Ciyou nodded and stepped inside. Moments later, Bo Cini returned with a yellow camisole and a pair of deep blue wide-leg jeans. Bo Cini looked a bit apologetic. "This is already quite nice. Thank you, Miss Bo." Bo Cini smiled. "I'll step out for now. You can change and come down. Don't worry, this room has been unoccupied for years, and the door has a fingerprint lock, so outsiders can't enter." With that, Bo Cini left, closing the door behind her. Jiang Ciyou drew the curtains of the room, moved to the sofa, and began to remove her qipao. just as she had taken off half of it. There was a noise at the door. The door to the room unexpectedly swung open. Jiang Ciyou hurriedly grabbed her qipao to cover her body, instinctively turning her head. Her startled gaze met the cold, icy black eyes of a man. Upon seeing the woman who was changing clothes before him, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by a deepening gaze. He strode into the room, facing Jiang Ciyou, and swiftly closed the door behind him. When Jiang Ciyou recognized the man's face, she felt a wave of relief. Mr. Bo. Bo Jinqiu's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ciyou's face, his voice devoid of emotion. Sounding cold. What are you doing here? Jiang Ciyou explained. My clothes were accidentally stained with red wine, and Miss Bo kindly brought me a new outfit. Don't you know this is my room? Chapter 11. Just playing? Why take it seriously? Jiang Ciyou's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. I truly didn't know. Miss Bo didn't mention it. Only that this room has been uninhabited for a long time. Bo Jinqiu raised an eyebrow slightly. She's not wrong. I've been living at the Green Lawn Villa for the past 3 years. The mention of the Green Lawn Villa made the atmosphere inexplicably awkward. Bo Jinqiu noticed a hint of a blush on Jiang Ciyou's cheeks, which unexpectedly lifted his spirits. Change your clothes first. We'll talk later. Jiang Ciyou realized she was still in the process of undressing. However, changing clothes under such scrutinizing eyes was indeed a test of her composure. Mr. Bo, you must have heard of the saying about modesty, right? Bo Jinqiu chuckled. He boldly walked over and sat on the sofa where Jiang Ciyou had placed her clothes. His gaze now even more unabashed. I haven't heard of it. I've read little. This man, brazenly behaving like a rogue, was reminiscent of the person she had kept for 3 years. Yet, Jiang Ciyou was not one to be shy. They had shared countless intimate moments. Everything that should be seen had been seen 1,000 times over. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Ciyou set down her qipao and reached for the outfit prepared by Bo Cini on the sofa. Beneath the qipao, she wore a set of cream-colored lingerie, now fully exposed before the man. His pupils dilated sharply. Jiang Ciyou had a superb figure, with a slim waist like a deadly scimitar, yet with ample curves where it mattered. Her undulating form resembled a vibrant oil painting. The memory of her soft, silky touch lingered in the man's mind. Finally, he reached out, grasping Jiang Ciyou's arm. Just as Jiang Ciyou's fingers brushed the clothes, she and the garments tumbled into the man's embrace. A fervent and passionate kiss enveloped her. Jiang Ciyou pushed gently twice, but he showed no signs of yielding. She ceased her resistance. She was well aware of just how intoxicating this man's kiss could be. Since she could indulge in this pleasure once more, why not enjoy it? Just as they were lost in their fervent embrace, Jiang Ciyou's phone suddenly rang. She attempted to push the man away. It's a phone call. Let it be, he murmured, unwilling to release her so easily. His large hand slid down her perfect waist, just as he intended to take the next step. Jiang Ciyou smiled and said, It's my husband's call. I must answer. The mere mention of her husband instantly extinguished the man's interest, and he rose from her. Jiang Ciyou swiftly grabbed her phone. Where have you been? Yin Feng's voice had regained some clarity. Though it lacked warmth, I spilled red wine on my clothes. I'll change and be there shortly. You certainly have a lot on your plate, Yin Feng remarked before hanging up. Jiang Ciyou began to dress. The yellow camisole paired with dark jeans giving her a casual yet sensual appearance. Her face could carry any style effortlessly. Jiang Ciyou, we need to talk. After changing, Jiang Ciyou turned to Bo Jinqiu. About what? Leave Yin Feng and come to my side. Jiang Ciyou laughed. Bo Jinqiu frowned. What are you laughing at? Are you asking me to abandon my identity as Mrs. Yin and become your secret mistress? Jiang Ciyou responded. Is Mrs. Yan's identity so enticing to you? Of course, while the Yin family may not rival the Bo family, they are still quite wealthy. Being the lady of the Yin household is far more glamorous than being your hidden lover. I never intended for you to be a secret mistress. Do you wish to marry me? Bo Jinqiu's frown deepened as he gazed at the charming woman before him. The man fell silent. Jiang Ciyou, unfazed, smiled and tossed her wavy hair. Mr. Bo, it's all just a game. Why take it seriously? These past 3 years, we've both enjoyed ourselves. You don't mind my neglect and frivolity during this time. And I want to dwell on your deceit and pretenses. Can we part amicably? Jiang Ciyou struggled to comprehend this man's mindset. He was clearly a man of privilege, yet he willingly allowed her to treat him as a kept man. To her, he was merely a source of emotional solace, summoned at her leisure. Had she known his true identity, she would never have dared to engage with him. Yet, for 3 years, he had never revealed his identity. Why was that? Was the young master of the capital's elite destined to be a masochist? The darkness in the man's gaze deepened, his pale skin giving him the appearance of an irate vampire, ready to pounce and drain her of her life force. Jiang Ciyou, do you love your husband? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have married him. He has lovers outside, I know. Doesn't he love you? I know. Then why do you still love him? Jiang Ciyou had long ceased to love Yin Feng and was resolute in her decision to part ways. However, her departure from Yin Feng would be her choice, not forced by anyone else. She thought that perhaps this declaration would decisively cut ties and dissuade this young master from pursuing her. So, he cheats, you keep me, and I'm merely a tool for your revenge against your husband? Jiang Ciyou paused momentarily, then answered honestly, indeed, that's the case. After a brief explanation, she added, but I was unaware of your true identity. Had I known, I would never have dared to provoke you. Jiang laughed, a clear note of sarcasm in his smile. I never imagined that after 3 years, Jiang, would still be just a tool for someone else's revenge. Jiang Ciyou, you truly are remarkable. Observing the man's expression, a sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Ciyou's heart. Indeed, the next moment, the man stood up, his tall figure towering before her like a mountain. Jiang grasped Jiang Ciyou's chin. Jiang Ciyou, no one in this world can treat me as a mere tool, to be used and discarded. If anyone is to end this, it shall be me. With that, Jiang strode out, leaving the room. Jiang Ciyou stood dazed for a moment before following him out. Yin Feng had regained a considerable degree of consciousness after vomiting. Observing Jiang Ciyou change her attire, he did not bother to inquire about the events that had transpired. Following the conclusion of the banquet, Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng bid farewell to their hosts and departed from the Lu Mountain Villa. As she rolled down the car window, a sense of inexplicable agitation washed over her. It felt as though she had inadvertently provoked a formidable figure. Once they entered the city, the vehicle came to a halt at a subway entrance. Chapter 12. The beauty scheme. Jiang Ciyou was acutely aware of Yin Feng's destination. Understanding the unspoken implications, she discreetly opened the car door, only to be halted by Jiang Ciyou. After a brief exchange, she ascended the stairs. Yin Mu was seldom privy to Jiang Ciyou's disheveled demeanor and remained oblivious to the day's occurrences. Throughout the week, Jiang Ciyou's life continued as usual, with the sole distinction being her absence from the Green Lawn Villa. In the past, she would visit there 2 or 3 times weekly. After the elderly matriarch's birthday celebrations, she had not encountered Jiang. Had he finally chosen to let her be? Life flowed placidly, yet Jiang Ciyou felt an undercurrent of unease. Do you still regard this family as your own? From this day forth, should you choose to stay out at night, I shall consider you no son of mine, Yin Mu declared, her anger palpable, and Yin Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. Yin Fu interjected. Indeed, I inquired with Secretary Zhang. Feng has been residing in the company apartment these past few days. Yin Mu's expression shifted, prompting her to change the subject. Is work going smoothly? Yin Feng set down his chopsticks, his gaze locking onto Jiang Ciyou. Thanks to certain individuals, it has been exceedingly tumultuous. Yin Haifeng furrowed his brow. What has transpired? Yin Feng replied, today, Bo's company publicly invited tenders, with hundreds of construction firms receiving invitations. Several companies of lesser caliber than Yin Feng's and Rongqing were invited to the BJ Tower, yet Haifeng Construction received neither an invitation nor a tender document, all due to your esteemed daughter-in-law. The BJ Tower served as Bo's corporate headquarters in Rongqing, situated directly opposite the television station. Once, Jiang Ciyou had encountered a certain pretty boy exiting the premises after work, teasingly asking, "Darling, have you changed jobs?" She had assumed he was simply a well-maintained pretty boy working at a nightclub. At that time, as they had only been together for 2 months, their romance was fresh and vibrant. Unbeknownst to her, he had hinted at something deeper. Jiang Ciyou could not help but feel a pang of regret for having entangled herself with such a man. Upon hearing Yin Feng's remarks, Yin Mu defended Jiang Ciyou. Shall you no longer works at Yan's? Why should this concern her? Who could have anticipated that she would offend the heir 3 years ago, even going so far as to insult him with 1,000 yuan? Yin Feng recounted the events from the matriarch's birthday banquet, plunging the dining atmosphere into a heavy silence. A glint of schadenfreude flickered in Yin Feng's eyes as he cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou. Unless this matter is resolved, Bo will never consider high phone construction for the resort project. Jiang Ciyou, the mess you created must be cleaned up by you. After a lengthy pause, the elder spoke. If we truly cannot secure this project, then so be it. Yin Feng, agitated, retorted, Grandfather, you previously stated that this project is vital to the survival of the Yin family. Why does it become a mere so be it when it concerns her, Jiang Ciyou? Let her go and apologize. At worst, she might face some humiliation. Is the survival of the Yin family less important than her pride? The elder's bias was becoming increasingly absurd. He was about to say more when Jiang Ciyou interjected. Grandfather, I shall bring some gifts to the BJ Tower tomorrow to apologize to the heir. I will strive to secure Yan's bidding qualifications. The resort project was a central government initiative, necessitating public tender. Hundreds of construction firms were vying for it, and the prospects were already dim. Now, lacking even the qualification to bid, their chances were extinguished. Since this predicament arose from her actions, she would not evade responsibility. Yin Feng smirked. Very well, I shall await the tender documents from Bo's company tomorrow. Do not disappoint me. He held little faith in Jiang Ciyou's success, having already witnessed the heir's pettiness and penchant for revenge. If apologies bore weight, he would not have articulated such sentiments. In truth, he had already visited several times in the past few days. But Jiang Ciyou had refused to see him, even going so far as to have security escort him out during his last attempt. The humiliation was entirely due to Jiang Ciyou. She ought to experience the sting of being publicly ejected by security. The following morning, Jiang Ciyou drove to the BJ Tower, parking in the rooftop lot. She gazed up at the skyscraper, its gilded facade shimmering in the dawn light. Having been completed less than 3 years prior, the BJ Tower had swiftly become a landmark in Rongqing. Initially, she had assumed it belonged to a burgeoning tech mogul, only to discover it was a subsidiary of the Bo Group. BJ, an abbreviation of Jiang Ciyou's name, perhaps. Jiang Ciyou entered the lobby of the BJ Tower and approached the front desk. Hello, may I inquire on which floor Jiang Ciyou's office is located? The striking receptionist, upon hearing Jiang Ciyou utter the name of the illustrious heir, displayed a myriad of expressions. The tallest girl with a pointed chin remarked, Is our president's name one you can so casually call? What is your relationship with him? Jiang Ciyou nearly blurted out, a kept woman, but instead smiled and politely explained, I am here on behalf of Yan's to discuss work matters with President Bo. The pointed chin receptionist's eyes glinted with disdain. Yan's is quite insidious, attempting to employ the beauty scheme. Apologies, but our president has made it clear that no one from Yin is permitted to cross the threshold of BJ. With that, she raised her hand to summon security. Before being escorted out, Jiang Ciyou said to the security guard, Apologies, I need to make a phone call first. The guard, taken aback by her stunning beauty, hesitated to act forcefully and merely stood by, allowing her to make her call. The receptionists exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Being beautiful has its advantages. She receives preferential treatment everywhere she goes. Even the security guard looks at her differently. Where did Yan's find such a gem? She's even more stunning than a movie star. But what of beauty? Yan's has ulterior motives. Their general manager visited personally, and the president didn't even acknowledge him. They must be desperate to send a mere vase. Jiang Ciyou ended her call, and the pointed chin receptionist impatiently ordered, What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and escort her out. Just then, the phone at the front desk rang. The pointed chin girl glanced at the caller ID and was astonished to see it was the president's office calling. Having worked at BJ for 3 years, she had never received a call from the president's office before. With trepidation, she answered. A melodious voice emerged from the receiver, instructing, Let her come up. Chapter 13. The Beauty Scheme. Daytime is futile. The secretary hung up the phone. Who was that? Someone beside her inquired. It was the president's office. The president was notoriously low-key, never granting interviews with the media. The outside world knew almost nothing about him. However, as the most idle and gossip-prone receptionist, she was well informed about the president's affairs. Thus, she could easily recognize the voice on the line. The pointed chin girl regarded Jiang Ciyou with newfound envy and jealousy, pondering the nature of this woman's relationship with the president that warranted such a personal call. Did her earlier phone call reach the president? The president's office was located on the 32nd floor. Reluctantly, she relayed, The president's office is on the 32nd floor. Jiang Ciyou expressed her gratitude before proceeding to the elevator. The elevator doors opened promptly on the 32nd floor. Crossing a corridor, Jiang Ciyou paused at the entrance of the president's office. Without hesitation, she rapped on the door. A tall figure wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared. Introducing himself as Gao Sun, the president's secretary. The president is currently in a meeting, Miss Jiang. You may wait here for a moment. Jiang Ciyou politely responded. I would prefer to wait in the reception room. Given Miss Jiang's relationship with the president, she could treat this space as her own domain. Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback, her ears reddening, but she managed to maintain a gracious smile. Very well. It seemed Secretary Gao was well acquainted with the nature of her relationship with Jiang Ciyou, so she saw no need to feign modesty. After pouring Jiang Ciyou a glass of water, Secretary Gao exited the office. Seated on the office sofa, Jiang Ciyou surveyed her surroundings. The office was expansive, resembling a suite, complete with additional rooms, though the doors were closed, leaving her unaware of their contents. However, the large floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk captivated her attention. Rising slowly, she walked toward it. The transparent window offered a panoramic view of the cityscape, where the undulating skyline and the ceaseless flow of traffic on elevated highways resembled the lifeblood of the metropolis. After admiring the scenery for a while, Jiang Ciyou turned, her gaze landing on the cluttered desk, which was neatly organized despite the piles of documents. Among the papers, a crystal photo frame caught her eye. Inside was a picture of a 5-year-old girl, clad in a pink tutu, her hair styled in adorable pigtails, holding a plush bunny and wearing a radiant smile. The photo's quality was somewhat poor, resembling an old snapshot from years past. Although the girl's features were somewhat indistinct, her beaming smile radiated warmth, akin to a ray of sunshine capable of dispelling any gloom. Though Jiang Ciyou did not recognize the girl in the photo, it stirred a sense of familiarity within her. Just as she was about to scrutinize the photograph further, the door to the room swung open. A tall figure stood in the doorway, their eyes met. Upon seeing the woman examining the photograph, the man's brow furrowed. However, he did not enter, seemingly waiting for her to speak first. Jiang Ciyou, with a smile, playfully waved the photograph, casually inquiring, "Is this your daughter?" The man's expression tightened even more. The esteemed heir of the capital's elite. How could he still resort to coarse language? Yet, his words made Jiang Ciyou feel a sense of closeness, reminiscent of their prior exchanges, which had been marked by a carefree candor. The man scrutinized her, his gaze regaining its usual icy detachment. "What brings you here?" Jiang Ciyou's voice carried a distinct air of indifference and aloofness. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Ciyou had never perceived this man as aloof. On the contrary, her impression of him was eternally fervent, clingy, and insatiable. Yet, the individual before her now exuded a chilling detachment from head to toe. How could someone's demeanor transform so drastically in just a few days? So, which version of him was the true one? The man of the past 3 years, or the one standing before her now? Jiang Ciyou resumed her formal tone. "Regarding the matters between us, can we refrain from involving the Yin family? The Yin family is among the top 10 construction companies in the nation. Surely, the Bo family wouldn't deny them even the opportunity to bid." The man took a seat in his office chair and casually picked up a document from the table, his voice remaining indifferent. "So, it was Yin Feng who sent you. I came of my own accord. I understand I have offended you, but I trust that someone who governs a vast commercial empire must be a person of discernment between public and private matters." The man lifted his gaze, a faint smile appearing on his pale face, giving him an air of intriguing charm. "Mrs. Yin, you need not flatter me. I am exceptionally skilled in the arts of self-interest and personal vendettas." A flicker of helplessness crossed Jiang Ciyou's eyes. "What must I do for you to grant the Yin family a chance?" The man patted his thigh. "Come here." Jiang Ciyou approached him, naturally settling onto his lap. The man's gaze darkened suddenly. Countless nights, they had begun in this very manner. Jiang Ciyou was aware that this man was quite susceptible to such advances. He chuckled softly before seizing her chin and kissing her. Jiang Ciyou had never been this compliant before. In the past, she had always been the one to indulge, but today she was uncharacteristically eager to please him. The man appeared to be succumbing to temptation. Observing the growing intoxication in his eyes, Jiang Ciyou parted her lips and leaned towards his ear, her voice as sweet and alluring as a budding lily, imbued with an intoxicating fragrance. "Would you be so kind as to send a bid document to the Yin family?" The man's gaze deepened, the mist in his eyes gradually clearing, becoming increasingly lucid. After kissing her for so long, he could still calculate this. He grasped Jiang Ciyou's chin, their eyes locking. His expression was strikingly clear. The beauty trap won't work on me during the day. Jiang Ciyou abruptly rose from his lap. If it's useless, you should have said so earlier. I've been pretending for too long. The man felt a surge of indignation in his chest. This woman was devoid of compassion. The moment he was of no use to her, she wasted not a second in showing her indifference. Just moments ago, he had almost succumbed, and she had been feigning all along. The man fixed his gaze on Jiang Ciyou, clearly noting the flicker of helplessness in her beautiful eyes. Her patience with him was evidently limited. He spoke. Promise me one condition, and I will give the Yin family a chance. What condition? Move out of the Yin residence and into the Green Meadow Villa. The Green Meadow Villa belonged to her, but she had already gifted it to Jiang days before their breakup. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ciyou agreed, very well, then send the bid documents to the Yin family now. Chapter 14 Jiang Ciyou, do you dare to stand me up? Seeing Jiang Ciyou's swift agreement, Jiang's eyes flickered with suspicion. However, he had no means to verify it at present. Since Jiang Ciyou had acquiesced, he proceeded to send the bid documents to the Yin family as promised. Meanwhile, Yin Feng was in a meeting at the company. Currently, half of the more than a dozen projects under the Yin family were incurring losses, with some showing significant deficits. If they failed to secure the resort project, the Yin family would be in dire straits. Yet, thousands of construction companies across the nation were vying for this lucrative opportunity, with dozens in Rome City alone. Strangely, the Bo family had not invited the Yin family to bid. The likelihood of securing this project seemed almost impossible. For the past few days, they had been meeting from morning to night, brainstorming ways to persuade Jiang to change his mind, even delving into his preferences. However, for someone so extraordinary, lacking nothing, what could they possibly do? Suddenly, the secretary burst in, clutching a laptop, her expression frantic. General manager, Yin Feng, already irritable, snapped. What is it? Can't you see we're in a meeting? The Bo family has sent us the bid documents. Yin Feng paused, then leapt to his feet in excitement. Really? Let me see. After reviewing the email, he confirmed it was indeed an official bid document from the Bo family. This meant Haifeng Construction finally had a chance to compete alongside other companies. Yin Feng let out a sigh of relief, yet confusion clouded his face. Why had the Bo family suddenly changed their mind? The secretary was still brimming with enthusiasm. I don't know. It just arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps the young master was moved by your sincere approach, General Manager. Others chimed in with praise. Though the Yin family could not compare to the Bo family, the General Manager was a remarkable figure, having personally visited multiple times with such sincerity. Although the young master had not met him, he must have felt it. With the General Manager at the helm, the Yin family would surely thrive. However, Yin Feng's brow furrowed suddenly, deep in thought. Despite his direct visits, the Bo family had never offered the Yin family an opportunity. Yet today, after Jiang Ciyou's visit to the Bo family, the bid documents had arrived. Could this merely be coincidence? Jiang Ciyou, having confirmed the bid documents had been sent, turned to take her leave, her steps brisk. Just as she was about to exit, Jiang felt a strange sensation in his heart. He called out to her retreating figure. I'll be waiting for you at the Green Meadow Villa tonight. Jiang Ciyou paid him no mind, departing without a glance back. Watching her hurriedly leave, Jiang felt that something was amiss. 89 that evening, Jiang Ciyou had just finished bathing and emerged from the bathroom when she received a call from Jiang. The man's voice was laced with barely restrained anger. Icy and intimidating. Jiang Ciyou, how dare you stand me up? Jiang Ciyou responded with a cheerful laugh. How so? You clearly promised me you would move from the Yin residence to the Green Meadow Villa. Her tone was leisurely. Jiang could easily envision the languidly comfortable figure of the woman holding the phone at that moment. I did agree to move to the Green Meadow Villa, but I never promised when. I plan to move in 5 years. 5 years? The resort project will have been completed by then. By that time, Jiang would have long departed Rome City. The man, exasperated, laughed. 5 years? Why not 50? Jiang Ciyou remained smiling. Is there anything else, Mr. Bo? If not, I shall hang up. Good night. With that, she promptly ended the call. A certain man in the Green Meadow Villa stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor, furious as he hurled his phone to the ground. Jiang Ciyou, you truly are something else. I never realized before that you could play the rogue. Jiang Ciyou was unperturbed. Her task had been accomplished. The resort was a project specifically approved by the central government. Hence it required an open bidding process and could not be internally designated, as long as the Yin family received the bid documents. Everything would proceed through official channels. Throughout the process, government agencies would oversee, and the Bo family could not employ underhanded tactics to eliminate the Yin family. Should the Yin family fail to secure the bid, it would simply be fate, and that would have no bearing on her. Jiang Ciyou enjoyed a blissful sleep. The following morning, she headed to the television station. Although she was the host of the midday news, the station operated on an integrated reporting and editing model. Jiang Ciyou was not merely a host. She was also a journalist, often tasked with sourcing news material herself. Upon her arrival, she overheard colleagues gossiping. It was said that the new arrival was a graduate of Columbia University School of Journalism and had interned at NBC, boasting an impressive resume. Such credentials would suffice to secure a hosting position at a prestigious station in Beijing. Why would she come to our Rong City television station? This means Jiang Ciyou's position as the golden news anchor is at risk, doesn't it? Perfect timing. Jiang Ciyou's only talent is her pretty face, which has attracted numerous advertisers. She has only been with the station for a year, and professionally, who here is not superior to her? A few gossiping women suddenly noticed her. Their expressions shifted instantly. Ciyou? When did you arrive? Jiang Ciyou smiled. When you were busy complimenting my looks. Strangely, there was no hint of anger on her face, as if she genuinely believed their praises. A few women feigned smiles while seething with frustration. She always acted so magnanimously, making others appear like mere clowns. Vivian from the morning news stepped forward. Ciyou, we were just joking. Please don't take it to heart. We were merely concerned that your status as the golden news anchor might be usurped. You may not know this, but a new colleague is joining the station today, a graduate from Columbia's journalism school, and the director seems keen on having her replace Lin Jia's position. Another woman, clad in Chanel, chimed in. The director is truly something. Lin Jia's departure should naturally mean that position belongs to you. After all, Ciyou, you've brought in so many sponsorships, earning the station considerable revenue. Jiang Ciyou recognized their veiled jibes regarding her being the sales champion. However, she was unconcerned. Being a sales champion is certainly preferable to being a parasite. Moreover, as for the director's decisions, I shall leave that to the director. I heard the advertising slots for the morning news Haven Tea sold this month. The director is evidently displeased, so you should worry more about yourselves. Jiang Ciyou, who are you calling a parasite? And by the way, I handle the news at 3 in the morning. It's entirely normal for advertising slots not to sell. If you're capable, sell out all the advertising slots for the early morning news. It's easy to talk tough when you're standing. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the room. He was the news director, Tang Fei. What is all this commotion about so early in the morning? Today, our station welcomes a new colleague. Tang Fei smiled broadly, looking at the woman beside him. Xiaoling, please introduce yourself. Everyone's gaze fell upon the speaking woman. She wore a white shirt paired with a khaki midi skirt and white high heels. A quintessential workplace attire, yet the delicate lace adorning the collar and sleeves of her shirt imbued her presence with an air of softness. Her face, though not striking in its features, harmoniously combined to present a demure elegance. The smile that graced her lips was gentle and devoid of aggression, reminiscent of an innocent and harmless rabbit, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Jiang Ciyou's gaze also fell upon Xiaoling, her beautiful eyes betraying a chilled, as a newcomer. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed seniors, Xiaoling declared, bowing deeply to everyone present. Despite her impressive credentials, she maintained a demeanor of utmost humility, addressing them as seniors. The individuals in attendance began to extend their goodwill towards Xiaoling after exchanging pleasantries with each of them. Xiaoling approached Jiang Ciyou. Ciyou, from now on, we shall be colleagues. I am new here and have much to learn. I trust you will kindly assist me. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the onlookers. Vivian spoke up. Do you two know each other? With a smile, Xiaoling responded, Ciyou and I were high school classmates and once the best of friends. Jiang Ciyou reciprocated the smile, yet her eyes remained frosty. Indeed, we were classmates, but I cannot claim the title of best friend. Xiaoling's expression turned awkward as she lowered her gaze. Yes, I do not deserve to be called your friend. My humble origins make it so. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Xiaoling bit her lip, tears glimmering in her eyes, her demeanor so pitiful that even a stranger would feel a pang of sympathy. As anticipated, Vivian stepped forward, addressing Jiang Ciyou. What are you so proud of? Xia Ling is a distinguished graduate of Columbia University. Her referring to you as a friend is merely a compliment to you. You truly lack discernment. Vivian then took hold of Xia Ling's arm. "You not mind her. She is notoriously disliked here. We shall all be your friends." Tang Fei, appearing somewhat awkward, suggested, "Xia Ling, perhaps you should familiarize yourself with Vivian first. By the way, there is a meeting for the news department at 9. Watching Xia Ling enveloped by a throng of admirers as she departed, Jiang Ciyou felt a fleeting tremor in her heart. Yet it quickly settled back to normalcy. Xia Ling was a master of disguise. Had it not been for that, she would not have deceived Jiang Ciyou for 3 years during high school. She always presented her most vulnerable side to elicit a protective instinct in others, and in critical moments, she would have them come to her defense, even shielding her from harm. Just moments ago, she had deliberately claimed her humble origins to incite pity, which Vivian was quick to act upon. Jiang Ciyou certainly could defend herself, but she had no desire to explain herself in front of those who relished her misfortune. Moreover, she understood that no matter what she said, others' biases would not shift. Indeed, her reputation at the television station was rather poor. She had once attempted to mend relationships with her colleagues, but ultimately, Jiang Ciyou discovered that her efforts were in vain due to conflicting interests. The more she tried, the more she was criticized for being scheming. Thus, over the past year, she had chosen to be herself, disregarding others' opinions. This past year, while her work had proceeded smoothly, the complex interpersonal dynamics left her feeling discontent. Becoming a news anchor was merely a childhood dream fulfilled. Leaving this place would not strip her of her survival skills. On the contrary, her interests were diverse, and her talents abundant, each sufficient to sustain her for the rest of her life. Setting aside other matters, the annual dividends from Queen had already granted her financial independence. Jiang Ciyou was unaware of Xia Ling's intentions for coming here, but she had grown weary of competing with her. Perhaps leaving this place was not such a bad idea. 89. Everyone convened in the meeting room. Jiang Ciyou was not only the host but also a news reporter. Tang Fei remarked, "Sister Lin is set to complete her handover and depart from the television station in a week. So we must decide on the prime-time host within this time frame." Vivian interjected, "Director, I believe Xia Ling would be quite suitable. I just saw footage of her working at BNC. I didn't expect her to be so exceptional. Even temporarily serving as an international host for BNC, seamlessly switching between Chinese and English with professionalism." Tang Fei chuckled, "Xia is indeed outstanding, but this position was originally intended for Ciyou, given that she has the most advertising contracts and the highest popularity. Our news department is not the advertising department. We value solid professional capabilities. If the focus shifts to who has the most advertising, everyone will be more concerned with securing sponsors than reporting the news." The mention of finding sponsors carried a heavy implication. Jiang Ciyou casually tossed her hair, feigning indifference. "Just the other day at a business banquet hosted by Tianheng Group, I overheard their employees discussing a girl with single eyelids from our station who constantly seeks out General Li. When MRSLI saw her sitting on his lap calling him daddy, she promptly slapped her. Now, General Li and his wife are embroiled in a divorce, and I'm curious if such a person truly exists in our station." Vivian's expression instantly soured. Angrily, she stood up, "Jiang Ciyou, don't slander." Jiang Ciyou smiled, "I never said it was you. The television station is quite large, and there are more than one girl with single eyelids. I simply found your statement insightful. Thoughts should indeed be directed toward reporting the news. Pursuing sponsors can easily lead to downfall. MRSLI is notorious in roaching. Once, a secretary from Tianheng Group seduced General Li and was stripped of her clothes and left in a mall. Coincidentally, I added MRSLI on WeChat during the last business dinner, and just yesterday, she was inquiring about the girl with single eyelids." Vivian's expression shifted from anger to panic. "What did you say to her?" One statement had inadvertently exposed Vivian's hidden concerns. The crowd exchanged various glances. However, at that moment, Vivian had no time to ponder. She hadn't anticipated that MRSLI would remember the trait of single eyelids. Jiang Ciyou gazed at Vivian with a smile, and just as the latter was on the brink of being consumed by fear, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. At that moment, she looked at Jiang Ciyou with a newfound wariness. Jiang Ciyou was indeed shrewd, fully aware that Mrs. Jiang was probing about her, yet she refrained from divulging that information, using it instead as leverage. Unfortunately, Vivian found herself powerless in this situation. Chapter 16. Competing for the prime-time female host, Xia Ling spoke with a gentle smile. Our news department is comprised of graduates from prestigious institutions. Well-educated individuals. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Even if it were true, it certainly would not involve anyone from our department. Regarding the position of primetime host, I will not vie with Ciyou for it. Let it be hers. Xiaoling's voice was soft, reminiscent of a lark in the forest. With a few sentences, she deftly shifted the topic. Vivian cast a grateful glance at Xiaoling. Not only did she uphold her dignity, but she also took the initiative to relinquish the primetime position to redirect everyone's attention. Jiang Ciyou, however, could only chuckle. It sounded as if the position was already hers, and she was now graciously offering it to Jiang Ciyou. Ciyou, you misunderstood. That was not my intention at all. Then what was your intention? All right, everyone, let us not argue. Tang Fei finally interjected, weary of the discord. For the prime-time host position, here's the plan. Our station intends to interview a very important figure. Whoever secures the first interview with this individual will become the prime-time host, of course. The interview must be conducted within a week, so you both need to act quickly. Someone curiously inquired. Director, who is this important figure you speak of? Director Tang replied, the heir of the Jing Circle, Jiang Ciyou. The crowd expressed shock. Isn't the heir of the Jing Circle supposed to be in the capital? Moreover, our station has never interviewed him. How could he possibly agree to an interview with us from a small locality? Zhao Yuan from the photography department chimed in. You all claim to be news reporters. Yet you don't even know this? The heir of the Jing Circle has been living in Rongqing for 3 years. The most enigmatic BK group in Rongqing is actually a subsidiary of the Bo family. Rongqing is about to initiate a centrally approved resort project, and he is the one in charge of it, although this information has not yet been made public. Since it hasn't been announced. How do you know? I'm not familiar with the project, but my sister's classmate's cousin knows Zhang's daughter. A few days ago, Zhang's daughter attended the 70th birthday celebration for the matriarch of the Bo family, where all the top families in Rongqing were invited. That's how the news of the heiress presence in Rongqing became known. Tang Fei added, indeed, everyone must have heard of Jiang Ciyou. He is the sole heir of the wealthiest family in the country. To date, he has never given any media interviews. The fact that he has yet to accept an interview indicates his extremely low profile. It will likely be quite challenging. The resort project is about to be unveiled, and this is an opportunity. I think we should give it a try. Of course, even so, it remains a considerable challenge. If we fail, that's that, but if we succeed, our Rongqing television station will have accomplished something that even the capital S stations could not. Tang Fei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I have high hopes for both of you. Whichever of you succeeds will naturally take the position of prime-time host. If neither of you does, I have my own evaluation criteria. Upon leaving the meeting room, Jiang Ciyou's expression was notably serious. Xiaoling approached her side. Ciyou, you attended the matriarch's birthday celebration that day too, right? Why does no one in the station know that you are also a Jiang family daughter? Jiang Ciyou raised her gaze. Xiaoling, why have you come to work at the television station? Is it not enough to have taken Yin Feng's position? Do you also wish to take mine? Xiaoling maintained an innocent demeanor. You misunderstood me. I merely believe that my expertise is best suited here. I never intended to take anything from you, and I did not take Yin Feng's position. Oh? Jiang Ciyou reclined languidly like a lazy cat upon the plush leather seat. I am quite curious about what transpired during your summer camp with Yin Feng. It seems this corner of Yin Feng's heart is not so easily pried open. When Yin Feng was with her, he showered her with tender care, and Jiang Ciyou could sense his affection towards her. Yet now, that love had dissipated entirely, transforming into hatred. Xiaoling's cheeks flushed slightly, as if recalling events from years past. Jiang Ciyou seemed to perceive her thoughts. Never mind, I harbor little interest in such sordid affairs. No, it is not as you think, Xiaoling hurriedly clarified. However, Jiang Ciyou had lost her patience and rose to her feet. Xiaoling, do not provoke me, or I may revert to the person I was 3 years ago. Excuse me, I must prepare for the midday news broadcast. As Jiang Ciyou vanished from Xiaoling's sight, her expression turned icy. Jiang Ciyou, I intend to take everything from you. Your husband, your career, your loved ones, I will seize it all, and you will find yourself forsaken, alone, and disgraced. That is the day I await. Then, you will understand the reasons behind my actions. Later that evening, Yin Feng approached, wrapping an arm around Xiaoling's shoulder, his hand resting gently on her abdomen. I have missed you and the baby. A hint of bashfulness crossed Xiaoling's face. With your words, I find satisfaction wherever you may be. Yin Feng embraced her tightly. Xiaoling, I apologize for the burden of following me. It is unfair to you. Xiaoling's voice was soft and tender. As long as your heart belongs to me, I do not feel wronged, Feng. Once the baby arrives, we shall be a blissful family of 3, Yin Feng reassured her. Rest assured, I will resolve matters with Jiang Ciyou promptly. I will ensure you and the baby have a rightful place. The mere mention of Jiang Ciyou, Yin Feng's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of coldness. It seemed a thought struck him. Today is your first day at the television station. Has Jiang Ciyou troubled you? Xiaoling's gaze flickered momentarily. She knows, and she resents me for taking you from her. She has always been like this. Recalling the prejudice Xiaoling faced from her parents, Yin Feng halted, pulling her into his embrace once more. If you are wronged, you must tell me. I will not allow Jiang Ciyou to bully you. Remember, I do not belong to her. It is not you who has taken me from her, but rather Jiang Ciyou is unworthy. Leaning against Yin Feng's chest, a spark ignited in Xiaoling's eyes. Then, with gentle words, she asked, Feng, have you met Jiang? Do you know this princely figure of the capital? Chapter 17. The True and False Mrs. Yin Feng replied, previously, for the Paradise Resort project. The company did conduct research on his preferences. However, he is exceedingly low-key and his whereabouts remain a mystery, so we do not know him well. Yin Feng then inquired, why do you ask about him? Xiaoling explained, the station mentioned that if I could secure an exclusive interview with Jiang, I would be granted the prime-time hosting position at 7 o'clock. However, when I called the BJ office today, they informed me that the scheduling would extend 6 months into the future. Yin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating. The only information we have uncovered is that this princely figure has a habit of playing golf at the Royal Golf Club in the mornings. I believe you may find a breakthrough there. Xiaoling still bore a troubled expression. But the Royal Golf Club is the most exclusive membership club in Rongqing, with a membership fee of 2 million. How could I possibly gain entry? Yin Feng responded, my grandfather is a member there. I used to accompany him frequently. The manager knows me. Tomorrow, I will call the club, and you shall go as Mrs. Yin. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiaoling's eyes. Really? I can enter as Mrs. Yin? Yin Feng, seeing her delight and anticipation, lightly tapped her nose and replied, of course, in my heart, you are the true Mrs. Yin. While Xiaoling took a shower, Yin Feng called Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou, should you dare to bully Xiaoling again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Jiang Ciyou, perplexed by the sudden call, responded, Xiaoling is not like you. She does not play both sides. You have enough already. Do not covet everything she possesses. After hanging up, Jiang Ciyou tossed her phone onto the desk in frustration. At times, she admired Xiaoling. It was ironic that she had snatched away what was rightfully hers, yet she was now painted as the villain. Jiang Ciyou glanced at the document on her computer screen, where she had just written the words resignation letter. She abruptly shut her laptop. Why should she resign simply because Xiaoling had arrived? She had fought to take Yin Feng from her. And now she was expected to relinquish her job. Of course, her desire to resign stemmed from numerous reasons, and she had contemplated it long before. But now, she had resolved to abandon that thought. If she were to resign, it would be after she secured the prime-time hosting position. Closing her laptop, she picked up her phone and opened her contacts, locating the number of the man she deemed a playboy. Without hesitation, she dialed. Miss Jiang, what can I do for you? Came the cool response. It was a distant formality, likely due to her having stood him up last time. Perhaps he had come to terms with it and sought to distance himself from her. This was precisely what Jiang Ciyou hoped for. Adopting a serious tone, she replied, Mr. Bo, I am Jiang Ciyou, a news reporter from Rongqing Television. I would like to arrange a personal interview with you, if you have the time. On the other end, a scoff echoed, I knew you would come to me for this. You stood me up last time, and now you want to schedule an interview? Jiang Ciyou fell silent for a moment, then calmly responded, that is a separate matter. Mr. Bo, you may not be aware, but I am quite discerning in matters of business versus personal. The other party seemed to find the situation amusing. If you wish to interview me, come to the Green Lawn Villa now and apologize. We can discuss other matters later. Jiang Ciyou glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10 in the evening. She knew well what might unfold if she went there. Such visits were never without consequence. Jiang Ciyou declined. Since this is a business matter, let us meet during the date, Mr. Bo. Please suggest a time, and I will certainly come to apologize. Knowing Jiang Ciyou's temperament, Jiang understood that she was quite resolute. Even if it meant risking everything, she would not do what she did not wish to. Then let us meet tomorrow morning at 9 at the Royal Golf Club. Jiang stated coldly. Jiang Ciyou had never been to the Royal Golf Club, but she was aware that Yin Chengye was a member. Though he rarely visited, the hefty membership fee of 2 million was paid every year. The club had the advantage that a member's family could enter if they provided the member's name, a single card granting access for the entire family. The next morning at 9, Jiang Ciyou arrived punctually at the Royal Golf Club. Upon entering, she approached the registration desk, where a handsome young man greeted her. "Miss, you seem unfamiliar. Are you a member here?" Jiang Ciyou replied. "Yin Chengye is my father-in-law. I should be allowed entry." The young man displayed a look of surprise. "You are also Mrs. Yin? Also?" Jiang Ciyou's beautifully arched brows furrowed. "Are there other Mrs. Yins?" The young man pointed to a figure in the distance. "That lady also claims to be Mrs. Yin. Mr. Yin is a prominent figure in Rongqing. He has only one son and one daughter, so it is impossible to have two daughters-in-law." Jiang Ciyou turned to follow the direction of the young man's finger. Was Xiaoling noticed her as well? Appearing somewhat taken aback, the young receptionist hesitated, clearly conflicted. "Please wait a moment. I will consult our manager." The manager arrived shortly, scolding the staff. "I previously stated that one Mrs. Yin would be coming today. Young Master Yin has already given prior notice. Just let her in without delay. If you keep her waiting, you will be in trouble." Yes, the manager hurried over. He reprimanded the receptionist. "You said there would be one Mrs. Yin, but you did not mention two would be arriving." The idea of two Mrs. Yins bewildered the manager as well. Meanwhile, Xiaoling had approached Jiang Ciyou. "Ciyou, why are you here?" Jiang Ciyou smiled brightly. "How could I know someone was impersonating my identity if I did not come?" "Ciyou, what are you talking about? I do not understand." Just then, the manager arrived, glancing between the two ladies. "Which of you is the true Mrs. Yin?" There are many individuals here today. The affluent young men surrounding them, intrigued by the unfolding drama, gathered closer. "What a spectacle! The true and false Mrs. Yin!" Someone jested. Jiang Ciyou, flanked by a group, approached. Dressed casually in a black hoodie and matching sweatpants, his fair complexion lent him an air of nobility, making him appear aloof and regal among the crowd. Chapter 18. Young Master Yin would not fail to recognize his own wife. Jiang Ciyou caught sight of him. Truth be told, over the past 3 years, she had rarely witnessed him in such attire. Thus, upon seeing him at Lady Beau's side, she was taken aback, not solely by his esteemed status, but by the striking transformation in his demeanor. He had evolved from a wayward son to a poised gentleman, leaving her unaccustomed to this new persona. Others laughed, commenting, "Shueshao, you dare jest with the prince? Let us not forget that we traveled from the capital to serve him." Yet the customs of Rongqing were indeed unique. And Jiang Ciyou found herself envious of young Master Yin. He had both a breathtaking beauty and a lovely wife, a fortune that was enviable to all. The lobby manager could only shake his head in exasperation. Observing the two silent women before her, Xiaoling clenched her lips in silence, aware of the crowd surrounding them. Soon, she would ascend to the role of a primetime host, destined to become a household name. Such a blemish on her reputation was intolerable. Moreover, she understood Jiang Ciyou's temperament well. Back in school, she had never contested with her, always conceding. Whether it was elegant garments, handbags, scholarships, or opportunities for studying abroad, Jiang Ciyou had seized many of these, including Yin Feng, who had ultimately driven her to madness. Yet, what did it matter? Yin Feng had been with her for 3 years, and she was fully aware of it, yet had turned a blind eye. Jiang Ciyou was far from the domineering persona she appeared to be. Her striking beauty often misled people into perceiving her as aloof and competitive, when in truth, she was indifferent to worldly affairs, or rather, disdainful of them. Xiaoling hoped Jiang Ciyou would voluntarily withdraw, yet reality unfolded differently. With a semblance of a smile, Jiang Ciyou regarded Xiaoling, remaining silent and unyielding, seemingly waiting for her to make the first move. As the standoff continued, an individual beside Jiang suddenly spoke up. "Young master, I recall that the guests at the old lady's 70th birthday banquet included young Master Yin and his wife. Surely, you know who the real Mrs. Yin is." In an instant, all eyes turned towards Jiang, including those of Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling. Xiaoling's heart skipped a beat. The person before her was none other than the young master of the capital, Jiang, the very individual she sought to interview. A sense of trepidation enveloped her. Yin Feng had indeed mentioned attending the old lady's birthday banquet with Jiang Ciyou, but he had also noted that there were 100 tables at the event, with Rongqing only occupying 2, insignificant in comparison to the prominent families and politicians present. Among such a multitude, he surely wouldn't discern one person from another. Yet, Jiang Ciyou's beauty was of the kind that left a lasting impression. Doubt crept into her mind. If her true identity were revealed before him now, the exclusive interview would undoubtedly belong to Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou also gazed at Beijing while the manager approached him, evidently awaiting his identification. Beijing cast a brief glance at Jiang Ciyou and stated coolly, "I do not recognize any young master or Mrs. Yin. If you wish to ascertain who the real Mrs. Yin is, why not have young Master Yin conduct a video call to confirm? He surely cannot be unaware of his own wife. Indeed, I must have been mistaken. Fortunate to have the young master's guidance. I will initiate a video call to young Master Yin right away." Jiang Ciyou's heart sank suddenly, observing Beijing's brow slightly furrowed. He was doing this deliberately. Soon, the video call connected. "Zhao Manager, what is it?" Yin Feng's voice came through the device. Zhao Manager greeted him. "My apologies, young Master Yin. You mentioned today Mrs. Yin would arrive, yet we have 2 ladies claiming to be Mrs. Yin. Could you clarify who your wife truly is?" As he spoke, the camera panned between Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling. Yin Feng furrowed his brow, not expecting Jiang Ciyou to be present as well. Surely, she had learned Xiaoling was coming and decided to show up too. She always had to compete with Xiaoling without hesitation. Yin Feng replied, "The one in white is my wife." Xiaoling was clad entirely in white today, while Jiang Ciyou donned a pink sports outfit. The manager smiled broadly. "Excellent. I shall not disturb you further, young Master Yin. I will ensure we treat Mrs. Yin with the utmost respect." As the call ended, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Many socialites had gathered in the hall, and the atmosphere grew tense. Those who couldn't play the game were ridiculed for masquerading as someone else's wife, a disgraceful revelation. Speculation arose that she might be attempting to ensnare a wealthy suitor, her face reminiscent of a vixen, possibly even a mistress attempting to provoke the legitimate wife. In truth, Jiang Ciyou had once wed Yin Feng. Their wedding held 3 years prior with only a handful of close relatives in attendance. Thus, while the people of Rongqing knew that young Master Yin was married, the identity of his bride remained a mystery. Amidst the chatter, Jiang Ciyou appeared unfazed. Zhao Manager approached her, his demeanor markedly less cordial than before. "Miss, you are not a member here. Please leave at once." Jiang Ciyou displayed no signs of embarrassment, lazily retrieving a card from her bag. "In that case, may I apply for a membership right now? Would that grant me entry?" A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The manager, taken aback, replied, "Yes, that is possible, but the membership fee here is 2 million. I know. Please process my card." The ladies who had just mocked Jiang Ciyou were left speechless. Most had entered using their husband's or father's memberships, not their own. The manager's expression shifted dramatically, his smile brighter than before. He neglected even to address Xiaoling, promptly escorting Jiang Ciyou to the VIP room to finalize her membership. The young gentlemen surrounding Beijing exchanged intrigued glances. That card resembled the cheetah black gold card, of which only 500 were in circulation worldwide, accepted by major banks and granting complimentary services at all 7-star hotels, a true symbol of status. It was rumored that the young master possessed one as well, with fewer than 20 individuals in Huagua holding such a card, none of them of ordinary standing. What background did this Jiang Miss possess? Those who had previously ridiculed her widened their eyes in disbelief. While 2 million might not be extraordinary, possessing that black gold card was indeed rare. The issuing institution had stringent vetting processes. Even among royal families, those who owned such cards rarely exceeded 3. How could this Jiang Miss possess one? Jiang Ciyou, of course, was unaware of these intricacies, as it was merely a salary card provided by her senior. The dividends from Queen had accumulated to 800 million within that card. For her, 2 million was inconsequential. Beijing pondered upon seeing Jiang Ciyou produce the card. How could she possess such an item? Neither the Jiang family nor the Yin family had the qualifications to obtain it. The royal golf course sprawled across vast grounds, nestled between mountains and water, exuding natural beauty. The individuals beside Beijing had already picked up their clubs, eager to play. Meanwhile, Beijing settled down in the rest area, where a server brought him sandwiches and exquisite pastries. He had grown accustomed to having breakfast here. Xiaoling, standing at a distance, observed this man of privilege. His demeanor while eating was strikingly refined, exuding an air of languid elegance. He possessed a similar aura to Jiang Ciyou, characterized by a carefree confidence that came from being born into affluence. Xiaoling approached him. "Mr. Bo, may I join you here?" Bo Jingxiu looked up, noticing a young woman standing beside his chair. "This is a public lounge, Mrs. Yin. Feel free." His tone was polite yet imbued with a sense of detachment and coldness. Xiaoling took a seat. "Mr. Bo, I actually came here specifically to speak with you." Bo Jingxiu remained nonchalant. "Mrs. Yin wishes to discuss something with me?" "Mr. Bo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiaoling, a news reporter from Rongqing Television. Our station would like to arrange an exclusive interview with you regarding the Paradise Resort project." Xiaoling felt a flutter of anxiety. Bo Jingxiu did not lift his eyelids, responding coolly, "I have no interest." "Mr. Bo, the Paradise Resort project is about to launch, and you require publicity to attract investment. As you are recognized as the sole heir of the Bo family, it is crucial for you to prove yourself, especially with your two sisters holding significant positions in the company and having considerable disagreements with you. This project is evidently vital to you, as you have been biding your time here for 3 years." Bo Jingxiu turned to glance at Xiaoling, his gaze chilling. "You seem quite well informed about our family's affairs." Xiaoling felt her heart race under his intense scrutiny, yet she summoned the courage to continue. "Rongqing Television is the most authoritative traditional media outlet locally. Our station is willing to collaborate with you. Whenever you require media support in the future, we can assist. This is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial opportunity." Bo Jingxiu remained silent, seemingly contemplating her words. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted nearby, drawing Xiaoling's attention. To her astonishment, she spotted Jiang Ciyou surrounded by a group of young gentlemen, gracefully swinging a golf club. Her tall figure and flawless technique captivated the onlookers. A twinge of jealousy flickered in Xiaoling's eyes. Just as she was about to continue speaking with Bo Jingxiu, he stood up and strode toward the commotion. Upon arrival, he heard Xue Xiao exclaim, "Impressive! Is Miss Jiang a professional athlete? Perhaps I should seek her as my mentor." Jiang Ciyou smiled radiantly. "You flatter me. I'm merely an amateur." As she surveyed the scene, noticing Xue Tao leaning too close to her, Bo Jingxiu's brow furrowed in displeasure, interrupting them. "Young master, it seems we have encountered a rival today. Miss Jiang's skills put us to shame. Only you might stand a chance against her." Xue Tao jested. Others chimed in. Why not have a match between the young master and Miss Jiang? This was precisely the invitation Jiang Ciyou had been waiting for. She turned to Bo Jingxiu with a smile. "Mr. Bo, do you dare to challenge me?" Today, Jiang Ciyou appeared exceptionally radiant, exuding an aura distinctly different from her usual self. She was clad in casual sportswear, yet her tall and flawless figure was unmistakable. Her makeup was minimal, embodying the so-called natural look, exuding an air of refined nonchalance. Her hair was elegantly tied up in a high ponytail, her skin fair and her features strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a student. Radiating a certain innocence, the eyes of several young gentlemen were almost glued to her. Before Bo Jingxiu could speak, Jiang Ciyou deliberately added, "Surely, President Bo wouldn't be afraid, would he?" "Miss Jiang, such a statement reflects a profound misunderstanding of our young master. His skills rank second in the capital. No one dares to claim the first spot," came the retort. Jiang Ciyou smiled lightly. The social intricacies of the capital hold little sway in Rongqing. The implication was clear. Bo Jingxiu's first place was not due to his prowess, but because others simply did not dare to challenge him. The crowd exchanged glances, internally marveling at Miss Jiang's audacity. Bo Jingxiu spoke calmly. "How do you wish to compete?" Jiang Ciyou gestured towards the expansive area ahead. "Let us compare in the West Hole." Someone interjected. Miss Jiang just caught a birdie, getting it in 3 strokes. Bo Jingxiu's tone remained unruffled as he instructed the caddy beside him, "Fetch my club." Jiang Ciyou continued, "Since it's a competition, there should be a stake. What would you like?" Without hesitation, she proposed, "If I win, I'd like an exclusive interview with you, President Bo." Everyone understood her intent. This Miss Jiang had come specifically to challenge the young master, and her suggestion for competition was a deliberate trap. However, she had clearly underestimated her opponent. Her level of play was indeed impressive. Achieving a birdie in 3 strokes surpassed that of professional athletes. The earlier praises were not mere flattery. Yet, it was evident that Miss Jiang was oblivious to the young master's true capabilities. The onlookers wore expressions of amusement. Even Xiaoling had joined the gathering. Let us see if you can win first, she remarked. Once preparations were complete, Jiang Ciyou said, President Bo, you may go first. Jiang Ciyou did not decline. He stepped forward to the white tee, swinging his club with exquisite grace. The crowd erupted in cheers as he struck the ball onto the green. They gathered around him as he switched to his putting club, expertly sinking the little white ball into the hole. The applause was thunderous. An impressive eagle, just 2 strokes at the west hole, truly our young master. Subsequently, sympathetic gazes turned towards Jiang Ciyou. Miss Jiang, perhaps you should concede. The young master has trained under Mr. Ciyou, a national golf champion. He is an amateur, but had he been a professional, he would have already made a name for himself. I have yet to compete. How can you assume I will lose? Jiang Ciyou retorted, brandishing her club as she approached the red tee. Chapter 20. Hole-in-one. The onlookers assumed the beauty was merely saving face, desperately clinging to hope. It was evident she had reached her limit. Achieving a hole-in-one at the west hole was indicative of a professional athlete's skill. A birdie in 3 strokes was already rare, while an eagle in 2 strokes signified top-tier athleticism. A hole-in-one was akin to winning the lottery, an improbable feat. Jiang Ciyou stood at the tee, raised her club high, and swung with all her might. The little white ball traced an elegant arc through the air, heading towards the green. Everyone rushed to the green in anticipation. Xuetao was the first to reach it, only to find no sign of the white ball. In disbelief, he searched around, finally remembering to check the hole. To his astonishment, he discovered Jiang Ciyou's golf ball nestled within. Stunned, he raised the ball aloft. A hole-in-one. Miss Jiang has achieved a hole-in-one. His excitement was palpable, surpassing even his own achievements. The crowd was left speechless. This seemingly delicate Miss Jiang had accomplished a feat so rare that it could occur only once in 20,000 attempts by a professional. It required not only exceptional skill but also an extraordinary stroke of luck. The expressions of the young gentleman shifted from amusement to reverence as the news of Jiang Ciyou's hole-in-one spread rapidly through the course, drawing in curious onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Many even sought to capture a photograph with her. According to tradition, a hole-in-one warranted generous tips for the caddy and staff. Jiang Ciyou appeared prepared, having packed numerous red envelopes in her sports bag, distributing them to the caddies one by one. The crowd was astonished. It seemed Miss Jiang had come fully equipped, as if her earlier birdie was merely a ruse. Young master, you cannot afford to lose. Miss Jiang has clearly set her sights on you. Yet, the question lingered. What was her true background? Could she genuinely possess the skill to achieve a hole-in-one? If she lacked confidence, why would she come prepared with envelopes? Jiang Ciyou laughed off the chatter surrounding her, then turned to Jiang Ciyou. President Bo, the agreement we made should hold, correct? Jiang Ciyou replied coolly, I only said we would discuss it if you win. I never promised to grant you an interview upon victory. Jiang Ciyou's expression faltered. Memories of his playful stubbornness in their intimate moments flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Those around her assumed she was merely flustered and began to chime in. Young master, that's rather unkind. Why bully a young lady? A simple interview is hardly a heavy price. Indeed, the young master's generosity should extend beyond mere trivialities. Jiang Ciyou regarded the crowd surrounding Jiang Ciyou. Their demeanor akin to that of gallant knights. A surge of inexplicable anger welled within him. I detest schemers, he declared coldly, casting a warning glance at Jiang Ciyou's friends. Anyone wishing to act as her protector should not expect my friendship. The onlookers exchanged bewildered and fearful glances at Jiang Ciyou. Despite his esteemed status, he had always been amiable towards his friends, gathering them for mutual benefit. Yet, for the sake of a woman, he uttered such words. It was evident that he was genuinely angered, and the reason remained a mystery. Regardless, no one dared to jeopardize their relationship with the young master over a woman. Xia Ling observed the scene. A subtle smile playing on her lips. It seemed Jiang Ciyou's beauty had its vulnerabilities. Neither of them spoke of the golf course incident during the afternoon meeting. Director Tang was particularly animated. At long last, fortune has smiled upon us. Xia, Jiang, which of you has secured the young master's interview? Jiang Ciyou and Xia Ling exchanged surprised glances, while their colleagues gasped in astonishment. Did the young master agree to our interview? Indeed. The call just came in from BJ, confirming tomorrow at 9. They want our team there, Director Tang exclaimed. Vivian inquired, who will conduct the interview? Director Tang replied, they didn't specify, just said to send someone at 9. The young master has allocated 2 hours for us. Jiang Ciyou frowned slightly. Jiang Ciyou's earlier demeanor had been quite clear. He had not agreed, so why the sudden change? As she pondered this, Xiaoling spoke calmly. Director, it will be me. Director Tang beamed. Excellent, Xia. I knew you were capable. Prepare for the interview with the young master at 9 tomorrow. If this goes well, your future is boundless. Director Tang excitedly grabbed his phone. I must report this to the station head. This is significant. The station head has repeatedly attempted to secure an interview with the young master, yet here we are, achieving what they could not. He will be thrilled. With that, he exited. The others flocked around Xiaoling, showering her with admiration. Xiaoling, you're incredible. How did you manage it? You truly stand out among the rest. With your pedigree, the primetime hosting position must surely be yours. Once you secure that role, dinner's on you. Xiaoling smiled, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, yet maintaining a humble facade. I was just lucky. I'll treat everyone tonight at Taiku Place for Japanese cuisine. Taiku Place was a high-end Japanese restaurant in Rongqing, renowned for its exorbitant prices. Working at the television station, their salaries weren't particularly high, hence few had dined in such upscale venues. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Xiaoling's generosity. As the evening approached, a group arrived at Taiku Place. Xiaoling had reserved a private room in advance. As they admired the opulent decor, they continued to shower her with compliments. Xiaoling, do you often dine here? She modestly replied, not really, just occasionally. This place isn't within the reach of ordinary folks. Xiaoling, stop pretending. You're clearly not from a humble background. How could someone who studied abroad come from modest means? They teased. Be honest, which affluent family do you belong to? Xiaoling responded, I'm not deceiving you. My family isn't well-off. My ability to study abroad is thanks to my boyfriend. She glanced at Jiang Ciyou seated across from her. My boyfriend comes from a good family and loves me dearly. I went abroad with him. Chapter 21. A dinner costing 980,000. The group erupted in envious chatter. They had yet to even eat, yet they had already consumed a hefty portion of romantic intrigue. Vivian led the charge. When will you introduce us to your boyfriend? A man like that is a rare find. Xiaoling, blushing, replied, sure, if the opportunity arises. Jiang Ciyou's expression remained placid, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiaoling's eyes. Just then, the waiter arrived with a tablet displaying the menu. Xiaoling promptly handed the tablet to Jiang Ciyou, saying, Ciyou, order whatever you liked, don't hold back. Jiang Ciyou graciously accepted the tablet and began to select dishes with remarkable speed. Within minutes, she returned the tablet to Xiaoling, remarking, you should take a look. Xiaoling handed the tablet back to the waiter, asserting, your taste is impeccable. Before long, the dishes began to arrive at their table. Initially, everything was splendid, and everyone was enjoying the meal. However, it soon became apparent to Xiaoling that something was amiss. How could it be that 2 hours had passed, yet the food kept coming, along with an array of beverages? While everyone was immersed in the delightful cuisine and wine, showering her with compliments on her generosity, Xiaoling chose to remain silent. Eventually, the waiter brought over the bill. Xiaoling was taken aback when she saw the total. 980,000. In disbelief, she stared at the waiter, exclaiming, how could it be so expensive? The waiter patiently explained, it's because you've ordered every dish on our menu, including some rare hidden delicacies. The food costs 180,000, and you've also ordered a bottle of our red wine priced at 200,000. Additionally, we charge a 5-service fee. Xiaoling nearly fainted. She simply did not have that kind of money. When she placed her orders, she assumed that even with a lavish selection, the total would not exceed 10,000. How could it amount to such a staggering sum? The others were equally stunned, and soon they began to blame Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou, was this a deliberate act of revenge? You ordered a meal worth 980,000. Have you no shame? Have you never tasted fine food before, seizing the opportunity to exploit it? I believe Jiang Ciyou should cover this bill. She must take responsibility for her orders. Jiang Ciyou looked across the table with a beaming smile. When you were eating, why didn't you voice any concerns? Black truffle casserole, Kobe beef. Did you not remark on the rarity of the ingredients? As for the wine, I only ordered 1 bottle. The rest was added by you all. Jiang Ciyou, you are still trying to argue your case. Jiang Ciyou calmly replied, since you are all so indignant on Xiaoling's behalf, why don't we split the bill? After all, no one here has gone without a meal. Splitting the cost is the fairest solution. At the mention of splitting the bill, everyone fell silent, even as each person would have to contribute nearly 100,000, equivalent to several months' salary. A girl, standing next to Xiaoling, spoke up. Given the impressive background of Xiaoling's boyfriend, she won't mind the cost of a meal. Xiaoling felt as if she were being subjected to a public trial. In truth, she and Yin Feng did not have much money. After Yin Feng went abroad, the Yin family ceased to provide him with financial support. Their 3 years overseas were not as glamorous as others might believe. Yin Feng was proud and unwilling to ask his family for money. Xiaoling had only a few 100,000 in her account, earned through tutoring at a Chinese family over the past 3 years. She truly could not afford a bill nearing 1 million. She had no choice but to call Yin Feng. Upon hearing that she had spent nearly 980,000 on a meal, his voice was laced with irritation. Xiaoling, are you serious? A meal costing 980,000? Xiaoling responded, her voice tinged with grievance. I hosted a dinner for my colleagues after securing an exclusive interview with Jiang Ciyou. It was Ciyou who ordered. I had no idea she would choose so lavishly or select such expensive wine. Hearing Jiang Ciyou's name, Yin Feng's brow furrowed. His tone softened as he said, I apologize for misunderstanding you. It seems Jiang Ciyou is responsible. After a brief pause, he added, I'm nearby. I'll be there shortly. 10 minutes later, Yin Feng arrived at the venue. He first settled the bill before heading to the private room. Upon seeing Yin Feng, Xiaoling's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had borne an immense injustice. She hurried to his side, exclaiming, Ah Feng, you finally made it. Yin Feng gently wrapped his arm around Xiaoling's shoulders in front of everyone, reassuring her, no need to worry. I've taken care of the bill. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the bill had been settled, and their expressions shifted instantly. Vivian took the lead in praising, Xiaoling, you are so fortunate. Your boyfriend is both handsome and wealthy. Xiaoling blushed as she introduced, allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Yin Feng. Vivian looked astonished. That I've heard about the heir of the Yin family named Yin Feng. Could it be? Yin Feng interjected casually. It's just a coincidence of names. With that, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Ciyou, commanding, Jiang Ciyou, come here. The crowd was taken aback. Jiang Ciyou, clutching her small handbag and wearing high heels, approached Yin Feng, speaking coolly, good dogs don't block the way. Yin Feng was furious. He seized Jiang Ciyou's arm and led her outside. They quickly turned into an empty room, and the door closed behind them, leaving everyone bewildered. A hint of embarrassment crossed Xiaoling's face. Xiaoling, do you know that your boyfriend is acquainted with Jiang Ciyou? We were all high school classmates, which is how they know each other. Xiaoling began, but then deliberately stopped. Vivian scoffed, now I understand why Jiang Ciyou dislikes you so much. She must have had feelings for your boyfriend back in high school but couldn't have him, leading to her jealousy. Xiaoling attempted to defend Jiang Ciyou, saying, it's not as you think, and besides, that was all in the past. Meanwhile, in the other room, Jiang Ciyou confronted Yin Feng coldly. I've told you countless times not to bully Xiaoling. Do you treat my words as mere wind? Jiang Ciyou casually took a seat on a sofa, admiring her freshly done nails. She volunteered to treat. No one forced her, so you deliberately ordered such expensive dishes. Knowing Xiaoling's family situation, you are simply taking advantage of the fact that you are wealthier than her, trying to humiliate her. How are you different from those petty individuals who rely on their wealth to bully others? Jiang Ciyou looked up, her eyes bright yet flickering with anger. Indeed, I am aware of her family circumstances, and I know you both are currently short on funds. Hence, I am deliberately bullying her. As for the reason, I am merely returning the favor. Chapter 22. What happened that summer? Do you dare to speak of it? Jiang Ciyou sneered, 3 years ago. Were you all unaware of my plight? Yet, during my most desperate moments, you both betrayed me, casting me into an abyss. Compared to your actions, my little tricks are truly insignificant. Yin Feng's expression faltered. Jiang Ciyou, the reason you ended up in such a situation is entirely your own doing. You were the one who betrayed me first. Yin Feng glared at Jiang Ciyou with resentment. What happened during the summer of our freshman year? Are you willing to tell me? Jiang Ciyou's face turned pale in an instant. How could Yin Feng know? Yin Feng observed the shock on Jiang Ciyou's face, his own eyes reflecting disbelief. Infuriatingly, even in her extreme panic, her beauty was striking. That so? Who did you give your first time to? Jiang Ciyou rose, her gaze turning cold and piercing. Shut your mouth. Your current affection for me is merely fear of losing your last lifeline, the prospect of losing the wealth and status that comes with me. Jiang Ciyou. But why do you think I, Yin Feng, would ever consider taking on the burden of your past? Do you take me for a fool? You, a hypocritical and vile woman, are not worth even a single hair of Xiaoling. Enough, Yin Feng. Jiang Ciyou's fingers trembled slightly. She harbored a secret, one that nobody knew. She had never confided in anyone, convincing herself that it was merely a nightmare. She had successfully erased that incident from her memory, believing that no one in this world would ever know. Yet, Jiang Ciyou never anticipated that Yin Feng was already aware that this was the reason for Yin Feng's drastic change in attitude towards her. In truth, aside from some physical evidence and scars, her mind was a blank concerning that incident. Jiang Ciyou strode toward the door, ready to leave. As she flung the door open in a panic, she found Xiaoling standing right outside. Jiang Ciyou cast a deep glance at Xiaoling, saying nothing, and walked away. Yin Feng emerged from the room. Feng, what did you say to Ciyou? She looks quite upset. Yin Feng replied, it's nothing. I merely mentioned that incident. Xiaoling's expression changed. You promised me you wouldn't bring it up in front of Ciyou. I didn't want to either, but she was being excessively arrogant. And it was necessary to temper her arrogance so she wouldn't continue to bully you. Xiaoling, you are too kind. Even now, you still consider her. Yet Xiaoling frowned, her eyes betraying her unease. Jiang Ciyou was bound to suspect her. Jiang Ciyou drove away, aimlessly navigating the elevated highway. That summer of her freshman year, she had been violated. In truth, she had no recollection of that day. It seemed she had been drugged. When she awoke, she found herself in a hotel room, devoid of clothing. The discomfort in her body made it clear that something had gone terribly wrong. She later sought medical attention, only to confirm that her hymen had been broken. However, due to the circumstances, the details of that day were lost to her memory. She didn't even know what had transpired. Since there was no evidence of male bodily fluids found in the hospital, reporting the incident proved futile. No one knew about this matter. Jiang Ciyou had never told anyone. Neither Shenuan nor Xiaoling had spoken of it. They treated the incident as if it had never happened. But how could Yin Feng know? It seemed he had known all along. How had he found out? Jiang Ciyou could surmise that it must have been during the summer camp in their sophomore year when Xiaoling had used it to undermine her relationship with Yin Feng. But how did Xiaoling come to know? There was only one possibility. It was all related to her. Xiaoling, if it truly was you, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Ciyou's grip on the steering wheel tightened. She drove aimlessly, lost in thought. Somehow, I found myself at the Green Lawn Villa. To my surprise, the lights in the bedroom were still on. Jiang Ciyou drove the car inside with a heavy heart. The vehicle came to a halt in the courtyard. Jiang Ciyou alighted and entered the house. Jiang Ciyou, having heard the sound of the car parking downstairs, made his way to the staircase, only to see Jiang Ciyou already ascending the stairs. Fresh from a shower, he wore a simple gray pajama set that, despite its ordinary design, exuded an unexpected charm on him. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he watched Jiang Ciyou's silhouette and remarked sarcastically, "Aren't you quite the spirited one? I thought you'd never seek me out again." Jiang Ciyou maintained an impassive expression, her high heels clicking sharply against the white marble staircase with each deliberate step. As she approached, Jiang Ciyou felt as if her heels were striking at his very heart, causing his pulse to quicken involuntarily. It was all due to Jiang Ciyou's face, a beauty so breathtaking that it seemed to transcend the mortal realm. However, as she drew nearer, he sensed that something was amiss. Her face was devoid of color, yet her eyes blazed with a fierce and consuming rage, as if she intended to incinerate everything in her path. Yet, this very intensity made her appear more vibrant, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Jiang Ciyou furrowed his brow slightly. Is it truly necessary to harbor such a murderous expression just because I embarrassed you a little during the day? In the next moment, Jiang Ciyou ascended another step, her hand forcefully hooking onto Jiang Ciyou's shoulder while the other pressed against the back of his head, drawing him in for a kiss. Her kiss was fierce and urgent, bordering on the unreasonable. Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback. After 3 years together, such fervent advances were always initiated by him. This was a first. Yet, he quickly responded, their heels clattering down the staircase as they kissed passionately. Stumbling their way into the bedroom, he seized her waist with one hand and lifted her effortlessly. Jiang Ciyou's long legs instinctively wrapped around his waist, her skirt already pushed up to her hips. His hands roamed freely, and both were engulfed in a haze of desire. They embraced against the door for what felt like an eternity before finally collapsing onto the soft bed. Chapter 23. The journalist I invited is Miss Xia in the middle of the night. Jiang Ciyou awoke with an instinctive desire to pull the woman beside him into his arms, only to find the space empty. Sitting up, he heard the sound of an engine starting in the courtyard. He rushed to the balcony, spotting Jiang Ciyou driving away from Green Lawn Villa. A flicker of anger ignited within him. This was always the pattern. After using him, she would vanish without a care for his feelings. Yet, recalling her fierce demeanor from the evening made him think she was venting something significant. It couldn't have been just a trivial interview. Perhaps it was related to him? The next morning, when Jiang Ciyou arrived at the television station, she found everyone gathered around Xiaoling. The news of Xiaoling's interview with the heir of the capital's elite had spread like wildfire throughout the station. The extravagant sum of 980,000 for a single meal had become the talk of the town, drawing attention even from other departments eager to curry favor. Xiaoling had prepared extensively for this interview, assembling an impressive team. Typically, a single reporter and a cameraman would suffice, but this time, over a dozen people accompanied her, including 2 assistants. Given that this was a premiere interview, the station had even organized a special segment titled Elite Figures, with Jiang Ciyou featured in the first episode, highlighting the significance they placed on it. Though the scheduled time was set for 9 o'clock, Xiaoling and her team departed at 8 as they were leaving. The station director made an appearance, much to everyone's astonishment. The director, a busy individual with a heavy workload, rarely visited the station, clearly there to support Xiaoling. After offering encouraging words, Xiaoling humbly replied, "Director, I promise to complete the interview flawlessly." At 8 o'clock. Xiaoling and her team set off promptly. Jiang Ciyou sat at her desk reviewing documents, while Vivian deliberately chatted with colleagues nearby. Xiaoling is truly impressive. She has managed to secure an interview with the heir within just 2 days. I suppose someone will have to relinquish their title as the interview god now. The director even came personally. It's evident that Xiaoling's position as the primetime host is all but guaranteed. With the Golden Microphone host competition next month and only 1 spot available, it seems that will go to Xiaoling as well. Jiang Ciyou remained silent. Meanwhile, at 8:20, Xiaoling and her entourage arrived at BJ Tower. As they stepped out of the vehicle, they were greeted by someone. "Hello, are you from the television station?" "I'm Gaotzin, the president's secretary. The president sent me to escort you." The group followed Gaotzin into BJ Tower, with Xiaoling's 2 assistants buzzing with excitement. "The president's secretary is personally attending to us. Our Lingjie is quite esteemed. Do you think Lingjie and the heir might be friends?" Such treatment for a routine interview is unheard of. Xiaoling overheard their whispers, maintaining a humble smile, though the corners of her mouth curved deeper. Deep down, she too felt uncertain. Neither she nor Jiang Ciyou had managed to secure Jiang Ciyou's agreement for the interview the day before. Why had he changed his mind and called the station? After pondering, she concluded it was likely due to her earlier remarks about mutual benefit. After all, he had openly displayed his disdain for Jiang Ciyou, even humiliating her in front of everyone. Theo assumed that Jiang Ciyou might have agreed to the interview because of Jiang Ciyou's involvement felt forced. Thus, when he called, he hadn't specified who would host the interview. If she were to step in, it would align perfectly with Jiang Ciyou's intentions. Regardless of the circumstances, she emerged as the victor. Gaotzin directed everyone to the conference room. "Our president is currently in a meeting and will join you for the interview afterward. You may prepare in the meantime." Xiaoling nodded. "Rest assured, Secretary Gao, we are fully prepared." 10 minutes later, the conference room door swung open. Xiaoling quickly stood up to greet Jiang Ciyou. She approached him politely, extending her hand. "Mr. Bo, I am Xiaoling, the host for today's interview. It is a pleasure to see you again, and I am honored to be the host for your first exclusive interview." However, Jiang Ciyou showed no intention of shaking her hand, his brow furrowing slightly. This elicited an unsettling feeling within Xiaoling. To prevent any unforeseen complications, she quickly interjected, "But I thought we had agreed that I would host the interview." Xiaoling's heart sank. Yet she forced herself to maintain composure, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. "Yesterday, I mentioned that Rongqing Television would like to create a mutually beneficial partnership with Bo's company. We are willing to cooperate fully with any of your requirements." Hoping her proposal would resonate with him, she was met with indifference. "I lost to Miss Jiang yesterday, and the agreement for the interview is her reward." "Miss Xia, you were present and should clearly understand this." Jiang tone was cold, laced with a hint of disdain. Jiang am a man of my word, and I only agreed to Jiang Ciyou's interview. Therefore, she must be the host, if she does not come. Then today's interview is off. With that, he turned and exited the conference room. Xiaoling felt a chill run down her spine, and whispers erupted behind her. So it wasn't Ling Jie who secured the heir's interview after all? The Jiang Ciyou he mentioned, could it be Jiang Ciyou? It seems the heir lost a game of basketball, thus agreeing to the interview. After all, there's only one Jiang in the entire station. Jiang Ciyou truly is the interview god, impossible to resist. Despite Jiang Ciyou's clear success, Xiaoling could not fathom why she had claimed the credit. Being exposed like this was utterly humiliating. Xiaoling felt as if the world were spinning around her, yet she gritted her teeth, feigning nonchalance as she calmly suggested, "I must have misunderstood yesterday. Please have Jiang host join us." One of the assistants quickly called Director Tang, relaying everything that had just transpired. After listening, Director Tang was taken aback and soon sought out Jiang Ciyou. "Xiao Jiang, you clearly earned this interview. Why didn't you clarify? We almost misunderstood the situation." Jiang Ciyou smiled sweetly. "Director, it makes no difference who conducts the interview. That's not the case. Your accomplishments are your own. Now that MRWO insists on you, you must go." Yet, Jiang Ciyou did not rise, maintaining her gentle smile. "Since Xiaoling has already gone, I shall not go. I trust in her capabilities. We are all working for the station, and I won't fuss over such matters." Director Tang, well aware of Jiang Ciyou's nature, understood her words were laden with meaning. She claimed indifference, yet it was clear she was being obstinate. He had already heard Jiang declare her indispensable, yet she remained unmoved, implying she would not relent until her pride was restored. Director Tang regarded Jiang Ciyou with a cautious gaze, and upon her silence, he sensed an opportunity. Xiaoling was acutely aware of the implications of this request, yet she found herself trapped, this time. She had miscalculated. "Director, I apologized. I spoke with MRWO at length yesterday morning, and he did not explicitly refuse. I thought he had acquiesced, and I misunderstood." With tears welling in her eyes, Xiaoling adopted a pitiful demeanor. Making it difficult for anyone to reproach her, Director Tang spoke. "You should go and apologize to Xiao Jiang." She bit her lip and approached Jiang Ciyou's seat. "Ciyou, I'm truly sorry. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to usurp your opportunity for the interview. Please hurry to BJ. Everyone is waiting for you." Jiang Ciyou looked up, a sardonic smile playing on her lips as she regarded Xiaoling. "Xiaoling? Can everything be resolved with just a misunderstanding?" She was pregnant with Yin Feng's child, and she too had claimed it was merely a misunderstanding, and now, it remained just that. Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears. Her large, innocent eyes filled with grievance. "What do you want me to do?" "I will do whatever you say." It was these very innocent eyes that had once deceived Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou had once offered her heartfelt support, fighting for her and shielding her from harm. A scar still marking her shoulder, a testament to her sacrifices. The more one gives, the more resentment brews. However, Jiang Ciyou still harbored a question she wished to confirm. She rose. "Xiaoling, come with me." Jiang Ciyou entered an empty conference room, with Xiaoling following closely. She slammed the door shut, isolating them from the prying eyes outside. Upon entering, Xiaoling immediately knelt, grasping Jiang Ciyou's hand. "Ciyou, please forgive me just this once. If we lose this interview because of me, I won't be able to stay here any longer. The station head has already boasted about it to BJ. If we fail to interview Jiang, it would not only be a blow to my face, but to the station heads as well." Jiang Ciyou pulled her hand away. Xiaoling continued to look at her with those exceedingly innocent eyes. "Was it you who told Yin Feng about what happened last summer during our freshman year?" Xiaoling's gaze seemed to falter. Jiang Ciyou pieced together the past and was certain that Xiaoling had indeed meddled in her relationship with Yin Feng. However, whether this was a deliberate act on Xiaoling's part, she could not ascertain with complete certainty. Xiaoling had anticipated that Jiang Ciyou would seek her out for answers and had already prepared her defense. Xiaoling did not deny it. "Yes? It was me, but I let it slip inadvertently. It was not intentional, Ciyou. Please forgive me." Jiang Ciyou was not surprised. She merely scoffed. "Xiaoling, stop pretending, will you?" Xiaoling remained silent, tears streaming down her face. A pitiful sight. Xiaoling knelt on the ground. "Ciyou, I do not expect you to forgive me. Whether you believe it or not, I have lived in guilt all these years. If you blame me, Then hit me. It would ease my heart a little. Xiaoling took Jiang Ciyou's hand and slapped her own face. Once, twice, and soon there were clear imprints left behind. Seeing her like this only stirred irritation in Jiang Ciyou. She grasped Xiaoling's wrist. Xiaoling, did you set me up? Was that your arrangement? Fear flickered in Xiaoling's eyes. No. I did tell Yin Feng, but this matter is unrelated to me. I truly did not orchestrate it. Then how did you know? Jiang Ciyou fixed her gaze on Xiaoling's eyes, which betrayed no hint of guilt, appearing utterly sincere. Jiang Ciyou smirked. Xiaoling, I will uncover the truth. If I find out you are involved, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Ciyou stood and exited the conference room. Upon opening the door, she was met by a throng of gossipers. They beheld Xiaoling kneeling inside, her face marked by clear imprints. Vivian could not bear to see Jiang Ciyou's lofty demeanor. Jiang Ciyou, you have gone too far. You actually hit someone. Xiaoling rushed over. No. Ciyou didn't hit me. I did it to myself. How could you hit yourself hard enough to leave imprints? Vivian urged. Xiaoling only inadvertently took your interview. How could you do this to her? Vivian incited Xiaoling. You can sue her for intentional harm. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow, her voice cool. I did not hit her. She slapped herself in apology, and I could not stop her. Who would believe you? You are a venomous woman. Who knows what means you used to secure the interview with the prince? At least Xiaoling is innocent. Jiang Ciyou did not wish to engage further. She took out her phone and snapped a photo of Vivian, quickly sending it to a contact. What are you doing? Jiang Ciyou flashed a bright smile at Vivian. I'm showing Mrs. Lee the single eyelid girl she has been searching for. Vivian was instantly petrified. After delivering her message, Jiang Ciyou strode away. Having spared her once, she still dared to act so brazenly, truly believing she was easy to bully. Director Tang coaxed and cajoled until he finally managed to get Jiang Ciyou to BJ Tower. Gaotzin was still at the entrance to greet her. Miss Jiang, the president wishes for you to go to his office first. Jiang Ciyou followed Gaotzin from the exclusive elevator to the president's office at BJ. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped out into a room resembling a bedroom. Jiang Ciyou finally understood what lay behind the two closed doors she had seen during her last visit. It turned out to be Bo Jinqiu's resting area, indistinguishable from a home bedroom. At that moment, Bo Jinqiu was seated on the sofa in the bedroom. Running off after sleeping? How irresponsible of you. Chapter 25. What type of woman does Bo prefer? The man before her was impeccably dressed, strikingly handsome, a veritable celestial being. Come now, you have no grounds for complaint. Jiang Ciyou was not flustered. Instead, she exuded confidence. In her high heels, she curiously surveyed the room's decor, noting that the layout was identical to the Green Lawn Villa. Bo Jinqiu approached Jiang Ciyou from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. His lips brushed against her ear, his voice laced with intimacy. Why did you seek me out last night? In truth, she had regretted it. Despite her reluctance to entangle herself with him further, she had sought him out and ended up in bed with him. Jiang Ciyou turned to face him, cradling his handsome face, and planted a light kiss on his lips. It was for the interview. Of course. Look, you've willingly come to me today. She smiled radiantly, like a rose ablaze under the sun. Igniting her heartstrings, Bo Jinqiu raised an eyebrow, casually stating, if you are unwilling to speak, that is fine. However, since you have stirred the pot once more, I will not let you off so easily this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of kisses descended upon her. Before long, Jiang Ciyou found herself pressed against the sofa. Not like this. I still have an interview to conduct, and my makeup will smudge. Bo Jinqiu struggled to rein in his desires, speaking in a husky voice. Let us go to the Green Lawn Villa tonight. Jiang Ciyou appeared to ponder for a moment. All right, Bo Jinqiu frowned. You agreed so readily last time too? Jiang Ciyou laughed. Don't worry, I won't stand you up this time. The office connected to a large conference room. Jiang Ciyou entered from the inside, thus when others arrived, she was already inside. She nodded to signal the start of the interview, and the team adeptly began preparations. Shortly, everything was set. Xiaoling's former assistant rushed over, handing Jiang Ciyou a stack of papers. Sister Jiang, this is the interview script that Ling Jie prepared regarding Paradise Resort. Jiang Ciyou didn't even glance at it. Please put it away. I won't be using her script. The assistant was anxious. Yesterday, Xiaoling had stolen Jiang Ciyou's credit, and she had thought to substitute her work with a pile of prepared scripts. These interview questions had been meticulously crafted by the entire team. Jiang Ciyou was refusing to use Xiaoling's script out of spite. While Xiaoling was in the wrong, wasn't it better to prioritize the greater good in this special circumstance? But Jiang Ciyou refused the script, leaving the assistant helpless. Once Jiang entered, the interview commenced officially. As the news had been announced through official channels early on, the live broadcast attracted thousands of viewers. Rapidly increasing. Jiang Ciyou, the son of the richest man, the prince of the capital, had only been heard of but never seen. Many media outlets, both domestic and international, sought to interview him, yet he chose to debut publicly at their humble Rongqing TV. The station must be thriving. I can only imagine how the capital station must feel. Who is the host of this interview? I adore her appearance. She possesses both beauty and poise. Rongtai's gem, don't you know? The midday news anchor, Jiang Ciyou. Her hosting style is both professional and elegant. I truly appreciate her. My treasure has finally been discovered. I heard this host secured the interview by sinking a hole-in-one against the prince during their golf match. Jiang Ciyou slowly walked into the interview room. The camera immediately focused on his face. The broadcast room fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Who is this handsome guy? Secretary Zhang. I want his complete profile in a minute. Is there truly someone this handsome in the world? I recognized him at first glance. This is my long-lost husband. Jiang Ciyou took a seat. Jiang Ciyou formally introduced the segment. The broadcast room had already gone wild. The prince of the capital. He is actually Jiang Ciyou? Ah, this face is exactly what I've dreamed of. Wealthy, powerful, and handsome. What door did God close on him? Mom asked why I was holding chopsticks while watching TV. I finally found my dish. Jiang Ciyou began the interview in earnest. Most questions centered around Paradise Resort. Due to the Yin family's involvement, she had researched this project thoroughly, almost mastering it. Hence, her questions were exceptionally professional. The assistant, previously anxious, immediately relaxed. As she held onto Xiaoling's interview script, ready to hand it over, she casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Jiang Ciyou's questions far surpassed Xiaoling's in quality, being more professional, in-depth, and sophisticated. In a brief 20-minute interview, the number of viewers skyrocketed to 6 million. A professional smile graced Jiang Ciyou's face. Thank you, Mr. Bo, for accepting our interview at Rongqing TV. We currently have 6 million viewers, all of whom are very curious about you. Now, we will select 3 enthusiastic audience questions for you to answer. Shall we? Jiang Ciyou wore a gentlemanly smile. Of course. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the backstage promptly captured a screenshot of the live broadcast's inquiry. The first question posed was, Mr. Bo, do you have a girlfriend? Once the question was uttered, Jiang Ciyou felt that it encroached on personal privacy. To ease the atmosphere, she chuckled and said, It seems everyone is quite interested in Mr. Bo's private life. If you find it intrusive, feel free to ask another question. Not at all, Jiang Ciyou replied, exuding a gracious demeanor. In truth, the screen was filled with such inquiries. Jiang Ciyou subtly curled her lips. Over the past 3 years, she was certain that she was the only woman in Jiang Ciyou's life. This was a woman's instinct. Yet, she certainly did not consider herself his girlfriend. What could she be? A lover? That seemed inaccurate as well. Lovers at least share some emotional connection. They were merely drawn to each other as physical warmth. The second screenshot then froze on the screen. The next question was, Mr. Bo, what type of woman do you prefer? Jiang Ciyou seemed to ponder for a moment. Jiang Ciyou's heart stirred. It appeared that Jiang Ciyou indeed harbored affections for someone. Naturally, she would not narcissistically assume that he favored her. After all, in the 3 years they had known each other, she had never cooked for him. Thus he had no inkling of her culinary skills. As for the mole at the corner of her eye, it was indeed tiny and completely concealed by makeup. Perhaps he had chosen her initially because she resembled the woman he adored. Sharing that same mole, the live broadcast erupted with excitement. Such a niche preference. I can't cook well, and I have a mole at the corner of my eye. Your Highness, would you like to take a look at me? Was it not clear? It was not that the prince favored women who were poor cooks with moles, but rather that the woman he cherished happened to be one, a heart already claimed. Surely, the woman adored by the prince must be blissfully happy. Was this an open declaration? The third question had already appeared on the screen. In fact, there was no need for a screenshot. The same question flooded the screen. Jiang Ciyou inquired, Does the person MRDPO likes reciprocate your feelings? Chapter 26. Your skills in bed are quite impressive. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Ciyou suddenly turned to Jiang Ciyou. Host Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Ciyou feigned surprise. Mr. Bo, I don't know your beloved. How could I possibly know? However, I believe the person you like must be quite exceptional. Jiang Ciyou nodded in agreement. Those who adore her could line up all the way to Paris. Jiang Ciyou felt a flicker of curiosity. Jiang Ciyou's beloved must surely be one of the top socialites in the capital. When she spoke of her, Jiang Ciyou felt a glimmer of light in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. The live broadcast revealed that an infatuation existed. The prince was secretly enamored with someone else. It turned out that even the most impressive individuals tread cautiously around their affections, uncertain of their feelings. Setting aside status, I refuse to believe any woman could turn down the prince's visage. So, does that fortunate woman even realize the prince harbors feelings for her? Jiang Ciyou posed the question that everyone in the live broadcast yearned to ask. So, does the prince not know if your beloved reciprocates your feelings? Jiang Ciyou chuckled. I am still waiting in line in Paris. I hope she doesn't keep me waiting too long. Jiang Ciyou teased. Brave individuals save her life. Mr. Bo, you might as well boldly pursue her. Perhaps you may succeed. After speaking, Jiang Ciyou faced the camera to deliver her concluding remarks. Thank you once again, Mr. Bo, for accepting our interview, and I wish you the best in winning the heart of your beloved. The interview concluded. The team gradually exited the conference room. Jiang Ciyou intended to leave as well but was suddenly halted by Jiang Ciyou, who grasped her arm. Is it your style to use me and run away? Jiang Ciyou glanced around. Everyone else had already left. Jiang Ciyou checked his watch. Does your television station still work at 11:30? Jiang Ciyou sighed. The lunch had been delivered by Gao Ce and Jiang Ciyou's office was, after all, a suite. The two shared lunch at the dining table. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou had a thought and laughed. What's amusing? Jiang Ciyou asked while peeling shrimp. Jiang Ciyou replied. Having known each other for 3 years, this seems to be our first lunch together. Indeed, they had known each other for 3 years, mostly meeting in the evenings, occasionally sharing dinner, but never lunch. Jiang Ciyou placed the peeled shrimp into Jiang Ciyou's bowl. Because you only see me as a warm bed partner. Jiang Ciyou, who was sipping soup, nearly choked upon hearing this. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Mr. Bo, let us not dwell on the past, shall we? If we can overlook the past, what about last night? You suddenly barged in and forced yourself on me. What does that mean? His tone was slow and serious, as if discussing a matter of great importance. This time, Jiang Ciyou truly choked. She scrambled for a tissue. After finally calming down, she spoke. I apologize. I was a bit overwhelmed yesterday. I assure you, this won't happen again. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow. So, I would be at a loss then. Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. What? Jiang Ciyou, would you consider being my girlfriend? But I am married, Jiang Ciyou blurted out. What sort of marriage is that? Is it legally recognized? Jiang Ciyou was astonished. You know, of course, with his standing, he must have thoroughly investigated your background. Jiang Ciyou fell silent. His gaze locked onto Jiang Ciyou. His eyes were deep, reminiscent of the ocean under a night sky. At this moment, his expression was serious, and the intensity of his demeanor elicited an inexplicable flutter in her heart. At least in that regard, we are quite compatible. He suddenly raised an eyebrow. The serious atmosphere shattered in an instant. Jiang Ciyou rolled her eyes at him. What's this? No longer waiting in line in Paris? Jiang Ciyou's eyes sparkled. Are you feeling jealous? Jiang Ciyou laughed playfully. Are we at that stage? After finishing her lunch, Jiang Ciyou set down her chopsticks. Mr. Bo, to be honest, your skills in bed are quite impressive. Jiang Ciyou frowned upon hearing this. Here he was, a prince with many admirable qualities, yet she only remembered his prowess in bed. Jiang Ciyou continued. We can continue our relationship, but with a prerequisite. What prerequisite? No discussions of interests, no emotional entanglements, just seeking happiness. We won't bind or interfere with each other's private lives. Jiang Ciyou, however, seemed dissatisfied. So you don't wish to pursue a relationship with me? Just casual encounters? Jiang Ciyou nodded. Emotions complicate matters. Once feelings are involved, greed follows. We were fine before, mutually beneficial, both content. Jiang Ciyou was aware that they both harbored feelings for each other. Otherwise, they would not have been entangled for 3 years. Yet, she also understood that their differences in status were insurmountable, making it impossible for them to unite in the end. Moreover, she bore many secrets. She had long ceased to believe in unwavering love. After over 20 years of knowing Yin Feng, they had transitioned from childhood sweethearts to mere acquaintances. What in this world remains unchanged? She would not grant anyone the opportunity to betray her. Yet, the man seemed less than pleased, his brows knitting in discontent. Jiang Ciyou smiled calmly. If you disagree, then so be it. Fine, then you should move to the Green Meadow Villa. Jiang Ciyou did not expect Jiang Ciyou to genuinely agree. I need to handle some matters. Once I'm done, I will move over. This time, Jiang Ciyou refrained from saying anything further. During lunchtime, Jiang Ciyou took a nap in Jiang Ciyou's bedroom. She arrived at the television station only by 2 o'clock. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou, Tang Fei set down his thermos and hurried over. Xiao Jiang, you are truly our station's great benefactor. The response to the interview has been fantastic, and viewership has reached new heights. Several major advertisers have specifically requested to invest in our new program, and the advertising slots are being snatched up frantically. The Jing station even called to seek advice, and the station head said he wants to reward you. Jiang Ciyou beamed. It's all in service of the station. It's only right that a crowd of people gathered around her. Sister Jiang, you are incredible. The news department's phone has been ringing off the hook. The first episode of Elite Figures has been so successful. We are no longer the ones seeking interviews. Those young talents are proactively reaching out to us, even offering money for interviews. With such a high profile for our first issue, being featured alongside the prince is equivalent to being on the same level as him. Of course, they want to be in the magazine. Sister Jiang, quickly tell us, how did you manage to persuade the prince? The entire group surrounded Jiang Ciyou, except for Xiaoling, who quietly observed from a distance. Chapter 27. Never married. In the evening, the elder was practicing calligraphy in his study. Everything was as usual. Jiang Ciyou went to the study as usual to help the elder grind ink and chat for a while. She planned to move out. In truth, she hadn't always lived in the Yin family's old residence every day. She often resided elsewhere, and the Yin family had long grown accustomed to it. However, this time, she intended to move out completely. After 3 years, she felt a sense of reluctance. Especially the Yin family, who treated her like their own daughter, providing her with shelter during her most difficult times. Everything seemed to gradually deviate from its course. Perhaps it was time to let go of her obsessions and embark on a new chapter in her life. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, the door swung open with a bang. Yin Feng's furious figure appeared in the doorway. He approached and forcefully grabbed Jiang Ciyou's arm, pushing her hard. Jiang Ciyou, who was already crouched down packing her belongings, was thrown to the ground. Yin Feng? What madness is this? Jiang Ciyou scolded loudly, showing no mercy. Jiang Ciyou, how dare you ask me that? What did you do to Xiaoling to make her nearly miscarry? Upon hearing the word miscarry, Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback. Yin Feng looked at Jiang Ciyou's innocent expression and sneered. Stop pretending. Stealing Xiaoling's interview isn't enough. You even publicly insulted and slapped her. Jiang Ciyou, how have you become so cruel? If anything happens to the child in Xiaoling's womb, I will never let you off the hook. She stood up gracefully, arranging her hair with poise. Did Xiaoling tell you that I stole her interview? She asked. Even without her saying it, I already know. Ever since we were young, you have always been competitive. Whatever I learned, you followed suit, always striving to outshine me, relishing in taking what rightfully belonged to others. Yin Feng's lips curled with derision. If you treat me this way, how much more so with Xiaoling? Jiang Ciyou had always possessed such a disposition. When they were children, she took up golf because he did. Yet she consistently outperformed him, earning praise from all. Eventually, when he abandoned golf for Go, she followed suit, garnering numerous accolades, even becoming a disciple of the Go master Zhong El. That infuriated, he never touched Go again. Throughout his life, he seemed to have existed in her shadow. Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback that Yin Feng would mention their childhood. Indeed, as a child, she pursued whatever he was interested in, simply wishing to spend more time with him. However, she never intended to overshadow him or seize anything from him. She had never cared for reputation or accolades. She had not anticipated that Yin Feng would perceive her in such a light. Yet, to explain now would be futile. With a sigh, Jiang Ciyou said, Yin Feng, no matter what I say now, you will not believe me because in your heart and eyes, there is only Xiaoling. After a pause, she added, since that is the case, let us part ways. It was only then that Yin Feng noticed Jiang Ciyou tidying up her belongings. The room contained 2 enormous suitcases, already brimming with her clothes and everyday items. She crouched down to zip up the suitcase, then approached Yin Feng. Her voice was calm yet resonated with strength. This time it is for real. I will move out tonight. Shortly, I will explain everything to my grandfather." At that moment, the butler called them to the dining room for dinner. Jiang Ciyou strode purposefully out of the room. The atmosphere at dinner was somewhat somber, both Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Ciyou set down her chopsticks. "Grandfather, Dad, Mom, I have something to say." The family turned their attention to her, intrigued by her solemn demeanor. Yan's mother spoke first. "Xiaoyu, what is it?" "Thank you all for your care over the past 3 years. I plan to move out tonight." Yan's mother was taken aback, quickly reacting with anger directed at Yin Feng. "Did you do something to upset Xiaoyu? You scoundrel, apologize to her at once," Jiang Ciyou interjected. "Mom, Yin Feng and I have decided to part ways. You're getting a divorce?" Yan's mother exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Ciyou replied calmly, "Actually, we never obtained a marriage certificate, so it cannot be considered a divorce." The family looked at her in shock. Yan's father interjected, "But you had a marriage certificate. It's still in the drawer at home." Jiang Ciyou clarified, "That was fake, purchased online, 9 yuan with free shipping." Yan's father's expression darkened. "Nonsense, this is sheer folly." The old man had pressured Yin Feng into marrying her, but on the day they were to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yin Feng suddenly changed his mind. To appease the family, Jiang Ciyou had to find someone online to create a fake certificate and composite a wedding photo. In truth, she and Yin Feng had never been husband and wife. Yan's mother stood up, punching her son on the shoulder. "Itsu? Isn't it?" Yin Feng remained silent, his face dark with anger. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ciyou was serious this time. Was she forcing him to choose between her and Xiaoling? Jiang Ciyou maintained her composure. "Mom, stop hitting Yin Feng. He hasn't done anything wrong. He simply doesn't love me. There is no law that mandates he must love me. Don't pressure him." Yan's mother began to cry. "But you two have been childhood friends. I have always regarded you as my daughter-in-law. How can I accept this? Mom, Dad, Grandfather, even if Yin Feng and I part ways, you will always be my family. But matters of the heart cannot be forced. Yin Feng loves Xiaoling, who is already pregnant. I do not wish to torment them, nor do I wish to torment myself. So I want to end this and seek a new beginning." Yan's mother was utterly shocked. "Xiaoling is pregnant?" Yin Feng's expression darkened further. Jiang Ciyou indeed did not truly wish to separate. He had yet to inform his family about Xiaoling's pregnancy. How could they possibly accept her now? As expected, upon hearing the news, Yan's mother erupted in fury. "Yin Feng, how could you bully Xiaoyu like this? I tell you, regardless of whether she is pregnant, I will never allow her to enter the Yin family home. We will never accept that child. Mom, the child in Xiaoling's womb is my flesh and blood." "Your grandchild," Yin Feng retorted heatedly. "The Yin family does not need such a despicable lineage. How did Xiaoyu treat Xiaoling all those years? When she was kidnapped, it was Xiaoyu who saved her, taking a knife for her and nearly losing her life, with deep scars on her shoulder. What did Xiaoling do? She stole her boyfriend at Xiaoyu's most desperate and vulnerable moment. Does she possess any conscience?" At that time, Jiang Ciyou endured the triple betrayal of kinship, friendship, and love. In a moment of despair, she attempted to take her own life. The person who had always been so cheerful had reached such a tragic end. Just the thought of it caused Yan's mother to feel immense pain. Yin Feng's expression remained somber. "I pursued Xiaoling. This matter has nothing to do with her. If anyone owes an apology, it is I who owes her." Fine, fine. You still defend her to this day. You are truly bewitched. You will regret this in the future." Jiang Ciyou grasped her mother's arm. "Mom, it has come to this. I have let go, so you should too. I may not be your daughter-in-law, but I am willing to be your daughter in the future. I will take care of you." Yan's mother burst into tears. Clutching Jiang Ciyou's hand, the old man sighed heavily. "Let it be. The younger generations will find their own fortunes. If they wish to part, let them." He approached Yin Feng, saying, "However, I have told you before, you can relinquish your identity as Xiaoyu's husband. But in doing so, you also forfeit your status as the heir to the Yin family. The company shares, grandfather, I do not want any shares, or the Yin family's wealth." Jiang Ciyou replied earnestly. "This is your life's work and cannot be used to compensate for the emotions of children. I will not run the company. I fear I would disappoint you, so I will not accept the shares. As for the property you bought for me, I will return it to the Yin family. These were never mine to begin with." Yan's mother, distressed, exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, you are speaking out of anger. Those properties were acquired little by little since your birth. Even if you are no longer our daughter-in-law, they are still yours. Jiang Ciyou smiled gently. I lack nothing, truly, if you insist on giving me something. I only wish for the green lawn villa. The rest? You may give to Ain as a dowry. Regardless of Yan's mother's attempts to dissuade her, Jiang Ciyou moved out. Yan's father supported his weeping wife. Perhaps this separation is not a bad thing. It may allow them to calm down and benefit their relationship. Yan's mother nodded, choking back tears. No matter what, in this life, I will only acknowledge Xiaoyu as my daughter-in-law. Jiang Ciyou loaded her luggage into the car and, after bidding farewell to Yan's father, mother, and grandfather, prepared to leave. Yin Feng, unusually, followed her outside. As Jiang Ciyou opened the car door, he grasped her arm. Jiang Ciyou, are you done causing a scene? Jiang Ciyou smiled with confusion. Do you think I am making a scene? You purposely revealed Xiaoling's pregnancy to trap her in wrongdoing. You still care about this. You do not genuinely wish to break up. You want to force the Yin family's hand to make Xiaoling terminate the pregnancy. Jiang Ciyou, you truly are malicious. Jiang Ciyou shook her head helplessly. Yin Feng, I have harbored resentment towards you and Xiaoling, but I have never wished to harm your child, and no matter how much I explain, you will not believe me, so I shall leave it to time. She shook off Yin Feng's hand and got into the car. After starting the vehicle, Jiang Ciyou rolled down the window and looked up at Yin Feng with a smile. Yin Feng, this time I have truly let you go. I wish you and Xiaoling happiness. With that, she drove away from the Yin family home. Yin Feng stood in the courtyard for a long time. When she used to cling to him, he had found it utterly tiresome. Yet now that she had genuinely left, he felt an emptiness within. Especially her parting smile, so serene and detached, as if she had released all grievances, left him feeling unsettled. Jiang Ciyou, can you truly let go? Or is this merely a performance for everyone? Upon exiting the Yin family home, Jiang Ciyou drove directly to the Green Lawn Villa. As she parked in the courtyard, the sky had darkened, but the lights in the house were all aglow. Before long, a tall figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but chuckle. What is the Prince Charming doing? Jiang, aware of her amusement, glanced down at the apron he wore. Jiang Ciyou was surprised. You can cook? Jiang smirked slightly, his normally cool gaze warming. A man's essential skill. Jiang Ciyou said nothing further, opening the car's trunk. Please help me with my luggage. After the luggage was brought inside, Jiang Ciyou did not rush to unpack but instead accompanied Jiang to the dining room. To her astonishment, the table was laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. Jiang Ciyou exclaimed, Did you make all of this? Jiang nodded. It took 3 hours, and I will get the chicken soup. Jiang Ciyou had hardly eaten anything that evening, and the sight of the beautifully presented food truly made her hungry. The two sat at opposite ends of the table and began to eat. Jiang Ciyou took a bite of the braised pork ribs, genuinely surprised. This is delicious. How did you learn to cook? Since the age of 13, I was sent to study in the UK, where I remained for 7 years. He uttered but a single sentence. Jiang Ciyou was already aware. The UK is notoriously a culinary desert, with the cuisine of the locals being infamous for its lack of flavor. For international students yearning for authentic Chinese cuisine, the only recourse is to prepare it themselves. Thus, most students possess remarkable culinary skills. You usually cook for yourself? Jiang shook his head. Not often. Today is a celebration. Celebration of what? The man replied nonchalantly. Celebrating Miss Zhang's enlightenment. After dinner, Jiang proactively tidied up the kitchen. Jiang Ciyou stood at the doorway, cradling a cup of coffee, watching the man wash the dishes inside. With a model-like physique and perfect proportions, even his silhouette could quicken one's heartbeat. In public, he always exudes an air of aloof exclusivity, as if he were untouchable. Yet, in Jiang Ciyou's presence, he seemed to transform into an entirely different person. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Jiang Ciyou had never lifted a finger in household chores. This man could cook, tidy up, and engage in various activities in the bedroom, only to later embrace her gently and assist her with bathing. She once believed him to be merely a captivating creature, meticulously trained to enchant hearts. Yet, he bore such a distinguished identity. Even now, Jiang Ciyou felt a sense of dissonance. After finishing his chores, the man emerged from the kitchen, noticing the cup of coffee in Jiang Ciyou's hands. He frowned. Drinking coffee this late? Do you not wish to sleep? Jiang Ciyou smiled lightly. I have insomnia. It makes no difference. Jiang Ciyou suffered from insomnia, often managing only 3 hours of sleep each night. This detail was known to Jiang Ciyou after 3 years of sharing a bed. She frequently tossed and turned in the night, and sometimes, when sleep evaded her, she would rise. On countless nights, he would awaken to find her gazing at the stars from the balcony's lounge chair. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze dark and profound. Insomnia is fine. We can engage in other pursuits. Chapter 29. The prince prefers to be supported. Upon saying this, he had already approached Jiang Ciyou, naturally wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Although Jiang Ciyou did not push him away, she slightly turned her face. I have a few questions, go ahead. Why disguise your identity? Jiang Ciyou looked into Jiang Ciyou's eyes. His expression calm. You seem to have never inquired about my identity. Jiang Ciyou pressed her lips together. Indeed, over the past 3 years, she had never cared to know or been curious about him. Though they often shared a bed, she was entirely unaware of his daily life. Did you know all along that Yin Feng and I were not truly married? Jiang Ciyou casually tucked a strand of Jiang Ciyou's long hair behind her ear. I have no interest in other people's wives. When did you find out? That night at the Black Horse Club, you were intoxicated and noisy for an entire evening. It was impossible not to hear. Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback. That night? Nothing happened between us? Jiang Ciyou shook his head. Nothing at all occurred. You merely complained of exhaustion and fell asleep leaning against me. Jiang Ciyou felt utterly speechless. Why did he not inform her that nothing had happened that day? She felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Jiang Ciyou chuckled. Then will you still support me? Indeed, the notion of supporting Jiang Ciyou carried with it a sense of recklessness, as if they had already crossed a line. Prompting a mindset of what's done is done. Jiang Ciyou suddenly felt as though she were being manipulated. You claim to be the illustrious heir of the capital, yet you possess such peculiar preferences? You actually enjoy being supported. Jiang Ciyou tightened his grip around her slender waist. Who doesn't have a few peculiar hobbies? She, of course, remained unaware that he had recognized her that night at the Black Horse Club. Yet, to this day, she still did not recognize him. Jiang Ciyou rolled her eyes, yet paired with her naturally enchanting gaze, it seemed almost seductive. Are you done with your inquiries? If so, may we begin? The man leaned in. Intent on kissing her lips, he captured Jiang Ciyou's delicate hand, pressing a kiss to it. First, we discuss matters of pleasure, not of affection. Do not fall in love with one another. Second, respect each other as privacy and independence. The second floor is yours, the third floor belongs to me. The man nodded in agreement. I also do not have a habit of sharing my partner with others. It's a deal. Jiang Ciyou's hand brushed against the man's exquisite cheek, her eyes shimmering. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Jiang Ciyou leaned closer to her rosy lips, his voice laced with a hint of desire. I have but one request. When this concludes, I shall have the final say. Jiang Ciyou smiled. This man certainly had a touch of pettiness. It seemed that her previous proposal to end things had wounded his pride. Jiang Ciyou wrapped her arms around the man's neck. As long as you adhere to the rules of the game, you may decide. But once any rule is broken, our relationship may end at any moment. The man's gaze darkened, his handsome face serious, as if deep in thought. Yet, in the next moment, a flurry of kisses descended upon her. He had agreed. That night was much like the others, yet simultaneously, it felt different. The heat was the same as with the previous flings, starting from temptation to insatiable desire. Everything felt so familiar. But the difference lay in his identity, transformed from her kept man of 3 years into the lofty heir of the capital. Psychologically, it was undeniably distinct. Jiang Ciyou struggled with her sleep. However, perhaps due to the fatigue of the previous night, she managed to sleep soundly until dawn. Upon waking, she found the space beside her empty. Initially thinking Jiang Ciyou had departed, she was surprised to discover him in the dining room, having prepared a lavish breakfast. Jiang Ciyou generously praised his efforts before sitting down at the table. Eating without reservation, Jiang Ciyou, clad in tailored trousers and a white shirt, with the top button fastened, appeared both cool and restrained. Jiang Ciyou could not comprehend why, with his naturally aloof demeanor, she had once perceived him as a playboy. Did you find last night satisfactory? The man suddenly locked eyes with Jiang Ciyou. What? Jiang Ciyou did not immediately grasp his meaning. A glimmer of mischief danced in his captivating gaze, his lips curving into a subtle smirk. Despite his ethereal beauty, a hint of roguishness now lingered. Jiang Ciyou finally understood. The playboy was still very much a playboy. Jiang Ciyou arrived at the television station. Early in the morning, everyone flocked to her, congratulating her on becoming the primetime host. Shortly after, Wei Wei emerged from Tang Fei's office. As she passed by Jiang Ciyou, her face was a mask of anger. "Jiang Ciyou, I will not let this slide." With that, she departed. The crowd began to murmur. Wei Wei An's affair with the president of Hongli was discovered by Mrs. Li, who publicly humiliated her yesterday, sparking a police investigation. How could she blame Ciyou for this? It was her own lack of discretion that led to her downfall. She had tarnished the reputation of the television station. A single rat can spoil a pot of porridge, and she had no face left to remain there. The station was a place where people readily turned against one another when trouble arose, and this group had spoken similarly about her in the past. Jiang Ciyou merely smiled, unfazed. During the morning meeting, Director Tang spoke up. "Today, I have two announcements. First, Wei Wei An has resigned due to personal health reasons. Yet, everyone knew that she had been fired. Resignation was merely a fade to preserve her dignity. The second matter," Director Tang glanced at Jiang Ciyou, his expression somewhat complex. Jiang Ciyou, a news editor close to Jiang Ciyou, interjected. "The second announcement must be about Jiang Ciyou becoming the primetime host, right?" Others chimed in, eager to shower her with praise. Only Xiaoling sat quietly in a corner of the meeting table. A troubled expression crossed Tang Fei's face. "I previously stated that whoever secured an exclusive interview with the heir would become the primetime host. However, this morning, Xiaoling secured a 5-year advertising contract with the Yin Corporation. The contributions of both Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling to the station cannot be overlooked. Therefore, I intend for you both to compete fairly, relying on your professional skills to earn this position." Chapter 30. What shampoo do you use? It smells so good. The room fell silent in shock. A 5-year advertising contract with the Yin Corporation, which likely amounts to millions annually. "Xiaoling, you are truly impressive." "Xiaoling, I suspect you are the Yin family's future daughter-in-law. Your boyfriend is Yin Feng, the heir of the Yin Corporation, and you previously claimed it was merely a coincidence. Now, what do you have to say?" "We, Xiaoling, prefer to keep a low profile, unlike the rest of you who announce your small victories with great fanfare." The entire conference room erupted in compliments for Xiaoling. The Yin Corporation is one of the leading enterprises in Rongqing, and the weight of its advertising fees is akin to that of dozens of smaller companies. Moreover, Xiaoling had secured a 5-year contract. Even the station chief would likely personally toast to her success. It was evident that Xiaoling was the future daughter-in-law of the Yin family, and aligning with her would surely bring numerous benefits. As a result, no one paid any attention to Jiang Ciyou. She understood well that this was a place of cold relationships where interests reigned supreme. After the meeting, indeed, the following week, Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling alternated as primetime hosts. The station organized a popularity vote for the primetime hosts. Today was Sunday, the final day of their competition. They had each hosted 3 days in turn. From the data, Jiang Ciyou was clearly outperforming Xiaoling. Today, the station arranged for them to co-host, allowing the audience to vote on who should become the primetime host. Based on current data, the position undoubtedly belonged to Jiang Ciyou in terms of both appearance and professionalism. She was beyond reproach, especially since she had garnered a fanbase during her previous midday news broadcasts. Thus, from the outset of the news segment, Jiang Ciyou's voting data outstripped Xiaoling's by a wide margin. Just as everyone believed the primetime host position was Jiang Ciyou's for the taking, an unexpected turn of events transpired. During their news broadcast, a trending topic surged to the top of Weibo, swiftly claiming the #1 spot. The trending title was "Primetime Host Jiang Ciyou's Murder Mother," revealing that the individual in question was indeed the suspect in the sensational husband-killing case from 3 years prior in Ruyun. The internet has erupted in a frenzy, with a deluge of criticism directed at Jiang Ciyou. How can the daughter of a murderer possibly host a primetime show? Her mother is the criminal, not her. These are two entirely different matters. Aren't they? A crooked beam cannot support a straight one. With a mother who has killed her father, there must be some psychological distortion in the child, right? Seeing the daughter of a murderer on the news every day would undoubtedly leave me with psychological scars. After just 10 minutes of brewing discontent, the voting dynamic shifted dramatically. Jiang Ciyou's voting page saw little to no upward movement, while Xiaoling soared with remarkable speed. During Jiang Ciyou's broadcast, she could witness the voting unfold. Such an anomaly led her to suspect something was amiss. Nevertheless, she maintained her professionalism and completed her report. Once the broadcast concluded, Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling exited the studio, met by the ambivalent gazes of their colleagues. "What's going on?" Jiang Ciyou inquired. Camera operator Zhao Yuan spoke up. "Sister Jiang, you should check the trending topics on Weibo." Jiang Ciyou promptly took out her phone and opened Weibo, her expression gradually turning icy. Assistant editor Xiao Zhao cautiously asked, "Sister Jiang, is what they're saying online true?" Others gathered around. "Sister Jiang, is your mother really in Ruyun? I heard you were at the scene when she killed your father." "Sister Jiang, you've never mentioned your family or parents. Please stop asking. None of this is Ciyou's fault," Xiaoling interjected with concern. She looked at Jiang Ciyou, her expression filled with worry. "Ciyou, are you all right? You don't need to take what's online to heart. Your parents' lives do not define yours." While it seemed comforting, it only served to cement the fact that she was the daughter of a murderer. Jiang Ciyou turned off her phone, raised her head, a semblance of a smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes were chillingly cold. "Xiaoling, was it you?" Xiaoling's face transformed into one of shock and hurt. "Ciyou, what are you saying? I only found out from the news." Jiang Ciyou's smile deepened, her gaze growing colder. "Let us hope it wasn't to you. Otherwise, you know my temperament," Xiaoling attempted to explain. But Tang Fei had already approached, his brow furrowed, face grave. "Xiao Jiang, your family matters aren't your fault, but this situation has escalated far too much. The public's backlash is severe, and I must consider the station's reputation. For now, we shall assign the primetime host position to Xiaoling. We can reassess once the storm passes." Jiang Ciyou maintained a composed and elegant demeanor. "Very well, I shall follow the director's arrangement." Tang Fei sighed in relief. "You haven't taken a vacation in a while. I'll grant you a week off. Take the time to rest." The light in Bo Jinqiu's study was on. Jiang Ciyou headed straight there. The man sat at his desk, evidently having just showered, clad in a gray sleep suit. He gazed at the computer, lost in thought, his long fingers gliding over the mouse. His handsome face devoid of expression. Those hands were truly beautiful. That was Jiang Ciyou's first impression. She entered in her high heels and promptly settled herself onto the man's lap. Leaning close to Bo Jinqiu's ear, she inhaled gently. "What shampoo did you use today? It smells delightful." His arm naturally encircled Jiang Ciyou, observing the woman in his embrace, who resembled a languid, pampered cat, his eyes darkening slightly. "Are you feeling unwell?" From the moment Jiang Ciyou appeared at the door, he sensed her off-kilter emotions. Jiang Ciyou bit lightly at his throat. "Indeed, I need some comfort. In the past, at this stage, Bo Jinqiu would have turned the tables. However, today, he held Jiang Ciyou's hand that was mischievously exploring beneath his clothing. "Is it because of the posts online?" Jiang Ciyou, slightly taken aback, let out a light laugh. "The crown prince of a bustling empire also finds time to surf the web?" Bo Jinqiu wrapped one arm around Jiang Ciyou's slender waist, using the other to click open the computer on the desk. "I've traced the source of the posts. Take a look." Jiang Ciyou was taken aback, then turned her attention to the screen. The content of the post was indeed the one trending first. Chapter 31. Fully enjoying each other's company. Jiang Ciyou glanced at the figure in the video and scoffed. Yet she is merely sewing garments for others. Bo Jinqiu, however, was fixated on Jiang Ciyou's flawless profile. "Are you implying she is being manipulated?" Jiang Ciyou's gaze suddenly turned icy. "I know who it is." Bo Jinqiu's tone grew serious. "What do you plan to do? Do you need my assistance?" Jiang Ciyou concentrated for a few seconds before shutting the computer with a decisive motion. She turned and cradled Bo Jinqiu's face. "No need. I can handle it myself. You need not trouble yourself, Your Highness." Upon hearing Your Highness, the man subtly furrowed his brow. Jiang Ciyou leaned in, offering her lips, her voice sultry. "How about tonight in my room?" Naturally, he could not refuse her invitation. Jiang Ciyou felt that he was particularly gentle today, seemingly going out of his way to soothe her emotions and bring her joy. She relished this attention, her previously dismal mood gradually lifting, eventually losing herself in the warmth of his affection. Yet, he merely kissed and teased her, not progressing further. Jiang Ciyou, ablaze with desire, arched her body seeking more. "Call me, my man," she whispered enticingly in his ear. "Darling. No, love, that's not what I want to hear." Jiang Ciyou's mind was drifting, her heart fluttering like it was brushed by countless feathers, an unbearable itch. She had always called him that. What did he truly want to hear? "Your Highness." Her voice was sultry, reminiscent of a purring kitten. He continued to resist giving her what she desired. Jiang Ciyou, say my name. Jiang Ciyou slightly opened her eyes, her gaze misty and captivating, her lips alluringly crimson. Her melodious voice carried a distinct intoxication. Jiang. Her voice was exquisite, as if it possessed a soul-stealing enchantment. At that moment, Jiang could no longer contain himself. Let us indulge fully in each other's pleasures. The following day, Jiang Ciyou called Wei Weiyan, inviting her to meet. Wei Weiyan remained as arrogant as ever. Sorry, the president of Liren has invited me for an interview today. I fear I won't be as free as you. Wei Weiyan was well aware that Jiang Ciyou had lost her primetime hosting position and had been forcibly placed on leave. Dubbed a vacation, it was akin to being sidelined. Not only had she lost her primetime role, but her position in the afternoon news was also at risk on the other end of the line. Wei Weiyan couldn't hide her glee. Jiang Ciyou's voice remained calm and elegant. If you're busy during the day, let us meet at night at the Yunding restaurant. I'll treat you. Yunding restaurant was one of the finest dining establishments in Rongqing. Wei Weiyan pondered for a few seconds before agreeing, aware that this was likely a setup, as Jiang Ciyou probably wanted to confront her. However, she felt no fear. All along, everyone at the station believed Jiang Ciyou to be a socialite of Rongqing, for she always donned designer labels, exuding both nobility and elegance. Though many resented her prominence, they were wary of her potential influential connections and dared not offend her. Little did they know, her origins were far from glorious. Even if she knew that the posts were her doing. What of it? That evening, Wei Weiyan deliberately arrived an hour late. To her surprise, Jiang Ciyou was still seated, patiently waiting. Jiang Ciyou had chosen a prime spot, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the river. As she admired the scenery, her graceful beauty attracted the attention of passers. A glimmer of jealousy flickered in Wei Weiyan's eyes as she strode over. The director truly has no mercy. This past year, UVE practically monopolized all the advertising contracts at the station. To turn against you so easily is truly disheartening. Wei Weiyan had already taken a seat across from Jiang Ciyou. I just interviewed for the editor-in-chief position at Liren. Coincidentally, I need an editorial assistant. Why don't you resign and come join me? Though it's just an assistant role, I'll look out for you. It's better than sitting on the sidelines at the station. Wei Weiyan's gaze was dripping with scorn and disdain. Having worked at the station for 5 years, she felt a sense of vindication as Jiang Ciyou, who had only been there a year, overshadowed her. Finally, she could vent her frustrations. Jiang Ciyou remained unfazed, her smile serene. I truly appreciate your kind offer, but I'm not considering a job change at the moment. Wei Weiyan's smile was laced with sarcasm. I'm looking out for you. Rather than wait to be fired, it's better to resign on your own terms, preserving some dignity. Do you think the director would keep the daughter of a murderer tarnishing the station's reputation? Even if the director wanted to protect you, the station head would never agree. Jiang Ciyou decided to be blunt. Am I in this predicament not thanks to you? Wei Weiyan was ready for this. She feigned innocence. Jiang Ciyou, you dug your own grave. Don't blame me. If I had your dirt, I wouldn't have waited until now to release it. After viewing the video, Wei Weiyan's complexion shifted dramatically. She hadn't anticipated that the video of her posting in the internet CAF would be discovered. A flicker of panic crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure. She outright admitted, yes, I posted it. So what? I didn't slander you. Your mother is a murderer. That's a fact. Wei Weiyan, I'm not here to settle scores with you. You made a valid point. Had you possessed this information, you wouldn't have waited until now to reveal it. I simply want to know who provided you with these details. Though Jiang Ciyou already had her suspicions, she sought confirmation. Wei Weiyan had received numerous benefits and naturally wouldn't divulge anything. Moreover, at that moment, Jiang Ciyou was isolated and disgraced. What did she have to fear? No one provided me with anything. Jiang Ciyou, I've been investigating you all along. You, who usually portray yourself as above the fray, are quite the hypocrite. I had initially thought you were truly a distinguished young lady from a prestigious family, but to my surprise, you too have crawled out of the muck. The designer clothes and luxury bags you flaunt are nothing but a fade. Jiang Ciyou, you look down upon me for seeking a benefactor. Yet what distinguishes you from me? Both hypocritical and vain. What right do you possess to scorn me? Jiang Ciyou slightly furrowed her brow. In Chapter 32, Jiang Ciyou is introduced as a girlfriend. Jiang Ciyou did not engage, seemingly indifferent to Wei Weiyan's outburst of emotions. She remained remarkably composed. I merely wish to know who provided you with that information. Wei Weiyan was taken aback by Jiang Ciyou's complete disregard for her, still maintaining an air of superiority. Anger simmered within her. You want to know? I refuse to tell you if you disclose it now. Perhaps I might overlook your culpability. Wei Weiyan erupted into laughter. Jiang Ciyou, what era are we in? You still pretend. What power do you possess now? I am eager to see how you will deal with me. Jiang Ciyou smiled faintly, stood up and dialed a number. She was calling Jiang Ciyou. The call connected swiftly. Jiang Ciyou began. Could you assist me with a favor? Wei Weiyan scoffed. Jiang Ciyou, spare me the theatrics. Do you think a mere phone call frightens me? Who do you think you are? Wei Weiyan felt no fear. She had already deleted the original post. At worst, she would report her for infringing on her image rights. A matter that could be resolved with a monetary settlement. However, soon after, Wei Weiyan received a call from the chief editor of the magazine. Wei Weiyan, I fear the position of editor-in-chief cannot be granted to you. Panic surged through Wei Weiyan. Editor Li, we had already reached an agreement today, hadn't we? You must have offended someone. I cannot say more, it is simply an order from above. After hanging up, Wei Weiyan stared incredulously at Jiang Ciyou. She had been plotting for months to secure the editor-in-chief position, spending considerable money and leveraging her connections to finally attain it. Jiang Ciyou suppressed her smile. You brought this upon yourself? Wei Weiyan feigned calm. I seem to have forgotten your favorable relationship with the chief editor. What? Have you slept with him? Jiang Ciyou, do not think I fear you. If I cannot be the editor-in-chief. Many other media outlets are clamoring for me. You are mistaken. You have been blacklisted by all media. Wei Weiyan was unconvinced. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Ciyou's unwavering confidence instilled a sense of panic within her. She hastily made a few calls. To her astonishment, Jiang Ciyou's claims proved true. Her connections with several major newspapers and magazines had received a ban on her. She had been entirely ostracized from the industry. Wei Weiyan collapsed into her seat, staring blankly at Jiang Ciyou. How could she possess such formidable influence? Who exactly are you? It is utterly foolish to remain unaware of whom you have offended. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Jiang Ciyou. Wei Weiyan looked up, her expression shifting to one of sheer terror. Young master. Jiang Ciyou stood behind Jiang Ciyou, placing a familiar hand on her shoulder. Jiang Ciyou looked up, equally surprised. What brings you here? Did I not inform you last night? Today is Xue Tao's birthday. A private room was reserved at Yunding Restaurant. I did not expect you to rendezvous with friends here as well. Jiang Ciyou's gaze shifted to Wei Weiyan, his demeanor instantly transforming from gentle to icy. Wei Weiyan's face turned pale. From their earlier exchanges and tone, she discerned that their relationship was far from ordinary. Jiang Ciyou had managed to entangle herself with the crown prince of the capital. Envy and resentment surged within her. Yet, under the scrutiny of the man's frigid gaze, her demeanor shifted to one of pleading. Young master. Grant me mercy. It was not me. It was Xiaoling. All the information was provided by her. On my last day of work, she unexpectedly handed me a dossier, intending for me to release it online on the final day of voting. I was merely a pawn in her game. Wei Weiyan understood the dire consequences of offending this young master. Having studied in the capital, she was well aware of the many legends surrounding him. Tales of his ruthless nature, his benevolent facade masking a heart of darkness. Those who crossed him either vanished without a trace or met a grim fate. Jiang Ciyou's voice was frigid. Even tools deserve punishment. You have 3 days to leave Rongqing. Do not let me see your face again, or I assure you, there will be no place for you in this vast land of China. Wei Weiyan's complexion drained of color, her despair rendering her speechless. Jiang Ciyou had obtained the answers she sought and rose to her feet. Jiang Ciyou took her hand, his tone tender. Your hands are so cold with that. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Exiting the restaurant, Jiang Ciyou spoke. Thank you for your assistance. I owe you a favor. Only the influence of the young master could propel Wei Weiyan into the media blacklist. Her tone, however, bore a hint of unfamiliarity. Beyond their intimate encounters, this woman maintained clear boundaries with him. Jiang Ciyou replied nonchalantly. Since you claim to owe me a favor, an opportunity has arisen for you to repay it. Jiang Ciyou raised her gaze, her enchanting misty eyes quickening hearts. What opportunity? Jiang Ciyou understood that for these scions of noble families, it was about their reputations, their designer watches, and their embellishments. akin to women's designer garments and handbags. Though she disdained such superficiality, she felt compelled to repay her debt. Let us proceed. The door to the private room swung open, and the lively atmosphere rushed forth. The expansive room buzzed with song. Mahjong games and revelers lounging on sofas, indulging in drinks and dice. A lively girl spotted Jiang Ciyou at the entrance and dashed toward him like a sprightly lark. However, upon noticing Jiang Ciyou beside him, adorned in Jiang Ciyou's suit jacket, her expression shifted dramatically. Her voice rose with hostility. "Brother Jiang Ciyou, who is she?" The room erupted in astonished gasps at the sight of Jiang Ciyou bringing a woman along. "She is my girlfriend," Jiang Ciyou stated flatly, yet loud enough for all present to hear. In Chapter 33, his fiancée. The collective jaws of the crowd nearly dropped in disbelief. Everyone knew that Jiang Ciyou held no interest in the capital's socialites, having concealed a woman in his heart. For her, he had maintained a vow of celibacy, living like a monk to evade his father's arranged marriage plans, even relocating to the small city of Rongqing. 1,000 miles from the capital, indeed, Jiang Ciyou had resided in Rongqing for 3 years, partly for the Paradise Resort project, and partly to escape the impending betrothal to the sole daughter of one of the prominent families in the capital. "Xueqin, girlfriend, how can you have a girlfriend? Do you have the right to do this to me?" Jiang Ciyou's lips curled slightly, yet his gaze remained frosty. "My choice of a girlfriend is none of your concern. Jiang Ciyou, I am your fiancé and I have never acknowledged that. You know very well that my father holds me in high regard. He has privately proposed to my family, merely awaiting the public announcement." Jiang Ciyou's lips curled coldly. "If that is your father's decision, then marry him." The girl gazed at the man in disbelief. "Jiang Ciyou, you are heartless." As tensions escalated, Shui Tao quickly intervened. "Qin, your marriage is not yet finalized. Do not act recklessly, brother. Whom do you support? Will you allow your brother-in-law to keep another mistress?" "Brother-in-law?" He dared not entertain the thought of Jiang Ciyou becoming his brother-in-law. Shui Tao approached Jiang Ciyou. "Ah Xiu, after all, she is my sister. Give me some face and do not stoop to her level." Turning to Jiang Ciyou, he expressed admiration. "Ah, it is journalist Jiang. We met last time at the Royal Golf Course." Jiang Ciyou responded gracefully. "I happen to be dining here today. Hearing that young Master Xue's birthday is today, I came to share a slice of cake and partake in the festivities." Shui Tao was quite pleased. "It is my honor that journalist Jiang graces us with her presence." The room was filled with Jiang Ciyou's childhood friends, their gazes toward Jiang Ciyou laden with intrigue. They speculated about the young master's intentions in bringing her along, whether to escape Shui Heir's harassments or if he had truly moved on, no longer remaining faithful to that mission. Regardless of the reasoning, the mere fact that this woman was acknowledged as the young master's girlfriend granted her a lifetime of wealth and privilege. Xueqin, however, seethed with fury. The previous matriarch's birthday banquet. Jiang Ciyou had completely ignored her. She had sacrificed her chance to study abroad, traveling to this small city merely to catch a glimpse of him. To her dismay, he had brought another woman and publicly declared her as his girlfriend. Such a humiliation would render her a laughingstock among the capital's elite. Xueqin sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ciyou, who sat at the table, engaged in a mahjong game with a group of men. Exuding charm and grace, Jiang Ciyou sat beside her, his eyes brimming with affection, even peeling fruit for her. The distinguished young master had never displayed such attentiveness to any woman before. Jealousy and rage burned fiercely within her. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Ciyou stepped away to take a call, she grabbed a piece of cake and marched toward Jiang Ciyou in the bustling private room. No one paid her any heed. She stealthily approached Jiang Ciyou from behind, raising her hand, intent on smashing the cake atop Jiang Ciyou's head. Yet, the woman at the mahjong table seemed to possess a sixth sense. At the moment when the cake came crashing down, she suddenly rose, her shoulder colliding perfectly with Xueqin's elbow. The impact caused her arm to jerk upwards, and a massive cake landed squarely on her own face. Xueqin's visage and hair were utterly transformed into a mess of frosting. Enraged, she shouted, "You vixen, this was deliberate." With that, she lunged to grab Jiang Ciyou's hair. Having trained in combat sports, Jiang Ciyou was not so easily captured. She purposefully dodged left and right, while Xueqin stumbled into tables and tripped over bottles on the floor, becoming increasingly disheveled. A few men playing mahjong exchanged glances, reluctant to intervene. One was the birthday girl's sister, and the other was the crown prince's girlfriend. Assisting either would surely offend the other, especially considering Xue Qin's notorious reputation in high society. Thus, they chose to watch the spectacle unfold. It was evident that Xue Qin was no match for Jiang Ciyou. Although Jiang Ciyou appeared merely to be evading, she clearly possessed some skill. Her evasive maneuvers were performed with an air of grace, while Xue Qin, in her frenzied attack, only succeeded in injuring herself. Sporting a large bump on her forehead, at that moment, Jiang Ciyou entered. Jiang Ciyou swiftly hid behind him, feigning innocence. "Brother Jiang Ciyou, Miss Xue seems to be intoxicated." Her voice, like that of a lark, carried a hint of plaintive charm, almost like a child seeking comfort. Those nearby felt a flutter of sympathy, yet it only further incensed Xue Qin. "Vixen, you dare call him Brother Jiang Ciyou? Today, I shall tear your mouth apart." Xue Qin charged forward, intent on slapping Jiang Ciyou, but her arm was intercepted by Jiang Ciyou. "Xue Qin, do not overstep your bounds, lest you wish to lose my favor." The atmosphere grew tense. Trembling with fury, Xue Qin protested. "Brother Jiang Ciyou, can't you see she is bullying me? Look at my face and here, and here." She pointed at the bump on her forehead and the cut on her knee, tears of grievance streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Ciyou, however, merely turned to Jiang Ciyou. "Are you injured?" He grasped her hand gently. "All right, let us leave at once." With that, he led Jiang Ciyou away, leaving Xue Qin to wail on the ground. Xue Tao, seated on the sofa, shook his head. He had refrained from intervening when Xue Qin approached, but it was clear she was no match for Jiang Ciyou. Anyone could see that Jiang Ciyou had been toying with Xue Qin like a dog on a leash. That woman was not to be underestimated. Upon exiting the private room, Jiang Ciyou tossed her luxurious waves of hair and, with her naturally captivating features, cast a sidelong glance at the men. "Did you enjoy my performance?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly. "You turned the birthday girl's sister into that state at a birthday celebration and still ask if I enjoyed it?" Jiang Ciyou shook her head, clicking her tongue. "Truly wicked that a scion of a prominent family, the sister of a friend. It's best not to break the facade. Instead, a vixen like me can shift the blame for the broken engagement onto someone else and inflict a harsh blow to Miss Xue, leaving her disappointed and heartbroken, thus ceasing her pursuit. The intricate web of interests among these esteemed families must be preserved. Since the engagement was already established, if Jiang Ciyou wishes to break it, he needs a scapegoat. Naturally, I am the prime candidate. Even if the Xue family bears grievances, the conflict will be directed at me, the vixen, rather than at Jiang Ciyou, the party involved." Jiang Ciyou chuckled lightly, saying nothing further. Her thoughts were perhaps overly convoluted. That night, Jiang Ciyou found herself unable to sleep. Despite exhausting herself in bed, slumber eluded her. She rose and sat on a rattan chair on the balcony. Waiting for dawn, she wrestled with a choice. Even after all these years and the multitude of wrongs committed against her by Xia Ling, she had never pushed her to the brink after all. She had pulled Xia Ling out of the depths of despair. However, "Xia Ling, it seems, I shall now cast you back into that abyss, for you truly belong there." As dawn lightened the sky, Jiang Ciyou picked up her phone and dialed a number. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the entrance of the television station buzzed with activity. Jiang Ciyou's car was parked nearby. After a while, she spotted a hunched woman at the entrance, Xia Ling's mother. Xia Xiufan, dressed in rags and with disheveled hair, she resembled a beggar. Yet, her sharp eyes glinted with a greedy light as she watched those entering the station. Finally, she spotted her daughter, Xia Ling. It first. Xia Ling did not recognize the woman, but upon realizing who it was, terror flooded her features like a burst dam. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Before Xia Ling could react, the older woman seized her hair and began to rain down blows upon her. Though she appeared ragged, Xia Xiufan possessed considerable strength, tugging at Xia Ling's hair and throwing a tantrum. "Come, everyone, look at my ungrateful daughter. I raised her with such hardship, sent her to university, and now she has the audacity to abandon her ailing father for a life of luxury with a boyfriend, while her father lies bedridden, and she pays no heed. What a heartless wretch!" A crowd gathered, some recognizing Xia Ling and rushing to separate the two. Xia Xiufan, undeterred, threw herself to the ground, wailing, "My life is so miserable. I raised a white-eyed wolf. What nonsense is this about being a host? She doesn't even care about her parents. Oh, heavens, If I had known it would be like this, I would have drowned her at birth. Xia Ling lay on the ground, trembling. Her fear of Xia Xiufan ran so deep that she could not utter a word. Her eyes, enveloped in terror, also betrayed a fierce resentment. The onlookers' pity and disdain pierced Xia Ling deeply. In a fit of desperation, she screamed, "I don't know her. She's just a lunatic. I don't know her at all." Jiang Ciyou sat calmly in her car, observing the scene unfold. Watching Xia Ling shed her facade and descend into hysteria, she coldly donned her sunglasses and drove away. Just 2 hours later, Jiang Ciyou received a call from Yin Feng. "Jiang Ciyou, get to the hospital now." "What is going on?" Jiang Ciyou's tone was indifferent. "Xia Ling is in critical condition. If we lose our child, I will not let you off the hook." After hanging up, a wave of agitation washed over Jiang Ciyou. Xia Ling's child was in jeopardy? She had informed Xia Xiufan of Xia Ling's whereabouts merely to return the favor. She had never intended for Xia Ling to lose the baby. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou drove to the hospital. By the time she arrived, Xia Ling had already been moved out of the emergency room and into a luxurious VIP ward. Jiang Ciyou approached the door, which was ajar, allowing her to see everything inside. Xia Ling resembled a frightened rabbit, sobbing in Yin Feng's embrace. "Only Ciyou knows about my family situation. We don't even have a TV at home. My mother can't read a word and never watches the news. She must have learned everything from Ciyou. She knows my mother is a blood-sucking demon. I've been controlled and tormented by her since childhood, nearly dying at her hands. Now, she is making a scene at the television station, and everyone knows my mother is a madwoman. In front of my colleagues, I can never hold my head high again." Director Tang called and told me to rest and not worry about tonight's hosting duties. I worked so hard to secure this position. "Why would Ciyou do this?" Yin Feng held her tightly, soothing her gently that it's all right. "You still have me. Even if you don't work, I will support you for life." Jiang Ciyou knocked on the door. They both turned to look at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou, Yin Feng's anger flared. "Jiang Ciyou, you actually dared to come." Jiang Ciyou's expression remained calm, and I asked the doctor. "Your child is fine." Yin Feng sneered. "You seem rather disappointed. You want to be satisfied until our child is dead? You venomous woman." Jiang Ciyou's gaze darkened slightly. "I never intended to harm your child." Xia Ling's eyes were filled with grievance and innocence. "Did you tell my mother about my situation?" Jiang Ciyou did not deny it. Indeed, tears streamed down Xia Ling's face. "Ciyou, why would you do this? You know my mother is a monster. Why would you push me into hell? Why treat me this way?" Jiang Ciyou replied coolly, "It's merely tit for tat." Xia Ling was momentarily stunned, then cried, "I know you must think I was the one posting those things online. I wasn't. I swear I wasn't. I would never do something like that. I could swear on the life of my child." "No need for oaths," Jiang Ciyou interjected. "I fear your retribution may fall upon your child." Xia Ling's complexion turned pale, yet Yin Feng could no longer contain his fury. He stepped forward, raising his hand to slap Jiang Ciyou, but she firmly seized his wrist. With a smile that was both charming and chilling, she said, "Yin Feng, have you forgotten? You could never win in a fight against me." His arm pained under her grip, but he understood that while Jiang Ciyou appeared delicate like a blooming flower, she had always been a fierce fighter. "Jiang Ciyou, you are a lunatic. The biggest regret of my life is having cared for you, loved you, and spoiled you beyond measure, only for you to grow so malevolent." Jiang Ciyou's smile deepened. "Did you ever truly love me? If you had, you wouldn't have allowed Xia Ling's words to turn you against me. If you had truly loved me, you wouldn't have knifed me in the back when I was at my lowest. How could we have ended up like this without you ever doubting Xia Ling?" It was not without sorrow. They had been childhood friends, inseparable in their youth. Even without love, they shared over 2 decades of camaraderie. Once, they had confided in each other, their first love blossoming in their youth. But now they had devolved into mutual hatred. Chapter 35. Yin Feng discovers the truth behind Xia Ling's malice. Yin Feng seemed momentarily stunned. "Xia Ling is kind-hearted, unlike you, who is merely pretending." Jiang Ciyou let out a cold laugh. She promptly took out a voice recorder and pressed play. The woman's voice emerged. It was Xia Ling who provided the information. "On my last day of work, she unexpectedly handed me a dossier, urging me to publish it online on the final day of voting, all for her ambition to ascend to the prime-time hosting position." Yin Feng's expression gradually grew grave. He had indeed seen that post, which contained numerous defamatory elements. carefully avoiding the weighty issues while labeling Jiang Ciyou as the daughter of a murderer, branding her with twisted psychological labels. Upon hearing the recording, Xiaoling's countenance changed dramatically. It's not me. This is false. Wei Weiyan is slandering me. This recording is fabricated. Jiang Ciyou, how could you frame me like this? A faint smirk played on Jiang Ciyou's lips. This recording is indeed false. As I had someone re-record it. It is not Wei Weiyan's voice at all. But how do you know that those posts were authored by Wei Weiyan? Xiaoling's face turned ashen, rendering her momentarily speechless. Jiang Ciyou approached the edge of Xiaoling's bed, lifting her hand to grasp Xiaoling's chin. Xiaoling, remember, this is merely the beginning. If I discover that you were behind any prior incidents, you shall face dire consequences. With that, Jiang Ciyou departed. Yin Feng stood motionless, gazing at the frail Xiaoling, for the first time refraining from offering comfort. Tears streamed down Xiaoling's face like rain on pear blossoms. Ah Feng, please believe me. It is Ciyou who is framing me. This is all her scheme. You know how much she despises me, how she wishes to harm me and our child. Our child is so hard won. I endured countless injections and endured so much pain to conceive. Suddenly, Xiaoling clutched her abdomen. Yin Feng rushed forward, urgently calling for a doctor. Their child, a product of in vitro fertilization, was indeed a precious blessing. Perhaps their only one. Yin Feng grasped Xiaoling's hand. I believe you. Please don't be agitated. Xiaoling, I have always believed in you. Xiaoling finally exhaled, leaning into Yin Feng's embrace and weeping. Yet, once the seed of doubt is sown, it burgeons uncontrollably. Yin Feng was not a fool. While Xiaoling claimed Jiang Ciyou was framing her, she could not refute the evidence Jiang Ciyou presented. Yin Feng, have you never harbored doubts about Xiaoling? As they reached the study's doorway, Yin Feng's footsteps halted abruptly. Xiaoling's laptop lay atop the desk. For the first time, he opened it. The computer was password protected. Yin Feng tried several combinations. Xiaoling's birthday, his own birthday, the date they traveled abroad together, but none unlocked the device. Just as he was about to give up, a thought flashed through his mind. And he entered a series of digits. To his surprise, the computer unlocked. The password was Jiang Ciyou's birthday. How much did she care about Jiang Ciyou to set her birthday as the access code? Furrowing his brow, Yin Feng opened the laptop. It did not take long for him to locate a folder filled with original images related to the recent posting incident, identical to those circulating online. However, these photos had been stored for over a year, indicating that Xiaoling had collected them while they were abroad, suggesting premeditated malice against Jiang Ciyou. Moreover, Yin Feng discovered several other folders on Xiaoling's computer, each categorically containing damaging evidence against Jiang Ciyou, including allegations of high school bullying and accounts of a troubled youth. Yin Feng knew from their shared high school experience that Jiang Ciyou had never bullied anyone and was far from a troubled girl. On the contrary, during those years, Jiang Ciyou was bright, charming, and genuine, excelling academically and beloved by both teachers and students. Clearly, these were baseless slanders. Should any of this information surface, it could drag Jiang Ciyou, a public figure, into an abyss of disgrace. The room remained dimly lit, casting flickering shadows on Yin Feng's impassive face, shrouded in deep contemplation. Jiang Ciyou, having rarely found leisure in the past year due to her daily obligations to broadcast midday news, suddenly found herself with ample free time. This morning, she had indulged in sleep until well past midday, then began designing jewelry. Her senior had been urging for design drafts, and she had taken the opportunity to create 2 sets to send him. Bo Jinsi had been on a business trip to Japan for 3 days. By noon, Jiang Ciyou received a message from him, inviting her to lunch in the president's office at BJ. With nothing else to occupy her time, Jiang Ciyou decided to go, relishing the exclusive culinary delights prepared by BJ's chef for Bo Jinsi. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of BJ Tower, she entered via Bo Jinsi's private elevator. As the elevator doors opened, she stepped into the private lounge of Bo Jinsi's office. Jiang Ciyou mused that such a design was perfectly suited for clandestine affairs. The lounge was empty. As she opened the door to step outside, she encountered Bo Jinsi's personal secretary, Gao Xin, and an awkward silence fell over them. Gao Xin, however, appeared unfazed. Adjusting his frameless glasses, he politely remarked, "Miss Jiang, the president is still en route and will arrive in about 10 minutes. All right, I understand," Jiang Ciyou replied. She seated herself in Bo Jinsi's office chair, casually glancing at a stack of documents on the desk, a familiar photograph caught her eye. It was Jiang Ciyou. Unable to resist, she picked up the file to examine it closely. It was a job application for the position of assistant to the president. Jiang Ciyou was applying to be Bo Jinxi's secretary. A chill seemed to wash over Jiang Ciyou's crystalline eyes. In her sophomore year, Jiang Ciyou had barged into the Jiang household with a stack of paternity test documents, turning both her and her life upside down. Jiang Ciyou's adoptive mother, who was also her biological mother, In Ruyun, had orchestrated the exchange of 2 children 2 decades prior to exact revenge on the Jiang family. Jiang Ciyou claimed to have endured a childhood of torment, which had driven Yao Shulan to the peak of guilt for her biological daughter and hatred for In Ruyun. At that time, In Ruyun had been sentenced to life imprisonment for murder. Consequently, Yao Shulan unleashed her pin-up rage and resentment onto Jiang Ciyou. The mother who had once cherished and loved her now sought to bring her to ruin overnight, a reality Jiang Ciyou could not fathom. In that moment, she contemplated whether her demise would awaken a flicker of the maternal love that once existed. Thus, she attempted to take her own life. Yet, as reality would have it, that spark never ignited. Chapter 36. I have truly fallen under your spell. Reflecting on those harrowing memories, a part of Jiang Ciyou's heart still bled. She closed her eyes, her gaze lingering on Jiang Ciyou's photograph. As the sole heir of the Jiang group, why would she seek a position as an assistant secretary at BJ? Surely, it must be for the sake of Bo Jinxi. A smirk tugged at Jiang Ciyou's lips. The Jiang family held a prominent status in Rongqing, yet in the eyes of the powerful elite and the nation's wealthiest, they were but an insignificant household. Jiang Ciyou's ambitions seemed overly grandiose. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing Bo Jinxi's tall figure. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he appeared somewhat weary from his travels. Upon spotting the woman nestled in his office chair, looking languid and relaxed like a cat, his bright smile illuminated the room. Bo Jinxi approached, wrapping his arms around Jiang Ciyou. She had no choice but to cling to his waist, astonished yet amused, her eyes glinting with playful mischief. Did you miss me that much? Bo Jinxi's gaze deepened as he looked at the enchanting woman before him, his hand resting on her waist, savoring the soft, silky texture of her skin. It had truly felt like an eternity since they had last seen each other. I think I've truly fallen under your spell. Jiang Ciyou lingered in Bo Jinxi's office for quite a while. In the afternoon, she received a phone call from Jiang Jinhui. Dad misses you, he said, causing her heart to ache. In truth, Jiang Jinhui had always treated her well. When Yao Shulan had insisted on expelling her from the family, severing ties, it was Jiang Jinhui who intervened. At the banquet where Jiang Ciyou reclaimed her lineage, he publicly declared that she would always remain the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Rising, Jiang Ciyou took her bag and walked towards Bo Jinxi, who was engrossed in documents. Despite his appearance as a frivolous pretty boy, he possessed an undeniable charm when focused. Jiang Ciyou approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and leaned down to plant a kiss on his cheek. I'm leaving now. Don't wait up for me tonight. This man had a dual nature. When serious, he was exceedingly so, yet when he let loose, he was utterly uninhibited. Here, in the office, Gaotzen could walk in at any moment. Where are you off to? After indulging in enough affection, he finally released her. Jiang Ciyou, nestled in his embrace, felt as delicate as a kitten, yet her eyes sparkled with cunning like a little fox. It's a secret. With a graceful leap, she departed like a butterfly taking flight, leaving behind a trail of fragrance as she vanished into the floral embrace of the evening. Later that evening, Jiang Ciyou arrived at the Jiang family villa. The housekeeper, Yu Saw, was pleasantly surprised to see her and warmly welcomed her inside. Why Yu Saw had watched Jiang Ciyou grow up, forging a deep bond. After the incident, Yu Saw had felt heartbroken yet powerless. Thank you, Yu Saw. A wave of warmth washed over Jiang Ciyou. What on earth did you cook to make the kitchen smell so foul? At that moment, Jiang Ciyou descended the staircase, looking down at Yu Saw and Jiang Ciyou from a height. Yu Saw hastily explained, Second miss, I have prepared some durian milk pastries that the eldest miss loves. I have just thoroughly cleaned the kitchen, and there is no lingering odor. The eldest miss retorted, what does it matter if she is the daughter of a murderer? Yu Saw, you must remember that there is only one miss in the Jiang family, and that is me. Do you understand? Yu Sao's countenance darkened. 70 years old, she had raised 2 generations of the Jiang family, and even the master held her in high regard. Yu Sao remained silent, and Jiang Ciyou spoke again with an authoritative tone. Ciyou, dispose of those foul-smelling items immediately. The Jiang family shall not allow durian to be present henceforth. Trembling, Ciyou replied, but these are all Miss Ciyou's favorite treats. Tears welled in the wrinkled corners of her eyes, and her lips quivered slightly as she cast a helpless and guilty glance at Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou leaned closer to Ciyou's ear and whispered, "Put them in my car." Ciyou nodded and departed. Jiang Xiaoxiao moved beside Jiang Ciyou, her demeanor haughty. "I heard you have been suspended from the television station?" Jiang Ciyou replied with a faint smile, "It seems my sister is quite concerned about me. Those are my parents, not yours. You are the daughter of a murderer. You do not deserve such brilliance and should remain in the shadows." Jiang Ciyou's expression remained unchanged, her smile deepening. "It's one thing for others to say it, but why does my sister always refer to me as the daughter of a murderer, compared to me, who has scarcely met my mother? You are the daughter of Ruyun, who raised you for 20 years. Your bond should be far deeper." Upon mentioning Ruyun, Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression shifted. "She is a murderer and a trafficker. She ruined my once bright life, and she is unworthy of being my mother." So you refused to testify, allowing her act of self-defense to be turned into intentional murder, leading to a life sentence? Jiang Xiaoxiao's face paled instantly. "What did you say?" "Nothing." With that, Jiang Ciyou bypassed Jiang Xiaoxiao and headed for the second floor. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao pursued her, blocking her path with an authoritative stance. "Jiang Ciyou, clarify your words. What do you know?" Indeed, Jiang Ciyou had uncovered some truths. On the night Ruyun committed murder, Jiang Xiaoxiao had also been present. Neighbors reported seeing the deceased Zhao Daqing assaulting Ruyun and her daughter, leading to an immediate call to the police. Yet when the police arrived, only Ruyun was present, alongside the lifeless Zhao Daqing, who had been stabbed in the heart with a fruit knife. Ruyun was charged with murder. However, if the neighbor's account was accurate, it was likely that Ruyun had acted in self-defense, resulting in manslaughter. Yet throughout, Jiang Xiaoxiao had never appeared in court to defend Ruyun. Jiang Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen, clearly agitated. She feared that Jiang Ciyou might know something. Yet upon further reflection, it seemed impossible. If Jiang Ciyou were aware, how could she have remained silent for 3 years? Perhaps she despised herself as well. Chapter 37. Just show you the green tea. What do you think I should know? Jiang Ciyou asked with a smile that held a hint of mockery as she gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a pang of unease but maintained a fierce expression. She detested Jiang Ciyou's naturally composed demeanor, which exuded an air of superiority. "Jiang Ciyou, you are nothing more than a dog taken in by our Jiang family. You better understand your place. If a dog dares to bite its master, it will meet a tragic end." Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice brimmed with warning and threat. She wanted to convey to Jiang Ciyou that regardless of what she knew, if she dared to speak out, her fate would be sealed. Jiang Ciyou, unfazed, chuckled softly, "A tragic end? Just based on you?" Jiang Xiaoxiao's anger flared. Jiang Ciyou's smile deepened, her face devoid of any sign of rage. Her gaze filled with disdain, as though viewing Jiang Xiaoxiao as a mere clown. "I have heard that the more guilty and fearful a person is, the louder they will bark. Indeed, dogs are no different." Jiang Xiaoxiao paused, her eyes blazing with fury. "Jiang Ciyou, you dare to insult me as a dog. It seems if I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never understand your position." Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her hand, intending to slap Jiang Ciyou. However, Jiang Ciyou intercepted her wrist, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. But when Jiang Ciyou glanced up and spotted a figure emerging at the staircase, she suddenly tightened her grip on Jiang Xiaoxiao's wrist and then released it. Jiang Xiaoxiao's wrist throbbed painfully, causing her to misdirect her strike. Instead of landing on Jiang Ciyou's cheek, her slap connected with her shoulder, causing Jiang Ciyou to lean back and tumble onto the staircase. In an instant, Jiang Ciyou's previous assertiveness dissipated as she clung to the railing, appearing as delicate as a willow. Reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. "You said I am green tea? Then let me show you what green tea truly is." Jiang Xiaoxiao felt as if her wrist might shatter, her head ringing from the pain. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed Jiang Ciyou's murderous intent, yet now she appeared frail and fragile. Nevertheless, she was undeterred and advanced to kick Jiang Ciyou. "Stop!" Jiang Xiaoxiao turned to see Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan standing at the top of the staircase. Both watching intently, Jiang Xiaoxiao's realization was instantaneous. "Dad, Mom, she was pretending. She was the one who wanted to hit me. Jiang Ciyou descended the stairs. We clearly saw what transpired from above. I have said many times that Ciyou will always be part of our Jiang family and your sister. You must not bully your sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao was seething with anger. Jiang Ciyou was clearly acting. She hadn't even struck her, yet her wrist ached unbearably. Yao Shulan stepped forward, taking Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand. Why are you scolding our daughter for the sake of an outsider? Hasn't Xiaoxiao suffered enough over the years because of her? With that, she led Jiang Xiaoxiao to the dining room. As they departed, Jiang Xiaoxiao cast a triumphant and provocative glance back at Jiang Ciyou, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Thankfully, Yao Shulan was firmly on her side. During dinner, Jiang Jinhui inquired, Ciyou, why didn't Tia Feng come with you? He is busy with work, Jiang Ciyou replied vaguely. The Jiang and Yin families were his closest family. Jiang Jinhui had likely known about her split with Yin Feng long before. There was no need for further explanation. Jiang Jinhui shot Jiang Xiaoxiao a disapproving look before sighing, You and Yin Feng have been childhood sweethearts. This is merely a temporary setback. Yin Feng has grown up under our watch. He has always been devoted to you. I believe that if you invest more effort into your relationship, you will eventually come to your senses. Both families were well aware of the situation between Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou. Dad, I am fully aware of my own affairs. Some matters are better left unspoken. Jiang Jinhui chose not to press further. Jiang Xiaoxiao, observing her father's warmth towards Jiang Ciyou, interjected to disrupt their conversation. Dad, Mom, I have an announcement to make. All eyes turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao. I have applied for the position of CEO's secretary at BJ and have already been accepted. Starting tomorrow, I will begin working at BJ. Jiang Jinhui was taken aback. You were doing well in the design department. Why go to BJ? The Jiang family was a clothing enterprise with its own company and factory, boasting the brand Qing Bin Jiaran. The company had gone public 2 years ago and was quite renowned domestically and even had a small international presence. Thus, the Jiang family was among the wealthiest in Rongqing. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao had never been academically inclined. Consequently, she was placed in the company to learn management but had caused chaos, leading several senior executives to threaten resignation. Reluctantly, she was assigned a position in the design department, where she unexpectedly thrived due to some innate design talent. But this was still far from the remarkable skills Jiang Ciyou had displayed from a young age. Jiang Ciyou had shown astounding artistic and design prowess, starting to design garments for Qing Bin Jiaran at the age of 9. The brand's international success was partly due to her winning prestigious awards in international design competitions. However, since Jiang Xiaoxiao's arrival in the design department, Jiang Ciyou had not submitted any designs, resulting in Qing Bin Jiaran lacking any groundbreaking pieces for 3 years, relying solely on classic styles to maintain its reputation. The company's stock prices had been gradually declining, Jiang Xiaoxiao asserted. I am doing this for the company, for the brand Qing Bin Jiaran. Dad, you must know about the ORLD Mall. If Qing Bin Jiaran could establish a presence there, it would leap into the realm of international luxury, coveted by socialites and elites, and the company's stock would surely soar. Jiang Jinhui was well aware of ORLD, the largest and most luxurious mall in the country, and the only membership-based shopping center that ordinary citizens could not enter. Catering exclusively to the nation's elite. The brands housed within were all top-tier international luxury labels. The ORLD is filled with international luxury brands, and there are no domestic labels. For Qing Bin Jiaran to enter ORLD is akin to chasing a pipe dream. Chapter 38. Jiang Xiaoyu, I miss you so much, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied. That is precisely why I applied to be Bo Jinqiu's secretary. ORLD is, after all, under the Bo family's ownership, and Bo Jinqiu is the sole heir. If he gives the green light, Qing Bin Jiaran would be the first domestic brand to enter ORLD. You understand the significance of this, Dad? Jiang Jinhui shook his head. Xiaoxiao, it is not as easy as you think. The Bo family has its own clothing enterprise, significantly larger than ours. They have not even allowed their own brand into the mall, let alone an outsider's. Jiang Xiaoxiao, however, was brimming with confidence. Dad, how will we know if we don't try? Give me 3 months, and I will ensure that I win over Bo Jinqiu. Noticing her father's skeptical gaze, she added, What I mean is, I will make sure the young master allows Qing Bin Jiaran to enter ORLD. Jiang Ciyou listened quietly from the side, remaining silent. The notion put forth by Jiang Xiaoxiao is indeed exceedingly naive. Not to mention that ORLD has explicit collaboration standards for brands. It is utterly inconceivable that they would jeopardize their esteemed reputation as the foremost luxury brand in the country for the sake of any single entity. Furthermore, it seems that Jiang Ciyou has heard from Bo Jinsi that ORLD does not fall under his jurisdiction, but rather is managed by his elder sister, Bo Wanzhou, with whom he shares a strained relationship. Additionally, Jiang Xiaoxiao has been deceitful. She did not secure a position as Bo Jinsi's secretary, but rather as a secretary assistant, who rarely, if ever, encounters Bo Jinsi. After dinner, Jiang Jinhui suggested to Jiang Ciyou, "Why not spend the night at home? Your room has likely been devoid of warmth for quite some time." Jiang Ciyou glanced at Yao Shulan, who remained impassive, not even sparing her a glance. A chill coursed through Jiang Ciyou's heart. Having faced death once, what hope could she still harbor? Just as she was about to decline, her phone suddenly rang. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ciyou said, "Yin Feng is drunk. I must go fetch him, won't be staying here tonight." Jiang Jinhui appeared relieved, sensing that his earlier words had resonated with Jiang Ciyou. "Very well. Off you go then," he replied. Upon entering the private room 1008 at the Fragrant Flower Club, Jiang Ciyou was met with a cacophony of noise. Everyone was intoxicated, some singing, others drinking. Yet, she recognized almost everyone in the room. They were Yin Feng's childhood friends, and some shared an even closer bond with her than with Yin Feng himself. As she stepped in, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. Xiao Kai approached her eagerly. "Sister Yu, you've arrived." Though these individuals were a year or two older than Jiang Ciyou, they all addressed her as Sister Yu, a moniker earned from her feisty childhood demeanor, during which she never lost a fight against the boys. Jiang Ciyou cast a glance at Yin Feng, who lay sprawled on the sofa. "You should call Xiaoling. Why are you calling me?" she chided. The others were well aware of the dynamics among the three of them. Xiao Kai jested, "Who is Xiaoling? I don't know her. You two were inseparable as children, and now she is the legitimate Mrs. Yin. If I'm not looking for you, who else should I seek?" Jiang Ciyou, uninterested in banter, shot a glance at Yin Feng. "Can he even walk?" Xiao Kai instructed others to help Yin Feng to his feet and follow Jiang Ciyou out. Just as they reached the main hall of the Fragrant Flower Club, Yin Feng suddenly regained consciousness. He shrugged off the two who were supporting him, declaring, "Let go of me. I'm not drunk. I can still drink." With bleary eyes, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Ciyou and, unexpectedly, stepped forward to envelop her in an embrace. His voice was choked with emotion. "Jiang Xiaoyu, I miss you so much." Jiang Ciyou was taken aback, her body stiffening, not merely from the abrupt hug, but from the long-forgotten nickname. Jiang Xiaoyu, which Yin Feng had used to call her since childhood. It had been many years since she had heard it, and an inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within her. Yin Feng clung to her tightly, sobbing like a child, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Jiang Xiaoyu, why did you abandon me?" "Why?" It was evident that Yin Feng was indeed intoxicated, his words slurring into incoherence. Jiang Ciyou gently patted his back. "Yin Feng, look closely. I am Jiang Ciyou, not Xiaoling Jiang Xiaoyu. You are not allowed to leave me. Others may despise me, but you cannot. You cannot look down upon me. I have become this way all because of you. How could you be so heartless?" Jiang Ciyou was baffled by his words, yet sensed there was more to the story. Perhaps she could unravel the reasons behind Xiaoling's earlier provocations. Adopting a coaxing tone, she said, "Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Tell me what happened. Why do you say such things?" Meanwhile, Bo Jinsi and his entourage had exited the elevator, halting their steps. As Bo Jinsi remained stationary, the others dared not move. They followed his gaze and beheld a couple embracing in the hall of the Fragrant Flower Club. Xue Tao quipped, "The atmosphere here has certainly taken a turn for the worse." In broad daylight, they re-embracing openly. Fong Bo chimed in, "It seems less like a couple in love and more like two people who had a spat, now confessing their feelings under the influence of alcohol. That poor girl, the man is 7 parts drunk, and she is left in tears." As the group jested, Xue Tao suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Isn't that girl the prince's girlfriend?" Upon this revelation, everyone appeared to remember. Indeed, it was Jiang Ciyou. During Xue Tao's birthday celebration days prior, the prince had introduced a woman as his girlfriend, causing Xue Qin to break down in tears. Wasn't that the very same woman now in the arms of another man? Though many doubted the sincerity of their relationship, believing the prince was merely using her to dissuade Xue Qin, she was still the only one he had publicly acknowledged. Her actions now seemed to humiliate the prince. The crowd glanced at Bo Jinsi, who wore a frighteningly dark expression. Shui Tao, keen-eyed, discerned something further. The man she was embracing appeared to be Yin Feng from High Feng Construction. It was no wonder she had sought to compete with Jiang Ciyou during their golf outing. It now became evident that she was indeed Yin Feng's lover. Everyone was taken aback. So, this Jiang Ciyou was playing both sides, ensnaring Yin Feng while also entangling herself with the prince? Chapter 39. The prince is smitten with that woman. The group cast their eyes back to Bo Jinsi, whose expression remained inscrutable, though the atmosphere around him was chilling. In an instant, they fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou had failed to extract the answer she sought. Yin Feng had succumbed to intoxication once more, his entire weight resting against her. Jiang Ciyou could only support him as they exited the hall. The onlookers observed Bo Jinsi's demeanor with trepidation. Fang Bo, ever the provocateur, remarked, in such a small place as Rongqing, women are audacious enough to toy with our prince. Perhaps I should take matters into my own hands. I have my methods to deal with such women. I'll ensure you have your revenge. Bo Jinsi remained silent, and the others assumed he was tacitly agreeing with Fang Bo. Fang Bo continued. A woman of such loose morals requires someone like me to handle her. I'll pursue her first. And once I've succeeded, I'll host a mahjong gathering, making sure everyone knows she is my girlfriend, leaving her questioning her life choices forever. As Fang Bo elaborated on his plans to toy with Jiang Ciyou, he became increasingly explicit. 3 days, at most 3 days, and I'll have her in my bedi in the next moment. Bo Jinsi suddenly whirled around and landed a punch on Fang Bo's face. Fang Bo was knocked to the ground, bewildered. Bo Jinsi stepped closer, gripping Fang Bo by the collar. Dare to lay a finger on her, and you'll regret it. After uttering this warning, Bo Jinsi released Fang Bo and strode toward the exit. The entire group was left in shock. Though the prince often appeared aloof, he had always treated them well. It was evident now that they had felt a palpable sense of danger emanating from him. Shui Tao remarked, the prince is truly smitten with that woman. As Bo Jinsi exited, he chanced upon Jiang Ciyou assisting Yin Feng into a car, which then drove away from the Fragrant Flower Club. Bo Jinsi had not driven himself that day, leaving him no time to pursue them. Instead, he took out his phone and called Jiang Ciyou. Just as she picked up, the screen displayed a call from the pretty boy. As she reached to decline it, her phone died, the screen going dark. The car traveled along the elevated highway, and the Yin family was already asleep. Initially, Jiang Ciyou intended to leave after dropping Yin Feng off, but he suddenly stirred awake. Grabbing her hand, he called her Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou observed him, half awake, and considered how to elicit more information. Yet, Yin Feng spoke as if he had lost 3 years' worth of memories, recounting tales from their past, particularly from their childhood together. As he spoke, Yin Feng suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a scar that ran sinuously down his waist. Jiang Ciyou, you despise me, don't you, because of this? But you promised you would be responsible for me for a lifetime. Even if I became disabled, you would care for me forever. Jiang Ciyou's heart jolted as she gazed at his scar. It was a remnant from when they were 12, during an outdoor adventure camp. One night, hungry, Jiang Ciyou had crawled out of the tent, rousing Yin Feng to sneak some instant noodles. While cooking over a small fire, Yin Feng had accidentally spilled boiling soup on himself, sustaining severe burns. Jiang Ciyou recalled how gravely injured he had been, hospitalized for an extended period, even spending days in ICU due to severe infection risks. During that time, she had vigilantly stayed by his side. The doctors had warned that if the infection could not be controlled, amputation might be necessary. Jiang Ciyou had wept, assuring him that regardless of his condition, she would care for him for life. After his discharge, he had never mentioned the incident again, nor had he revealed the extent of his injuries. Now, for the first time, Jiang Ciyou saw the scars. The muscle was deformed, the skin uneven, and this was merely a fraction of what lay beneath. The most severe burns had been on his left leg, and she could only imagine how grotesque and shocking those scars must appear. Memories flooded back, and as she gazed at his wounds, her eyes reddened. Feng, why would you say such things? When have I ever despised you? Your own diary reveals your thoughts, and you still wish to deny it? Yin Feng wore a heartbroken expression. I've become like this, a burden. I don't deserve you. Just as Jiang Ciyou intended to inquire further, Yin Feng erupted in a fit of rage, pushing her out the door. Leave, Jiang Ciyou, just go. I don't want your pity or your sympathy. With a resounding slam, he shut the door in her face. Jiang Ciyou had initially contemplated departing. As she stepped out, she unexpectedly encountered Yin Mu. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou, Yin Mu's face lit up with a remarkable surprise, and she took Jiang Ciyou's hand, expressing her concern with warmth. Ultimately, she insisted that Jiang Ciyou stay for the night. Noticing that it was already past midnight and with a few matters still on her mind that she wished to clarify, Jiang Ciyou agreed to stay next door. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. What did Yin Feng's words mean? Jiang Ciyou rose early the next morning, while heading to the dining area for breakfast. She ran into Yin Feng. Upon noticing her, a flicker of an inscrutable emotion flashed in his eyes. Jiang Ciyou, however, maintained her composure, sitting down to begin her meal. You were drunk? It was Shao Kai who called me. Yin Feng fell silent for a moment. Next time, I will inform them that we have parted ways, so they won't disturb you. Jiang Ciyou's expression remained indifferent. As you wish. Yin Feng gazed intently at Jiang Ciyou's face. She had just woken up, without any makeup, looking completely different from her usual polished self. When made up, Jiang Ciyou was radiant, akin to a captivating vixen. However, without makeup, she appeared much younger, resembling a college student. After a brief moment of distraction, he spoke. I have investigated the matter regarding the post. It was orchestrated by Xiaoling. I do not understand why she would target you in this manner. But on her behalf, I apologize. Jiang Ciyou remained noncommittal, casting a glance at Yin Feng. He continued. I can also compensate you. You may stipulate any conditions. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow slightly. Any condition? Really? Yin Feng's expression darkened, a glimmer of wariness crossing his eyes. As long as it is within my capabilities. Jiang Ciyou found his demeanor amusing. It was as if he was wary of her. Yin Feng's frown seemed to deepen further. Chapter 40. The jealousy of Bojinsi Xiaoling had tarnished her reputation online, causing her to lose her prime-time hosting position, and Xiaoling's future days would likely be fraught with more troubles. After a moment of silence, Yin Feng spoke again. Last night, I was drunk. Did I say anything? Jiang Ciyou recalled the scar on Yin Feng's waist, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards it. Yin Feng seemed to sense this, his face paling. Did you see it? A hint of guilt crossed Jiang Ciyou's face. I had no idea you were so severely injured back then. A flicker of anger and disgust seemed to flash in Yin Feng's eyes. Jiang Ciyou, do not look at me with such eyes. He saw through the guilt and pity that lay beneath her gaze. If it were genuine, it would be one thing, but it was merely a fade. An act? She clearly felt revulsion yet pretended to display this remorseful appearance, which was utterly distasteful. Sympathy was already enough to wound a man's pride. How much more so when it was cloaked in hypocrisy? I'm sorry, your injury was also caused by me. Yet Yin Feng erupted in sudden fury. Jiang Ciyou, stop acting here. You clearly loathe me deeply, even wishing for my demise. You are nothing but a duplicitous and venomous woman, pretending to be a benevolent saint now. Jiang Ciyou detected the crux of his words. What have I done to make you harbor such thoughts? Your diary from back then was quite explicit. Do you still wish to deny it? Jiang Ciyou indeed had a habit of keeping a diary since childhood. However, she never recalled writing anything in her diary expressing hatred for Yin Feng or cursing him. Furthermore, it seemed that she had lost one of her diaries from her university days. Since then, she had stopped writing diaries altogether. You read my diary? Tell me, what did I write that made you think so poorly of me? Even after all these years? Yet, even as she thought of those past entries, Yin Feng felt a sharp pang in his heart. You know well what you wrote. Since you won't say, then bring out the diary I wrote. We shall confront each other face to face. Jiang Ciyou speculated that the diary she had lost might be in Yin Feng's possession. Yin Feng scoffed. I burned it long ago. The atmosphere became intensely oppressive, the air thick with tension. Jiang Ciyou took a moment to calm herself. Previously, I mentioned that Xiaoling was sowing discord between us. You may not have believed it then, but now you should see that Xiaoling is not the pure, innocent person you imagined. However, since you have chosen her, the past matters little now. A shadow of gloom flickered in Yin Feng's eyes. He raised his head, fixing a steady gaze on Jiang Ciyou. His expression was frigid, with a cold light flickering in his eyes. His voice was equally icy. Jiang Ciyou, I am a person, not an object to be easily discarded. They parted on an unhappy note. Jiang Ciyou found the situation rather amusing. Was this not the outcome they both desired? What more could he expect? After leaving the Yin family's villa, Jiang Ciyou proceeded to the Green Lawn Villa. She had slept poorly the previous night. To her surprise, upon entering the house, she saw Bo Jinsi descending from the second floor. Upon spotting Jiang Ciyou, he halted in his tracks. Jiang Ciyou casually greeted him. "Are you heading to the company?" He looked down at her. Once Jiang Ciyou passed him, he finally spoke. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Jiang Ciyou took her phone from her bag to check. It was dead. She sensed that Bo Jinsi's expression was not favorable. "Did you wait for me last night?" "I told you not to wait for me since I had matters to attend to." Bo Jinsi fixed his gaze on Jiang Ciyou's eyes. "You never mentioned you would be staying out all night." Jiang Ciyou smiled and leaned in, gently kissing his lips as if to soothe him. "Sorry, darling, next time I will inform you in advance." After saying this, Jiang Ciyou attempted to bypass him to head upstairs for some much-needed rest. But her arm was suddenly seized with force. "Jiang Ciyou, what do you take me for, your pet?" His handsome face was clearly marked with anger. "You caress me when you're happy, but cast me aside when you're not?" Jiang Ciyou was puzzled by Bo Jinsi's sudden outburst of temper early in the morning. After all, she had explicitly told him not to wait for her the previous day. Yet, over the course of 3 years, he occasionally displayed such petty behavior. Jiang Ciyou patiently tried to placate him. "I truly had matters to attend to yesterday. How about I make it up to you tonight?" Usually, when she reached this point in her coaxing, Bo Jinsi would relent. However, this time, his expression did not soften. Instead, it grew increasingly sullen. "What you call matters is merely your flirtation with Yin Feng in the Hall of the Blossoms?" Jiang Ciyou quickly realized, last night. "You were also at Blossoms?" It seemed Bo Jinsi had witnessed her with Yin Feng, which explained his intense anger. Jiang Ciyou pondered for a moment before deciding to explain. "He was drunk. Why would I let you take him home?" "Jiang Ciyou, what is your relationship with him? Considering the Yin family's kindness towards me, it is hardly excessive for me to escort him." Bo Jinsi chuckled. "Are you more concerned about the Yin family's kindness? Or do you still harbor feelings for Yin Feng?" Yesterday, Jiang Ciyou had said some affectionate words to Yin Feng, which Bo Jinsi had heard clearly. She had called him a Feng with such intimacy and claimed she would never abandon him, soothing him as one would a child. A sarcastic smile curled at the corners of Bo Jinsi's lips as he grasped Jiang Ciyou's chin. "Am I not enough for you? Are you so eager to reunite with Yin Feng?" Jiang Ciyou's eyes turned icy in an instant, yet a hint of a smile lingered on her lips. "Mr. Bo, you are crossing the line." Bo Jinsi furrowed his brows, his gaze dark and stormy, concealing turbulence. Jiang Ciyou maintained her signature enchanting smile, her voice playful and enticing. "My relationship with you does not require me to account for my actions. Hence, please do not adopt the posture of an interrogator. We are merely two parties seeking mutual satisfaction, not spouses or lovers. I can only say that I have not breached our agreement. As for my feelings and thoughts, you have no right to interfere. Of course, if M.R.Bo grows weary, we can terminate our relationship at any time, and I shall move out immediately." Bo Jinsi stared at the alluring woman before him. Her meaning was unmistakable. She had not slept with Yin Feng. Yet she still held him in her heart, hence her request for him not to interfere. Bo Jinsi even doubted that if he were to propose ending their relationship, she would eagerly leave. Perhaps even celebrating with champagne. Chapter 41. Is it that unless I seek you out, you will never look for me? Bo Jinsi released Jiang Ciyou and strode away. Jiang Ciyou suddenly felt even more fatigued. After arguing with Yin Feng at the Yin family's residence, she now faced similar turmoil. She could understand that a man's possessiveness was quite normal. However, she had not violated their agreement. If everyone expected her to lower herself to appease them, it would be far too exhausting. A man was merely a tool for her happiness. She had no intention of allowing her heart to become entangled with any man again. Jiang Ciyou slept for half the day. When her phone finally charged, she opened it to find a screen full of missed calls, all from Bo Jinsi. He had even called at dawn. He had waited for her the entire night. Jiang Ciyou sighed, feeling a wave of inexplicable emotions rise within her. In truth, she did not appear as carefree as she seemed. She realized that she seemed to have developed some unusual feelings for this young man. Yet, she had inadvertently entangled herself with a significant figure in the capital, and the situation had swiftly reversed. She could not simply sever ties at will. The initiative was in Bo Jinsi's hands. The young master had not yet had his fill of the game, and she was destined not to escape. Deep down, however, she did not wish to become overly entangled with him. Bo Jinsi was a far greater pit of fire than Yin Feng. If their relationship were to deteriorate, it would not be such a bad thing if Bo Jinsi were to take the initiative to let go. As Jiang Ciyou had anticipated, she did not send him a single message. Every night, she pondered whether their relationship had truly reached its end as the days passed. The weight in her heart gradually lifted, and she felt she had finally freed herself from the entanglement with a significant figure she should never have provoked. A certain lightness settled within her, yet for some reason, she could not shake off a sense of unease. Jiang Ciyou's vacation was soon coming to an end, just as she was grappling with whether or not to resign. Tang Fei called her, instructing her to return to work the next day and host the primetime news at 7. Jiang Ciyou was puzzled. Tang Fei would not simply return the primetime hosting position to her without reason. Indeed, when Jiang Ciyou checked online, various twists and turns regarding the previous post emerged. Firstly, it has come to light that Zhao Daqing is addicted to gambling and has a long history of domestic violence. Additionally, a self-proclaimed champion of justice has taken to the internet to advocate for Yin Ruyun, asserting that she is an exceptionally kind and compassionate individual. Furthermore, it has been revealed that Yin Ruyun previously worked as a nanny, and the families she served have stepped forward to testify to her good character, countering the public narrative that paints her as a ruthless murderer. A neighbor has given an interview to the media, stating that they witnessed Zhao Daqing abusing Yin Ruyun on the day of his death, suggesting that Yin Ruyun may have acted in self-defense, resulting in an accidental death. There are also rumors that the prominent host Jiang Ciyou was mistakenly switched at birth in the hospital, having grown up as the heiress of the Jiang family. This has stirred a tempest online, with many questioning the verdict in Yin Ruyun's case and even calling for a retrial. Concurrently, the tale of the true and false daughters of the Jiang family has captivated the public. The identities of Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Xiaoxiao have come under scrutiny, both names trending on social media. Yin Ruyun's plight is indeed tragic. After enduring 20 years of domestic abuse, her sole act of defiance led to the accidental killing of her abuser. Yet she faces a lifetime of imprisonment. The term domestic violence is particularly odious, as it implies a mere family dispute when, in truth, it is a deliberate act of harm. If Yin Ruyun had not fought back that day, would it have simply been dismissed as another domestic issue? Jiang Ciyou should not be impacted by this incident, and given her upbringing as a Jiang family heiress, she could easily distance herself from the situation when criticized. Yet, she has not denied her biological mother. Is it truly possible for a child to be switched at birth in reality? Jiang Xiaoxiao, the genuine heiress, is also a victim of circumstance, growing up in such an environment. With public sentiment towards her swinging wildly. Initially, she had only about 100,000 followers on Weibo, but overnight, that number soared to 3 million. Jiang Ciyou would not naively believe that the online narrative could shift without manipulation from unseen hands. The meticulous investigation into Yin Ruyun's case and the orchestration of public opinion are not feats achievable by ordinary individuals. For the first time, Jiang Ciyou finds herself in a quandary. She retrieves her phone, contemplating several times whether to make a call in the evening. As she remains conflicted, her phone suddenly rings. It's a call from Bo Jinsi. Jiang Ciyou gazes at her phone, pondering for several seconds before answering. Upon connecting, she remains silent at first. After a few moments of silence, a low voice comes through the line. Is it true that if I don't reach out to you, you'll never seek me out? Jiang Ciyou retorts, was it you who orchestrated all the online chatter? The effort to manage the situation requires an immense amount of manpower, resources, and finances. She had intended to wait for the storm to pass. Indeed, it cost me a considerable sum. How do you intend to thank me? Jiang Ciyou chuckles, then let me treat you to dinner. They agree to meet at the Cloud Top restaurant. Jiang Ciyou arrives first. Since the private room had been booked in advance, she can only dine in the main area. She selects a table by the window and begins to place her order. Just then, she spots Jiang Xiaoxiao, Yao Shulan, and Jiang Jinhui. Jiang Ciyou stands up and greets Yao Shulan, Dad, Mom. Yao Shulan glances at her coldly, offering no response. Jiang Jinhui, however, explains, we're here to scout the venue. Next Sunday is Xiaoxiao's birthday, and we're planning a grand celebration in the banquet hall. Before Jiang Ciyou can respond, Jiang Xiaoxiao eagerly interjects, next Sunday is also your birthday, sister. Since we share the same birthday, why don't we celebrate together? Since marrying Yin Feng 3 years ago, Jiang Ciyou has celebrated her birthdays with the Yin family. She replies, no, I don't wish to overshadow my sister. Let her be the unique little princess. Jiang Xiaoxiao scoffs, do you really think you can eclipse me? realizing that Jiang Ciyou and Yao Shulan are nearby. She quickly changes her tone, wrapping her arm around Yao Shulan's. Mom, although sister is married, she is still the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. We shouldn't let outsiders think we mistreat our adopted daughter. I would love to celebrate my birthday with sister, showing everyone that the Jiang family children are harmonious, contrary to the rumors. Chapter 42. Jiang Ciyou's infidelity. Various versions abound. The tale of the true and false daughters of the Jiang family was initially known only to a select few within their social stratum. Now, it is common knowledge throughout Rongqing. Naturally, the one most incensed is Jiang Xiaoxiao. After all her efforts to become a legitimate heiress, the entire city now knows she grew up in such a disreputable household. Raised by a mother who is a murderer and a father who is a gambler. While public sentiment leans towards sympathy and pity, she rejects such condescension. She is a child of destiny. How dare the common folk pity her? Furthermore, online discussions suggest that Jiang Ciyou and Yao Shulan favor their biological daughter, the adopted Jiang Xiaoxiao, who has been raised alongside them for 20 years. In the Jiang family, she holds no status and lives a woeful existence. Thus, for her upcoming birthday, she has invited nearly all the city's affluent elites and numerous media outlets. She wants everyone to see her standing in the Jiang family and how it contrasts with Jiang Ciyou's status. Therefore, Jiang Ciyou must be present at this birthday celebration. Mom, I truly wish to celebrate my birthday with sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao pouts while clinging to Yao Shulan's arm. Yao Shulan turns to Jiang Ciyou, stating, the news online has impacted both the Jiang family and Xiaoxiao significantly. For the sake of your reputation, you disregard Xiaoxiao's standing. Have you considered how much this could affect her? What respectable suitor would marry a child raised in such a household? Regardless of her noble lineage, Jiang Ciyou begins to comprehend. Yao Shulan presumes that the rumors regarding herself and Jiang Xiaoxiao's true identities originated from Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou chooses not to explain. Knowing that whatever she says will be met with disbelief and construed as mere evasion, she smiles and replies, so what? For Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration, you must attend. Regardless of your usual rivalry, you must portray a deep sisterly bond that day. Not just for Xiaoxiao's future but also for the Jiang family's reputation. Whether you are pleased or displeased, this is something you owe Xiaoxiao and our family. The notion of owing leaves Jiang Ciyou speechless. Observing the tension, Jiang Ciyou attempts to mediate. Your mother really does want you to come. She just has a tough exterior but a soft heart. You haven't celebrated your birthday at home for 3 years. This time, let's do it together. Jiang Ciyou smiles. All right, I'll be there. As long as my sister is happy, I can do anything. Jiang Ciyou pats Jiang Ciyou on the shoulder. That's my good daughter. Jiang Xiaoxiao sees the smile on Jiang Ciyou's face. A sense of foreboding creeps into her heart. However, she dismisses the idea that Jiang Ciyou could create any trouble. Jiang Ciyou has a soft spot. Yao Shulan, as long as Yao Shulan remains on her side. She can always overshadow Jiang Ciyou. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao and Yao Shulan depart, Beijing Ciyou approaches. What are you daydreaming about sitting here alone? Jiang Ciyou looks up, instantly revealing a bright smile. I was thinking of you. Initially, Beijing Ciyou had been harboring a grudge. For the past few days, he had refrained from contacting her, and she had not reached out either, not even with a message. This left him anxiously staring at his phone, with his colleagues convinced he had lost his mind. Yet now, upon seeing her radiant face, his resentment inexplicably dissipates, replaced by a tinge of bitterness and resignation. He realizes he has succumbed. His once stern expression softens considerably, but he still huffs, you make it sound so nice. If you were thinking of me, why didn't you reach out? Isn't it because you, the esteemed prince, are too busy for me to interrupt? She knows he's aware she is making excuses. Yet he cannot bring himself to expose her. Beijing Ciyou understands that unless he takes the initiative, their relationship would end here. She showed no inclination to retain him. Jiang Ciyou hands him the menu. You order. Today, I treat you to apologize for my previous behavior. If apologies were enough, why bother with the police? Jiang Ciyou glances at him, her eyes sparkling mischievously. You've had enough. Beijing Ciyou obediently takes a seat. The first standoff ends in his utter defeat. The formidable prince has learned a valuable lesson. In the presence of this merciless woman, he cannot sulk or disappear. Otherwise, he would leave himself vulnerable to exploitation. With no one to turn to in distress, during their meal, Beijing Ciyou remarks, in the past few days, I've looked into Ms. Een and unexpectedly discovered some information. Jiang Ciyou realizes Jiang Ciyou's investigation into Ruyun is also an attempt to vindicate her. What? Jiang Ciyou responds, astonished. How did you come by this video? She knows Ruyun did not intentionally commit murder. For years, she has sought an opportunity for appeal. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao is unwilling to testify. The neighbors' fragmented accounts cannot confirm that Jiang Xiaoxiao was present at the scene. At this moment, Jiang Ciyou presents a video that captures the night of the incident, showing Jiang Xiaoxiao fleeing from the scene. On the night of Zhao Daqing's death, Jiang Xiaoxiao was indeed present. She must have witnessed Zhao Daqing's violence against Ruyun, making it likely that Ruyun could be judged as having acted in self-defense rather than committing premeditated murder. Jiang Ciyou inquires, "How did you obtain this video?" Across from Ms. Yin's residence is a school that was built 3 years ago. On the day of the incident, it was under construction, and right in front of their house was a parking lot. I found a delivery truck parked there, which happened to have a dashcam that recorded the events. Jiang Ciyou is taken aback. Although Jiang Ciyou's explanation is succinct, she knows the complexities involved in executing such an investigation. She is aware Jiang Xiaoxiao was indeed present that day but lacks the evidence to compel her to testify. "Thank you. You've truly helped me immensely." Jiang Ciyou transfers the video to her phone. However, she was not inclined to engage in further discourse with Jinci, so she deftly shifted the topic. "I owe you a favor. How would you like me to repay it?" Jinci disapproved of her distinctly forthright demeanor. Furrowing his brow, he replied, "But I quite enjoy the fact that you owe me a favor." Jiang Ciyou merely smiled in response, and the two commenced their dinner in the presence of Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinhui. She could not possibly make things difficult for Jiang Ciyou. Yet, Jiang Ciyou revealing her connection with Ruyun was a matter she intended to settle with her later. Jiang Ciyou's lips were adorned with steak sauce when the man unexpectedly stood and, under the pretext of helping her wipe off the sauce, leaned in to kiss the corner of her lips. Jiang Ciyou, however, did not resist, her smile blooming like spring. Jiang Xiaoxiao, seated with her back to the man, could only glimpse his silhouette. Despite being just a silhouette, it was abundantly clear to her that he was not Yin Feng. Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart raced in shock. Jiang Ciyou was unfaithful. Chapter 43. The words boyfriend sounded quite pleasing to the ear. After the initial surprise, Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart swelled with glee and schadenfreude. Rather than exposing the truth on the spot, she quickly took out her phone and recorded a short video, promptly sending it to Yin Feng. At that moment, Yin Feng was in the midst of completing discharge paperwork for Xiaoling. The message from Jiang Xiaoxiao caught him off guard. He held no fondness for Jiang Xiaoxiao, a woman raised in a slum, filled with insecurities and overly conscious of her social standing. Although they had exchanged WeChat contacts, they had never conversed. Jiang Xiaoxiao's video depicted Jiang Ciyou dining with a man, both of them laughing and chatting. Suddenly, the man leaned in, his lips brushing against Jiang Ciyou's, and she showed no sign of resistance, her smile radiant. Yin Feng's heart felt as if it had been squeezed tightly. His grip on the phone involuntarily tightened. Jiang Ciyou had claimed to have a boyfriend, and he had assumed it was mere theatrics. He never anticipated it to be true. Jiang Ciyou had genuinely found a boyfriend. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. Without hesitation, he dialed Jiang Ciyou's number. On the other end, Jiang Ciyou and Jinci had just finished their meal and were preparing to leave. Jiang Ciyou's phone, placed on the table, lit up. Jinci clearly saw the name Yin Feng, and his expression darkened immediately. Jiang Ciyou glanced at Jinci before picking up the phone, ultimately choosing to answer. "I asked, there's something you need?" Yin Feng's voice came through, strained and restrained. "Jiang Ciyou, where are you right now? And who are you with?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled lightly. "I'm having dinner with my boyfriend." "Is there something wrong, Mr. Yin?" The veins on Yin Feng's forehead bulged. He initially thought Jiang Ciyou was deliberately trying to provoke him. But every word she uttered was genuine. "Jiang Ciyou, how dare you put a green hat on me?" Jiang Ciyou laughed. "Yin Feng, think carefully about our relationship. Everyone knows we are married, yet you go around with another man. Have you considered my reputation?" In reality, the only thing separating them was the marriage certificate. He had backed out on the day they were supposed to register, and had it not been for Xiaoling's sudden fainting spell, he might have indeed married Jiang Ciyou. They had held a wedding banquet, albeit a modest one, with guests of notable stature from Rongcheng. Though outsiders, they were a legitimate couple. Jiang Ciyou chuckled again. "Since we are married, did you ever consider my reputation when you eloped with your mistress?" Yin Feng fell silent, but his heavy breathing betrayed his fury. Jiang Ciyou continued, "Moreover, We have never been husband and wife, Yin Feng. We are already separated, and you have no right to intervene in my affairs. With that, she hung up the phone. When she looked up at Beijing, the man had already relaxed his brow. Are you satisfied? Jiang Ciyou asked with a beaming smile. Beijing raised an eyebrow. The term boyfriend sounds rather pleasing, doesn't it? Jiang Ciyou playfully tossed her wavy hair. Do all men possess such strong possessiveness? Beijing's brow furrowed again. Do you have other men? Jiang Ciyou, feeling too lazy to engage, dismissed him as childish. Jiang Ciyou was puzzled as to why Yin Feng had suddenly called her. Was he possibly here as well? She stood up and scanned the area, only to catch a glimpse of a hurried figure leaving. It was Jiang Ciyou, so it was she who had sent the message to Yin Feng. Nevertheless, Jiang Ciyou was unconcerned. She had never intended to hide anything from Yin Feng, and certainly had no reason to do so now. On the other side, Yin Feng, having been abruptly hung up on, glowered and hurled his phone away in frustration. This scene was witnessed by Xiaoling, who approached him and clutched his arm. Ah Feng, what's the matter? Yin Feng glanced at her, his gaze cold. Xiaoling was taken aback. He had never looked at her that way before. Did he truly suspect her? No, after years of scheming, she had finally reached this point. She could not let it all unravel now. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she feigned innocence. Did I do something to upset you? Yin Feng regarded her pitiful expression, his heart filled with conflict. For the first time, he realized that Xiaoling could act as well. He had discovered certain things on her computer but had not confronted her or brought it up, partly because he believed her actions stemmed from his own insecurities, and partly because the doctor had warned that her pregnancy was unstable and she should not be subjected to stress. Ah Feng, whatever I did was out of love for you, so please don't be angry with me, okay? I promise I won't do anything to upset you again. Yin Feng's expression softened somewhat. Xiaoling, appearing frail and wholly focused on him, was a stark contrast to Jiang Ciyou, whose rose-like beauty was matched only by her untamed spirit. She had never heeded his words. Yin Feng wrapped his arm around Xiaoling's shoulders. From now on, don't provoke Jiang Ciyou. She is ruthless, and you are no match for her. Xiaoling still bore an aggrieved expression. What about my mother? I heard she has been causing a scene at the television station these past few days. I am so afraid. Isn't she just after money? Don't worry, I will handle this. Xiaoling tightly embraced Yin Feng. Thank you, Ah Feng. You are the only one who treats me well in this world. The following day, Xiaoling also went to the television station. After several tumultuous incidents involving her mother, the public's perception of her began to shift. Everyone understood that both Jiang Ciyou's online controversies and Xiaoling's mother's appearance were part of a struggle for the prime-time hosting position. Ultimately, however, it was Jiang Ciyou who emerged victorious. Tang Fei announced Jiang Ciyou's appointment to the prime-time hosting role during the morning meeting that, of course, given that Xiaoling was bound by a 5-year contract with Yan's company and was the girlfriend of the Yin family's heir, she would not be left at a disadvantage. That evening, at 7:30, Jiang Ciyou had just exited the studio when she noticed a bustle outside. Her assistant, Qian, waved her over. Sister Jiang, come quickly. We have late-night snacks and milk tea. Jiang Ciyou approached to find a long table set up outside the studio, laden with an array of late-night delicacies. There were sashimi, barbecues, and even lobsters, so many varieties that it was dazzling. Another table overflowed with milk tea and various desserts. Numerous people were gathered around the long table, indulging in the feast. Qian pulled Jiang Ciyou over. These are from a 5-star hotel, personally delivered by the manager of Caesar Hotel. The taste is distinctly superior to that of street vendors. Sister Jiang, you must try this mousse cake. It's delicious. Jiang Ciyou surveyed the lavish spread, understanding that it must have cost a fortune. She inquired, who is treating us? It's Ling Jia's boyfriend, Mr. Yin from Haifeng Construction. Who is treating us? Qian munched on cake. She pointed towards the entrance. Mr. Yin is really good to Ling Jia. He arrived so early to pick her up after work. Chapter 44. Mr. Yin, the scoundrel, is none other than myself. Xiaoling was now the evening host, finishing her shift at 9:30. He had arrived at 7:30, which was indeed quite early. When Xiaoling spotted Jiang Ciyou leaving the studio, she eagerly approached with Yin Feng by her side. Ciyou, I specifically asked Yin Feng to order your favorite almond tofu. The chef at Caesar Hotel is quite skilled, so you must have some. Jiang Ciyou smiled politely. No need, I'm not hungry, you should eat more. Xiaoling's smile brightened even further. Ah Feng is also worried about me. I've been feeling nauseous lately and have no appetite. He's been insisting on picking me up and overseeing my meals at the television station. I can't tell if he's more concerned about me or the baby. Xiaoling feigned jealousy. Yinfeng gently tapped her nose, looking at her with fondness. Why are you even jealous of the baby? Xiaoling clung to his arm, playfully pouting. I just hope that in your eyes, there is only me. Sister Ling, you and Mr. Yin are incredibly sweet. I can barely enjoy this cake because I'm so full from all the dog food. Sister Ling and Mr. Yin are a perfect match. Just imagine how beautiful their future baby will be. Sister Ling, Mr. Yin treats you so well. Caesar Hotel is notoriously expensive and hard to book. Yet the manager delivered our late-night snacks as if it were takeout. We are only able to enjoy these fine delicacies thanks to you. The television station was a complex environment, and most of the people here were quite adept at navigating it. Although they had previously looked down upon Xia Ling for her underhanded tactics against Jiang Ciyou, when faced with tangible benefits, they were more than happy to sing praises. Who among them was not two-faced? Moreover, she was set to be the future mistress of the Yin family. As Jiang Ciyou observed the two of them deliberately flirting. She smiled sincerely. Xia Ling, your baby bump is quite pronounced. When are you two planning to get married? We are all eagerly awaiting your wedding treats. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's expression darkened involuntarily. Her face showed no hint of jealousy, appearing instead as genuine concern of an old friend, yet the words spoken were laced with sarcasm. Xia Ling's expression also soured. Jiang Ciyou was well aware that she and Yin Feng would never marry. She deliberately made such statements for the sake of the onlookers. Indeed, upon hearing the commotion, people around began to gather and tease. Xia Ling, your belly must be nearing 3 months. When do you plan to hold the wedding? If you delay any further, the wedding dress may no longer fit. The Yin family's wedding is sure to be exceptionally grand, and we shall have the pleasure of witnessing it. Xia Ling, all of us in our group are unmarried. Why don't we serve as your bridesmaids to bask in your joyous aura, hoping to find our own paths to matrimony soon? Xia Ling's expression darkened considerably. Uncomfortably, she replied, if a wedding were to take place, I would certainly invite everyone. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Did I remember incorrectly? The Yin family seems to have held a wedding 3 years ago, albeit discreetly without media coverage. Director Tang even arranged for me to sneak in and take a couple of photos, but I was chased away before I could even enter. I remember it vividly. The bride came from a particularly affluent background. It was said to be a marriage of convenience. The speaker was Zhao Yuan from the filming department, who was known for his straightforward demeanor. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. It was only then that he realized what he had said. He awkwardly scratched his head and muttered, I might have remembered it wrong. However, Zhao Yuan's mention sparked a recollection in others. Indeed, rumors circulated that the heir of the Yin family was already married. Previously, the entertainment channel of the television station conducted a ranking of the eligible bachelors in Rongqing, and due to the fact that the young Master Yin was married, he was excluded from the list. Whispers began to circulate. Could it be that Xia Ling was the other woman? Did Zhao Yuan not mention that the bride's family was particularly well off, and it was a business alliance? It surely couldn't be Xia Ling. If it were her, she wouldn't be publicly referring to the young Master Yin as her boyfriend. Although the conversations were hushed, they still reached Xia Ling's ears, rendering her countenance exceedingly grim. An oblivious intern suddenly asked Jiang Ciyou, Sister Jiang, since you and the young Master Yin know Ling Jie, she couldn't possibly be the other woman, right? Jiang Ciyou turned around and playfully glared at her. Qin, how do you expect to survive in the television station with such candor? Then, in a jesting tone, she added, but what if he is married? With the divorce rate so high these days. She then glanced at Yin Feng. Young Master Yin, what do you think? Jiang Ciyou enough. Yin Feng's face darkened. Jiang Ciyou turned to the crowd. Enjoy your meal. I'm off for the day. With a radiant smile, she added, my partner at home is rather strict. There's a curfew at 9. A chorus of teasing erupted from the office. Sister Jiang, are you in a relationship? Oh no, the single men at our station want tea sleep tonight. Jiang Ciyou said nothing further and left in her high heels. Yin Feng stared at her retreating figure for a long moment, ultimately unable to restrain himself as he strode after her. Outside the television station building, he seized Jiang Ciyou by the arm. Jiang Ciyou, clarify your words. Jiang Ciyou turned, her smile tinged with sarcasm. Yin Feng, what's wrong? Weren't you always longing for me to return your freedom? Now that I've let go, why are you clinging to me? Do you enjoy watching Xia Ling and me compete for your affection? even to the point of fighting. Yin Feng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Ciyou. Her naturally enchanting features, even when displeased, exuded an irresistible allure. Jiang Ciyou's eyes sparkled with amusement but held a hint of disdain. She boldly met Yin Feng's gaze. Unfortunately, I no longer desire you. Yet Yin Feng remained seething with anger. Who is this other man? Ultimately, Yin Feng still found it hard to believe. He suspected that Jiang Ciyou was merely playing mind games out of spite. Their relationship had been fraught with mutual disdain for years. His feelings for her were complex. Just the thought of her incited rage. Paradoxically, this intense and complicated emotion had unknowingly become nourishment for his life. If Jiang Ciyou truly severed ties and exited his life, he would find it unbearable. Yin Feng's grip on Jiang Ciyou's wrist tightened painfully. As she attempted to break free, he only held on tighter. Faced with her nonchalance, his fury nearly boiled over. Jiang Ciyou, tell me, who is this other man? Just then, a dark figure appeared behind Jiang Ciyou. The man had just emerged from a luxurious Maybach. Impeccably dressed, making his way up the steps at a measured pace, he approached Jiang Ciyou and enveloped her in an embrace, his voice deep and commanding. Young Master Yin, the other man is indeed me. Chapter 45. Jiang Ciyou, do not think of other men. Yin Feng looked up at the newcomer. Upon recognizing his face, his rage turned to shock, as though he had yet to process the situation. The young master? Yin Feng's immediate reaction was disbelief. Jiang Ciyou had already casually wrapped his arm around Jiang Ciyou's slender waist. Lowering his head to inquire, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Jiang Ciyou pondered for a moment. I want to eat the sweet and sour ribs you make. All right, let us first go to the supermarket to buy some ribs. Yin Feng struggled to comprehend the intimacy of their conversation. Still incredulous. But Jiang Ciyou was the young master of the capital elite. The Tiantang Resort project was yet to be secured by the Yin family. Yin Feng fought to suppress his emotions. Mr. Dabo, may I ask what your relationship with my wife is? At the birthday banquet for the matriarch, he and Jiang Ciyou had attended as a married couple. With Jiang Ciyou's status, how could he possibly entangle himself with a married woman, knowing her status? Jiang Ciyou, still holding Jiang Ciyou's waist, wore a faint smile that barely concealed his mockery. Can't you tell? Yin Feng's underlying fury surged. Did Bo not know that Jiang Ciyou was a married woman? Jiang Ciyou scoffed. Married? Then I'd kindly ask young Master Yin to present the marriage certificate for inspection. Yin Feng's face darkened. It seemed Jiang Ciyou was already aware that they hadn't obtained a marriage certificate. My wife possesses remarkable beauty, but I trust that Bo is not so easily swayed by mere appearances. Nor will he be deceived by her honeyed words, thus compromising the Bo family's dignity and turning both families into a laughingstock. Yin Feng's mind began to form a hypothesis. The two must have had some prior association due to their interview. However, he hadn't anticipated that their lack of a marriage certificate would serve as a loophole for Jiang Ciyou to entice other men. Does the absence of a marriage certificate negate their 3 years of marriage? Jiang Ciyou's face bore unmistakable sarcasm. Young Master Yan's shamelessness is truly eye-opening. If your relationship is indeed a legitimate marriage, then fidelity and loyalty should be the bedrock. So, pray tell, what does the child in Miss Xia's womb signify? As for the Yin family's reputation, it was lost the moment young Master Yin eloped with his mistress. Why concern yourself with it now? Jiang Ciyou stepped forward, effectively placing himself between Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng. Young Master Yin, Jiang Ciyou is now my girlfriend. I ask that you refrain from harassing her. Otherwise, do not blame me for withdrawing any opportunities from the Tiantang Resort project. With that, Jiang Ciyou took Jiang Ciyou's hand and led her to the car. Yin Feng's inner fury reached a boiling point, yet he found it hard to accept the reality. How could Jiang Ciyou possibly be with the young master of the capital elite? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Did Jiang Ciyou happen to pass by and play the hero? These self-proclaimed young masters often relished such savior narratives. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, watching Jiang Ciyou climb into his car and drive away, his irritation peaked. By the time Xiaoling caught up, Jiang Ciyou had already departed. She approached Yin Feng. Anxiety evident in her voice. Ah Feng, do you still love Ciyou? In the past, whenever Xiaoling felt insecure, she would pose similar questions for reassurance. Yet today, Yin Feng was exceptionally agitated and found himself at a loss for words. Xiaoling gazed at him, her uncertainty deepening. If Yin Feng were to waver, their chances of reconciliation would significantly increase, jeopardizing all her plans. Xiaoling tugged at Yin Feng's sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice was soft and pleading, even tinged with desperation. "Ah Feng, could you please divorce Ciyou?" Yin Feng looked down at Xiaoling. This was the first time in their years together that she had made such a request. Xiaoling tilted her head back, her eyes shimmering with tears, appearing innocent and pitiful, akin to an abandoned rabbit, evoking a sense of compassion and the urge to protect. Had it been any other time, Yin Feng would have undoubtedly softened. Yet now, he recognized that this was merely a fade. Xiaoling was far from the pure and unassuming persona she projected. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fabricated so much dirt on Jiang Ciyou. He and Jiang Ciyou had never obtained a marriage certificate, and Xiaoling was completely unaware of this. Without a marriage, how could there be a divorce? Yet for reasons unknown, Yin Feng felt no desire to explain this to Xiaoling. Especially not now. "Didn't you say you didn't care about such superficial titles, as long as I was by your side?" Xiaoling was taken aback by Yin Feng's words. Just earlier, she had boldly declared that she would eventually take the position of mistress. Why in this moment? Yin Feng's gaze was cold and piercing, carrying an unfamiliar chill, as if he were an entirely different person. Xiaoling hurriedly replied, "I'm not forcing you to divorce Ciyou. It's just that today," she spoke deliberately, "and my colleagues looked at me as if I were the other woman. I could overlook my own reputation, but I don't want our child to be pointed at when they are born." Xiaoling's voice seemed to carry an overwhelming sense of grievance. "Will the father's name truly be left blank when the child is born?" The mention of the child stirred Yin Feng's agitation. He restrained himself and replied, "We can discuss this matter later. I want to neglect you and the baby." Yin Feng's demeanor left Xiaoling feeling despondent. Before returning home, he had not expressed himself in this manner. He had vowed to take responsibility for the baby, promising to clear a path for them, ensuring she would sit proudly in the position of Mrs. Yin. She could sense Yin Feng's indecision and wavering resolve. Deep within, he harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Ciyou. As that incident remained an insurmountable hurdle in his heart, should he discover that all their entanglements were orchestrated by her, it would spell her doom. She could not afford to offer them the opportunity to dissolve their misunderstandings. She had to expedite their divorce. If matters did not unfold favorably for Yin Feng, she would have to give Jiang Ciyou a nudge in that direction. Xiaoling had already devised a plan in her mind. Meanwhile, after Jiang Ciyou entered Bo Jinxiu's vehicle, she lazily leaned against the car window, gazing at the scenery outside. Observing her languid demeanor, Bo Jinxiu discerned her discontent. He gently grasped her delicate hand, his large palm enveloping her slender fingers. "Jiang Ciyou, do not allow thoughts of other men to intrude." Chapter 46. He actually wanted to kiss Jiang Ciyou. A faint smile graced Bo Jinxiu's lips. "That was my ruse. If you hadn't been a little disobedient, how would you have fallen for it?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, sensing his smugness. She tilted her head, propping her arm, and languidly scrutinized the man beside her. He was undeniably handsome, his visage flawless, resembling a protagonist who had stepped out of a comic. A small blue earring adorned his left ear, set with a minuscule sapphire that was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. However, from the very first day she laid eyes on him, she was aware of the blue earring he wore, which he had never removed. His appearance exuded a cool, ethereal quality, yet the small earring imparted an air of rebellious charm. The juxtaposition of the austere and the rakish, typically opposing traits, found a remarkable harmony within him, rendering him utterly captivating. Jiang Ciyou suddenly felt intrigued. Her long, delicate fingers gently pinched Bo Jinxiu's earlobe. Does this earring hold a story? From Bo Jinxiu's habitual choices, Jiang Ciyou did not perceive him as an individual with a penchant for eccentric adornments. On the contrary, he typically dressed in formal suits, exuding a very conventional appearance, devoid of any embellishments aside from his watch. Thus, Jiang Ciyou speculated that this earring bore some special significance for him. The earlobe, touched by Jiang Ciyou's tiny hand, flushed quickly. Bo Jinxiu grasped her hand. It was a gift from someone else. "It holds no particular significance," Jiang Ciyou inquired. "A woman?" Bo Jinxiu turned to gaze at her, seemingly intrigued. "Are you jealous?" Jiang Ciyou laughed like a playful kitten. "I enjoy all flavors, except for sourness." Bo Jinxiu turned his head away, seemingly mumbling, "Boring." When you finally show signs of jealousy, I'll tell you. Jiang Ciyou shrugged indifferently, redirecting her gaze outside the vehicle. That woman must hold considerable importance to him. True to his word, Jiang drove them to the supermarket. Initially, his suggestion of cooking for her had been a mere casual remark, yet he genuinely began to select ribs with great care. Upon returning, he indeed took to the kitchen, preparing sweet and sour ribs for Jiang Ciyou. After dinner, which had grown quite late, Jiang Ciyou nestled into the rattan chair on the small balcony, content as a cat. After washing the dishes, Jiang joined her beside the chair. "Are you full?" Jiang Ciyou caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, smiling as she remarked, "I feel as if I'm 3 months pregnant." Jiang glanced at her abdomen, which was typically flat and smooth, akin to silk. His large hand covered her abdomen, trailing downward. "Let us exercise a bit to digest." Jiang Ciyou did not refuse. The notion of indulging in desires after a satisfying meal was undeniable. One must concede that being with Jiang was an exceedingly pleasurable experience. Furthermore, her insomnia necessitated extreme fatigue for her to achieve a deeper sleep. In the following days, Yin Feng would arrive at the television station each morning to pick up Xiaoling. He came early every day, granting him ample opportunities to encounter Jiang Ciyou. However, the two behaved like strangers, exchanging not a single word. Jiang had departed for a business trip to Japan once more. At night, when Jiang Ciyou lay alone in bed, unable to sleep, she found herself missing him. His absence left the home feeling desolate, exacerbating her insomnia. At 6:30 in the evening, having just finished her makeup, Jiang Ciyou dozed off on the sofa in the lounge. When Yin Feng entered, only Jiang Ciyou lay sprawled on the sofa. He had been visiting daily, ostensibly to pick up Xiaoling, yet he was acutely aware that his true intention was merely to catch a glimpse of Jiang Ciyou. Fortunately, after that incident, Jiang had not returned, further solidifying Yin Feng's belief that the previous encounter had been an anomaly. Jiang Ciyou valued the position of Mrs. Yin immensely. She had even resorted to self-harm as a threat. How could she so easily relinquish it? Everything she was currently doing was merely a strategic retreat. Although he despised Jiang Ciyou, he did not wish to grant her freedom. He intended to ensnare her within this position, even if it meant enduring mutual torment for a lifetime. The woman on the sofa slept soundly, her stunningly beautiful face evoking the image of a fairy tale sleeping beauty. Yin Feng unconsciously approached. Kneeling beside the sofa, entranced by Jiang Ciyou's visage, he suddenly recalled how he used to enjoy gazing at her while she slept, for in her waking moments, he rarely dared to look at her so unabashedly. Her vibrant radiance was akin to the midday sun, brilliant yet blinding. Yin Feng admitted that he had always felt inferior in her presence. She was superior in every regard: beauty, academics, social interactions, and various talents. This made him love her while simultaneously succumbing to uncontrollable jealousy. As a man, he had begun to tread cautiously around her without realizing when it had started. In his recollection, throughout their 2-year relationship, they had never shared a kiss. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a matter of fear. He remembered a time when he had mustered the courage to lean in slowly, only for her to burst into laughter, claiming their familiarity reminded her of embarrassing moments from kindergarten. His spirits had plummeted in that instant, and he never attempted to kiss Jiang Ciyou again. At this moment, her face was so close that he could hardly resist. For some inexplicable reason, gazing upon her breathtaking beauty stirred something deep within him. A fleeting thought emerged from his heart, mushrooming uncontrollably like bamboo shoots after rain. Yin Feng's lips inched closer, his heart pounding like a drum. The intense anxiety that had not surged through him for years tightened his fingers into a fist. Just as his lips were about to brush against Jiang Ciyou's cheek, the lounge door creaked open. Startled, Yin Feng's back stiffened. Perhaps out of sheer panic, he forgot to stand. Jiang Ciyou was awakened by the commotion. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yin Feng's face mere inches away, while Xiaoling stood at the door. The office door had been slightly ajar, and Xiaoling had actually been observing for some time. She had watched Yin Feng silently lean closer to Jiang Ciyou, ultimately witnessing his intention to kiss her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she pushed the door open. "What are you two doing?" Xiaoling inquired, her tone restrained. Although fury simmered beneath the surface, her expression betrayed a sense of grievance. A flicker of guilt crossed Yin Feng's eyes. At that moment, he and Jiang Ciyou locked gazes. Momentarily at a loss for words, Jiang Ciyou furrowed her brow. She had hardly slept the previous night and had just fallen into a deep slumber. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Yin Feng's face flushed crimson, his demeanor akin to that of a guilty thief. Observing his actions, posture, and the redness of his cheeks, Jiang Ciyou suddenly laughed, her eyes filled with mockery and sarcasm. Yin Feng, were you trying to kiss me? Chapter 47. An abnormal physiological reaction for a man. Yin Feng snapped back to reality. He stood up, his gaze icy as he regarded Jiang Ciyou. He had truly been under a spell, nearly kissing this woman. Now that his intentions were laid bare, he felt nothing but embarrassment and discomfort. Yin Feng did not deny or explain himself. Instead, he turned and exited the lounge. As he passed by Xiaoling, he uttered not a word. Perhaps out of guilt, he did not even glance her way. Xiaoling's heart sank as if it had plunged into an ocean of despair. After leaving the television station building, Yin Feng settled into his car, his heart brimming with agitation. He felt as though a Pandora's box had been opened within him, unleashing an uncontrollable desire that threatened to overwhelm him. He had developed such feelings for Jiang Ciyou, those base, carnal desires. Over the years, he had never experienced such a sensation even in Xiaoling's presence. The doctor had informed him that due to the burns he had suffered in the past, there were inherent complications. Consequently, their child with Xiaoling was conceived through in vitro fertilization. Till this day, he and Xiaoling had never engaged in a substantive relationship, which contributed to his sense of indebtedness towards her. Yet just now, it felt as if the beast within him had begun to awaken. Yin Feng closed his eyes, vividly envisioning Jiang Ciyou's enchanting face. They had been so close enough for him to discern the tiny black mole at the corner of her eye. He could even smell her delightful scent at such proximity. Her skin was smooth and delicate, akin to the finest jade, compelling him to hold her in his hands and caress her gently. As he pondered this, a fire ignited within him, and he felt subtle changes in his body. Yin Feng was astonished. It had been many years since he had experienced such sensations. Yet, it was not that he had never felt this way before. When he had been with Jiang Ciyou, he had believed himself to be entirely normal, capable of impulse and restless nights. However, after being with Xiaoling, he realized he could not achieve arousal. It was not a matter of impotence. Rather, he could only respond with normal physiological reactions when he was with Jiang Ciyou. This realization left Yin Feng feeling both despondent and furious. After regaining his composure, a twinge of guilt towards Xiaoling lingered. In the car, he chain-smoked one cigarette after another. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the lounge had grown increasingly charged. Jiang Ciyou, why did you attempt to seduce Yin Feng? Xiaoling rarely reveals such a dominant side in front of Jiang Ciyou. Observing her expression, it is evident that jealousy and possessiveness are apparent. Yin Feng has indeed been acting rather strangely of late. She cannot discern his true feelings towards her. After all, does he not love Xiaoling wholeheartedly? Even upon discovering that Xiaoling had manipulated Vivian to frame her, he still willingly took the blame for her. Moreover, their relationship seems to have undergone no change whatsoever. His capacity for tolerance has left Jiang Ciyou both surprised and intrigued. However, just moments ago, was he bewitched? Jiang Ciyou gathered her long hair and casually remarked, I was merely taking a nap here. How could I have seduced him? Xiaoling, it is you who should keep a close watch on your man and prevent him from bothering me. Xiaoling's face grew dark. Yin Feng has long ceased to love you. Just now, he was merely momentarily bewitched. Do not delude yourself into thinking he harbors feelings for you. Over the years, all he has felt towards you is resentment. Do not entertain the notion that you two can reconcile. Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, relishing the rare sight of Xiaoling in a state of desperation. It seems she truly is flustered. Leaning languidly on the sofa, her posture radiated a sense of comfortable ease. I once believed your bond was unbreakable, especially when Yin Feng forsook everything for you. It was quite shocking, reminiscent of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. However, it appears that Yin Feng's affections for you are rather superficial, displaying the inherent tendency of men to seek novelty. Jiang Ciyou cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoling, her eyes twinkling with mirth, yet her lips curled in sarcasm. Xiaoling, you lack both status and foundation, relying solely on Yin Feng's love. But love is fickle, and you must have spent countless sleepless nights worrying. Xiaoling's complexion shifted from green to purple, For when it comes to verbal sparring, few can outmatch Jiang Ciyou. It seems Xiaoling is struggling to contain her emotions. Why lack of status is a result of your machinations. Jiang Ciyou, Yin Feng does not love you. Why do you persistently cling to him? What will it take for you to agree to divorce him? Upon uttering this, Jiang Ciyou's expression visibly changed. Could it be that Yin Feng had never informed Xiaoling that they had never obtained a marriage certificate? Yet now, they have undeniably severed ties. Why would Xiaoling make such a statement? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. What could Yin Feng's intentions be? He seems not to love Xiaoling as deeply as one might expect. Otherwise, knowing she is consumed with anxiety over her status as Mrs. Yin, why would he keep her in the dark? A sense of satisfaction welled up within Jiang Ciyou. It appears there are fissures in their relationship. She harbored a mischievous desire to deepen this rift. Jiang Ciyou deliberately stated, "Divorce? Certainly. If you can manage to get him to sign the divorce agreement first, I shall sign it as well." Rising gracefully, she sauntered over to Xiaoling and flashed her a radiant smile. "Xiaoling, the ball is in your court." Understanding Xiaoling's character, she knew that such a challenge would prompt her to procure a divorce agreement for Yin Feng's signature. At that point, she would discover that Yin Feng had concealed the truth from her for many years. Their relationship had never constituted a marriage. Xiaoling's relentless pursuit and self-sacrifice for something seemingly unattainable would, in reality, be within her grasp, had Yin Feng only granted it to her in that moment. The chasm between them could easily rival the Mariana Trench, or at least culminate in a fierce argument. Just the thought of it amused Jiang Ciyou greatly. However, one must consider the consequences of their actions. Today, Jiang Ciyou felt particularly elated, especially after receiving a call from Beijing post-broadcast. At this moment, the car was parked outside the television station's building, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she exited the premises. Having not seen him for 3 days, an inexplicable longing had blossomed within her. Soon, she found herself in Beijing's Maybach. Yet, she was not alone. His secretary, Gaoxin, was also present, fulfilling the role of a part-time chauffeur. Beijing occupied the back seat. Jiang Ciyou hesitated momentarily before opening the door and sitting beside him, considering that Gaoxin was already aware of their relationship. Once inside, the car pulled away from the television station. During the drive, the usually taciturn Gaoxin suddenly spoke up. "Miss Jiang, the CEO has truly put us through the ringer this time. What was supposed to be a 7-day itinerary has been compressed into 3. Our entire team has been working tirelessly, nearly 72 hours straight, like machines, and we were on the verge of collective burnout." Gaoxin's tone was clearly one of grievance. Jiang Ciyou was puzzled as to why he chose to share this with her, but remained curious nonetheless. If the itinerary was predetermined, why the rush? "Mind your own business," Beijing interjected abruptly. Gaoxin rolled his eyes in silence, well aware that these words were instigated by the CEO himself, who had just coerced him into rehearsing them twice during the drive. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback. Her birthday was merely 2 days away. Unexpectedly, Beijing produced a gift bag from beside him. "Here is a birthday present for you. Let me know if you like it." Jiang Ciyou accepted the bag and retrieved an exquisitely crafted red velvet box. Upon opening it, she discovered a diamond necklace, uniquely designed, with a black diamond encasing a yellow diamond. The interplay of the deep, somber black and the radiant yellow, coupled with the intricate design, created a stunning visual impact. Of course, the most striking feature was the 5-carat natural yellow diamond at its center, an exceedingly rare and precious gem. Jiang Ciyou was rendered speechless, not solely due to the necklace's value, but because it was her own design. Gaoxin continued to play the role of the messenger. "During our business trip, we made a special detour to the Kobe International Jewelry Exhibition to select this gift for Miss Jiang." "Mind your own business," Beijing reiterated. "What do you think? Do you like it?" he asked. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within Jiang Ciyou. This was one of her recent designs, and she had only submitted the draft to her senior brother not long ago. To her astonishment, the finished piece was already on display and had been purchased by Beijing a few days prior. Her senior brother had informed her that this piece was priced at 50 million. "Is my sentiment not worth more than that?" Beijing remarked, removing the necklace from the box. "For some reason, when I saw this necklace, you immediately came to mind. I just knew you would appreciate it." Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly. Her own creation felt akin to a cherished child, and of course, she adored it. She had designed countless pieces for Queen but had never possessed one herself. Witnessing her work come to life before her was a feeling incomparable to merely viewing the design draft. Stirring an indescribable emotion within her, Jiang Ciyou continued, "Moreover, I particularly love its name, Abandoning Darkness for Light." Jiang Ciyou nearly burst into laughter. She had chosen that name herself. The inspiration for the design had struck her the night she moved out of the Yin household. When Jiang Ciyou had uttered the words, "Congratulations on abandoning darkness for light," if Jiang Ciyou were to discover that this piece of jewelry was born from his own words, would he be astonished? In that moment, the necklace seemed to symbolize the intertwining of their fates, a remarkable coincidence orchestrated by destiny. The name was indeed intriguing, but such a precious item was not something she could accept lightly. 50 million was no small sum. Jiang Ciyou casually remarked, "If you don't like it, I can always toss it out." He pretended to roll down the window. Although she knew he was teasing, she couldn't help but admire his audacity. If she didn't intervene, he might genuinely discard it. There was no way she could bear to let such a valuable piece of jewelry be thrown away. Nor could she allow her hard work to end up on the street. "I like it, thank you," Jiang Ciyou replied. If it came to it, she could always gift him a present of equal value for his birthday in return. Although Jiang Ciyou was not lacking in wealth, parting with a $50 million gift still pained her. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou accept the gift, a smile brightened Jiang Ciyou's handsome face. "Your birthday is the day after tomorrow. How do you wish to celebrate?" Jiang Ciyou was caught off guard. She had never mentioned her birthday to him. A hint of disappointment crossed Jiang Ciyou's features. "When did you and your sister become so close?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled lightly. "This time, there's no choice. I've already made a promise." Jiang Ciyou chose not to press further. Jiang Ciyou found herself in a precarious situation within the Jiang family. That night, she truly experienced what it meant to feel that a brief separation could be more exhilarating than a new marriage. After an exhausting day, the two embraced and fell asleep together. Jiang Ciyou suddenly realized that the cool fragrance emanating from Jiang Ciyou had a calming effect, allowing her to sleep soundly. However, by morning, Jiang Ciyou had already left for the office. As the Paradise Resort project had commenced, the results of the bidding were expected to be announced soon. This time, the format was open bidding, with the government selecting 3 architectural firms from which Jiang Ciyou would make the final decision. Ultimately, the power of choice remained firmly in his hands. Jiang Ciyou was uncertain whether Haifeng Construction had made it into the top 3. Meanwhile, at the BJ building, Gaotzen placed 3 documents on Jiang Ciyou's desk. "Sir, these are the architectural firms selected by the government for your review." Jiang Ciyou opened the files. Wanhua Construction, Jin Rui Construction, Haifeng Construction. Finally, his hand lingered over Haifeng's dossier. "Then it's Haifeng. The announcement will be made in 3 days." Gaotzen interjected, "Haifeng's bid is not the lowest in terms of strength and reputation. It does not compare to Wanhua in the capital, and in terms of cost-effectiveness, it falls short of Jin Rui. Are you certain you wish to select Haifeng? To my knowledge, the projects undertaken by Haifeng have generally maintained good quality. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many projects failing." Gaotzen nodded slightly, acknowledging that Haifeng was indeed renowned for its quality. However, that was characteristic of the former general manager Lao Yan's work style. Now that Lao Yan had stepped back from the front line, he still held the title of chairman, but all company affairs were managed by his son, Yin Feng. Gaotzen mused that they were not yet fully acquainted with Yin Gongzi's approach to life. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "That makes it all the more interesting." Gaotzen was aware that Jiang Ciyou had made up his mind, and he stated, "I shall convene a press conference in 3 days." Just as the two were conversing, a sudden knock resounded at the office door. Jiang Ciyou favored tranquility, and it was rare for anyone to knock on his office door. Typically, only Gaotzen could enter the CEO's office freely. Gaotzen approached the door, only to find Assistant Jiang from the Secretary's office standing outside. Gaotzen furrowed his brow slightly. "Assistant Jiang, is there something you need?" Jiang smiled, somewhat disappointed to see that it was Gaotzen who had opened the door. "Secretary Gao, I'm not looking for you. I'm here for the CEO." Gaotzen frowned. He wondered who had allowed this Assistant Jiang into the secretary department. She was generally unproductive and struggled with even the smallest tasks. She had attempted to meet Jiang Ciyou several times but had been thwarted each time. He was contemplating dismissing her. Unbeknownst to Jiang, Gaotzen's thoughts were far removed from her own. She had spent a significant sum to bribe a human resources supervisor at BJ to gain entry into the secretary department. However, She had anticipated that proximity to the CEO would afford her daily encounters with Jiang Ciyou. Yet it had been half a month without a single word exchanged. Moreover, this stoic secretary Gao had persistently obstructed her attempts to meet Jiang Ciyou. Once she became Mrs. Bo, she would be the first to have him dismissed. Chapter 49. Yao Shulan and Yin Ruyun were once close friends. Gao Ciyou coldly stated, "This is the CEO's office. Entry is prohibited without permission. Please leave." Yet, Jiang appeared not to have heard, boldly stepping inside. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou seated in his office chair, she instantly donned a bright smile. "Prince, do you remember me? We met at the old lady's birthday banquet." Upon uttering this question, Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. As she had spent half a month in the secretary department without having exchanged a single word with Jiang Ciyou. Thus, she could only resort to a personal approach. Furthermore, the matter she wished to discuss was indeed of a private nature. "Jiang Xiaoxiao?" Jiang Ciyou spoke coolly. At this moment, Gao Ciyou had approached, intending to escort Jiang out. Hearing Jiang Ciyou call her name, he paused momentarily and then inquired, "CEO?" Jiang Ciyou sat in his finely crafted leather chair. Impeccably dressed in a suit, his strikingly handsome visage emanating an air of aloofness, he had been signing documents when Jiang was momentarily struck dumb by his presence. Just a glance made her heart race. Particularly when he had pronounced her name, his deep, melodious voice resonated through her, sending electric shivers coursing through her body. The most astonishing part was that they had merely crossed paths once, and yet he could accurately recall her name. What did this signify? It indicated that Jiang Ciyou had formed a lasting impression of her from their first encounter, perhaps even inquired about her privately. With this realization, Jiang could hardly contain her inner elation. Indeed, Jiang Ciyou's next words only served to reinforce her thoughts. "Gao Ciyou, you may leave." He did not admonish her for her intrusion, but instead dismissed the obstructing Gao Ciyou and exited the office. While Jiang Ciyou scrutinized Jiang, the true daughter of the Jiang family who had swapped identities with Jiang Ciyou. "Miss Jiang, do you require my assistance?" Under such a gaze, Jiang felt momentarily dazed. Yet she quickly regained her composure. She hastily introduced herself. "CEO, I am currently employed in the secretary department. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have a personal matter to discuss." Jiang Ciyou did not inquire further, his expression remaining neutral as he regarded her, seemingly awaiting her next words. Jiang gulped nervously, retrieving an invitation card from her bag. Summoning her courage, she stepped closer to Jiang Ciyou. "Tomorrow is my birthday, and my parents are hosting a birthday banquet for me at the Cloudhop Restaurant's banquet hall. I would like to invite you to attend." Upon finishing her request, Jiang felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. She feared that Jiang Ciyou might decline her invitation, acutely aware that her visit today had been rather abrupt. When Jiang Ciyou remained silent, her heart sank further. Jiang Ciyou, unhurried, took the invitation. "Very well. I shall attend." Jiang was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such a prompt acceptance from Jiang Ciyou. Could it be that he had indeed taken notice of her, perhaps even felt a spark of affection at first sight? Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she was about to say something when Jiang Ciyou's cool voice interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Jiang, unless there is anything else, please take your leave." Jiang felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and she could only respond affirmatively before exiting the CEO's office. Yet once outside, her heart brimmed with joy. She eagerly shared the news that the CEO would be attending her birthday banquet, inviting the majority of the secretary department staff. Everyone was quite surprised. Jiang Xiaoxiao was the daughter of the Jiang family, and her identity had become common knowledge since her first day at work. It was evident to all that this heiress had traveled far from her family estate to serve as a secretary assistant, presumably with ulterior motives. However, many were skeptical of her success. Firstly, while the Jiang family was a prominent household in Rongqing, they fell short in comparison to the Bo family. The future wife of the CEO would surely be a socialite of equal standing from a respected family, and a local heiress surely could not capture his attention. Secondly, Miss Jiang's demeanor was rather unrefined. However, when everyone learned that the CEO had agreed to attend her birthday celebration, they began to lavish her with compliments. The women in the secretary department were evidently envious, with some even insincerely referring to her as young madam. For the rest of the day, Jiang Xiaoxiao floated on air, perhaps soon to become the true young madam of the Bo family. That evening, Jiang Ciyou had just finished her broadcast when she received a gift box sent by Jiang Ciyou. Inside was a white gown, a simple yet elegant design. Jiang Ciyou recognized it as an old model from Grandma Xiang. Valued at over 20,000 in today's market, however, it suited Jiang Ciyou's taste perfectly. Accompanying the dress was a card in Jiang Xiaoxiao's handwriting. This gown is prepared by Mama for you. Be sure to wear it and do not disappoint her kindness. Jiang Ciyou smirked slightly. Jiang Xiaoxiao's intentions were all too clear. She had deliberately prepared a modestly colored, simply styled gown under Yao Shulan's name, likely fearing that Jiang Ciyou might overshadow her at the upcoming birthday banquet. Jiang Ciyou had no intention of stealing her spotlight. Thus, the following evening, she donned the white gown and made her way to the 87th floor banquet hall of the Cloudtop restaurant. The Cloudtop restaurant boasts a total of 88 floors, with the highest levels designated for banquet halls. It is said that the most remarkable of these is located on the top floor, with glass walls on the west side and a transparent glass dome above. Within, there are no obstructions to the view, as if one could reach out and grasp the stars, an experience akin to being among the clouds, with the ability to admire the moon above and gaze down upon the world below. This is the origin of the restaurant's name. However, the top floor is typically not open to the public, reserved for significant national events. Thus, Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday banquet was held in the 87th floor hall, which still constituted a prestigious affair, with venue rental costs reaching 7 figures. Today marks the joint birthday celebration for Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ciyou. Both turning 23, the Jiang family spared no expense, inviting nearly all the city's affluent elites. Of course, the reason behind this grand event was well known, as rumors circulated online regarding the discord between the true and false daughters of the Jiang family. Indeed, the upper crust of Rongqing had heard whispers of the Jiang family's situation. Despite the family's initial attempts to handle it discreetly, it was said that during childbirth, Madame Jiang had inadvertently switched her child with Yin Ruyun's. The motive behind Yin Ruyun's actions was not merely to elevate her biological daughter to the status of a wealthy heiress, but also to exact revenge on Yao Shulan. Among the older ladies of Rongqing, it was common knowledge that Yin Ruyun and Yao Shulan were not just ordinary acquaintances, but once the closest of friends. Chapter 50. A stunning entrance. The story behind this entanglement is lengthy and involves grievances spanning 2 generations. In brief, Yao Shulan's father had an affair with the family's tutor, who happened to be Yin Ruyun's mother. The tutor had brought her daughter, Yin Ruyun, along, allowing them to grow up together as best friends. When the truth came to light, Yao Shulan's mother was devastated and succumbed to depression within 6 months. Meanwhile, Yao Shulan's father was set to marry Yin Ruyun's mother less than 3 months after his wife's death. Unfortunately, both perished in a car accident just before the wedding. Had Yao Shulan's father truly married Yin Ruyun's mother, Yao Shulan's life would have been tragically different. Many lamented the hand of fate. Yet no one anticipated that the grievances of these 2 generations would extend to their offspring. Later, Yao Shulan inherited the entirety of the Yao family fortune and found a suitable partner, whereas Yin Ruyun was left with nothing. After losing her mother, she was coerced into leaving school and forced into the workforce, blending into obscurity. Who would have thought that their fates would intertwine once more? On the very day they were both born, 3 years ago, the true heiress Jiang Xiaoxiao acknowledged her lineage. However, Jiang Ciyou had been cherished by the Jiang family for 20 years and found it difficult to sever ties. Thus, publicly, Jiang Ciyou was recognized as the eldest daughter, while Jiang Xiaoxiao held the title of the second daughter. As for the relationship between these 2 sisters, it remains a mystery. Some say they are at odds, while others claim they coexist peacefully. Today marks the first occasion on which the 2 young ladies of the Jiang family will appear together in the same frame. A multitude of onlookers harbored a profound curiosity regarding whether Yao Shulan placed greater value on her biological daughter or on her adopted daughter, whom she had nurtured with unwavering dedication for half her life. Jiang Ciyou had deliberately taken leave from the television station, allowing other hosts to fill in for her. In the afternoon, she made her way to the banquet hall, compelled by Yao Shulan's request for assistance. Upon her arrival, Jiang Ciyou discovered that the urgent matter was simply that Jiang Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed by the multitude of haute couture evening gowns she had to choose from, and sought Jiang Ciyou's guidance in selecting one. Jiang Xiaoxiao's little ploys did not concern Jiang Ciyou in the least. In the lounge, she observed Jiang Xiaoxiao flitting about like a delicate butterfly, parading her extravagant gowns worth tens of thousands at tea times. Jiang Ciyou found Jiang Xiaoxiao both pitiable and laughable, akin to a beggar who, having struck it rich overnight, could not help but flaunt her newfound wealth. Jiang Ciyou was acutely aware of her background. Having grown up in dire circumstances with an acute scarcity of material possessions, she was now basking in abundance, acutely conscious that boasting was unbecoming. Yet, she could not restrain herself. Jiang Ciyou paid little heed to Jiang Ciyou, spending most of her time engrossed in her phone. Observing Jiang Ciyou's despondent demeanor brought Jiang Ciyou a sense of satisfaction. She was intent on demonstrating that everything Jiang Ciyou once possessed rightfully belonged to her, and that what she currently enjoyed was merely a token of her generosity. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou selected a striking red velvet gown adorned with numerous sparkling diamonds around the neckline and back. Its long train trailing the floor but featuring a daring high slit that revealed glimpses of her long legs with each step. In truth, Jiang Ciyou possessed an appealing appearance with delicate features. A tall figure and fair skin. Judged solely on looks and physique, she could indeed be considered a beauty. However, she lacked a certain grace and poise. Today, she had hired a renowned celebrity makeup artist who had crafted an exquisitely refined visage. Her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, crowned with a 2 million yuan tiara, clad in a vintage European-style velvet gown, she truly resembled a princess of nobility. In stark contrast, Jiang Ciyou appeared quite plain. Moments later, the manager of the public relations department approached. The guests were nearly all present, and Mrs. Jiang and her 2 daughters were ready to make their entrance. Jiang Jinhui was outside welcoming the guests. They were here because Jiang Ciyou desired a grand entrance, and Yao Shulan could only acquiesce to her wish. Upon hearing that the guests had arrived, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. Had the prince arrived? She had specifically instructed that once he arrived, she should be notified. The manager, with a hint of regret, informed her that Bo had yet to arrive. Disappointment briefly crossed Jiang Ciyou's face. She had intended to dazzle everyone upon his arrival. Upon hearing Bo Jinxiu's name, Jiang Ciyou's eyes subtly shifted. Had Jiang Ciyou truly invited him? He had not mentioned this to her the night before, so it was unlikely he would attend. Yao Shulan interjected, stating that all guests had arrived and that they were all prominent figures in Rongqing, urging them not to keep others waiting. Jiang Ciyou linked her arm with Yao Shulan's, responding eagerly, "All right, Mom, let us go." The lounge connected to a corridor, and just 2 meters down, they encountered a grand spiral staircase leading to the banquet hall. As they ascended the staircase, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed abruptly, followed by the onset of music. The guests were momentarily taken aback. Then the MC's voice resonated. "Let us welcome today's 2 birthday stars, Miss Jiang Ciyou and Miss Jiang Ciyou." All eyes turned toward the source of illumination. A beam of light cascading from the ceiling onto the spiral staircase. The brightest ray illuminated Jiang Ciyou and Mrs. Jiang, the latter adorned in a luxurious qipao that exuded elegance and grace. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou, clad in her red velvet gown embellished with countless sparkling diamonds, appeared resplendent, exuding opulence. The gown was clearly of high fashion, fetching a hefty price. A dimmer light fell behind them, highlighting a woman in a white gown. She wore a simple yet strikingly classic white evening dress, with delicate straps resting on her fair shoulders, her collarbone distinctly visible. The flowing lines and design accentuated her graceful figure, especially with the waist's intricate hollow design, showcasing her slender silhouette in a manner that was almost breathtaking. The woman's makeup was understated, yet her eyes sparkled like a galaxy of stars, captivating all who beheld her. Her naturally wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, each strand seemingly aglow, further enhancing her exquisite beauty. Though she donned a modest outfit, it only served to accentuate her alluring presence, rendering her the most radiant figure in the room, akin to a solitary white rose untouched by the world. The pure white hue did nothing to diminish her allure. Rather, it amplified her status as the most luminous presence at the event. In that moment, Jiang Ciyou's red gown, once striking, was overshadowed by the sheer magnificence of the woman. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, discerning the stark contrast between the 2 Jiang sisters' entrances. It was evident that Mrs. Jiang favored her biological daughter, as evidenced by the millions worth of clothing and jewelry adorning Jiang Ciyou, while the adopted daughter appeared in a dress that was clearly an outdated hand-me-down from years past. Yet, one could not deny that the so-called fake heiress outshone them both in beauty and grace. Indeed, her natural beauty was undeniable, a testament to the adage that true beauty cannot be concealed. As Jiang Ciyou descended the staircase, she overheard the murmurs of admiration directed at Jiang Ciyou, and her expression soured instantly. After investing so much time and money into her attire and makeup, how could these people fail to see the splendor of her ensemble? Jiang Ciyou's seemingly tattered clothing could not possibly compare. Yet deep down, Jiang Ciyou recognized Jiang Ciyou's undeniable beauty, stirring an impulse within her to lash out in jealousy. Regret washed over Jiang Ciyou for having chosen to share her birthday celebration with Jiang Ciyou. But she quickly regained her composure. Jiang Ciyou, relish your moment of triumph while you can, for tonight will mark your downfall. As the trio descended, the lights in the hall blazed back to life, and the guests gathered around, extending their birthday wishes to the two young ladies. Jiang Ciyou had invited many friends, who surrounded her with compliments, swiftly pushing Jiang Ciyou to the periphery. Meanwhile, Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinhui tended to important guests. Leaving Jiang Ciyou to enjoy her solitude, she willingly distanced herself from the crowd, approaching the refreshment area. Grabbing a glass of champagne from the tower, she took a delicate sip and savored a piece of mousse cake on a nearby sofa. Though Jiang Ciyou was enveloped by admirers, her gaze frequently strayed toward Jiang Ciyou. Initially pleased to see her isolated, her joy was short-lived as she noticed various young, handsome men approaching Jiang Ciyou, engaging her in conversation or inviting her to dance. Despite Jiang Ciyou's polite refusals, the stream of admirers persisted, igniting a fire of frustration within Jiang Ciyou. She could not fathom how, in terms of status, she was the true Jiang family heiress, and in terms of appearance, her ensemble was worth millions, while Jiang Ciyou appeared barefaced. An idea struck her suddenly. She called out, "Sister." Jiang Ciyou turned her attention toward Jiang Ciyou. With a radiant smile, Jiang Ciyou innocently exclaimed, "Sister, could you please bring me a glass of champagne?" Jiang Ciyou set down her cake and casually retrieved a glass of champagne from the tower. Making her way toward Jiang Ciyou, before the banquet commenced, Yao Shulan had instructed them to portray a deep sisterly bond. Since Jiang Ciyou wished to play a part, Jiang Ciyou would comply. As Jiang Ciyou approached with the champagne, she overheard Jiang Ciyou openly mocking her to the group. One of the women beside Jiang Ciyou covered her mouth in laughter, remarking, "That dress of hers looks like a discounted piece from the duty-free shop you found last time." Jiang Ciyou shot Jiang Ciyou a disdainful glance, retorting, "Indeed, such garments are akin to street vendor wares for me, so I simply handed it over to her. How could she possibly attend such an important event in discarded clothing? Isn't she supposed to be the former heiress of the Jiang family? Doesn't she own a single decent outfit? She is nothing more than an impostor. My parents no longer recognize her. She clings to our family, yet she is treated worse than a maid." The crowd's eyes were rife with contempt as they regarded Jiang Ciyou, dismissing her as a disgrace who could not let go of the Jiang family's prestige. Jiang Ciyou's gaze was filled with provocation. It's no concern. She is merely a pet dog now, obediently doing as she is told. The laughter erupted around Jiang Ciyou, their voices deliberately loud as if intended for Jiang Ciyou's ears. Yet, Jiang Ciyou's expression remained unfazed as she approached Jiang Ciyou, holding the champagne glass. Jiang Ciyou knew that in such a setting, Jiang Ciyou would never dare to embarrass her, for Yao Shulan would not let her off lightly. With a newfound audacity, Jiang Ciyou continued her taunts, "Sister, my shoes are dirty. Could you please clean them for me?" She extended a foot toward Jiang Ciyou, reaching for the champagne glass in her hand. Savoring the moment as she envisioned Jiang Ciyou humbly cleaning her shoes while sipping champagne. She even gestured for someone nearby to record the spectacle on their phone. Jiang Ciyou remained silent, seemingly compliant as she extended the champagne glass toward Jiang Ciyou. However, just as Jiang Ciyou's hand was about to graze the glass, Jiang Ciyou suddenly cradled her wine glass in both hands and, with a deliberate grace, poured the liquid onto the floor in a straight line. The wine spilled onto the ground, quickly absorbed by the carpet. At that moment, Jiang Ciyou had already extended a foot. As Jiang Ciyou drew a line with the wine, half a glass of it splashed onto Jiang Ciyou's foot. Jiang Ciyou nearly shrieked. Today, she wore a pair of custom-made crystal shoes from Milan. The upper was adorned with thousands of tiny crystals, painstakingly sewn by hand, taking 2 months to complete and worth a fortune. Now, her prized shoes had been ruined by Jiang Ciyou. "What are you doing?" "Jiang Ciyou?" Jiang Ciyou fumed, astonished that Jiang Ciyou would dare to humiliate her in front of everyone. Jiang Ciyou placed her wine glass on the tray of a nearby waiter, her demeanor relaxed and elegant, as if she had merely been enjoying a convivial drink with others. She tossed her wavy hair back lazily, reminiscent of a cat just awakened from slumber. Her voice carried an air of arrogance and nonchalance. "Please drink up." "Don't waste it." With that, Jiang Ciyou turned and walked away. The crowd was momentarily bewildered until someone beside Jiang Xiao reminded her, Xiao, what she just did is akin to a ritual for the deceased." At this revelation, the crowd began to realize that Jiang Ciyou's actions mirrored traditional Qingming festival rites where offerings were made at graves. "Xiao, is she cursing you to death?" The onlookers expressed their shock and disbelief. Who would have thought that Jiang Ciyou, a mere parasite, would dare to act so brazenly towards the true heiress, Jiang Xiao? Jiang Xiao's face paled with fury. Not only had Jiang Ciyou ruined her $1,000,000 shoes, but she had also publicly humiliated her. "Jiang Ciyou, stop right there." Jiang Xiao hurriedly caught up to Jiang Ciyou, blocking her path. "How dare you? Do you not understand your status? If it weren't for me begging my mother, you wouldn't even be worthy to share this birthday celebration with me. You should be grateful, yet you treat me like this." Those nearby quickly rallied to support Jiang Xiao. "Yes, Xiao, she spilled your precious shoes. She should be made to clean them. She even cursed you on your birthday. She should kneel and apologize. Xiao, if she dares to slap your face, you must teach her a lesson." Many people turned to watch the unfolding drama. Yet, under such pressure, Jiang Ciyou's smile remained unyielding. She spoke languidly, "Jiang Xiao, I advise you not to provoke me further. I could make you even more embarrassed. Would you care to test that?" Chapter 52. A heartless kill. Though Jiang Ciyou smiled, her aura was frigid. She regarded them with an expression of disdain, as if they were mere insects. This stirred the crowd's ire, inciting them to urge Jiang Xiao to retaliate against Jiang Ciyou. However, Jiang Xiao hesitated to act. She was acutely aware of Jiang Ciyou's capabilities. Although she had never directly witnessed Jiang Ciyou's strength, past encounters had led her to deduce that she could not prevail in a confrontation. Even together, their group might not be able to defeat her. Jiang Xiao was not foolish enough to jeopardize her meticulously planned birthday celebration. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly time for her to execute her plan. Sure enough, she spotted a slender figure in the distance. A sly glint flickered in Jiang Xiao's eyes as she suddenly smiled at Jiang Ciyou. "Sister, a shoe's just a shoe. I have plenty of haute couture pairs worth millions. Why would I truly hold it against you?" The crowd was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. Jiang Xiao then raised her hand and waved at a figure in white not far away. "Sister Xiaoling, I'm over here." At the mention of Xiaoling's name, Jiang Ciyou instinctively furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. Jiang Xiao felt a surge of triumph. Her objective had been achieved. Only a fool would engage Jiang Ciyou head-on. To truly wound, one must strike at the heart. Xiaoling was undoubtedly the sharpest knife to use against Jiang Ciyou. Meanwhile, Xiaoling had approached. Jiang Xiao sidestepped Jiang Ciyou and quickly walked over to Xiaoling. Linking arms with her affectionately, Jiang Xiao brought Xiaoling before the crowd. "Allow me to introduce my dear sister, Xiaoling, who has just returned from studying abroad." The onlookers, bewildered, genuinely believed that Xiaoling was Jiang Xiao's close friend and began to shower her with compliments. In truth, Xiaoling had little connection to Jiang Xiao and had merely received an invitation to her birthday celebration. After a brief exchange, Xiaoling and Jiang Xiao quickly reached a consensus. Their goals aligned. Both sought to see Jiang Ciyou disgraced and isolated. Thus, they became allies. Furthermore, Xiaoling had an additional objective. She was determined to ensure Jiang Ciyou divorced Yan Feng. Naturally, she cooperated with Jiang Xiao with great enthusiasm. Xiaoling graciously greeted everyone, and when it was Jiang Ciyou's turn, she made a point to add, "Ciyou, happy birthday." Some in the crowd sensed an unusual tension and quickly interjected, "Miss Xia and the fake Miss Jiang know each other?" Jiang Xiao smiled. "Not only do we know each other, but we are quite close." Observing Jiang Ciyou's frosty demeanor, Jiang Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, only Xiaoling could truly pierce Jiang Ciyou's defenses. "Jiang Ciyou, the real show has only just begun." Jiang Xiao deliberately placed her hand on Xiaoling's abdomen. "Sister Xiaoling, why are you here all alone? You're expecting a baby. Where's your boyfriend?" She introduced to the crowd, Sister Xiaoling's boyfriend is the heir of the Yin family, Yan Feng. The eyes of the attendees sparkled with envy and flattery as they looked at Xiaoling. The Yin family was one of the most prominent enterprises in Rongqing, known for their high-fang construction. To be the Yin family's daughter-in-law was indeed a coveted position. Miss Xia, my grandfather's company collaborates with the Yin family. I hope to have your boyfriend's guidance in the future. Sister Xiaoling, you truly seem to be a woman of fortune. I envy you. The crowd erupted in flattery, while Xiaoling graciously accepted their compliments. Though her eyes occasionally darted toward Jiang Ciyou. By the way, Miss Xia, how far along are you? Almost 3 months, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied deliberately. 3 months isn't stable yet. Sister Xiaoling, do take care of yourself. After all, many are eyeing the position of MRS. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Jiang Ciyou. The crowd finally caught a whiff of the underlying tension. The Jiang and Yin families were two of the most esteemed in Rongqing and had long-standing ties. There were even rumors of a betrothal agreement between the two families. However, it was evident that the Yin family would never accept a fake heiress into their fold. Having been the Jiang family's true heiress for 20 years, Jiang Ciyou surely had some familiarity with Yin Feng, perhaps even harboring feelings for him. In contrast, the current Miss Xia was Yin Feng's girlfriend. What a spectacle this was shaping up to be. It was no wonder Jiang Ciyou's expression had soured upon Xiaoling's arrival. The crowd intensified their flattery towards Xiaoling, eager to provoke Jiang Ciyou. Yet, Jiang Ciyou seemed indifferent to the charade and turned to leave, only to hear Xiaoling's bright voice ring out, "My boyfriend is here." Everyone turned to look towards the entrance of the banquet hall, where a well-dressed, strikingly handsome man was approaching. It was indeed Yin Feng, a vision of elegance and charm. Alas, he was already taken, leaving others to envy him from afar. As Yin Feng reached the entrance, he sensed something amiss. He was unaware that this was Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration. Although the Jiang and Yin families were on good terms, Yin Feng's parents had always favored Jiang Ciyou. In previous years, even if Jiang Xiaoxiao extended an invitation, they would not attend, instead celebrating Jiang Ciyou's birthday at home. However, this year, Jiang Ciyou had distanced herself from the Yin family, and while Yan's mother intended to celebrate Jiang Ciyou's birthday, she ultimately did not press the issue upon Jiang Ciyou's insistence that she had plans with others. Yin Feng had only heard about this casually from his mother after dinner and hadn't thought much of it. He did not anticipate encountering Xiaoling, Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Jiang Ciyou all at once. Xiaoling had just called him, claiming she needed company for a friend's birthday celebration. He had come without a second thought, only to discover that this friend was Jiang Xiaoxiao. Yin Feng approached the group, and Jiang Xiaoxiao playfully nudged Xiaoling closer to him. "Yin Gu, Sister Xiaoling was just talking about you." "What a coincidence." Yin Feng's expression darkened. He shot a glance at Xiaoling. His brows furrowed, clearly displeased. Xiaoling felt a twinge of guilt. She had deceived him, failing to mention that it was Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ciyou's birthday celebration. She wondered if he would be upset. In the past, Yin Feng would not have been bothered. He would confidently declare her his girlfriend in front of everyone. Compared to Jiang Ciyou's clandestine status as his wife, Xiaoling stood proudly in the sunlight. Just like at the royal golf course, he would publicly assert that she was indeed Mrs. Yin. Yet today, Yin Feng appeared distinctly unamused, emanating a low-pressure atmosphere, his gaze cold. Eventually, his eyes settled on Jiang Ciyou. Chapter 53. A Mother's Heart. Shattered. Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke up. "Indeed, Brother Yin Feng, today is a momentous occasion. Sister Xiaoling and I hit it off immediately, feeling an extraordinary connection. Therefore, I intend to have my mother adopt Sister Xiaoling as her goddaughter." In truth, Jiang Xiaoxiao had broached this matter with Yao Shulan the previous night, but she had merely mentioned having a friend with a pitiable background whom she wished her mother to formally recognize as a goddaughter. Without disclosing that this person was Xiaoling after much coaxing, Yao Shulan finally acquiesced. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ciyou's expression darkened significantly. Jiang Xiaoxiao truly possessed the talent to infuriate her. However, both the Jiang and Yin families were well aware of Xiaoling's past actions. Jiang Ciyou recalled with disdain the Jiang family's betrayal and their attempts to undermine her. She understood that Yao Shulan, despite harboring some resentment towards her, was not the type to act without discernment. Her grievances stemmed from the enmities of the previous generation. Conversely, Yao Shulan had lavished affection and care on Jiang Ciyou since her childhood, personally overseeing every aspect of her upbringing, never delegating responsibilities to a nanny. Jiang Ciyou had enjoyed a blissful upbringing, and her feelings for Yao Shulan were profound. This was precisely why she had found it impossible to accept reality back then. The current Yao Shulan was a stark contrast to the one she had known. While she remained gentle and understanding towards others, she was sharp-tongued and hypercritical towards Jiang Ciyou. Yet, deep down, Jiang Ciyou clung to a flicker of hope that the mother who had raised her for 20 years still cared for her. The hatred and disgust directed at her must stem from the depth of her former affections. If there remained even a shred of feeling, however minuscule, Yao Shulan would never accept Xiaoling as her goddaughter. Yin Feng was equally taken aback. Due to Xiaoling's involvement, his parents and the elder had come to view her as a viper. Even though Xiaoling bore the Yin family's bloodline, they would rather forsake their own descendants than acknowledge her. How could the Jiang family possibly accept Xiaoling as a goddaughter? After all, Jiang Ciyou was their daughter whom they had nurtured for 20 years. They could not disregard her feelings entirely. To do so would be excessively cruel. Yin Feng found himself unable to resist casting a glance at Jiang Ciyou, and to his surprise, he realized he was genuinely worried about her. Even feeling a pang of sympathy. From Xiaoling's perspective, this was undoubtedly advantageous. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao unexpectedly ascended the stage in the banquet hall. She took the microphone from the host and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. I am Jiang Xiaoxiao, and I sincerely thank you all for attending my celebration today. Seizing this opportunity, I have a significant announcement to make." The room fell silent, with hundreds of attendees leaning in towards the stage. Standing before them was none other than the true daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaoxiao. She suddenly pulled a girl dressed in a flowing white gown to the center of the stage and continued, "This is my dear sister Xiaoling. We share a unique bond, and on this joyous occasion, our Jiang family shall adopt her as a goddaughter. From this day forth, Sister Xiaoling shall also be considered a daughter of the Jiang family. I kindly ask all of you uncles and elders to look after her." A flicker of confusion appeared on the faces of the crowd, and whispers began to circulate. "Which family does this Miss Xia belong to? She seems unfamiliar. Why has the Jiang family suddenly chosen to adopt a goddaughter? Madame Jiang truly has a benevolent heart, taking in the daughter of her enemy as a foster child, and now adopting another as a goddaughter." While adopting a goddaughter is indeed a joyous matter, the expressions on Madame Jiang and Mr. Jiang's faces suggest they are just as astonished, as if they were unaware of this development beforehand. Meanwhile, Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinhui stood on the stage. Yao Shulan was in the know. Last night, Jiang Xiaoxiao had insisted that she adopt a goddaughter, but had refused to reveal who it was, only stating it was a friend. Yao Shulan had not anticipated that the friend in question was Xiaoling. How could she not know Xiaoling's name? 3 years prior, Jiang Ciyou had resorted to self-harm because of her. Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng had been childhood sweethearts, but this Miss Xia had suddenly emerged during their university years, captivating Yin Feng to the point of obsession. Even though he had been forced to marry Ciyou, he had still eloped with Xiaoling abroad. In truth, Yao Shulan was aware that Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou had never officially registered their marriage, rendering it informal. Jiang's father was furious and immediately approached Jiang Xiaoxiao, sternly rebuking her. "Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you up to?" Yet, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, "Father, mother has already agreed." Jiang Xiaoxiao understood that her father Jiang Jinhui would not approve of this arrangement, hence she proceeded with her plans without consulting him. Fortunately, Yao Shulan would not hold it against her. Though she might be displeased, Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that ultimately, Yao Shulan would acquiesce to her wishes due to her sense of guilt. Though Jiang Jinhui appeared to be the head of the family, he was, in reality, always swayed by Yao Shulan's opinions. Jiang Xiaoxiao had already grasped Yao Shulan's arm, pleading softly, "Mother, there are so many people watching. Please just agree. Besides, it's merely a nominal goddaughter, with no real loss involved. Mother, this is my birthday wish. If you grant it, I promise to obey you in all things henceforth." Witnessing Jiang Xiaoxiao's earnest demeanor, Yao Shulan felt a pang of discomfort. Yao Shulan was an astute woman. How could she not discern that Jiang Xiaoxiao's desire to adopt Xiaoling as a goddaughter was primarily to torment Jiang Ciyou? Over the past 3 years, while she had strived to make amends with Jiang Xiaoxiao, the latter still viewed Jiang Ciyou as the enemy who had taken everything from her. This was not the first occurrence of such a situation. Jiang Xiaoxiao had created a ruckus during Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng's wedding banquet. Preventing her attendance in Jiang Xiaoxiao's presence, Yao Shulan had to maintain a harsh demeanor towards Jiang Ciyou, if only to alleviate some of the grievances she had endured over the years. In truth, she felt deeply for Jiang Ciyou. Her daughter, whom she had nurtured for 2 decades, had become a tool of vengeance for Yin Ruyun. She harbored hatred, not only towards Yin Ruyun but also directed some of it towards Jiang Ciyou. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that Jiang Ciyou bore the least fault in this scenario. When Jiang Ciyou had resorted to self-harm, Yao Shulan's heart had shattered as a mother. Chapter 54. Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling in high school. Thus, she had refrained from confronting her, fearful that Jiang Ciyou might spiral into despair once more. Nevertheless, during the nights when Jiang Ciyou slept, she would secretly visit her in the hospital. How could she sever ties with the rose she had painstakingly cultivated for 20 years? Yet, she dared not display even the slightest emotion in front of Jiang Xiaoxiao. Her biological daughter had suffered through years of abuse at the hands of Yin Ruyun and her husband. The guilt and heartache overwhelmed her. Even if she acknowledged Jiang Ciyou's narrow-mindedness and lack of refinement, none of it was her fault. She had failed to protect her and had been deceived. Her little princess should have grown up safely and happily, blossoming into a refined and talented socialite like Jiang Ciyou. Instead, she had endured so much suffering from an early age. Just contemplating this made her heart bleed. She never hoped for Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ciyou to truly coexist as sisters, for she understood that it was impossible. She and Yin Ruyun had experienced a similar fate. It was as if a curse had been cast, with her tragedy repeating in the next generation. All she wished for was for these two to coexist peacefully, even if it meant living their lives without crossing paths. Therefore, she had fervently sought to fulfill Jiang Xiaoxiao's every request, hoping that after satisfying her desire for revenge, she would spare Jiang Ciyou, much like how she had ultimately found peace after her own vengeance against Yin Ruyun. She knew that only by releasing all her inner malice could she turn the page. For 3 years, she had indulged Jiang Xiaoxiao, and this would be the final time she would do so. Yao Shulan steeled herself, stepping towards the center of the stage and standing before the microphone. Before she spoke, her gaze sought out Jiang Ciyou in the audience. At that moment, Jiang Ciyou stood just beneath the stage, her expression devoid of emotion, neither angry nor resentful, but rather indifferent, as if numb. Yao Shulan clenched her fists, resolutely averting her gaze before announcing, "Indeed, Xiaoling shares a special bond with our Jiang family, and we have decided to adopt her as our goddaughter." Yao Shulan refrained from elaborating further. The audience erupted in congratulations. Jiang Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Xiaoling over, urging her to greet their new parents. Xiaoling, overwhelmed with excitement, called out sweetly, "Godfather, godmother." Yao Shulan responded with a strained acknowledgement, while Jiang Jinhui's face remained dark, not offering any semblance of agreement. Jiang Xiaoxiao had orchestrated every detail meticulously. When Yao Shulan glanced towards the audience again, she discovered that Jiang Ciyou had vanished. The moment Yao Shulan accepted Xiaoling, Jiang Ciyou had turned to leave. As Xiaoling sweetly called out to her new godparents, Jiang Ciyou felt as if a knife had been plunged into her heart, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Her eyes welled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She would no longer shed tears for them. As she approached the exit, security blocked her path. "Miss, the second miss has declared that on this joyous occasion, you cannot leave." Jiang Ciyou's expression hardened. "Step aside." The security personnel formed a barrier, unwavering. "The second miss insists that you must attend the entirety of the birthday banquet before you may leave, as she has gifts to present to you." Jiang Ciyou initially contemplated a confrontation, but upon reflection, she realized she had no chance of success, especially in her dress. Furthermore, if she caused a scene, it would only serve Jiang Xiaoxiao's purpose. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou chose to turn away, not wanting to witness the cheerful scene unfolding on the other side. She intended to retreat to the lounge. Halfway down the stairs, she was pursued from behind. "Ciyou, so this is where you are." Jiang Ciyou turned around to find none other than the last person she wished to see. Xiaoling having just been recognized as the Jiang family's goddaughter, how could she resist the urge to share this joyous news? Xiaoling soon stood before Jiang Ciyou, the two separated by a single step. Xiaoling wore her customary innocent and cautious expression. "Ciyou, I've been acknowledged as the goddaughter of the Jiang family. You wouldn't be displeased, would you?" Jiang Ciyou regarded her shamelessly innocent facade, nearly suppressing a laugh. From her elevated position, she looked down at Xiaoling and said, "Xiaoling, do put away that innocent guise. It repulses me." A fleeting glimmer of complex emotion crossed Xiaoling's eyes, an amalgamation of sorrow and relief. Yet, all emotions vanished in an instant, and when she faced Jiang Ciyou, she remained as innocent as an unsuspecting little rabbit. Ciyou, my background is less than ideal. You know the kind of person my mother is. I've endured domestic violence and torment, never experiencing a single day of happiness. The greatest fortune of my life was meeting you during high school. Xiaoling's expression radiated sincerity, her eyes shimmering with tears, seemingly filled with profound gratitude. Back then, I was granted admission to Tongfu International High School, where I was scorned by everyone and bullied. It was you who extended your hand to pull me from the mire, who stood as a shield when I was under attack. Ciyou, you are my benefactor for life. Jiang Ciyou furrowed her brows, perplexed as to why Xiaoling was suddenly divulging such sentiments. It was true. In those days, Xiaoling was perpetually alone in the corner, walking with her head bowed, always the target of others' bullying and frustration. The school felt like a cruel, primordial forest, with Jiang Ciyou at the pinnacle of a pyramid, while Xiaoling languished at its base. When did she first take notice of Xiaoling? Perhaps it was the day Xiaoling failed to arrive at school, prompting Jiang Ciyou, as class monitor, to accompany the teacher on a home visit to a place akin to a slum. They found Xiaoling's home, a dilapidated structure devoid of any semblance of comfort. Her parents were embroiled in a heated argument, with Xia Xiufan hurling curses at Xiaoling's father, unleashing a torrent of vile insults. Meanwhile, Xia's father sat motionless in a wheelchair, resembling a living corpse in that chaotic room. Everything that could be thrown was hurled. Xiaoling, crouched on the ground, wore a numb expression as she methodically picked up the scattered items, as if this were her everyday reality. Later, Jiang Ciyou discovered the reason for Xiaoling's absence that day. Her father had attempted suicide by stopping his wheelchair in the middle of the street. Li Yao Jun, if you die once, I will save you once. If you die 100 times, I will save you 100 times. I want you to live a life more miserable than mine. Jiang Ciyou felt a shiver run through her upon hearing those words. She still vividly recalled that scene. Xia Xiufan, after exhausting her vitriol, turned her wrath upon Xiaoling, kicking, striking, and pinching her, even seizing a fire poker. She struck Xiaoling's back. The homeroom teacher rushed in to intervene, but Xia Xiufan, driven mad, refused to relent. Seizing the moment while they grappled, Jiang Ciyou stepped forward, grasped Xiaoling's arm, and led her to safety. Chapter 55, Jiang Ciyou, you can never escape me. Xiaoling vividly remembered that scene too, as she was pulled along by Jiang Ciyou through several alleys. She clutched Jiang Ciyou's hand tightly, the scent of gardenias enveloping her, a clear and rich aroma. As she observed Jiang Ciyou's profile, sunlight illuminated her face, casting a golden hue as if she were an angel descended from the heavens. Xiaoling held onto her hand as if it could lead her away from the ravenous abyss. Eventually, they reached a nearby small square, where Jiang Ciyou treated her to KFC. It was Xiaoling's first experience with KFC, and she devoured countless egg tarts, feeling as though she had never tasted anything so delectable. They were sweet, rich, and delicious enough to bring her to tears. Watching Xiaoling consume an entire box of egg tarts while shedding tears, Jiang Ciyou suddenly grasped her hand and said, Xiaoling, do not be afraid. I will protect you from now on. Without asking anything, she simply promised to shield her. From that moment onward, Jiang Ciyou fulfilled her promise. Whenever anyone bullied Xiaoling at school, Jiang Ciyou would fiercely confront them. She even helped Xiaoling apply for free boarding, temporarily liberating her from her mother's madness. Whatever good fortune Jiang Ciyou received, she would share half with Xiaoling, even on her birthday, when she received numerous costly gifts. Jiang Ciyou believed she had been utterly sincere in her affection for Xiaoling, even more so than her childhood friend Shenhua. Thus, when she discovered Xiaoling's betrayal, it was a source of immense pain and hatred. Reflecting on their shared past, Jiang Ciyou felt her heart constrict with anguish. Xiaoling, what do you mean by saying all this now? If Xiaoling truly loved Yanfeng and sought fair competition, even openly pursuing him, Jiang Ciyou would not begrudge her. But she could not accept that someone she had treated with genuine kindness would secretly plot against her, deceive her, and betray her. Xiaoling spoke candidly, because I am envious. I envy the way you walk hand in hand on the playground, how he queues every morning to buy you breakfast. I envy your camaraderie, your effortless conversations. You both, one radiant and cheerful, the other sunny and handsome, are a match made in heaven. Xiaoling's gaze shifted, darkening with a hint of malice. I am consumed by jealousy. You bask in the sunlight like leaves and flowers, while I am buried deep underground, forever unseen. silently enduring the darkness and the gnawing of snakes and vermin. Day and night, my envy drives me to madness. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback to realize that the Xiaoling who had shadowed them back then harbored such a mindset. After a brief silence, Jiang Ciyou calmly replied, "It is your own insecurities and sensitivities that torment you. Everyone's heart is like a seed. Whether it blossoms into leaves and flowers or remains forever buried as roots is a personal choice. Xiaoling, you have suffered, but there are others who suffer even more. Does everyone envy all that is beautiful and turn their blades against their true friends, just as the serpent did in the fable of the farmer and the snake?" Jiang Ciyou felt an inexplicable sadness. In the past, you performed well academically and gained admission to a prestigious university. You are no longer that weak, helpless Xiaoling, controlled by your mother. You were already on the path to success, capable of basking in the sunlight, yet you still chose the most despicable and dark route. You sacrificed your sincerity and betrayed your friendship. Your life remains dark and hypocritical, but this time, it is a choice you made for yourself. Jiang Ciyou sighed deeply as she looked at Xiaoling. Discussing this with you now is utterly meaningless. I do not regret having treated you well in the past. At this point, losing me is your loss, not mine. The past was like smoke, and Jiang Ciyou had long since let it go. She wished to sever ties with Xiaoling, whether in love or hatred. She did not want to invest any more time or energy in her. Just as Jiang Ciyou turned to leave, Xiaoling suddenly grasped her arm. "Ciyou, you can never escape me. It is impossible." Jiang Ciyou turned, attempting to shake off Xiaoling's grip, but before she could muster any force, Xiaoling tumbled backward down the stairs. Instantly, she clutched her abdomen, crying out, it hurts, my baby. Ciyou, why did you push me?" Jiang Ciyou's heart raced with a dreadful premonition. Almost simultaneously, a throng of people surged towards them. Jiang Xiaoxiao was at the forefront, exclaiming, "Sister, why did you push Sister Xiaoling? She is carrying a baby. Sister, I know you harbor biases against Sister Xiaoling, but you cannot harm the baby in her womb. Sister, is it because the child belongs to Brother Yinfeng that you cannot accept it?" A barrage of questions bombarded Jiang Ciyou. In an instant, she understood. She had fallen into a trap set by Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoxiao. She had anticipated that Jiang Xiaoxiao would cause her trouble, but she thought that by making Xiaoling the Jiang family's adopted daughter, she had fulfilled her purpose. She never imagined such a grand scheme lay in wait for her. Their malice surpassed her expectations. Surrounded by a crowd, Jiang Ciyou was soon joined by her parents, Jiang father and Jiang mother, who had heard the commotion. Jiang Jinhui surveyed the scene and inquired, "What has happened?" Jiang Xiaoxiao had long prepared her narrative. "Father, my sister is utterly perplexed as to why she pushed Sister Xiaoling, who is with child." Jiang Jinhui cast a dark glance towards Xiaoling, who was sobbing in Yinfeng's embrace. Jiang Jinhui's expression was far from pleasant. Yinfeng, who was clearly the husband of Jiang Ciyou, was brazenly holding another woman, one who carries his child. Yinfeng had been raised alongside them, akin to a son of their own. Initially, Jiang Jinhui had thought that Xiaoling was merely a fleeting whim of his. However, he did not anticipate the situation escalating to this extent. More troubling was the revelation from the Yin family that Jiang Ciyou and Yinfeng had never actually registered their marriage 3 years prior. Just days ago, Jiang Ciyou had declared a complete severance from Yinfeng. Even moving out from the Yin household, it was conceivable that Yinfeng had secretly married Xiaoling long ago. Now, this woman, Xiaoling, had inexplicably become their Jiang family's goddaughter. Jiang Jinhui felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Ciyou. Yet, given Jiang Ciyou's intolerance for any slight, he recognized the possibility that she might indeed have pushed Xiaoling. Jiang Jinhui had already formed a judgment in his heart. With the distinguished guests of Rongcheng present, he could not allow the Jiang family to be ridiculed. Thus, he approached Xiaoling, his voice cold and laden with a sense of authority. "Xiaoling, are you certain that Ciyou pushed you intentionally, rather than it being an unintentional mishap?" Xiaoling looked at Jiang Jinhui with an expression of profound innocence, tears streaming down her cheeks. She understood that Jiang Jinhui wished to defuse the situation. In truth, she had no desire for this matter to escalate, as she did not want to be scorned by the Jiang family right after being acknowledged as their goddaughter. Her intention was to instill in Yinfeng a firm belief that Jiang Ciyou had repeatedly attempted to harm the child she bore, thereby extinguishing any rekindled feelings he might have towards Jiang Ciyou. Clearly, she had succeeded, as Yinfeng now regarded Jiang Ciyou with evident disdain and hatred, reminiscent of 3 years prior. Nevertheless, Xiaoling would not allow this affair to be brushed aside lightly. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, initially bewildered, followed by an understanding filled with disappointment and endless grievance. Finally, as if resolved to a certain decision, Xiaoling choked out, "Godfather, you are right." Ciyou did not act with malice. She merely pushed me accidentally. Jiang Ciyou observed every subtle change in Xiaoling's expression. It was only now that she realized the extent of Xiaoling's acting prowess. Xiaoling masterfully portrayed the kind of reluctant concession that one is forced to make under pressure. Though she claimed Jiang Ciyou was not intentional, her expression accused that she was coerced, willing to downplay the severity of the situation to preserve the Jiang family's dignity. This served to inform all present that Jiang Ciyou had indeed pushed her while simultaneously evoking sympathy for her plight. Furthermore, it granted Jiang Jinhui a semblance of respect, as if Xiaoling were acknowledging his authority. A single act achieved multiple objectives. Indeed, Xiaoling's performance captivated everyone. Jiang Jinhui's demeanor softened slightly as he regarded Xiaoling, even betraying a hint of guilt. Yin Feng, too, felt a surge of compassion, tightening his embrace around her. The surrounding crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating that the Jiang family's eldest daughter had indeed pushed Xiaoling. Who was with child? How could the eldest daughter of the Jiang family be so malicious? It was said that her biological mother was a murderer and her father a drunkard, who had swapped her for the true Jiang heiress to ensure her own daughter lived a life of luxury. Now, it seemed she wished to harm the unborn child of another. Truly, such inherent malice runs in the blood. Yet, why did this eldest daughter of the Jiang family push Miss Xia? Do you not know? The Jiang family and the Yin family had originally arranged a marriage, and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had feelings for the eldest son of the Yin family, the very one cradling Xiaoling. Clearly, jealousy was at play, but to endanger the life of another's child out of jealousy was despicable. The Jiang family, despite their kindness, should have expelled the daughter of their enemy long ago. Otherwise, they might invite calamity upon themselves. On the other hand, Jiang Jinhui, upon hearing Xiaoling's words, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Often, the truth is less important than a mere veil of modesty, as long as the victim did not pursue the matter. It would naturally fade from memory. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao was evidently unwilling to let Jiang Ciyou off the hook so easily. Having orchestrated such a rare opportunity, she could not bear to see Jiang Ciyou escape unscathed. "Father, now we three are your daughters. How can you show favoritism?" Sister pushed her, "and you cannot be biased towards her." Jiang Jinhui felt a renewed weight in his chest. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoxiao's suddenly darkened expression, he sensed her dissatisfaction. She constantly compared herself to Jiang Ciyou. Her talent, her beauty, her studies, her demeanor, her grace, her upbringing, all fell short in Jiang Jinhui's eyes compared to Jiang Ciyou. Yet, she failed to recognize that she was his biological daughter. Had she grown up by their side, she would have undoubtedly surpassed Jiang Ciyou by leaps and bounds. Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that Jiang Jinhui valued his family's reputation above all else, which is why she dared not let the situation spiral out of control. Taking a step back, she suggested, at the very least, let my sister apologize to Sister Xiaoling. After all, the child in Xiaoling's belly nearly met a tragic fate. Jiang Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou, who stood motionless on the staircase like a wooden figure. For her to apologize to Xiaoling would likely be more painful than death. Moreover, only she and Xiaoling knew the truth. Jiang Ciyou had not pushed her. She was curious to see just how resolute Jiang Ciyou truly was under pressure. The crowd continued to swell around them, and the murmurs grew louder. If this continued, it was evident that the Jiang family would soon become the subject of ridicule. This was the last thing Jiang Jinhui wished to witness. In light of the petty squabbles between their children, he was far more concerned about the family's reputation. He simply wanted the matter to conclude swiftly. Jiang Jinhui directed his attention towards Jiang Ciyou, addressing her, "Ciyou, though you did not mean it, Xiaoling fell because of you. Come and apologize, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Jiang Ciyou could never bring herself to apologize. With a cold laugh, she replied, "Why should I apologize for something I did not do?" Chapter 57. The tearing of the skirt and the severing of ties. A wave of astonishment swept through the congregation below. Whispers echoed around her. This eldest daughter of the Jiang family was obstinately refusing to step down from her lofty position. Clearly, she had been spoiled by the Jiang family, thinking herself to be their true blood. Her behavior was utterly irresponsible. How could such a daughter emerge from a family of prestige? These remarks reached Jiang Jinhui's ears, and his expression darkened further. Each of them was a source of trouble for him. Could they not prioritize the Jiang family's reputation and avoid becoming a laughingstock? Jiang Jinhui rarely maintained his composure, yet he addressed Jiang Ciyou with a steady tone. "Ciyou, I command you to apologize to Xiaoling." "I will not apologize." Jiang Ciyou's voice remained resolute. Jiang Jinhui's patience wore thin. For the first time, someone dared to publicly defy him, an affront to his authority. The onlookers began to murmur about his failure as a father, questioning why he exhibited no authority before his children. Jiang Jinhui's voice grew heavy, laced with pressure and menace. "Ciyou, if you do not apologize today, I shall consider you no longer my daughter." Such words carried grave weight. The hall fell silent, the crowd silently consuming the spectacle unfolding before them, eager for the drama to continue. Jiang Xiaoxiao reveled in the unfolding chaos. She knew that even if she did not press the issue, Jiang Ciyou's nature would compel her to escalate the situation. In doing so, she would not only ruin herself, but also incur the total disdain of their father. Jiang Ciyou stood poised at the top of the stairs, her gaze steady as she regarded Jiang Jinhui. Throughout her life, she had never felt particularly close to this father, at least not in comparison to Yao Shulin in their household. He was the patriarch, a figure who delegated responsibilities. He was perpetually preoccupied with business and social engagements. He would present her with extravagant gifts, yet rarely devoted time to her. Nevertheless, Jiang Ciyou harbored both respect and affection for him, believing herself to be the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family. However, that night, when she eavesdropped on a conversation between Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan, everything changed. Jiang Jinhui had stated that if he were to cast her out of the family, it would only serve to amuse outsiders. Better to allow her to retain the title of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, as it meant little more than an additional pair of chopsticks for them. That night, Jiang Jinhui had also written a will, stating that all of the Jiang family's assets and shares would ultimately be inherited by Jiang Xiaoxiao. In that moment, Jiang Ciyou realized that Jiang Jinhui's retention of her presence was not born from paternal affection, but rather from a desire to maintain the family's facade. She had thought she had forgotten that incident, convincing herself that their ability to reach such a stage was commendable enough, and that there was no need to dwell on the past. Yet, the situation mirrored her current predicament. Everything revolved around the Jiang family's reputation. Her feelings were inconsequential. Her status as a Jiang daughter mattered little. What was paramount was the preservation of the family's dignity. However, the Jiang Ciyou of today was not the same as the Jiang Ciyou of 3 years ago. She would no longer allow herself to be wronged. Jiang Ciyou slowly descended the staircase, each step bringing her closer to Jiang Jinhui. Believing she was finally yielding, he softened his gaze upon her. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Ciyou approached him, her demeanor calm but exuding an intense pressure that sent a chill down Jiang Jinhui's spine. "Father, this shall be the last time I address you as such. In ancient times, severing ties was a profound act. Today, I shall emulate that." Jiang Ciyou turned around and addressed the crowd, stating, "A father knows not his daughter, nor does a daughter know her father. I hereby declare that from this day forth, I, Jiang Ciyou, shall have no further ties with the Jiang family of Rongqing. Henceforth, I am no longer the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Whoever desires this title may claim it for themselves. It is of no concern to me. Today, I, Jiang Ciyou, sever all familial bonds. Let all present bear witness." With that, Jiang Ciyou grasped the hem of her skirt and tore it forcefully. Ripping off a piece of fabric, she hurled the torn cloth onto the ground before Jiang Jinhui, whose face turned pale with fury. In stark contrast, Yao Shulan, unusually subdued, refrained from scolding and instead appeared with reddened eyes. The onlookers murmured among themselves, astonished that Jiang Ciyou had truly enacted such a dramatic severance of ties. One could not deny the bravery in her stance. After all, the Jiang family was among the most prominent in Rongqing. Was she truly willing to relinquish her privileged status as a wealthy heiress? Jiang Jinhui had not anticipated that Jiang Ciyou would go this far. His expression darkened, a torn skirt and severed ties. It was indeed a farcical revelation that the Jiang family had been renounced by their adopted daughter. Such news would surely be a grand jest. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt elated. Everything was unfolding as she had wished, even more splendidly than she had imagined. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou knelt down, her expression remaining icy and resolute. Observing her kneeling, Jiang Ciyou assumed she had regretted her decision. Yet, Jiang Ciyou prostrated herself 3 times. Mr. Jiang, these 3 bows are in gratitude for the nurturing you and Mrs. Jiang have provided. From this moment on, we are no longer indebted to one another. After bowing, Jiang Ciyou rose and strode purposefully towards the door. Jiang Ciyou, feeling a mix of anger and sorrow, was deeply unsettled by the prospect of severing ties with his daughter of 20 years. However, his ire was further fueled by Jiang Ciyou's blatant disregard for his dignity in front of others. Just as Jiang Ciyou had taken only a few steps, she was unexpectedly blocked. She looked up to find an extraordinarily handsome face, Jiang Ciyou. Dressed in a suit, his tall figure exuded an air of casual nonchalance, one hand tucked into his trouser pocket. Yet, his countenance bore an ethereal coldness, as if he were a celestial being wandering amidst the mundane world. Observing everything with a detached grace, the crowd began to take notice of him, especially Jiang Ciyou, whose eyes sparkled with joy and excitement upon seeing Jiang Ciyou. The banquet had progressed significantly, and she had feared he would not arrive. But here he was, undoubtedly delayed by pressing matters of importance. The thought that Jiang Ciyou might have postponed crucial work just to attend her birthday celebration made her feel as light as a lark. With newfound energy, she bounded towards him, her voice laced with a hint of playful charm. "Your Highness, why have you arrived so late? I've been waiting for you for quite a while." Chapter 58. The depth of her suffering. Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The attendees were all prominent figures of Rongqing. The title of Your Highness was one that none were unfamiliar with, especially as he was not merely any prince, but the only heir of the Bo family, the richest in the nation and a figure of renown in the capital. The importance of Jiang Ciyou's presence in Rongqing was well understood, as he had come to oversee the Paradise Resort project, a lucrative venture coveted across various industries. This colossal project, rumored to be worth trillions, touched upon every field imaginable. Even a mere hint of involvement from Jiang Ciyou could propel a family to unprecedented heights. Many had sought to befriend him, yet most had been met with rejection. Yet, it seemed the true daughter of the Jiang family was on such intimate terms with the prince. Envy stirred among the noble young ladies present. Jiang Ciyou's bashful demeanor suggested she was smitten. The Jiang family seemed to be blessed, for if Jiang Ciyou could align herself with the prince, the Jiang family would surely rise to greatness. Perhaps not. Attending a birthday banquet does not signify much, murmured various voices from the crowd, filled with an overwhelming mix of envy and jealousy. Many who had come to mock the Jiang family now felt a pang of envy. Completely forgetting the earlier spectacle, those near Jiang Ciyou began to flatter him. "Mr. Jiang, your second daughter shares a bond with the prince. It seems you shall soon be a father-in-law of national prominence. Indeed, if the Jiang family aligns with the Bo family, do not forget to look after your old friends," they chimed in. "Your second daughter is truly remarkable. She has brought you much honor." Jiang Ciyou, flattered by their words, felt his face flush with pride. He excitedly approached Jiang Ciyou. "I did not know your highness had arrived. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome. Uncle Jiang, just call me Jiang Ciyou." "There is no need for formality," Jiang Ciyou replied, displaying a humility that contradicted the rumors of his arrogance. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback. This demeanor was not what he had expected from someone of Jiang Ciyou's stature, indicating that Jiang Ciyou must indeed hold a special place in his heart. Jiang Ciyou felt exhilarated, reveling in the envious and jealous gazes directed at her, which fed her pride like fine nourishment. She impulsively reached out to take Jiang Ciyou's arm, only to have him evade her touch with a cold glance. A chill ran through her. She stepped back, perhaps recognizing his discomfort with public displays of affection. Observing this interaction, Jiang Ciyou felt a flicker of doubt. Jiang Ciyou suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Ciyou, his eyes landing on the torn fabric of her skirt. His expression grew noticeably colder, and his tone towards Jiang Ciyou became more distant. "It seems I have missed quite the spectacle," he remarked. Jiang Ciyou, realizing Jiang Ciyou's focus was on Jiang Ciyou, felt compelled to defend his family. "This unfilial daughter has already severed ties with us. Why does she not leave?" he admonished. Jiang Ciyou, hearing this, stepped forward but was blocked by Jiang Ciyou's arm. "Uncle Jiang, forgive my intrusion, but may I inquire as to what transpired?" Jiang Ciyou, who had intended to arrive much earlier, had been delayed by a chance encounter with Xue Qin. He had only just managed to extricate himself from her clutches and was taken aback by the unfolding drama. Jiang Ciyou, with her carefree demeanor, must have endured considerable distress to act so dramatically. Beijing exuded a chilling aura, causing those nearby to feel an oppressive weight in the air. Yet, every word he spoke was imbued with courtesy. Jiang Ciyou was perplexed by Beijing's sudden interest in his family's private affairs. He had wished to keep the matter hidden, as being renounced by an adopted daughter was hardly a matter of pride. However, upon hearing Beijing's query, Jiang Ciyou seized the opportunity to speak. "Your Highness, you are unaware of the situation. This is my parents' adopted daughter, Jiang Ciyou. Today, my parents took Xiaoling as their goddaughter." Which angered my sister. In a fit of rage, she pushed the pregnant Xiaoling down the stairs. Thankfully, Xiaoling is unharmed and is kind-hearted, unwilling to hold a grudge. Father merely asked my sister to apologize, and we could put this behind us. Yet, not only did my sister refuse to apologize, but she also declared her severance from our family. Jiang Ciyou embellished the events, and Jiang Ciyou's expression darkened. This was a private family matter, a failure of parental guidance that had now become fodder for public scrutiny. Beijing, upon hearing the full account, radiated an unsettling chill. He could hardly believe that Jiang Ciyou had suffered such indignities. "So, Miss Xia, did the eldest Miss Jiang truly push you?" he asked, suddenly shifting his attention to Xiaoling, who had approached with Yin Feng, standing behind Jiang Ciyou. Under the weight of Beijing's intense gaze, Xiaoling felt an unfamiliar nervousness. She feigned a look of grievance. "I believed Ciyou did not mean it." Beijing's voice remained icy, regardless of intent. "You confirm that Miss Jiang pushed you?" Xiaoling felt a twinge of anxiety. "Mr. Dabo, what do you mean by that?" Beijing pressed. "Are you certain you are not lying?" The word clung to Xiaoling like a label. If anyone else had posed the question, it might have been bearable. But coming from the prince whom many aspired to associate with, each of his words carried immense weight. Various murmurs of doubt rippled through the crowd. Xiaoling hurriedly insisted, "I did not lie. I was going up the stairs when I exchanged a few words with Ciyou. Perhaps she was in a bad mood and pushed me down the stairs. Many witnessed it." The insinuation was that this was a trap orchestrated by Jiang Ciyou. She had previously stated that the banquet hall at Cloud Peak Restaurant was reserved for esteemed guests and lacked surveillance cameras, leaving no room for error. Jiang Ciyou chimed in, "I witnessed it myself. I was standing not far away when I saw my sister deliberately push Xiaoling down the stairs. Not only I, but they all saw it." The they she referred to were her entourage, who had benefited from Jiang Ciyou in various ways and now echoed her words, "Indeed, we all witnessed it." The gaze of Beijing swept coldly across their faces, his icy eyes resembling a dagger. In Chapter 59, Jiang Ciyou is a married woman. Jiang Ciyou vaguely sensed that Beijing seemed inclined to favor Jiang Ciyou. Could it be that Jiang Ciyou had some connection with Beijing? Jiang Ciyou recalled that Jiang Ciyou had previously conducted an exclusive interview with him. Perhaps that was when they had first met. However, Jiang Ciyou speculated that they were merely friends. After all, Jiang Ciyou was indeed a married woman. Jiang Ciyou felt no fear whatsoever. She had already deliberately inquired with the manager of the Cloud Top restaurant and learned that no surveillance cameras were installed here. No had witnessed the incident at the time. She was confident that no incriminating evidence would be left behind in that case. She did not mind tarnishing Jiang Ciyou's reputation further. She spoke up, "Your Highness, you may not be aware that my sister has a personal vendetta against Sister Xiaoling. She pushed Sister Xiaoling, intending to harm the child in her womb." Beijing's expression remained frosty. His voice was cold and indifferent. "Based on my understanding of Miss Jiang, she has no reason to act in such a manner." Whispers began to circulate around them. At this point, it was evident to all that Beijing was acquainted with Miss Jiang, seemingly showing bias. Jiang Ciyou noticed this as well. What did he know about Jiang Ciyou? She cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou and scoffed. "Your Highness, you are unaware that my sister has every reason to do so. The man my sister is enamored with is brother Yin Feng, while brother Yin Feng is in love with Sister Xiaoling, who is also carrying his child. My sister, consumed by jealousy, impulsively took action against Sister Xiaoling." The onlookers exhibited expressions of sudden realization. It turned out that the rumors circulating were indeed true. All eyes turned toward the young Master Yin, the heir of the Yin family, who was undeniably handsome and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. It was no wonder that Miss Jiang was so infatuated as to commit such reckless acts. If Jiang Ciyou were truly the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she would be a suitable match. Yet, she was merely an impostor, and her original family was so disreputable that she hardly deserved such a standing now, Jiang Ciyou inquired. Are you suggesting that Miss Jiang harbored ulterior motives towards young Master Yan? Prompting her to act against Miss Xia, Jiang Xiaoxiao certainly could not reveal that Jiang Ciyou was Yin Feng's wife, while Xia Ling was merely the mistress. However, such a humiliating truth would not be disclosed by Jiang Ciyou either. Her inherent pride prevented her from stooping to such a level. Jiang Xiaoxiao seized upon this and began to fabricate without restraint. Of course, brother Yin Feng is so exceptional that my sister has long coveted him. As brother Yin Feng and sister Xia Ling share mutual affection, my sister is determined to become their mistress. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao disregarded the Jiang family's reputation entirely. She was resolute in ensuring that Jiang Ciyou would be utterly discredited in front of His Highness. Jiang Ciyou suddenly laughed. That makes even less sense. How could my girlfriend possibly covet another man? His words rendered the venue instantly silent. What did His Highness mean by this? Even Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed unable to comprehend. How could Jiang Ciyou possibly be your girlfriend? That is utterly impossible. Jiang Ciyou naturally wrapped his arm around Jiang Ciyou's waist, casting her a glance filled with affection. He then raised his head, his eyes still radiating warmth. Are we not a match? The assembly had never witnessed the usually cold and aloof prince display such tender eyes. The surrounding socialites, captivated by the seemingly melting glacial gaze, were consumed with unrestrained envy. Jiang Xiaoxiao could not accept this reality. Jiang Ciyou was His Highness's girlfriend? This was nothing short of a fantasy. Jiang Xiaoxiao shot a glance at Jiang Ciyou, her eyes ablaze with jealousy, and she nearly blurted out, Your Highness, have you been deceived by my sister? She is, after all, a married woman. In mere seconds, Jiang Xiaoxiao had formed her judgment. Jiang Ciyou's appearance was indeed commendable. It was no surprise that His Highness could be enticed. However, he must be unaware that Jiang Ciyou was already married. Thus, she would ruthlessly expose Jiang Ciyou's deceit. Yet, Jiang Ciyou's eyes revealed no anger, nor even a hint of surprise. He casually inquired, Oh? You claim my girlfriend has a husband. Pray tell, who is her husband? This question left Jiang Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. Today, she and Xia Ling had orchestrated this grand spectacle. Jiang Ciyou had already become the mistress who disrupted the relationship between Yin Feng and Xia Ling. If everyone suddenly learned that Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng were lawfully wed, the situation would flip entirely. Xia Ling would become the mistress, and she would be implicated as an accomplice. Furthermore, the Yin family would suffer complete disgrace, and the Yin family members would not let her off the hook. Jiang Xiaoxiao could not reveal the truth on the other side. Xia Ling appeared tense, watching Jiang Xiaoxiao closely, fearing that this fool would inadvertently disclose something. Fortunately, she retained a modicum of rationality. Yin Feng's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the hand Jiang Ciyou had placed around Jiang Ciyou's waist, his eyes cold and heavy. Jiang Xiaoxiao asserted, Regardless, my sister is already married. She is not innocent. You must have been deceived by her. She is a cunning vixen with a malicious heart. Jiang Ciyou's gaze turned frigid. His voice seemed to carry a layer of frost, exuding a chilling intensity. Miss Jiang Heir, you call her sister while slandering her and tarnishing her reputation. I believe it is you who lacks upbringing and harbors malicious intent. Being labeled as uncouth and malicious by Jiang Ciyou in public made Jiang Xiaoxiao tremble with fury. The crowd began to murmur and point fingers at her. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been slapped, her rage boiling to the surface. Trembling, she replied, Your Highness, although you hold significant power, you cannot make unfounded accusations. Even if my sister is your girlfriend, you cannot turn a blind eye to the facts. She did push Xia Ling, and we all witnessed it. The fact that she could push a pregnant woman is enough to prove she is a cold-blooded and vicious woman. Jiang Ciyou's lips curled into a cold smirk, his voice laced with an aura of pressure and threat. Are you certain you witnessed this with your own eyes? If not, you are slandering and framing her. Miss Jiang Heir, I fear you may not bear the burden of accusing my girlfriend, he continued. Do you dare to swear? Jiang Xiaoxiao felt the weight of his pressure and threat, especially when confronted with his icy gaze. Akin to a glimmering dagger, however, she could focus on nothing else at this moment. She simply wished to crush Jiang Ciyou. I swear. I witnessed my sister push Xia Ling if what I say is false. May the Jiang family go bankrupt and may I, Jiang Xiaoxiao, Live a life of poverty and hardship, meeting a miserable end in Chapter 60. How could a disgraced individual transform into her? Jiang Ciyou uttered the most venomous oath, all the while secretly mocking the notion of oaths. She had no belief in such promises. If oaths held any truth, countless people would be struck down by divine retribution daily. Thus, she spoke with a seemingly unwavering and sincere conviction. Confident that Jiang Ciyou would find no flaw in her words, Jiang Ciyou, however, simply smiled faintly. Very well. I hope Miss Jiang remembers what she said today when the time comes to uphold your oath. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number, contacting the general manager of Cloud Top, instructing him to come immediately. 5 minutes later, Manager Huang of Cloud Top rushed in, the crowd surrounding the scene like an impenetrable fortress, unwilling to blink as they took in the spectacle. Although Miss Jiang was shouting, she was already trembling, her expensive jewelry failing to conceal her disarray. In contrast, Jiang Ciyou, who should have been the most pitiable and distressed person today, radiated an undeniable air of determination and decisiveness since the moment she tore her skirt. Especially now, though she remained silent, her composed and dignified demeanor exuded an elegance that transformed the torn fabric into a uniquely designed treasure, creating an incongruity that sparked a distinct beauty. Huang Ku approached Jiang Ciyou with trepidation. Your Highness, you called for me? Jiang Ciyou found it amusing to see Manager Huang from Cloud Top appear. Realizing how absurd it was, Jiang Ciyou was truly adept at bluffing. Bringing Huang Ku over seemed futile. Even the police would be of no help. There were no surveillance cameras, and they could find no evidence. Jiang Ciyou spoke. Manager Huang, activate the Eagle Eye system. Huang Ku hesitated for a moment, clearly curious that the prince was aware of the Eagle Eye system, but he still hesitated. Your Highness, this is against protocol. I cannot take on this responsibility, Jiang Ciyou replied calmly. Cloud Top is 50% owned by the Bo family. Although I do not participate in the management of Cloud Top Group, I am a shareholder, and as the largest shareholder, I believe I possess this right. Huang Ku was taken aback. There was indeed a mysterious major shareholder in the company, but aside from the chairman and vice chairman, no one knew who it was. This individual held a significant portion of the group's shares, and Cloud Top Restaurant was merely the tip of the iceberg. This enigmatic and legendary figure turned out to be the prince of the Bo family. However, it was not surprising. Huang Ku promptly replied with respect. I will take care of it immediately. Meanwhile, most of the onlookers remained in a state of confusion. What was the Eagle Eye system? They had never heard of it before. The fact that the prince was the major shareholder of Cloud Top truly indicated that the world belonged to the Bo family. The Eagle Eye system, as I have heard, is the most advanced surveillance apparatus utilized by the national military. In essence, it is a comprehensive monitoring system that provides a complete 360-degree view without any blind spots. Typical surveillance systems are limited to specific areas, whereas the Eagle Eye system operates without constraints of time or space, allowing for the retrieval of high-definition footage of any individual at any location and at any moment. Goodness, the presence of the Eagle Eye system here means that our every action has been under scrutiny. The Cloud Summit Banquet Hall is typically reserved for hosting high-ranking officials or esteemed foreign guests, so the installation of such a system is not surprising. Jiang Ciyou, overhearing the surrounding discussions, was utterly incredulous. What on earth is this Eagle Eye system? She had never even heard of it. She had verified with security that there were no surveillance cameras in this banquet hall. How could a 360-degree monitoring system suddenly appear? Jiang Ciyou remained unconvinced. However, when the figures of Xiaoling and Jiang Ciyou were projected with striking clarity onto the grand screen of the banquet hall, Jiang Ciyou was rendered speechless. Their conversation was displayed word for word before everyone. I envy you, like leaves basking in sunlight, while I am the roots buried deep underground, and why jealousy is driving me to madness. This path was chosen by you, wielding the knife against those who genuinely care for you. You sacrificed your sincerity, betraying friendship. Speaking of this to you is utterly meaningless. I do not regret being good to you. Jiang Ciyou, you can never escape me, never. Everything that transpired was laid bare before the crowd. In the video, as Xiaoling uttered these words, she suddenly seized Jiang Ciyou's arm, then leaned back, feigning to stumble down the stairs, ultimately falling to the ground. The scene then captured Xiaoling's scream, drawing the attention of those nearby, followed by her accusations against Jiang Ciyou for pushing her. The footage ended there. The entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence. The eagle eye system indeed proved to be extraordinary. The projected images had a naked-eye 3D effect, making it seem as though everything was happening right before their eyes. At that moment, the truth was unmistakable. Jiang Ciyou had not pushed Xiaoling. Rather, Xiaoling had deliberately tumbled down the stairs to frame Jiang Ciyou, then cried foul. Moreover, from their dialogue, the onlookers discerned some telling hints. It turned out that Miss Jiang and Miss Xia were friends from high school, and Miss Jiang had helped her significantly, yet she had the audacity to snatch away Miss Jiang's boyfriend. Such ingratitude was appalling. Throughout, Miss Jiang had conducted herself with integrity, while the seemingly innocent and fragile Miss Xia was revealed to harbor such malevolent intentions. Miss Jiang was evidently complicit, insisting she had witnessed the incident firsthand, making her oaths all the more hypocritical. What was more, she had persuaded the Jiang family to adopt Miss Xia as a goddaughter. Solely to spite Miss Jiang, and no wonder Miss Jiang felt compelled to sever ties. The crowd began to murmur and point fingers. Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan observed the scene with a whirlwind of emotions. They had genuinely believed that Jiang Ciyou had pushed Xiaoling, unaware that they were victims of a conspiracy between Jiang Xiaoxiao and Xiaoling. Yao Shulan's gaze towards Jiang Xiaoxiao grew cold for the first time. Everyone was reveling in the spectacle of the Jiang family's disgrace. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, her head spinning. This grand farce that had led to her disgrace was originally meant for Jiang Ciyou. She could not comprehend how it had ultimately fallen upon her. Chapter 61. My girlfriend is delicate. She shall not bear the blame. Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart brimmed with resentment. It felt as if a serpent coiled and twisted within her, striving to break free from her chest. Her fingers tightened, nails digging into her flesh. Anger and humiliation rendered her body uncontrollable, her shoulders trembling violently. Like a bowstring pulled to its limit, she shouted at the screen. This is all false. It is Jiang Ciyou who schemed to frame me. She screamed hysterically at the crowd. Yet, the onlookers regarded her with increasingly strange expressions, as if she were a madwoman. Some even took a step back in disdain. Jiang Jinhui could no longer contain himself. He strode forward and slapped Jiang Xiaoxiao across the face. Jiang Xiaoxiao, haven't you caused enough trouble? You have brought shame upon the entire Jiang family. Jiang Xiaoxiao fell silent instantly, tears streaming down her face. She could not fathom how the situation had spiraled into this. Jiang Jinhui, with flushed cheeks, apologized to the crowd. I am sorry. My two daughters have let their emotions get the better of them. Making a spectacle of themselves, he continued, today's events stem from our misunderstanding of my eldest daughter, Jiang Ciyou. I believe my youngest has also been misled by outside influences. As for the previous incident, regarding the adoption of a goddaughter, please disregard it. Our Jiang family would never take in someone with ulterior motives. Jiang Jinhui approached Xiaoling. Miss Xia, please leave. The Jiang family does not welcome you. Xiaoling was already in a state of disarray. She had not anticipated that her schemes would be so publicly exposed, akin to being stripped bare before an audience. Originally, she intended to use her fall to bestow a malicious label upon Jiang Ciyou, shattering Yin Feng's illusions. However, now that label had been affixed to her own head, she had long ceased to care about the gazes of others. Since childhood, she had endured humiliation from her mother, and during her adolescence, she had been stripped and bound to a tree, subjected to public ridicule. From that moment on, she had lost all sense of dignity and shame. What truly terrified her was the prospect of Yin Feng reigniting his affection for Jiang Ciyou after witnessing all this. She feared their reconciliation. She had labored for years to keep them apart. Xiaoling lifted her gaze towards Yin Feng, yet his attention remained fixed on Jiang Ciyou. Though he appeared composed, Xiaoling could see the tempest brewing within his eyes. Jiang Jinhui, observing the closeness between Yin Feng and Xiaoling, felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for this scoundrel abandoning Ciyou for the enchanting Xiaoling, such a humiliating incident would never have occurred. Jiang Jinhui decided to issue an ultimatum. Young Master Yin, as for you, I do not wish to keep you here. He cast a cold glance at Xiaoling, remaining silent as he turned and strode towards the banquet hall exit. Xiaoling hurriedly followed. With the departure of these two, Jiang Jinhui's expression finally softened a bit. He approached Jiang Ciyou, his tone gentle. Ciyou, I have misunderstood you. He then coldly addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, come here and apologize to your sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao, covering her face, gritted her teeth and walked over. I'm sorry, sister, I was just joking with you. Jiang Xiaoxiao begrudgingly offered her apology. Jiang Ciyou attempted to mediate. Ciyou, your sister did not grow up with us, so she lacks the refinement and grace of a proper lady. She acted foolishly in a moment of anger. As the elder sister, please forgive her just this once. After all, we are family. There is no need for deep-seated enmity. Since Jiang Ciyou's appearance, Jiang Ciyou had remained silent, her expression calm, like a detached observer. Today, Jiang Ciyou had gained complete clarity. During her time of misunderstanding, they had never once doubted her innocence. They merely wanted her to apologize and sweep the matter under the rug, fearing the loss of the Jiang family's reputation. Now, even in the face of evident malice against her, they sought to dismiss the incident as a mere lapse in judgment. Furthermore, Jiang Ciyou's words subtly implied that Jiang Xiaoxiao's lack of upbringing was due to not growing up by their side, insinuating that Jiang Ciyou had usurped her place as the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Ultimately, it all circled back to being Jiang Ciyou's fault. Once Jiang Ciyou relinquished all illusions about familial affection, she would no longer accept their moral coercion. Jiang Ciyou, suppressing his emotions, stated, Ciyou, although you are not my biological daughter, we have cherished you since childhood. After so many years of kinship, do you truly care nothing for it? Xiaoxiao behaves this way because her biological parents abused her. She grew up in such an environment, which is pitiable. Can you not consider the suffering she has endured for you, while you have enjoyed so much fortune? Jiang Ciyou smiled at Mr. Jiang. Your words are quite amusing. I was merely an infant at birth. What could I control? The exchange of the two children was not my doing, as guardians. Did you not bear any responsibility? Even if we consider it a deed of Ruyun, it was not I who climbed into the Jiang family. If there are grievances to be addressed, seek her out instead of blaming me for Xiaoxiao's losses. Moreover, I firmly believe in cause and effect. The child exchange is a consequence of your own actions, yet the bitter fruit is laid solely at my feet. Ultimately, I am also a victim in this matter. After the incident, you have treated me with insincerity. If this is what you call fortune, then I wish for it all to go to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Mr. Jiang, I no longer have any connection to the Jiang family. As I stated earlier, starting today, we owe each other nothing and shall not interact. Each word from Jiang Ciyou struck like pearls, leaving Jiang Ciyou trembling with rage. The rebellious daughter had truly turned against him. However, Jiang Ciyou suddenly wrapped Jiang Ciyou in his embrace. Mr. Jiang, my girlfriend is delicate. She cannot bear the weight of such immense blame. Chapter 62. Everyone celebrates Jiang Ciyou's birthday. Jiang Ciyou spoke coolly. In that case, we shall take our leave. With that, he held Jiang Ciyou and began to walk towards the exit of the banquet hall. After a short distance, he paused and suddenly turned to address the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the birthday of my beloved girlfriend, and I have arranged a banquet on the 88th floor of Cloud Top. If you do not mind, you are all invited to join us. Today's feast is reserved for esteemed guests. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. The prince himself has extended an invitation. Who would dare to refuse such an honor? Many have longed to curry favor with him but lacked the opportunity. In an instant, several individuals stepped forward. Your Highness, let us celebrate Miss Jiang's birthday. Count me in. I shall also attend. It is said that the banquet hall on the 88th floor of Cloud Top is reserved for state receptions and is never open to the public. The scenery there is rumored to be as enchanting as a celestial paradise. It is a must-see. The guests of the Jiang family instantly surged forward, following Jiang Ciyou. Within 5 minutes, the once lively banquet had become scattered and nearly deserted. Only a few close relatives of the Jiang family remained. They approached Jiang Ciyou, sighing heavily. The heir of the wealthy family is actually Xiaoyu's boyfriend. What a stroke of fortune, only to abruptly sever ties. Xiaoyu has always excelled academically and possesses a remarkable design talent. Were not the award-winning creations under the name of Qing Bin Jiaoren all her handiwork? The designs currently produced by the company are lackluster. Although she has not designed products for the company in recent years, she still annually creates works to represent the company at the Milan exhibition. With the Summer Fashion Week approaching, will she still assist the company amidst such strained relations? Had we managed to ally with the Bo family, the Jiang family would have soared to great heights, living without worry for eternity. Now, even a cooked duck can take flight right from our lips. What a predicament! Jiang Xiaoxiao listened as her uncles and aunts lamented and bemoaned their fate. She spoke up in indignation. What makes Jiang Ciyou so remarkable? Do you think the prince genuinely has eyes for her? She is a married woman, and the prince must have been deceived. When he eventually realizes he has been played by Jiang Ciyou, I wonder if he will even glance her way again. Moreover, I can also represent the company at the Milan fashion design competition. I refuse to believe I would lose to Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou must be blind. He will soon come to his senses. As his personal secretary, we cross paths daily. Surely, I can still ascend to the Bo family. Silence. Jiang Jinhui could no longer endure. Jiang Xiaoxiao, how dare you stand there spouting such nonsense? The disgrace the Jiang family faces today is entirely due to you. You think you can replace Xiaoyu in the competition with your mediocre designs? It would be one thing to embarrass yourself domestically, but you want to humiliate us internationally? Just look at yourself. Even your designer brands cannot mask your humble origins. Compare yourself to your sister, and then look at yourself. After all these years, your mother has hired so many etiquette teachers, and this is what you have become. You are forbidden from going anywhere. Stay home and do not bring further shame upon us. Jiang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. He had indeed said she possessed design talent, thus assigning her to the design department. Did he truly perceive her creations as beneath notice? Jiang Ciyou may be in a dire predicament today, yet in their eyes, she remains infinitely superior. Jiang Jinhui harbored disdain for her deep down. No matter her efforts, she could never measure up to Jiang Ciyou. Tears poured from Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes as she glanced at Yao Shuluan. In the past, she would have defended herself fiercely, but now she stood silently by, watching Jiang Jinhui's harsh reprimands and humiliations without uttering a word. Yao Shulan's gaze was vacant, seemingly lost in thought. She had been humiliated by Jiang Jinhui, yet it appeared she did not take it to heart. Surely, she must be thinking of Jiang Ciyou, believing herself to be utterly inferior. Their regret stemmed from Jiang Ciyou's current elevation, having secured the prince's favor. Had Bo Jinxiu's girlfriend been her, she would now be the one receiving accolades and adoration. Jiang Xiaoxiao vowed, I will never concede to you, Jiang Ciyou. Meanwhile, after leaving, Xiaoling hurried after Yin Feng. He walked briskly, seemingly indifferent to her lagging behind. Xiaoling's heart brimmed with unbridled anger and coldness as she watched his retreating figure. She feared what he might think upon witnessing her plotting against Jiang Ciyou. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yin Feng abruptly entered the car without a backward glance, leaving Xiaoling to chase after him. Calling his name in the rearview mirror, Yin Feng caught sight of Xiaoling's solitary figure and felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Suddenly, she stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. Yin Feng slammed on the brakes and, without hesitation, leaped out of the car, rushing to Xiaoling's side. She looked up, her face streaked with tears. Feng, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. For the sake of our child. Xiaoling trembled, her grip on Yin Feng's wrist desperate and pitiful. Her eyes, filled with terror as if the world were collapsing around her, had always regarded him as a deity. Yin Feng's gaze softened slightly, though his voice remained frosty. Xiaoling, this is not the first time. Last time, you used Wei Weian to frame Ciyou, and I forgave you then. And those things on your computer, Xiaoling? You have deeply disappointed me. Shock flickered in Xiaoling's eyes. He had seen her computer? Did that mean he had cracked her password? A hint of anxiety crossed her mind. Might he discover something? But such concerns paled in comparison to the urgency of the moment. Tears streamed down Xiaoling's face. Feng, I admit everything. I intentionally set up Ciyou because I love you. I am terrified of losing you. Ciyou has so much, and all I have is you and our baby. I cannot let our child lose their father before they are even born. For the sake of our baby, please forgive me. Just this once. Chapter 63. 14-year-old Xiaoling and Jiang Ciyou. Xiaoling mentioned the baby in her womb, and Yin Feng's expression finally softened. His gaze fell upon Xiaoling's slightly rounded abdomen. You've fallen twice today. Are you all right? Xiaoling, still half crouched on the ground, pressed a hand to her belly. Feng, my stomach hurts a little. Yin Feng quickly helped her up, and she settled into the passenger seat of the car. However, his expression remained clouded, as if he were still grappling with his emotions. Xiaoling, after all these years, I thought I knew you well, but today I realize how unfamiliar you are to me. Was your gentle, kind, and innocent demeanor merely a facade? Xiaoling hung her head, tears cascading down her cheeks in heavy droplets. Anyone witnessing her pitiful appearance would feel a pang of sympathy. Yin Feng casually handed her a tissue. She took it, casting a cautious glance at him before quickly lowering her head again. With a quivering voice, she spoke, Feng, I grew up in a place called Misty Rain Alley. If I were truly only gentle, kind, and innocent, I would have perished countless times over. Yin Feng's eyes flickered. The name Misty Rain Alley sounded beautiful, yet it was actually the most desolate slum on the outskirts of Rongqing. Rife with violence, bloodshed, and sordid dealings, he was aware of Xiaoling's past but had never probed deeply. Yes, she continued to weep, she recounted. My mother is a lunatic, and my father is a cripple. From the moment I can remember, my mother has tormented both me and my father. I never had my own room. My clothes, shoes, and even my school backpack were all scavenged from garbage heaps. I felt as though nothing in this world belonged to me, and I was unworthy of any beauty. Her voice resonated with despair, dragging one into a realm of sorrow that shattered the heart. When I was 10, I saved up for half a year by collecting scrap, secretly buying a white dress from a clothing store. It had lace around the neckline and sleeves, and I cherished it dearly. I hid it under my bed, and whenever my parents were out, I would sneak it out to wear. Xiaoling's head hung low as tears streamed down her face, her shoulders trembling more violently. My mother found the dress and tied it to a tree in the yard in front of me. She cut it to shreds with scissors and set it ablaze. Then she took a belt and beat me mercilessly. That afternoon, many people heard the commotion and came to watch. I was already 10 years old, bloodied and battered, surrounded by a crowd like a circus act. They did nothing to intervene, merely observing with glee, pointing and laughing, encouraging my mother to strike harder. I lost consciousness several times from the beating. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Yin Feng's heart twisted painfully. He knew her family background was fraught with difficulties, with her mother often abusing her, yet he had not fathomed the extent of her suffering. Thoughts of Jiang Ciyou inevitably invaded his mind. What had Jiang Ciyou been doing at the age of 10? He recalled that Jiang Ciyou had represented Huagua at the United Nations at that age, delivering a fluent speech in English that earned her applause from all corners of the globe. At 10, she had graced the stage of the Paris Opera House in a ballet tutu, selected on the spot by the Royal Ballet Company, which she had declined merely due to her distaste for English cuisine. At 10, Jiang Ciyou had countless beautiful princess dresses, exquisite jewelry, and was cherished by all, radiating brilliance and youthful vitality. Xiaoling and Jiang Ciyou were like two extremes of life, one shining in the heavens, the other struggling in the mire. Compassion and heartache had completely overtaken reason, and Yin Feng's expression had softened entirely. He turned to the side, embracing Xiaoling in his arms, his voice laced with a tinge of sorrow. Xiaoling, that is all in the past. Your future shall not be any less than Jiang Ciyou's. Xiaoling leaned against Yin Feng's shoulder, looking pitiful. Ah Feng, I know I am not worthy of you. Just like that white dress, I long to draw near and to possess it, yet I must pay an exorbitant price. But you are the finest treasure in my life, a beacon of light in my dark and sunless existence. No matter the cost, I shall not allow anyone to take you from me. I understand that you and Ciyou share a childhood bond, and you have not fully relinquished those years of affection. I am terrified of the rekindling of your old feelings, which is why I acted so foolishly. Xiaoling lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching Yin Feng's gaze. Ah Feng, I love you, and no one in this world loves you more than I do. Seeing the reverence in Xiaoling's eyes, Yin Feng held her tightly in his embrace. He loved Xiaoling, for she regarded him as a deity, her adoration and worship making him feel like the most exceptional person in the world. In contrast, before Jiang Ciyou, he felt diminished, even needing to placate her. Noticing that Yin Feng had lost all semblance of arrogance, with only tenderness remaining in his gaze, Xiaoling sensed this was an opportune moment. Nestled against his chest, her voice soft as a newborn kitten's, she cautiously assessed Yin Feng's expression before speaking. Ah Feng, divorce Jiang Ciyou, and let us live happily together, shall we? I do not care if others label me a mistress or if I am referred to as Mrs. Yin. What matters to me is whether you still love me. The connection you share with Jiang Ciyou fills me with constant dread and anxiety. I fear that you too may reconcile. And then what will become of our child? At the mention of Jiang Ciyou, Yin Feng's eyes darkened noticeably. The name felt like a stone pressing upon his heart, causing discomfort with every heartbeat. Though he and Jiang Ciyou had never formalized their marriage, in his heart, she was his wife, belonging solely to him. This was why he was reluctant to disclose to Xiaoling that they had never obtained a marriage certificate. That document held no true significance. He and Jiang Ciyou were bound as husband and wife nonetheless. Thus, He could not provide Xiaoling with a conventional identity in society. The thought of Jiang Ciyou being involved with Jiang made the weight on his heart feel as if it had suddenly become 1,000 pounds, suffocating him. Xiaoling observed that Yin Feng remained silent, his gaze deep and contemplative. She continued, "Moreover, Ciyou has long wished to divorce you. She has climbed into Jiang's embrace and no longer values the title of Mrs. Yin. She has said she no longer wants you and has even signed a divorce agreement to hand over to me. She is eager to throw herself into the arms of the prince." Xiaoling spoke softly. "You know she has always been that kind of woman. When presented with a better choice, she would undoubtedly abandon you once more." Xiaoling had her own understanding of Jiang Ciyou's unexpected appearance that evening, announcing that she was Jiang's girlfriend. Jiang Ciyou was known for her perfectionism. Yin Feng, her childhood friend and first love, had betrayed her, yet she still insisted on marrying him. Over the years, despite her volatile temper, she had not sought revenge while they were abroad. Xiaoling recognized that Jiang Ciyou had always been waiting for Yin Feng, enduring without severing their ties, fearing that she might lose the chance for reconciliation. Jiang Ciyou was a person who could not tolerate any compromise. Her patience stemmed from one reason alone: her profound love for Yin Feng. Therefore, she would never betray him. As for Jiang, it was likely that after their last interview, he had become friends with Jiang Ciyou. Today, upon witnessing her in such a vulnerable state, he had acted out of a sense of justice. Xiaoling utterly refused to believe that any romantic entanglement existed between Jiang Ciyou and the prince, as their acquaintance had only begun less than a month ago. Yin Feng listened to Xiaoling's words but quickly sensed the underlying discrepancies. His gaze darkened as he released Xiaoling, his face a mask of seriousness. "You say Jiang Ciyou signed a divorce agreement for you?" Xiaoling hastily retrieved a document from her bag. Prepared since her conversation with Jiang Ciyou, this was the perfect opportunity. Jiang Ciyou had clearly stated that she would sign the agreement once Yin Feng had done so. Yet Xiaoling knew he would not sign, burdened by his parents and the pressure from the elders. Jiang Ciyou was confident in this knowledge and acted without fear. But what if Yin Feng believed that Jiang Ciyou had already signed? With his pride, he might impulsively sign it himself, regardless of future regret. Thus, she had used a special erasable pen to forge Jiang Ciyou's signature on the agreement, intending to present it to him for his signature. And once he had signed, she would deliver it to Jiang Ciyou. In all likelihood, Jiang Ciyou would sign it as well. This was her cunning scheme. Fortunately, her talent lay in mimicking Jiang Ciyou's handwriting. The diary incident had been a success solely due to her ability to replicate Jiang Ciyou's script, leading to the critical event that caused their separation. Yin Feng picked up the divorce agreement, flipping to the last page, where he indeed found Jiang Ciyou's signature. His heart raced as if something within him were about to burst forth. Jiang Ciyou could not possibly have signed such a divorce agreement, as they had never formalized their union and thus required no divorce proceedings. Moreover, Jiang Ciyou had unilaterally declared their separation and had even moved out of the Yin family home. However, Xiaoling was blissfully unaware of this. The only possibility remaining was that Xiaoling had drafted a divorce agreement without knowing these facts, intending to coerce him into signing it and subsequently pressuring Jiang Ciyou to follow suit. In Xiaoling's mind, this would achieve her goal of separating them. Clearly, this was a meticulously orchestrated deception. If he truly had married Jiang Ciyou, a misunderstanding would arise, leading them both to believe the other had already signed the divorce agreement. With their pride, they would undoubtedly oblige. Yin Feng's fingers clenched the agreement tightly, nearly crumpling it. Xiaoling was deceiving him once more. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Yin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the signature of Jiang Ciyou. Her handwriting was distinctive, having been trained by a master since childhood. Her calligraphy combined the elegance of regular script with the fluidity of cursive, resulting in a unique style that was easily recognizable. Having grown up together, Yin Feng could identify her handwriting at a glance. This signature, indeed, matched Jiang Ciyou's personal style perfectly, including the tiny hook at the end, precisely angled and forceful. But Jiang Ciyou could not have signed this. Xiaoling noticed the storm brewing in Yin Feng's expression, his deep-set eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. Uncertainty crept into her heart about whether Yin Feng would indeed sign. She grasped his arm, imploring, "Ah Feng, Ciyou has already signed. For the sake of our child, please sign as well. The child deserves a legitimate father." Finally, Yin Feng lifted his gaze, His eyes locked onto Xiaoling's. The strangeness in his stare made her heart race. She could sense the repressed rage bubbling within him, ready to erupt. His voice was chilling. Xiaoling, are you certain this was truly signed by Jiang Ciyou? Xiaoling momentarily paused, taken aback by his question. Why would he ask such a thing? Her expression remained earnest and almost innocent, making it difficult to suspect her of deceit. She signed it in front of me. She wrote her name without hesitation. She replied. Yin Feng's eyes bore into her, as if something within him were on the verge of breaking free. He began to piece together the truth, recalling their last conversation when he was intoxicated and had discussed the diary with Jiang Ciyou. She had urged him to present the diary for verification, displaying an unwavering confidence that had made him ponder when Jiang Ciyou had become such a master of disguise. However, it seemed increasingly likely that she was indeed unaware of Xiaoling's ability to mimic her handwriting almost perfectly. This realization struck him with a force akin to a revelation. He felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his heart pounding violently as if it might explode. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his temples throbbed as he gazed at Xiaoling, who appeared innocent and vulnerable, like a startled rabbit. In that moment, Yin Feng felt a profound sense of foolishness wash over him, as if he had been led by the nose for all these years. It dawned on him that he had been manipulated and brainwashed by Xiaoling's emotions. Now, she wore an expression of innocence, her cheeks still glistening with dried tears, projecting a fragile and pitiable demeanor. The sight of her duplicitous eyes ignited a sudden fury within him. He raised his hand and tightened his grip around Xiaoling's neck. Xiaoling, I have treated you with such kindness, and yet you have betrayed me like this. Xiaoling had never witnessed such a frenzied visage from him. At this moment, Yin Feng resembled a maddened beast, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The bulging veins on his neck were a testament to his extreme fury. His fingers tightened inexorably. The gentlemanly tenderness he once exuded vanished, leaving only an overwhelming tide of anger and hatred. Xiaoling felt as if her neck was on the verge of being crushed. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. Her face flushed crimson, and breathing became a struggle. Let go of me. Yin Feng, you have lost your mind. At that juncture, Xiaoling was incapable of contemplating why Yin Feng had suddenly succumbed to madness. She could only instinctively struggle, pounding her fists against his shoulder. Yin Feng, release me. You cannot harm me. Upon hearing the word me, a flicker of sanity returned to Yin Feng. He released Xiaoling once freed. She leaned against the car window, coughing violently. After several seconds, she finally turned to face him, tears streaming down her cheeks, as if she had suffered an immense injustice, her eyes still reflecting residual fear and unease. Although she was unaware of what had transpired, Xiaoling instinctively sensed that something was amiss. She feigned an utterly pitiable demeanor, grasping Yin Feng's sleeve. Feng, what on earth is wrong? Have I done something to offend you? Regardless of my mistakes, it is solely because I love you too much. You will forgive me, won't you? Yin Feng gazed at her, finally perceiving the facade and innocence she was attempting to portray. Xiaoling, I will never again trust your tears. With that, Yin Feng forcefully shook off her hand. In the next moment, he flung open the car door and bolted outside. Yin Feng raced forward, re-entering the Yunding restaurant. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlpool, past events crashing over him like a tsunami. Yet, within his heart, clarity emerged. Suddenly, everything fell into place. The misunderstandings of the past were orchestrated by Xiaoling. Those incidents that had led him to despise and loathe Jiang Ciyou were traps laid by her. How foolish he had been to fall for it, positioning himself against Jiang Ciyou. At this moment, all he yearned for was to see Jiang Ciyou. He had no idea how he would explain himself or what he would say upon encountering her. That he had always loved her deeply, that he had never forgotten her for even a moment, that their current predicament was merely a misunderstanding. These thoughts flashed through Yin Feng's mind but dissipated just as swiftly. Regardless, one conviction resided in his heart. He must see Jiang Ciyou. Immediately, without delay, Yin Feng dashed into the bustling hall of Yunding, then entered the elevator. As the doors closed and the elevator ascended, his heart grew heavier. The elevator soon halted at the entrance of the banquet hall on the 87th floor. He was aware that Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration had yet to conclude, and Jiang Ciyou should still be inside. However, upon entering, Yin Feng was nearly rendered speechless. The once crowded banquet hall had dwindled to a mere handful of guests. Jiang Ciyou and a group of relatives from the Jiang family were reprimanding Jiang Ciyou, who was crying and throwing a tantrum. Yin Feng paused for a moment before stepping forward. He approached Jiang Ciyou, suppressing his emotions. Where is Xiaoyu? After all, he was also implicated in everything that had transpired with the Jiang family today. Yin Feng had no desire to hear any explanations. He merely wished to see Jiang Ciyou as soon as possible. Uncle Jiang, it is all my fault. I will make amends in the future. Where is Ciyou? Please tell me. Where is Jiang Ciyou right now? Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed the suppressed, tumultuous, and unrelenting anger in Yin Feng's eyes and assumed he was seeking revenge on Jiang Ciyou. With a scowl, she exclaimed, Jiang Ciyou is on the 88th floor of Yunding, where the young master is lavishly celebrating her birthday. Yin Feng Gij, I know you do not care for my sister, but she is. After all, Mrs. Yin, she flits around, seducing men left and right. Don't you feel uneasy about wearing a green hat? A few days ago, Jiang Xiaoxiao had inadvertently discovered Jiang Ciyou on a date with a younger man and immediately sent the scandalous photos to Yin Feng. Expecting to ignite a storm, to her surprise, it had barely caused a ripple. Yin Feng truly did not love Jiang Ciyou, but as a man, he surely would not relish the thought of being cuckolded. Indeed, Yin Feng's expression darkened further. He cast a cold glare at Jiang Xiaoxiao before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the 88th floor banquet hall was abuzz with excitement. Although the banquet had been hastily organized at the young master's behest, the staff of Yunding had gone all out, making elaborate preparations as if it had been meticulously planned in advance. The venue featured a cold snack area, and a massive rectangular dining table was draped in pristine satin tablecloths, laden with exquisite food and desserts. Towering champagne fountains adorned the space, while flowers decorated every corner, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance. Even the band performing in the banquet hall was an award-winning ensemble that had recently gained international acclaim. At the center of the hall stood a grand dance floor. To the rhythm of the music, many were dancing gracefully, including Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou had changed into a stunning outfit, a fiery red gown that hugged her waist perfectly, revealing a glimpse of her back, accentuating her porcelain-like skin. She and Jiang Ciyou were not dancing a refined waltz, but rather a passionate tango. In her student days, Jiang Ciyou had been a remarkable dancer. Although she had trained rigorously in ballet from a young age, she preferred modern and Latin dances. After a long hiatus, the moment the music began, her body seemed to awaken from its slumber. She was surprised to discover that Jiang Ciyou could dance as well, and there existed an inexplicable synergy between them. Every step, sidestep, spin, leap, and pause was flawlessly synchronized, as if they had danced together countless times before. For reasons unknown, dancing with him stirred a sense of familiarity within Jiang Ciyou, a fleeting shadow crossing her mind. Yet before she could grasp it, the waves of memory washed it away into the recesses of her mind. Chapter 66. The young master seeks recognition. The other dancers gradually ceased, captivated by the performance of Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou. The two spun and leaped at the center of the dance floor, their movements alternating between fervor and tranquility. Jiang Ciyou was breathtaking. The hem of her red dress swirled wildly with her every move, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes. One was a vision of beauty, the other an epitome of handsomeness, together creating a dazzling spectacle. All eyes were inevitably drawn to them. Even those envious and jealous socialites could not deny their perfect match. Yin Feng, unbeknownst to himself, had seamlessly blended into the crowd as he beheld the close dance between Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He yearned to rush forward and separate them. Yet at that moment, courage eluded him. As the music concluded, the two came to a halt, and the entire banquet hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Jiang Ciyou led Jiang Ciyou to the center of the stage. Today is my girlfriend Jiang Ciyou's birthday. Anyone who offers her a birthday blessing will become a lifetime member of Yunding Restaurant, enjoying all the privileges of VIP membership. The crowd erupted in excitement. Yunding Restaurant was the most prestigious establishment in Rongqing, not easily accessible. Reservations were typically required weeks in advance. However, VIP members could enter at any time, enjoying numerous privileges. Though the annual membership fee was exorbitant, the wealthy of Rongqing flocked to join. Most importantly, last year, Yunding Restaurant had ceased admitting new members. Even those with ample cash found it futile. the crowd began to eagerly offer their blessings. I wish Miss Jiang a happy birthday. May all her wishes come true. I wish Miss Jiang success in all her endeavors, and may she remain forever youthful and beautiful. I wish Miss Jiang and the young master a long and happy life together. With children of their own, laughter erupted among the crowd, astonished by the young master's personal gift. But soon, they realized that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. Subsequently, everyone joined in unison. I wish Miss Jiang and the young master everlasting love. United forever. I wish the two of you weathering storms together, forever basking in love. I wish both Xie and Mrs. Bo hand in hand, growing old together, with children and grandchildren, and prosperity and abundance. Jiang Ciyou found it amusing, as the titles and blessings grew increasingly absurd. Nonetheless, this lively atmosphere dispelled the grievances and sadness lingering in her heart. Tonight, Jiang Jinhui's actions and Yao Shulan's cold indifference shattered her last illusion of familial affection. From this day forth, she would truly sever all ties with the Jiang family. Amidst the revelry, a sudden loud bang shattered the night sky. A magnificent firework burst forth in the darkness, resembling a summer rose. Its fiery red heart radiating light before cascading down like a waterfall, painting the sky with flames. Soon after, more red fireworks soared into the air, blooming in a dazzling display, cascading down like a string of shimmering red lanterns. A sight to behold! The crowd began to disperse. The entire western side of the banquet hall was lined with transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, and the ceiling was a grand glass dome. The crimson fireworks erupted above their heads. Unlike any other, with a singular flame-like hue, yet beautifully pure and fervent, a rose igniting the heart. Someone shouted, "Rose igniting the heart." That is the name of the firework, easily recognizable. However, many had only heard of it, but never witnessed its splendor. 3 years prior, a 2-hour display of Rose igniting the heart had illuminated the Pearl Square in Kyoto. Rumors had it that the cost of such fireworks was calculated by the second. That year's display had cost a staggering 200 million. Since then, it had become one of the top 10 legendary events in the past 30 years. No one knows who set off that spectacular fireworks display. The crowd was captivated by this visual feast, gathered around the dome of glass to admire the wondrous scene outside. However, Bo Jinxiu took Jiang Ciyou's hand and led her through a side door. The two quickly entered an elevator. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou inquired, "Where are you taking me?" Bo Jinxiu, with a playful grin, replied, "You'll find out when we arrive." The elevator soon reached its destination. Upon opening, they found themselves on a small, open-air platform. The space was modest and devoid of any adornments, resembling an abandoned locale. Yet, with a series of resounding booms echoing through the night sky, fireworks erupted before their eyes. At that moment, Jiang Ciyou realized this was indeed an ideal spot for viewing the fireworks. The breathtaking scenery felt within arm's reach, as if she could pluck a firework rose from the sky. The unimpeded visual impact sent her blood surging with exhilaration. "How beautiful!" Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but exclaim. From behind, Bo Jinxiu wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering, "Tonight, all the fireworks here are for you." Jiang Ciyou lingered in the moment, then abruptly turned to ask, "How much did this cost?" Bo Jinxiu frowned slightly. "Are you in need of money? Why do you keep bringing it up?" Jiang Ciyou laughed, her smile illuminated by the crimson fireworks, dazzling and even more radiant than the display itself. Bo Jinxiu's brow furrowed slightly. "I dislike your tendency to draw such clear distinctions between us." With a teasing smile still playing on her lips, Jiang Ciyou replied, "It's better for us to keep things clear." Bo Jinxiu sighed. "Must you ruin such a delightful atmosphere?" Jiang Ciyou observed the slight annoyance on his handsome face and, on tiptoe, pecked his lips softly. "Regardless, thank you for today. Thank you for appearing when I was in such a dire situation, granting me such a grand spectacle. Tio truly thank me. Give me something." Bo Jinxiu gazed deeply into Jiang Ciyou's eyes, a playful smirk gracing his lips, as if jesting at a title. Chapter 67. While others see me as a stepping stone, you see me as a pitfall. Jiang Ciyou laughed heartily, her tone playful. "Today, you publicly declared me to be your royal girlfriend. Surely, by tomorrow, it will dominate the headlines." Yet, Bo Jinxiu suddenly withdrew his frivolous demeanor, his gaze turning serious. "So, are you my girlfriend?" Jiang Ciyou met his earnest eyes, Of course not. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bo Jinqiu's features. I saved you tonight, and I thought you would be moved. Jiang Ciyou's slender fingers caressed the side of Bo Jinqiu's face, her expression tender. I am indeed moved, but that is a different matter. She continued, as you can see, I have just emerged from one pitfall. Why would I leap into another? Bo Jinqiu huffed in mild frustration. Am I also a pitfall? Observing his sulky demeanor brought Jiang Ciyou amusement, and she playfully pinched his cheek, unabashedly stating, You are an even larger pitfall. Their disparities in status were stark. It was not that Jiang Ciyou felt inferior or unworthy of Bo Jinqiu, but she understood the complexities of his lineage. The wealthiest heir of the Bo family was surrounded by countless relatives and intricate family dynamics. Bo Jinqiu was the cherished youngest son of the elderly Bo couple, with 3 older sisters, all formidable women occupying significant positions within the vast Bo business empire. These sisters were all married into powerful families, and their children were nearly Bo Jinqiu's age, already integrating into the family business. By the age of 20, Bo Jinqiu had been entrusted with the role of group CEO by the elder Bo. Yet his shares paled in comparison to those of his sisters, particularly with his eldest sister, Bo Wanhua. Their relationship was fraught with tension, as she had repeatedly encouraged the board to oust him from his position. If not for the elder Bo's staunch support, it was likely he would have been replaced long ago. Thus, while Bo Jinqiu appeared to be on a pedestal, basking in glory, in reality, he was isolated and burdened by the weight of his position. Jiang Ciyou was reluctant to entangle herself in such a convoluted web of relations. Bo Jinqiu, with a sulky demeanor, remarked, Others perceive me as a ladder to success, while you view me as a pitfall. After speaking, he let out a barely audible sigh. Jiang Ciyou's words rang true. In his current circumstances, he was indeed a significant pitfall. The position of mistress was not easily attained and could potentially come with peril. This was also why he could not make promises lightly. He gazed intently at the woman before him, whose luminous beauty seemed to dispel all shadows and darkness. She had been a beacon of hope for him since he was 8 years old. How could he bear to drag her into a path fraught with challenges and dangers? Bo Jinqiu lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Jiang Ciyou responded by wrapping her arms around his neck. Sharing a long and passionate kiss, it would be a lie to say she was not moved. However, being moved did not equate to love. Love required commitment, and love was a responsibility. Love was too burdensome. They both understood that their current state was the most ideal. They could share kisses and indulge in reckless affection without entangling interests, each fulfilling their own needs. They were merely 2 lines intersecting temporarily, destined to part ways with grace when fate inevitably drew them apart. To the outside world, their relationship was inconsequential. What mattered was their mutual understanding. Jiang Ciyou felt there was an unspoken agreement between them. Bo Jinqiu's kiss was more fervent than usual, tinged with an intensity of possession and madness. The crimson fireworks burst around them, enveloping them in a sea of flames, painting a scene as exquisite as a magnificent canvas. This moment, however, was witnessed by Yin Feng, who had initially intended to leave the crowd. Yet, when the fireworks erupted, he saw Bo Jinqiu take Jiang Ciyou's hand and leave the banquet hall, compelled by an unseen force. He followed them to this very spot. The sky was ablaze with fireworks, and while he could not hear their words, he knew they were exchanging tender sentiments. The sight of them embracing and kissing felt like a dagger piercing his heart. Since childhood, Yin Feng had known that Jiang Ciyou was destined to be his wife. They had been inseparable since they first learned to walk, sharing countless firsts in life. Their first hand-holding, their first truancy, their first waltz, their first clandestine sip of alcohol, memories that now felt like the most beautiful moments of his life. When did his mindset begin to shift? Perhaps it was when he suffered burns on his waist and thigh. Seeing the gruesome scars on his body, he became self-conscious, fearing Jiang Ciyou would despise him upon seeing them. He went to great lengths to conceal his injuries, even wearing 2 t-shirts in the summer to avoid exposing his scars. Yet, the more he concealed, the more self-conscious he became. When Xiaoling brought that diary before him, he erupted in anger, losing all rationality, barely discerning the truth. He believed Jiang Ciyou would surely scorn and recoil from him. When that fear materialized, it confirmed his deepest dread. The beast born from his insecurity and fear broke free, consuming his reason and composure. He never confronted Jiang Ciyou directly. Now, Yin Feng understood that he had imposed his inner demons onto her. The first to scorn, abandon, and forsake him was himself. He had pushed Jiang Ciyou away, plunging a knife into her heart. In truth, much of his relationship with Xiaoling was a means of revenge against Jiang Ciyou. At this moment, Yinfeng experienced a profound awakening. Yet, it was too late. He turned away, ultimately leaving the rooftop. The following day, Jiang Ciyou arrived early at the television station. When she entered, nearly all her colleagues gathered around her. "Ciyou, you are actually the girlfriend of the young master. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" The breathtaking rose fireworks display from last night is destined to become a legend in Rongqing. "Ciyou, as colleagues, you should have invited us to your birthday celebration. At the very least, we could have witnessed the stunning spectacle of the rose fireworks in the Dome Banquet Hall." Chapter 68. Settling accounts after the autumn. Jiang Ciyou was not surprised by the sudden flattery. This was because early that morning, the trending topic across major media outlets was rose fireworks, with the vibrant display of red fireworks captivating the night sky for an entire evening. Xiaoling happened to approach at that moment. As she passed by Jiang Ciyou, she lowered her head and quickened her pace, intent on reaching her own desk. Someone called out to her, "Xiaoling, you took a leave of absence last night too. You weren't secretly attending Ciyou's birthday party, were you?" Among the staff at the television station, the relationship between Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling was rather peculiar. They were high school classmates, and Xiaoling's boyfriend, Yinfeng, seemed quite familiar with Jiang Ciyou. Everyone knew that Jiang Ciyou's false identity as a wealthy heiress had been leaked by Xiaoling, and that it was Jiang Ciyou who orchestrated the scene involving Xiaoling's mother at the television station. At this moment, everyone was merely enjoying the spectacle. Xiaoling halted, turning around. Jiang Ciyou met her gaze and noticed her eyes were swollen, resembling peaches, a clear indication that she had cried throughout the night. Jiang Ciyou felt a cold amusement within. There had been numerous reporters at the party last night. Under normal circumstances, the incident where Xiaoling attempted to frame her should have been common knowledge by now. Yet, this morning, none of the major media outlets or trending topics mentioned any words related to her framing. Jiang Ciyou understood that the Jiang family had suppressed the news, or perhaps it was Yinfeng's doing. Jiang Jinhui is quite concerned about his reputation. He would never allow the events of last night to be splashed across the public media. Even Jiang Ciyou has not come across any news regarding the torn skirt and the severed ties. The Jiang family has indeed invested heavily this time. While they have safeguarded Jiang Xiaoxiao's reputation, they have inadvertently also protected Xiaoling. However, Jiang Ciyou certainly would not let them off the hook so easily. With a radiant smile directed at Xiaoling, Jiang Ciyou remarked, "Xiaoling, I hope the child is safe after your fall in the banquet hall last night." In an instant, all eyes in the office converged on Xiaoling. "Xiaoling, you fell yesterday? How could you be so careless? You're 3 months pregnant, which is a critical time. You mustn't be negligent. Xiaoling, after such a fall, how can you still come to work today? You should rest at home for a few more days." The crowd buzzed with chatter. She had spent the entire night trying to reach Yinfeng, yet he did not answer. She felt as if the only tree she could lean on had been ruthlessly chopped down by Jiang Ciyou. Her gaze toward Jiang Ciyou was fraught with complexity. "Ciyou, I acknowledge my faults regarding last night. For the sake of our past friendship, please forgive me just this once, all right?" Xiaoling understood that if Jiang Ciyou were to reveal what transpired last night, her reputation at the television station would be utterly destroyed. Past friendship? This little vixen dares to invoke their shared history. How good Jiang Ciyou once was to you. When you lacked the funds for school, she paid your tuition. When your mother mistreated you, she pleaded with teachers to arrange for your accommodation. When you were harassed by thugs, she stood in the way to protect you. Yet, you turned out to be this ungrateful wolf, repaying kindness with malice, stealing her boyfriend, and even pretending to fall yesterday to frame our Ciyou. Your actions are truly unworthy of being human, let alone deserving of forgiveness." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just then, a woman dressed in luxurious attire, adorned with jewels, strode through the door. Upon seeing Xiaoling, she pointed a finger at her and unleashed a tirade of insults. Following closely behind her was Tang Fei, the head of news at the station. Xiaoling paused in shock upon recognizing the newcomer, Yinfeng's mother, Feng Yuping. Quickly regaining her composure, she placed a hand on her slightly protruding belly and called out, "Aunt Feng." Feng Yuping glanced at her belly with a cold snort. "Don't call me aunt, and don't use that child in your belly to leverage me. I do not recognize it now, and I certainly will not in the future. If you wish to give birth to it, that's your choice. It is your child, and I have no right to interfere. However, if you think you can use this child to claim what does not belong to you. Let me tell you, there is no way you will inherit the Yin family's wealth or the position of young mistress of the Yin family. The office fell into a profound silence. The gathered crowd stared wide-eyed, stunned by the weight of her words. At that moment, they were left utterly bewildered. More importantly, who exactly was she? After Feng Yuping's scathing remarks, she moved beside Jiang Ciyou, surveying her from head to toe with eyes full of concern. "Ciyou, are you all right? Mrs. Yao called me last night, and I was so furious I couldn't sleep. Had I been there, I would never have allowed you to suffer such indignities. The Jiang family is becoming increasingly outrageous. Had it not been for you, I would have severed ties with them long ago." Jiang Ciyou felt a surge of emotion at her words. "Thank you, Mom." The onlookers were left in shock as they processed the revelation of this noble lady being referred to as Mom. Just then, the editorial director rushed over, beaming as he introduced her to everyone. "This is Mrs. Yin of the Yin Group." With this introduction, the mystery deepened. Mrs. Yin was indeed the mother of young Master Yin Feng. How could Jiang Ciyou call her mom while simultaneously expressing disdain for Yin Feng's girlfriend, seemingly harboring intense dislike for her? Before anyone could piece together this puzzle, Feng Yuping suddenly turned to Tang Fei and declared, "My daughter Ciyou is the daughter-in-law I have cherished since childhood. She has always called me Mom. She and my son were childhood sweethearts. Alas, my son is blind, his heart clouded, and has been ensnared by this vixen. It is the Yin family's misfortune. Though she is not my daughter-in-law now, she is as dear to me as my own daughter. As a mother, I cannot tolerate anyone scheming against her or bullying her." Feng Yuping's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on Xiaoling. "My son signed a 5-year advertising contract with the station, and only today have I learned it was done under Miss Ya's name. I regret to inform you that this contract cannot be honored because we were misled by Yin Feng into believing it would be signed under Ciyou's name. That is why both his father and I agreed." Fear flickered in Xiaoling's eyes as Tang Fei's expression turned frigid. Today, Mrs. Yin had sought out the station director early this morning, demanding the cancellation of the 5-year advertising contract. The director had called him earlier, appearing quite upset, insisting that he resolve this matter properly. If the contract were lost, Tang Fei would have to forfeit his position as news director. Tang Fei, anxious, implored Mrs. Yin, "Could we perhaps negotiate regarding the contract?" He had not anticipated Mrs. Yin to be so accommodating. He immediately agreed. "Of course, we shall defer to your wishes, Mrs. Yin." Feng Yuping continued, "However, I have one more condition." "Please, go ahead, Mrs. Yin." Feng Yuping's cold gaze swept over Xiaoling's pale face. "Dismiss this little wretch to spare Ciyou from having to see that face daily." The surrounding crowd began to murmur that so. Xiaoling truly was the third party, having usurped Jiang Ciyou's childhood sweetheart. It was evident that Yin Feng's gaze toward Jiang Ciyou had been peculiar. They appeared quite familiar. It turns out they were once lovers. "Did you not hear Mrs. Yin? At yesterday's birthday banquet, Xiaoling even pretended to fall to frame Jiang Ciyou for pushing her, manipulating her unborn child. How devious and malicious. They had not expected Xiaoling to be of such character. However, regardless of her pregnancy with the Yin family's heir, the Yin family would not acknowledge it." Xiaoling stood nearby, her eyes reddened. "Aunt Feng, you cannot treat me this way." Her shoulders trembled as she spoke. She could not afford to lose this job. Although Yin Feng had recently assumed the position of general manager, he was not financially well off. Last time, the expense of 980,000 at the Japanese restaurant was charged to the company account, which ultimately reached Yin Haifeng, who was furious. Henceforth, Yin Feng was required to report any company expenses. While the Yin family was a large corporation, they had restricted Yin Feng's high expenditures to pressure him into breaking up with her. All his cards had been frozen, providing him only with a meager salary as a manager, merely a few thousand a month. Yin Feng often enjoyed drinking and socializing with friends, leaving him with little to spare. Feng Yuping, disregarding Xiaoling, turned to Tang Fei and said, "Director Tang, having such morally bankrupt individuals as hosts is detrimental to the television station's reputation." Tang Fei quickly concurred, "Mrs. Yin is absolutely right. Money is of little consequence. Our station has always prioritized its reputation." He then approached Xiaoling, wiping his lips. "Xiaoling, you graduated from Columbia. Our station is a small temple, unable to accommodate such a big Buddha. Please submit your resignation to the HR department. This way, everyone can maintain their dignity." Xiaoling bit her lip, her fingers clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. "Go on now, Working alongside such a person is indeed bad luck. And no wonder you are close to Wei Weiyan. It seems you are cut from the same cloth. Aren't you going to leave before you get fired? It was evident that Xiaoling's position had become untenable. She had no desire to remain in a place where she would be scrutinized, so she promptly made her way to the HR department. After Xiaoling left, Feng Yuping took Jiang Ciyou's hand and led her into the corridor. Jiang Ciyou suddenly spoke. "I'm sorry, Mom." Feng Yuping was taken aback. "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" "My foolish child," Jiang Ciyou explained, "last night, I specifically asked Mrs. Yao not to call you. She had also gone from the 87th to the 88th floor. She took the initiative to chat with me, and I asked her not to tell you about today's events. Mrs. Yao is quite perceptive. How could she not understand the implications? Once home, she must have embellished the story to you for half the night." Jiang Ciyou knew that given Feng Yuping's temperament, upon learning the truth, she would storm into the television station this morning. Therefore, everything that transpired today had been anticipated. After being framed by Xiaoling, she was bound to seek retribution. However, she had manipulated Feng Yuping, which warranted her apology. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuping was not the least bit angry. Instead, her eyes brimmed with concern. "I stood up for you. That was only right, however. You should have called me instead of asking Mrs. Yao to inform me. Had you done so, I would have rushed over last night, and I would have surely flayed that vixen in public and broken that ungrateful boy's leg to avenge you. How could I have allowed you to endure such humiliation?" Jiang Ciyou felt tears welling up in her eyes, and she threw her arms around Feng Yuping. "Thank you, Mom." Feng Yuping embraced her and sighed deeply. Jiang Ciyou nestled in her mother's arms, playfully saying, "Mom, you will always be my mom." Feng Yuping looked on with a satisfied smile, suddenly recalling something. "Are you truly in a relationship with the heir of the Bo family?" At this question, Jiang Ciyou's face flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, she said nothing more, merely nodding. Jiang Ciyou nearly choked on her own words, coughing a few times. Feng Yuping, however, seemed unconcerned. "Dear girl, do not be too reserved. Experience a few relationships. At that point, recognizing a scoundrel will come easily. The standards I hold for my daughter and daughter-in-law are bound to differ. When you were to become my daughter-in-law, I naturally would not want my son to wear a green hat. But now, things are different. You are my daughter, and my only wish is for your happiness." Feng Yuping understood that Jiang Ciyou's romance with Bo Jinqiu was unlikely to reach a happy conclusion. Although they could be considered affluent families, the Bo family was a difficult match to attain. "I understand. Mother, it seems that Feng Yuping has recalled something. There is good news that I must share with you. The project at Paradise Resort has been secured by Haifeng Construction." Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, this is a fortunate turn of events." Feng Yuping continued, "We owe our gratitude to the young master. It is said that he chose the least competitive Haifeng Construction from among 3 firms. However, it appears that this decision was made with your standing in mind." Jiang Ciyou remarked, "I was unaware of this matter. Haifeng has always pursued quality, and I believe that must have been a factor in his choice." Jiang Ciyou acquiesced. Chapter 70. A grand social death. After Feng Yuping departed, as she reached the doorway, she spotted Xiaoling emerging with her neatly packed suitcase. Xiaoling gazed at Jiang Ciyou with eyes full of yearning, devoid of any rage. "Ciyou, are you pleased to have brought me to this state?" Jiang Ciyou nearly chuckled. Xiaoling was indeed skilled at masquerading, perpetually presenting herself as a pitiful figure. "Xiaoling, your self-inflicted misfortunes are of your own making." Xiaoling cried, "All I wished was for you to divorce Yan Feng. Can you not show me a shred of compassion? Do you truly wish for the child within me to be born illegitimate? Forever ridiculed as a bastard?" Jiang Ciyou scoffed, her expression one of disdain and indifference. "If your child is born illegitimate and faces scorn, it is due to your own actions, not mine. The sordid deeds you have engaged in, and your unwillingness to conduct yourself honorably, these are the true sources of your child's plight. I genuinely pity the child who must confront the reality of having you as a mother. You harbor resentment towards Xia Xiofan for her distorted mentality, yet how much better are you than her? In the future, your child may also resent having you as a mother." Xiaoling's eyes reddened. Upon mention of Xia Xiofan, fear and loathing filled her gaze. She cradled her abdomen. "I will never treat my child as Xia Xiofan did. That I love my child more than anything. He is the fruit of my love with the one I cherish most. Jiang Ciyou, you will never comprehend the depth of my affection for him." Jiang Ciyou's demeanor remained apathetic, even exuding a hint of languor. "I need not understand. Nor do I care that I have long severed ties with Yin Feng. Whether you thrive or languish holds no significance for me. Xiaoling's gaze shifted. What do you mean? Jiang Ciyou's lips curled into a sly smile, resembling a cunning little fox, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. This expression, often seen during their school days, was indicative of Jiang Ciyou's penchant for manipulation. The Jiang Ciyou of their student years was not one to be underestimated. Indeed, she spoke. Xiaoling, has Yin Feng not informed you that we were never legally wed? Therefore, our marriage is non-existent. Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. A tumult of complex emotions surged within her, akin to a tempest. Yet Jiang Ciyou's tone was nonchalant, as if engaged in casual banter. A man may bestow upon you his possessions, but that does not signify love. Conversely, if he conceals his possessions from you, it is a clear indication of his lack of affection. Jiang Ciyou, tall and poised, slightly crouched to meet Xiaoling's gaze. Xiaoling, you truly are pitiable. With that, she turned, tossing her wavy hair over her shoulder, and departed in her high heels, a psychological blow, indeed. Xiaoling's cardboard box thudded to the ground. She staggered, nearly losing her footing. How could this be? Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng had never obtained a marriage certificate. Thus, they were not truly wed. But why had Yin Feng never mentioned this? Did he? Deep down, consider Jiang Ciyou the young mistress of the Yin family despite their lack of formalities? Why had he deceived her? Yet soon, Xiaoling's thoughts spiraled into a more dire realization. She had presented Yin Feng with the divorce agreement the previous night. If their marriage was non-existent, then there was no need for a divorce agreement at all. Jiang Ciyou had indeed dug her own grave, and she had unwittingly leapt into it. Upon producing the divorce agreement, Yin Feng would have known she was deceiving him. The document was a fabrication, a ploy to compel him into divorce. Such a falsehood could not withstand scrutiny. No wonder Yin Feng had suddenly turned aggressive. Seizing her by the throat, he must have discovered the truth. Her signature, a mimicry of Jiang Ciyou's, had been exposed. If she could forge Jiang Ciyou's handwriting, then the diary that led to his estrangement from Jiang Ciyou could also have been counterfeit. Yin Feng must have connected all the dots, which explained his drastic change in demeanor and subsequent fury. As this realization settled in, Xiaoling collapsed onto the floor, feeling as though she had plummeted into an icy abyss. At noon, Jiang Ciyou intended to call Beijing to discuss her evening plans at the Yin residence. However, recalling the proximity of BJ Tower to the television station, she decided to stop by Beijing's for a meal and share the news. Today, she did not enter through the dedicated elevator of the underground parking, but rather through the main entrance of BJ Tower. Initially, she aimed to blend in as an ordinary office worker. Yet upon her entrance, the security personnel immediately recognized her. Good day, Miss Jiang. Please, come in. Once inside, anyone who encountered Jiang Ciyou greeted her warmly. Good afternoon, Miss Jiang. Hello, Miss Jiang. Greetings, Miss Jiang. Jiang Ciyou was astonished. Why did everyone seem to know her? She did not recognize them at all. Even though she was a somewhat well-known host, this was excessive. She had visited BJ Tower previously, and even the front desk staff had not acknowledged her. Was it the trending topic from last night? Although she and Beijing had indeed made headlines, only her name had been mentioned. There were no photographs. Most media outlets featured images of the dazzling fireworks rather than her likeness. Thus, it was improbable that these individuals could recognize her at first glance. The lobby of BJ Tower boasted a massive LED screen, typically used for company promotions. At this moment, however, it displayed a series of her photographs. There were a few with others, mostly candid shots from their dance the previous night. The rest were personal images of Jiang Ciyou, her hosting the news, tending to flowers on her balcony, sitting in a wicker chair, gazing at the stars. Even some of her peacefully asleep. Each was captured with an artistic touch, appearing almost ethereal. Judging by the angles and locations, these were candid shots taken by Beijing during their time at the Green Shade Villa. Jiang Ciyou was utterly unaware that he had secretly captured so many beautiful images of her over the past 3 years. Chapter 71. Do not indulge in beauty, avoid excessive pleasures. Jiang Ciyou hurried into the elevator. Quickly arriving outside the CEO's office, the secretary's room outside was abuzz with activity. She thought she heard Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice among the commotion. After a brief pause, she proceeded to Beijing's office. He was intently focused on his laptop, but upon seeing Jiang Ciyou enter, his eyes lit up. He immediately rose, approached her. placed his hands on her waist, and leaned down to kiss her, his tone infused with delight and surprise. "What brings you here?" Jiang Ciyou smiled. "I came to scrounge a meal." Jiang Ciyou feigned displeasure. "Could you not say it was because you missed me?" "Very well, I missed you," she retorted playfully. "Humph, you are merely humoring me." Jiang Ciyou, exasperated, replied, Jiang Ciyou." Jiang Ciyou quickly backtracked. "I was just teasing. Miss Jiang, it is an honor for you to grace me with your presence. I would be remiss not to appreciate it." He then lowered his head to peck her lips lightly. "Give me a few minutes. I will be done shortly." Only then did Jiang Ciyou realize that Jiang Ciyou was in the midst of a video conference. She blinked in astonishment. Did that mean their flirtation had been broadcast to everyone on the other end? How mortifying, however. She quickly regained her composure, settling onto the sofa to wait for Jiang Ciyou. Today's video conference was a company-wide meeting, linking thousands of employees on the other side. The sudden departure of the CEO did not go unnoticed, and everyone could hear the exchange clearly. It was not uncommon for the CEO's girlfriend to drop by. However, they had never witnessed the ruthless, cold-hearted young master display such a side. Was he just being playful? The young master was notorious in the business world for his merciless demeanor, a figure as aloof and unattainable as a star in the sky. Yet here he was, exhibiting a gentle, playful, even childish side. The image of the aloof young master shattered in the minds of many. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ciyou closed his laptop. "What do you want for lunch?" He typically dined on meals prepared exclusively for him by the BJ cafeteria, which were delicious and comparable to Michelin-starred cuisine. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow at Jiang Ciyou. "If we go out, we will miss our afternoon nap." Given the look on his face, Jiang Ciyou understood his thoughts. They were often entangled together at night, and she found it increasingly exhausting. She had no desire to expend energy during the day. The young master was busy enough. It was best not to indulge in beauty or excessive pleasures. Jiang Ciyou stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Jiang Ciyou's waist. "No worries, your little pretty face is young and resilient." Jiang Ciyou chuckled. "Are you serious? Please put me down. I have something to discuss with you." Observing the serious expression on Jiang Ciyou's face, Jiang Ciyou finally set her down. "What is it?" "Come with me to the Yin family this evening." The mention of the Yin family, Jiang Ciyou's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to attentiveness. "What is the purpose of visiting the Yin family?" Jiang Ciyou recounted the events of that morning in their entirety. "I have broken up with Yin Feng, yet Yin father, Yin mother, and the elders still treat me as their own. They wish to express their gratitude for the opportunity you provided to the Yin family's paradise resort, and naturally, they wish to meet you." Jiang Ciyou nodded earnestly. "Meeting the parents, then? I must prepare adequately." At that moment, a knock echoed from the president's office. "Come in." Gaotzen entered, carrying an exquisite lunchbox, and meticulously arranged the meal on the dining table. As he turned to leave, he suddenly added, "President, there is something I believe I must report to you." Jiang Ciyou replied coolly, "What is it?" "I have dismissed Jiang Xiao, but she has created quite a commotion outside, insisting on seeing you." Jiang Ciyou frowned slightly. The noise she had heard upon entering was indeed caused by Jiang Xiao. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's name, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Ciyou's eyes. "Call security to remove her." But Jiang Ciyou interjected, "Wait a moment." Jiang Ciyou turned his gaze toward her. "Let her in." After speaking, she looked at Jiang Ciyou again. "There is something I need you to assist me with." 5 minutes later, the office door swung open, and Jiang Xiao stormed in, brimming with indignation. Why then? Jiang Ciyou had temporarily retreated to the office's lounge, leaving only Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ciyou in the room. She was poised to orchestrate a grand performance. Initially, Jiang Xiao had given up hope, but upon realizing that Jiang Ciyou would indeed meet her, a flicker of joy ignited within her. Yet, she maintained an outward appearance of fury as she strode confidently before Jiang Ciyou. "Regarding yesterday's incident, it is true that I framed Jiang Ciyou. She has taken my identity since childhood, stealing everything that rightfully belongs to me. I simply cannot abide her. However, I take full responsibility for my actions, and my friends, incensed on my behalf, assisted me. Why should the heir direct his ire at them?" This morning, Jiang Xiao received several calls from friends with whom she frequently socialized. Some were minor actors, while others were daughters of lesser families, all of whom typically fawned over her. It was then that she learned these individuals were in trouble. Some were being pursued by gangsters for gambling debts, others had their cosmetic surgery photos leaked online. and some had their tumultuous private lives exposed. If only one person had faced difficulties, it would have been one thing. But the collective misfortune of these individuals, all of whom had defended Jiang Ciyou when she was accused, could not be coincidental. Jiang Ciyou realized that Jiang Ciyou could not possibly wield such influence. Clearly, Jiang was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, as she had never regarded these people as true friends. Yet, a comment from one of them struck a chord. How could the heir act this way? We merely spoke in her defense, and now we face such harsh repercussions. Clearly, this was your doing, so why are you untouched? This revelation sparked an epiphany in Jiang Ciyou. Indeed, she was the mastermind behind it all. Yet she remained invisible to the public eye. She was aware that Jiang Ciyou had invested heavily to silence the reporters present at the scene the previous night. However, if Jiang Ciyou intervened, Jiang Ciyou would have no recourse. He chose to vent his frustration on those who had spoken up, but he had not retaliated against her, nor had he made the events of the previous night widely known. Perhaps he was considering the Jiang family's reputation, or perhaps she held a different significance in his eyes. Chapter 72. No one knows what happened that night. With this realization, Jiang Ciyou suddenly conceived a bold plan. She rushed to the company, only to learn upon encountering Gao Xin that she had already been dismissed. She had no chance to see Jiang Ciyou. In frustration, she caused a scene, and ultimately, he allowed her to enter. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been expelled by now. Her standing in his heart was evidently unique. Jiang Ciyou possessed self-awareness. In terms of appearance, knowledge, and temperament, she might not compare to Jiang Ciyou. Yet, she possessed qualities that Jiang Ciyou lacked: authenticity and spontaneity. Wealthy young ladies, molded by their families, often adhere to decorum and propriety. However, after encountering numerous such women, one could find them utterly tedious. She was well aware that the wealthy second-generation men often dated refined young ladies, yet sought excitement with wild, daring women outside. Now, she would add another layer to her persona: loyalty. She understood that Jiang Ciyou's family was complicated, rife with deceit and scheming, making genuine emotions a rarity. Such traits were invaluable to him. Indeed, Jiang Ciyou inquired with a measured tone, "Is Miss Jiang here to seek justice for your friends?" Jiang Ciyou feigned righteousness. "Of course, if you wish to vent your frustration on Jiang Ciyou, then direct it at me. I bear full responsibility for this matter. It has nothing to do with my friends." A faint smile graced Jiang Ciyou's lips, yet his gaze remained cold and detached. "Miss Jiang, you certainly possess a chivalrous spirit." His words dripped with sarcasm, but lost in her own delusions, Jiang Ciyou failed to grasp the underlying meaning. Show her. It felt as though Jiang Ciyou regarded her with newfound respect. However, if Miss Jiang truly values loyalty so highly, how could she turn a blind eye to her adoptive mother, who raised her for 20 years? Knowing full well that her mother acted in self-defense, she refused to testify, watching her languish with a life sentence. Jiang Ciyou's expression froze, momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Jiang Ciyou would suddenly bring up Ruyun. However, she quickly surmised that Jiang Ciyou must have told him about her, attempting to tarnish her image in his eyes. Fuming, Jiang Ciyou retorted, "Did Jiang Ciyou inform you of this? My dear sister is adept at casting aspersions. No one knew what transpired that night. Jiang Ciyou might have known a fragment, but only the tip of the iceberg." She felt unafraid. Yet, Jiang Ciyou spoke matter-of-factly, "This has nothing to do with Miss Jiang. I merely happened upon a video. Perhaps Miss Jiang would like to take a look." He presented footage of her fleeing the scene. "The video is time-stamped. At the time of the incident, you were indeed present. Neighbors witnessed Zhao Desheng assaulting both you and your mother, which substantiates that your adoptive mother acted in self-defense. However, during both the police investigation and the trial, Miss Jiang failed to appear to defend her mother, which perplexes me greatly. My investigation reveals that Ruyun, despite her financial struggles, treated her daughter well and even went to great lengths to enroll you in an elite school." Jiang Ciyou had indeed attended an elite institution, the prestigious one in the capital, where she had first heard of the title heir. Little did Jiang Ciyou know, she had seen him there during her high school years and had fallen for him at first glance. Jiang Ciyou found herself momentarily speechless, her heart racing with anxiety. Besides Ruyun, no one knew what had truly happened that night. Ruyun would never speak of it. She felt guilty for the choices she had made. She refrained from testifying, not wanting anyone to learn that she was the daughter of a murderer and longing for her adoptive mother to remain in prison, so she could worry no longer. Yet now, Jiang had intervened, possessing evidence of her presence at the scene. If she continued to deny it, she would only solidify her image as a heartless, ungrateful daughter who abandoned her adoptive mother. She could not allow Jiang to perceive her in such a light. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou crouched down, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Yes, I was at the scene that night. It was not that I did not wish to testify. But my adoptive mother refused. She claimed to have committed many wrongs in her life and wanted to atone in prison. I urged her many times, but ultimately, I had to respect her choice. The events of that night were terrifying. Witnessing my adoptive mother kill my adoptive father was horrifying. I was incredibly scared and panicked. And my adoptive mother truly cared for me. She wanted to shield me from this ordeal. So she urged me to leave. I did not disregard her fate. I sincerely hoped she could be released one day, but she believed her sins were too grave to deserve freedom. My adoptive father was a scoundrel, abusive since childhood, and my adoptive mother fought fiercely to protect me. She treated me with genuine kindness. She reached the end of her tale. Tears streamed down Jiang Ciyou's face. Strangely, when she uttered her final words, a hint of genuine emotion surfaced. Ruyun had indeed cared for her, fulfilling her every desire, no matter how extravagant, despite their impoverished circumstances. After all, she owed her that much. She had switched 2 children, and her heart was filled with guilt and regret. She had once been a wealthy heiress, yet grew up in destitution. This was her burden to bear. Jiang Ciyou, with an indifferent tone, remarked, "So that is the case. I nearly misconstrued your intentions, thinking Miss Jiang sought to distance herself from her adoptive mother for the sake of her own reputation." Jiang Ciyou quickly interjected, "I am not that kind of person. I do not wish to interfere in the grievances between my mother and my adoptive mother. My adoptive mother treated me well, and if she could be released, I would certainly provide for her." Jiang responded, "In that case, I believe Miss Jiang would be willing to appeal in the second trial court to clear her adoptive mother's name." Jiang Ciyou was utterly stunned. Asking her to appeal and help Ruyun clear her name? Wouldn't that reveal to the world her identity as the daughter of a murderer? Moreover, Yao Shulan harbored a profound hatred for Ruyun. If she were to actively support an appeal for Ruyun, it would surely infuriate Yao Shulan to the point of collapse. Most importantly, Jiang Ciyou could not comprehend why Jiang was so invested in Ruyun's case. In Chapter 73, titled Jiang Meets the Parents, Jiang Ciyou wiped away her tears and tentatively asked, "Your Highness, what motivates your concern for my foster mother's case? Is it because of Jiang Ciyou? Does Jiang Ciyou wish for Ruyun to be released?" Yet, Jiang Ciyou felt that was unlikely. Jiang Ciyou had hardly even seen Ruyun, let alone exchanged a word with her. The emotional connection between them seemed implausible. Moreover, Jiang Ciyou must also harbor resentment, as she too had suffered deeply because of Ruyun, bearing the stigma of being the biological daughter of a murderer, and would surely wish to distance herself from any association with her. Jiang's demeanor remained indifferent as he explained, "Your foster mother worked as a live-in maid for the Xin family in the capital for 3 years. They shared a good rapport, and they wished to assist her. I have some connections with the Xin family and am now acting on their behalf. In an instant, Jiang Ciyou grasped the situation. Indeed, Ruyun had previously worked as a maid for the Xin family, the most reputable household in the capital. Jiang Ciyou remembered that during that time, she was about to enter high school. Due to Zhao Disheng's frequent domestic violence, Ruyun had taken her under her wing, and she had accompanied her to the capital. Lacking a household registration, she could only enroll in a private school, which the Xin family had facilitated. It was also because of the generous salary Ruyun received from the Xin family that she was able to attend that prestigious institution. So that was the reason. As long as it was not for Jiang Ciyou, everything seemed manageable. Jiang Ciyou remarked, "But how easy is it to appeal for a retrial? Rest assured, I will pave the way for you." Jiang Ciyou felt a sense of relief. Her foster mother's imprisonment was her greatest regret, and the fact that His Highness was willing to help her rectify this regret filled her with immense gratitude. In truth, even if Jiang had not offered, she was already preparing to appeal for her foster mother. It was just that the path ahead was fraught with difficulties. Now, with His Highness's assistance, she felt reassured. Jiang Ciyou decisively resolved to appeal for Ruyun, and of course, this was the result of weighing the pros and cons. If one were to consider the drawbacks, they certainly existed. Her decision to appeal would undoubtedly displease Yao Shulan, and her past upbringing would be laid bare, inviting mockery from some. Yet, at present, she was indifferent to such concerns, for this matter would bind her fate to Jiang Ciyou's. Furthermore, even if Ruyun were to be released, their futures would not be significantly intertwined. Jiang Ciyou was her biological daughter, and thus it was only natural for Jiang Ciyou to take responsibility for her life. This would also create a dilemma for Jiang Ciyou. What was there to lose? As for Yao Shulan, she could merely throw a tantrum or shed a few tears, and perhaps that would suffice. In high spirits, Jiang Xiaoxiao suggested, "It's already noon. Let us dine together, and we can continue discussing this case." Upon entering, she noticed the untouched dishes on the table. Would His Highness invite her to join him for a meal? She observed that the table settings were prepared for two. Jiang Ciyou pointed toward the door. An unmistakable signal for her to leave. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes, but she understood that her relationship with Jiang Ciyou could not be rushed, especially with Jiang Ciyou still standing between them. However, time was on their side. She was certain she would win over Jiang Ciyou eventually. After Jiang Xiaoxiao departed, Jiang Ciyou emerged from the bedroom. She settled down at the dining table and let out a soft sigh. The beauty trap truly works wonders. Jiang Ciyou approached, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Do you owe me some compensation for emotional distress?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled. "As if I forced you into servitude." Jiang Ciyou smiled. The two sat down, enjoying lunch while engaging in light conversation. Jiang Xiaoxiao's antics the previous night had already drawn considerable ire from Jiang Jinhui, leaving her with only Yao Shulan's support to rely upon. If she were to pursue an appeal for Ruyun, it would be akin to stabbing Yao Shulan in the heart, a masterstroke of provocation. Jiang Ciyou gazed into Jiang Ciyou's eyes, saying, "It seems I must be careful not to offend you. Your sense of revenge is rather pronounced." He had discerned her intentions to incite discord between Jiang Xiaoxiao and Yao Shulan. Jiang Xiaoxiao was not foolish. She understood that appealing for Ruyun would inevitably provoke Yao Shulan's wrath. Yet, Jiang Ciyou recognized Jiang Xiaoxiao's desire and ambition towards Jiang Ciyou and had leverage that to cloud her judgment. Jiang Ciyou playfully hooked Jiang Ciyou's chin with her little finger, assuring him, "Do not worry, I would not employ such tactics against you." Unexpectedly, Jiang Ciyou seized her small hand and kissed it gently. "Your beauty trap is sufficient. I am only susceptible to that." After their meal, Jiang Ciyou, half-heartedly, indulged in a brief nap. In truth, she had little time to rest. Her youthful companion was indeed in prime condition. At 2 o'clock, she took a shower, and the boutique promptly delivered a new outfit. After changing into fresh attire, Jiang Ciyou headed to the television station as the primetime news was about to air. She emerged from the broadcasting building at 7:30. Jiang Ciyou's car was already waiting at the entrance. Upon opening the door, she took her place in the passenger seat. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the Yin family's villa. After stepping out of the car, Jiang Ciyou did not head inside immediately. Instead, he opened the trunk and began retrieving a large assortment of items. Jiang Ciyou was pleasantly surprised, asking, "What are you doing?" She chuckled, realizing he genuinely believed he was meeting her parents. Had he forgotten that this had once been considered her in-laws? Nevertheless, Jiang Ciyou said nothing and assisted him in carrying the items inside. Feng Yuping, upon seeing their car arrive, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, you finally made it." Jiang Ciyou greeted her, "Mom," and then introduced, "This is Jiang Ciyou." Feng Yuping, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "I've heard the name of your highness. Today is the first time I meet you." "Feng Auntie, just call me Axie," he said, handing over a gift. "This is a golden mask developed by our Bo family's cosmetics company, known for rejuvenating the skin. However, given how youthful you look, I doubt you'll need it." In Chapter 74, titled Long Live the Brother-in-Law, Feng Yuping was overjoyed by his words. She had heard of the golden mask, known for its exclusivity and developed by a top-tier medical team that had even won a Nobel Prize in medicine. The ingredients were so precious that only a limited quantity was available each year, reserved for VIP clients of the BJ brand. Just the other day, Mrs. Yao had shown her a sample, and Feng Yuping had proudly flaunted it during afternoon tea. Now, Jiang Ciyou had given her an entire box. Yes, a complete box. Feng Yuping, exhilarated, cradled the box of masks as they entered the house. "You must be hungry. Let us head to the dining room for dinner," she urged. Soon, the family gathered around the dining table, where Jiang Ciyou had prepared gifts for everyone. Yin Chengya, an aficionado of tea, received a selection of premium de Hongpo. The elderly gentleman, a lover of calligraphy, was gifted a set of antique writing supplies and an exceptionally rare ink. This delighted him immensely. Yanin eagerly turned to Jiang Ciyou, asking, "What about me? Do you have a gift for me?" Jiang Ciyou smiled. "Of course, little sister. Here are tickets to the Riafeng concert." "Ah," Yanin squealed with delight. Riafeng was not only a national film emperor but also a musical king, her idol. Tickets to his concerts were notoriously difficult to secure, and she had previously attempted to grab them without success. "VIP seating, brother-in-law, I adore you." Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback. "What did you just call me?" Yanin, unabashed, replied, "You're my sister's boyfriend. What's wrong with calling you brother-in-law?" She was well aware of the recent family changes. Their mother had declared just yesterday that Jiang Ciyou would henceforth be her sister, not merely a sister-in-law. Furthermore, Yanin had always regarded Jiang Ciyou as her true sister, feeling much closer to her than to Yin Feng. Feng Yuping grew anxious at Yin's exuberance. Although Jiang Ciyou was dating Jiang Ciyou now, calling him brother-in-law seemed to cross a line. Wouldn't that imply Jiang Ciyou was seeking a formal relationship? Yet, the next moment, Jiang Ciyou's expression softened, and he appeared genuinely pleased. "Later, I'll give you Riafeng's WeChat contact." Yini nearly overturned the dining table in her excitement. "Brother-in-law, you're the best. Long live the brother-in-law." Yinin felt incredibly fortunate to have a brother-in-law like Jiang Ciyou, who was far superior to her unreliable brother. Feng Yuping shared her sentiments, reveling in the joy of having a son-in-law. Yet, deep down, she understood that Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou's relationship might not endure. If they were to persist in their union, numerous obstacles would inevitably arise. As a guardian who had always viewed Jiang Ciyou as a daughter, she found Jiang Ciyou to be impeccable. While she felt happiness for Jiang Ciyou, a tinge of sadness lingered, for Jiang Ciyou had always been her chosen daughter-in-law. However, reflecting on her son's past misbehaviors, she found solace in the notion that having her as a daughter was also quite wonderful. The child has endured so much hardship and suffered greatly. It is high time someone cherished her properly. At this meal, they dined in a harmonious and delightful atmosphere. Yin Feng, inebriated, beheld a table full of people enjoying their dinner, chatting and laughing, creating a lively ambience. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Ciyou, his heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by someone, causing him a pain that made it difficult to breathe. He had not gone to the office today. His phone had been switched off all day. Instead, he had been drinking at the bar owned by Xiao Kai, pouring out all his troubles. Xiao Kai scolded him, saying he deserved it. "You grew up bare-bottomed alongside Sister Yu, yet you still fail to understand her character. You doubt her affection for you just because a woman set a trap and whispered a few words? Shouldn't you be ashamed?" The woman, Xia Ling, was so transparent that even Lu Fifan, the most naive among their group, could see through her. "Only you are bewitched, believing she is the most innocent woman in the world. What will you do now that Xia Ling is pregnant? With a child in the picture, how can you reconcile with Sister Yu?" By the end of Xiao Kai's tirade, Yin Feng had no desire to listen any longer. He turned on his phone, only to discover countless missed calls from Xia Ling. His heart was filled with resentment towards her, and he had no inclination to respond. Yet, apart from Xia Ling, no one else seemed to care about him. Not only Jiang Ciyou was present at the dining table, but also Jiang Ciyou, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with the elder. The elder regarded him with eyes full of admiration, as if he were looking at his own grandson. The same could be said for his parents. Yinin, holding her phone, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Brother-in-law, he added me. He really added me. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. You truly are my dear brother-in-law." The moment she uttered brother-in-law, Yin Feng felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His fingers clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "Yin, who are you calling brother-in-law?" The unexpected voice shattered the convivial atmosphere in the dining room. Everyone turned to the entrance, where Yin Feng stood with a stern expression. Typically, he exuded an air of refined elegance, but now his eyes were bloodshot, his stubble unkempt, and he reeked of alcohol, radiating an aura of dishevelment. Feng Yuping rose, her heart a mix of anger and concern upon seeing her son in such a state. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. He had been living separately with Xia Ling. Yin merely pouted, silent. Yin Feng's fingers remained clenched, his shoulders trembling slightly. Despite her reluctance, Feng Yuping said, "Look at yourself, you are in such a sorry state. We have guests today. Hurry and take a shower, change your clothes, and come back down." Although Yin Feng had been drinking, he felt surprisingly clear-headed at that moment. On the other hand, Jiang sat impeccably, his white shirt emanating an aura of untouchable sanctity. At this time, Jiang's gaze fell upon Yin Feng, calm and indifferent. Although Yin Feng stood while Jiang sat, their eye contact made Yin Feng feel as if he were being looked down upon. Chapter 75. The desire for reconciliation. Yin Feng despised this feeling. He turned and left the dining room, retreating to his own room. When he descended again, he had showered and changed into clean clothes. Yet his eyes still bore traces of gloom and profound fatigue. The housekeeper had already set the table for him. The seat he usually occupied was now taken by Jiang, forcing him to sit at the edge. A complex feeling swirled within him. The elder initiated the conversation. Feng, as you must know, the project at Paradise Resort has been awarded to High Feng Construction by Mr. Bo. This presents a rare opportunity for the struggling Yin family to turn their fortunes around. Today's family dinner is to express our gratitude to Bo for this chance. Jiang interjected. Elder, you are too kind. The Bo family also values High Feng Construction's capabilities and commitment to quality. This is a mutually beneficial partnership. While he spoke thus, everyone understood that there were far more capable firms than High Feng Construction, and Jiang's choice was likely influenced by his relationship with Jiang Ciyou. Yin Feng was acutely aware of this. Previously, the Bo family had not even sent the bidding documents to High Feng Construction. The moment Jiang Ciyou approached Jiang, the Yin family received the documents. He had thought it was his sincerity that moved Jiang, but it now seemed it was Jiang Ciyou who was the catalyst. Had they developed an ambiguous relationship during that time? The thought filled Yin Feng with bitterness and anger. Suddenly, he blurted out, the Yin family's current situation is difficult, but we are not at the point of needing to marry off our daughters. The atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone grasped the implication of Yin Feng's words. He was suggesting that this project was secured through the allure of Jiang Ciyou. The elder's anger flared, his palm striking the table. Nonsense. What are you babbling about? Remembering their previous camaraderie, Yin Feng's ire surged. They all knew Jiang Ciyou was his wife, even if just in the past. Yet now, for the benefit of the Yin family, they could present her with a smile. Did they not care at all about his feelings? Yin Feng, feeling reckless, declared, Am I wrong? Jiang Ciyou is my wife, yet she is here currying favor with this man. If the Yin family's interests and future depend on me, Yin Feng, trading my wife for gains, then I would rather refuse. His shocking declaration left everyone in stunned silence, including Feng Yuping, who wore a look of shame. How could he say such things? Before anyone else could speak, Jiang Ciyou interjected, Yin Feng, do you have no shame? Their gazes locked. Today, Jiang Ciyou was dressed casually in a pale yellow floral dress. Her hair cascading loosely, and her natural curls added an effortless charm. Her makeup was understated, merely a hint of blush and lipstick. Yet her expressive eyes held an irresistible allure. Yin Feng's heart ached. I am not your husband, nor am I your man, and I am not a commodity for you to barter for benefits. Yu, I did not mean it that way. Jiang Ciyou scoffed. And are you blind as well? Can you not distinguish between mutual affection and flattery? Yin Feng found himself at a loss for words, yet he still could not believe that Jiang Ciyou could fall for Jiang in the short span of a month. Feng Yuping could no longer remain silent. With a hint of exasperation, she said, Feng, you are my son, but I cannot take your side in this matter. You have chosen Xiaoling. Must Xiaoyu remain in a cold and lonely wait for you? I know what happened yesterday. You were present, yet you allowed the Jiang family and Xiaoling to bully Xiaoyu. How can you stand here and claim Xiaoyu as your wife? If it were not for Bo protecting her, who knows how she would have been treated? Since you do not cherish Xiaoyu, there are better people in this world who will treasure her. I have already told everyone, and since you were not present, I will reiterate. From today onward, Xiaoyu is our Yin family's daughter, not a daughter-in-law. I can no longer manage you. You may pursue your happiness with Xiaoling, but do not obstruct Xiaoyu's pursuit of her own happiness, or do not blame me for disowning you as my son. Feng Yuping felt both pity and anger for her son. In her heart, Yin Feng was her child, and so was Jiang Ciyou. She had favored Jiang Ciyou a bit more since she was a girl. It pained her to see the two childhood friends turned adversaries. Yet, after all that had transpired in the past month, she had come to realize that reconciliation was impossible and could no longer allow Yin Feng to hinder Xiaoyu. Yin Feng's heart sank further. Despite being his family, They had always stood firmly by Jiang Ciyou's side in every situation throughout his life, leading him to sometimes question if he were adopted. Perhaps this was why. Even though he had always liked Jiang Ciyou, a seed of jealousy had been planted deep within him, ultimately leading to the misunderstandings that would erupt later. Yet, he could never voice these feelings. Lowering his head, he said, "Mom, I have broken up with Xiaoling." His words plunged the dining room into silence once more. It seemed directed at Feng Yuping, yet after speaking, Yin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ciyou. To his disappointment, her expression remained unchanged. No surprise, no shock, no glance in his direction, not even a furrowed brow. Feng Yuping, however, was taken aback. Surely the incident from last night had made him realize the truth. "You really broke up with Xiaoling?" Yin Feng nodded. "I have seen through her true nature." In truth, they had not formally broken up, but Yin Feng was certain it would happen. "What about the child? What will happen to the child in Xiaoling's womb?" Yin Feng hesitated. The child's future was a matter to consider in due time. He had not yet contemplated that child. Suddenly, Jianxiu laughed. "It seems Master Yin has yet to resolve his affairs. But here you are, eager to announce your breakup in front of your ex, making your stance clear. Do you perhaps still harbor thoughts of reconciliation?" Chapter 76. The pink longevity lock. Yin Feng's secret intentions were exposed by Jianxiu before they had even fully formed, leaving him feeling embarrassed, guilty, and ashamed for a fleeting moment before he swiftly masked those emotions with an icy demeanor. "Mr. Bo, my bond with Xiaoyu spans over 20 years. It is not something an outsider like you can comprehend. I would appreciate it if you refrained from meddling in our affairs." Jianxiu, however, unhesitatingly draped an arm around Jiang Ciyou's shoulders. "I believe I am not an outsider." The atmosphere crackled with tension, as if a confrontation were imminent. The two men locked eyes. Yin Feng wore a frigid expression, his demeanor unmistakably tense and hostile, akin to a leopard cornered and disturbed. In stark contrast, Jianxiu exuded an air of utter relaxation, even a hint of disdain. Though his countenance remained cool, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, suggesting mockery or contempt, entirely dismissive of Yin Feng. This only served to intensify Yin Feng's fury. However, it was Jiang Ciyou who first rose from her seat. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, it's getting late. Xiao and I will take our leave now." Suddenly, Feng Yuping spoke up. "Xiaoyu, come with me for a moment. I have something to give you." Jiang Ciyou nodded in acquiescence. Standing while Jianxiu remained seated, she naturally placed a hand upon his shoulder, leaning slightly to whisper in his ear, "You wait for me in the car. I'll be out shortly." Jianxiu looked up, gently patting her slender waist, and replied with a calm smile, "All right." Their actions were effortlessly lazy, intimate and natural, devoid of any pretense, resembling the familiarity of long-time companions. Yet, how could this be? Jiang Ciyou followed Feng Yuping out of the dining room, with Jianxiu departing shortly thereafter. Yin Fu and the elder Yin also left. After sitting alone in the dining room for a while, Yin Feng ultimately decided to pursue them. "Mr. Bo, please hold on." He caught up with Jianxiu just as they reached the villa's courtyard. Jianxiu turned to face him, standing tall beneath a magnolia tree. This year's magnolia blooms had arrived particularly late, only fully blossoming by the end of August, while in previous years, the tree would have been laden with fruit by this time. The enormous, pristine white flowers, illuminated by the ground lights, appeared both aloof and regal, standing apart from the world, much like the man beneath the tree. Tall and statuesque, he created a scene simply by his presence. One could not deny that Jianxiu possessed an air of cool detachment and aristocratic grace. Although they were all born into privilege, even among the elite, individuals were stratified. Jianxiu was undeniably at the pinnacle. Gazing down upon the masses, Jianxiu cast a cold glance at him, his voice indifferent yet charged with an undeniable pressure. "Young Master Yin, what brings you here?" Gathering his courage, Yin Feng met his gaze. "Mr. Bo, Ciyou and I have grown up together, childhood sweethearts with a profound bond. 3 years ago, we held a wedding, witnessed by many. Admittedly, due to some misunderstandings, I failed to show up on the day we were to obtain our marriage certificate." Jianxiu let out a faint, ironic laugh. "Then we must thank the heavens for their insight." Yin Feng's expression cooled further. "Mr. Bo, that divorce certificate does not signify anything. In my heart, Ciyou and I are still husband and wife. Or at least we once were. I believe she thinks the same." Jiang Ciyou's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of unperceived sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yet, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, and what of it? Young Master Yin knows well that was in the past. Yin Feng boldly declared, I will not give up on Ciyou. In the past, I was manipulated by Xiaoling, but now that the truth is revealed, I will not abandon her again. I shall dedicate my life to making amends for my past wrongs. Mr. Bo, you hail from a distinguished lineage, with the most exceptional and beautiful women at your disposal. You are not bound to her, but I am different. We have lived together for 20 years, far exceeding the bonds of family. I hope you will not interfere between us. Jiang Ciyou smiled lightly. Young Master Yin, you are both foolish and self-assured. Foolish, as 20 years of affection can be so easily swayed by the words of outsiders. And you call that a profound bond? His eyes were deep, calm as the sea under a night sky, yet beneath the surface, currents surged, as if ready to unleash a tempest at any moment. He paused, fixing his gaze on Yin Feng, his lips parting with unwavering conviction. And how do you know I am not bound to her? The sultry summer breeze enveloped Yin Feng, tightening around his throat like a vice, a suffocating sensation washing over him. Meanwhile, Feng Yuping stood before Jiang Ciyou, opening a safe to reveal a small black velvet box. She approached Jiang Ciyou and unveiled its contents. A jade longevity lock. To her astonishment, it was an exceedingly rare pink jade. Such material was seldom found in the market, and even when it was, the quality was often subpar. However, this longevity lock was as transparent as glass, exuding a faint pink hue, its quality impeccable. The carving was seamless and grand. Though Jiang Ciyou was not well versed in jade, a mere glance revealed its immense value. Seemingly anticipating Feng Yuping's intentions, she quickly refused. Mom, I cannot accept this. Feng Yuping replied, this is not a gift. It has always belonged to you. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback. This piece of jade had been exchanged as a token during the betrothal between the Jiang and Yin families, with the Jiang family presenting the pink jade longevity lock and the Yin family offering a Hatian jade ruby. However, this longevity lock had a remarkable origin, gifted by a significant figure on the day of her birth. Her father had regarded it as a family heirloom, intending to pass it down through generations, hoping that one day it would be given to their child. Given that Jiang Ciyou had already severed ties with Yin Feng, it was only fitting that the jade be entrusted to her. Jiang Ciyou frowned slightly. I have already cut ties with the Jiang family. If it were to be returned, it should go back to them, especially since Jiang Xiaoxiao is the biological daughter of the Jiang family. This longevity lock rightfully belongs to her. Jiang Ciyou was not greedy. Foolish child, if I wished to return it, I would have done so long ago. I want to give you this jade. Your father mentioned that the esteemed individual who gifted it believed you to have a special connection. Had you not been swapped with Jiang Xiaoxiao, perhaps it would not have been given to you. Do not be foolish. The swap was not your fault. I have cherished this jade for over 20 years. And you must keep it. Do not give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. Jiang Ciyou smiled, accepting the box. Very well, I shall keep it and not give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao, even if she asks for it in the future. Hearing this, Feng Yuping's mood brightened. Now, that is my good daughter. We ought to keep good things for ourselves. You are far too noble. In this world, do not be a saint. We can have everything, but we must not suffer losses. Jiang Ciyou laughed heartily. I will remember that. Mom, as she exited the villa, she spotted Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng standing beneath the magnolia tree. Xiou, what are you two discussing? Chapter 77. Aren't you going to comfort me? Jiang Ciyou walked directly to Jiang Ciyou's side, naturally linking her arm with his. She looked up, her eyes glimmering like roses swaying in the summer evening breeze, captivating to behold. Jiang Ciyou, who had previously appeared frosty, seemed to thaw under her gaze, warmth emanating from his eyes. His voice was as gentle as moonlight, clear yet tender. Nothing much, just discussing the philosophies of life with young Master Yin. Jiang Ciyou's brows lifted slightly, her beauty accentuated by a small beauty mark at the corner of her eye. We should be going, it's late, and we shouldn't disturb others' rest. All right, Jiang Ciyou replied, instantly adopting a cool demeanor. Young Master Yin. Farewell. With that, he and Jiang Ciyou departed together. Watching their retreating figures, Yin Feng felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, the pain seizing him. When had they transitioned into leaving him behind as an outsider? Was it possible that their years of connection paled in comparison to Jiang Ciyou's mere month? He refused to accept it. He could not believe it. Jiang Ciyou must be doing this on purpose. After a brief pause, he rushed forward, seizing Jiang Ciyou and forcibly separating her from Jiang. This was something he had longed to do, ever since they danced together or watched fireworks, perhaps fueled by the evening's libations. He exclaimed, "Ciyou, do not leave." But before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed as he felt a sharp pain in his back. His body was thrown to the ground with a practiced shoulder throw. The back of his head striking the ground with a dull ache. Lying there in a daze, he looked up at the perpetrator, Jiang Ciyou. Her movements had been as swift as lightning, and now she stood with an air of elegance and nonchalance, gazing down at him. Even Jiang appeared momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, she resembled a fierce little girl, her actions rapid and forceful, clearly motivated by personal feelings. Yet, just as quickly, she resumed her composed demeanor, leaving Jiang questioning whether the earlier scene had been a figment of his imagination. Unconsciously, he felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Ciyou regarded Yin Feng with indifference. "Yin Feng, have I not made myself clear? If you refuse to converse civilly, you should be aware that I have some knowledge of martial arts. I have said all that needs to be said. This is your final warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will render you incapable." With that, she turned and walked away, pulling Jiang along with her. Yin Feng lay on the ground, his back aching, head throbbing, heart pained, every part of him suffering. Jiang Ciyou climbed into Jiang's car, swiftly departing the Yin family villa. Once inside, she noticed that Jiang's mood had soured. His face was cold, a stark contrast to the warmth he had exhibited at the Yin residence. As they drove for a while in silence, Jiang finally broke the quiet. "Jiang Ciyou, why aren't you comforting me?" Jiang Ciyou looked at the sulking man and suddenly smiled. "What is it that you wish to coax me into? Have I committed some grievous offense against you?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang replied, "Not at all. However, I must assert that I am quite displeased. Pray tell, what is the reason for your discontent?" Jiang Ciyou, resting her chin upon her hand, languidly inquired, "Was it because you lost our recent verbal sparring in the courtyard?" Although Jiang did not turn to face Jiang Ciyou, he defiantly lifted his chin. "How could that be? I emerged victorious. Was my display of forceful wrestling with him a source of sympathy for you?" Upon mentioning this, the corners of Jiang's mouth involuntarily curled into a smirk. "Certainly not. Your striking him is rather exhilarating." Jiang's expression was unmasked, resembling that of a mischievous child reveling in another's misfortune. Jiang Ciyou found his display of jealousy somewhat endearing. She raised her arm, playfully scratching his chin. "If that is not the case, then what could possibly be the reason, my little prince?" Observing that Jiang Ciyou was in good spirits, seemingly unaffected by the previous exchange, Jiang's mood lifted considerably. He spoke. "It simply vexes me that Yin Feng believes he can erase his past transgressions against you with a mere apology, as though it were a trivial matter. Where does he derive such a delusion? It is utterly laughable. This evening, I have found myself both angered and amused on multiple occasions. This young Master Yin is truly remarkable. One must ponder the thickness of his skin to utter such words. His true concern lies in whether Jiang Ciyou's past interactions with Yin Feng have always followed this pattern. What troubles him most is that, in one regard, he cannot compete. Her bond with Yin Feng spans over 2 decades. A friendship forged in childhood. While he encountered her at the tender age of 8, for him, it was a grand redemption, a quest spanning nearly 20 years. Yet for Jiang Ciyou, she had long since buried those memories deep within her mind. In this aspect, he undeniably falls short of Yin Feng. Upon hearing Jiang Ciyou's words, Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, his previous remarks were tinged with a hint of testing the waters, seeking to gauge Jiang Ciyou's reaction to Yin Feng's admission of fault. Fortunately, she remained steadfast. Jiang shrugged, unperturbed by the exposure of his vulnerability. "It is not that I lack confidence. After all, you refuse to bestow upon me even a title." Jiang Ciyou laughed charmingly. "I would grant you one, but would you dare to accept it?" Jiang turned to her, a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes. "Are you serious? Just jesting?" "Humph, you are merely teasing me." Jiang Ciyou gazed out the window, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Their relationship flourished. They were lovers. Friends, confidants, connected yet aware of their individual realities, in moments together. Their love burned brightly, yet should they part ways in the future, they would do so without lingering attachments. That night, Jiang Ciyou had pursued her ardently. To the point of exasperation, Jiang Ciyou, what hour is it? Do you not have work tomorrow, or rather, today? Jiang Ciyou's hair was damp, a stray lock clinging to her rosy cheek, exuding a silent allure. She wearily glanced outside. Dawn was approaching. Chapter 78. Child, let it go. Yet Jiang Ciyou remained steadfast, his arms propped up, eyes intently surveying her. Her skin was porcelain white, reminiscent of exquisite china, evoking a sense of fragile beauty. He greedily admired every inch of her, capturing each subtle expression in his mind's eye. His voice had taken on a husky, almost enchanting timbre. The Paradise Resort project was on the verge of initiation, and he would soon be engulfed in work, leaving little time or energy for such indulgences as tonight. Jiang Ciyou nearly uttered a prayer of gratitude, but before she could, Jiang Ciyou interjected, "So? Shall we do this again?" By the time Jiang Ciyou regained her composure, Jiang Ciyou had already departed for the office. Subsequently, she could not recall how she had fallen asleep, exhausted beyond measure. She, who typically struggled with sleep, found herself in a deep slumber for a considerable duration. Upon awakening, her body felt refreshed, evidently having bathed. She brewed herself a cup of coffee, then picked up her phone, discovering a multitude of missed calls, dozens from Xiaoling and one from Yinfeng. She promptly blocked both numbers. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of BJ Tower, Gaotzen was presenting a report on work and recent scheduling. Jiang Ciyou suddenly inquired, "Has the team from Haifeng Construction arrived for today's project summit?" A team has indeed arrived and is already waiting in the conference room. Today marks the official launch of the Paradise Resort project, featuring a large-scale meeting presided over by Jiang Ciyou himself. Haifeng Construction is the primary contractor for the resort, so their presence is essential. Who is leading the team? Gaotzen was somewhat surprised that Jiang Ciyou would ask this. He responded in detail. The current general manager of the Yin family, Yinfeng, is fully responsible for the Paradise Resort project. Jiang Ciyou smirked slightly. After being so thoroughly bested by Jiang Ciyou last night, it was surprising to see him not languishing in a hospital bed today. Half an hour later, Jiang Ciyou pushed open the conference room door and stepped inside. The room was spacious, with a long table already filled with attendees. The Paradise Resort project spans numerous fields, yet the primary concern at present is the contractor. Thus, Yinfeng and his team occupied the seats closest to the head of the table. Jiang Ciyou took his place at the head. He cast a glance at Yinfeng, who was staring down at a pile of documents, his gaze vacant, as if life had drained from him. The meeting lasted for a full hour, concluding just before noon. At its end, Jiang Ciyou called out, "Young Master Yin, the Paradise Resort project is extensive and on a tight schedule. You are aware of this, I trust?" Addressed directly, Yinfeng replied in a formal tone, "Mr. Bo, Haifeng will spare no effort to live up to BJ's trust and expectations." Yesterday, Yinfeng had been intoxicated and had made disparaging remarks about the Paradise Resort. In truth, the Yin family was currently in dire straits, surrounded by challenges. If he possessed any semblance of rationality, he would recognize that Yan's family desperately needed this project. It was a fortuitous opportunity that could not only save the Yin family but also elevate them to new heights. From this perspective, he should be grateful to Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou nodded. From today onward, young Master Yin shall serve as the project lead for the Paradise Resort. This project must be executed with utmost quality and precision. There can be no room for error. Thus, I expect you to be stationed at the construction site from this day forth, maintaining a direct line with the frontline workers, overseeing the situation personally. Yinfeng regarded Jiang Ciyou with a glance. This project had already established multiple teams. In Haifeng's case, beneath the project lead, there were execution managers, safety directors, quality directors, business managers, and production directors, among others. The project lead seldom remained on-site daily, especially given that the Paradise Resort project was located in a remote suburb of Rongqing. Far from here, Jiang Ciyou intended to send him to the project site. However, this project was critical to the Yin family. Regardless of Jiang Ciyou's demands, he had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, ever since last night, he had felt disheartened in the face of Xiaoling's entanglements and Jiang Ciyou's indifference. Thus, Yinfeng readily agreed. Upon exiting BJ Tower, Yin Feng spotted Xiaoling waiting at the entrance. Most of the other Yin family members were longtime associates of the elder and had watched Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou grow up. Aware of the situation between Yin Feng and Xiaoling was Yin Feng's mistress, but previously they had been openly seen together at the company, with Xiaoling even referring to herself as Mrs. Yin. However, those privy to the truth looked down upon her. The Yin family members sighed as they greeted Yin Feng before departing. Xiaoling rushed over to Yin Feng. Today, she was dressed with an unusual solemnity, donning a white cotton linen long dress and carrying a white canvas bag on her shoulder. She wore no makeup, making her appear particularly haggard. Her eyes were slightly red, conveying a sense of fragility. As if a gust of wind could topple her, she approached Yin Feng cautiously, reaching out to grasp his sleeve. "Ah Feng, today marks 3 months since the pregnancy checkup. Will you accompany me to the hospital?" Xiaoling was now aware of the truth behind Yin Feng's drastic change in demeanor. He must surely know that she had tampered with Jiang Ciyou's diary, leading to their separation. Yin Feng's heart was likely filled with anger and resentment towards her. This situation was beyond her explanation, and she had no intention of justifying herself. 3 years had passed since the incident. Even if the misunderstanding between Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng had originated from that time, she now carried Yin Feng's child. Her only bargaining chip was this child. Yin Feng glanced at Xiaoling's slightly protruding abdomen, and no trace of joy at the prospect of fatherhood remained in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of repulsion. He shook off Xiaoling's hand, regarding her with a cold indifference. Suddenly, he spoke. "Xiaoling, let us terminate this pregnancy." Xiaoling stood frozen in place, as though struck by lightning. After a long pause, she dared to ask incredulously, "Ah Feng, what did you say?" Yin Feng had wrestled with this decision for 2 days, torn with conflicting emotions every minute of every hour. Yet now that the words had escaped his lips, they felt resolute. His voice was firm, carrying an undeniable conviction. Xiaoling stood there, feeling the sunlight beating down with an unusual intensity. Yin Feng continued, "It is only 3 months along. Terminating the pregnancy would not inflict significant harm on your body. I will provide compensation. You can ask for any amount you desire if you agree. I will arrange for a doctor immediately and accompany you to the hospital, remaining with you until you recover and are discharged." Chapter 79. A third-rate mistress. Xiaoling was nearly speechless. She stood there in shock, and the next moment, tears streamed down her face. She stepped forward, desperately grasping Yin Feng's arm. "Yin Feng, how can you say this? This is our child. How precious this life is. Do you not remember how many medications I took and how many injections I endured to conceive?" Yin Feng furrowed his brow. "I have not forgotten. But Xiaoling, what have you done that warrants me to settle accounts with you one by one?" Xiaoling gazed at him with longing. Yin Feng decided to lay all his cards on the table. "It was you who imitated Xiaoyu's handwriting and forged that diary, which led to the disintegration of our relationship, while you seized the opportunity to insert yourself in. For all these years, you have feigned kindness and innocence, yet behind the scenes, you have never ceased your schemes to harm Xiaoyu. You fear that one day the truth will come to light. So you hastily created a child to bind me to you. You are heartless and treacherous, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I was truly blind to have believed you and to have joined you in persecuting Xiaoyu. Yet now, you remain unrepentant, thinking that by bringing forth the child, I would yield unconditionally. Xiaoling, do you truly see me as such a fool, someone you can manipulate at will?" As Yin Feng spoke, his voice grew increasingly frigid. Upon reflection, he realized that for these years, he had indeed been completely at her mercy. Xiaoling clutched Yin Feng's hand, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. "No, it is not like that at all. Ah Feng, I love you. I love you so much. Everything I have done was to avoid losing you. I know I was wrong, and I am willing to repent. I will go to Xiaoyu to apologize. I will kneel before her and plead for her forgiveness." Xiaoling nearly sank to her knees. "Ah Feng, do not leave me. We have worked so hard to reach this point. And now that we have our own baby, you cannot just abandon me like this. I beg you, I will not terminate the pregnancy. This child is more important to me than my own life. Without him, I cannot survive." Xiaoling half knelt on the ground, begging and weeping. Passers-by occasionally glanced over, astonished and curious. Had this been in the past, Yin Feng would have certainly softened. But now, confronted with the scrutinizing gazes of others, Yin Feng felt nothing but embarrassment. He did not wish to become entangled with Xialing any further in this public setting. Xialing, if you insist on giving birth to this child, you may do so, but I will not acknowledge him, nor will the Yin family. I will not give you a single cent. This child is entirely yours, and I will bear no responsibility if you can accept this. Then go ahead and have the child. Yin Feng, how can you be so cruel? How can you be so heartless towards me? Yin Feng felt a rising agitation within him. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to grow. Young Master Yin, what kind of performance is this? A mocking voice emerged from the direction of the BJ entrance. Jiang Ciyou, surrounded by a throng of admirers, stepped forward at a leisurely pace. The individuals surrounding him were also those self-proclaimed elite second-generation heirs of the capital. They were all involved in the recent Paradise Resort project, and most of them were already acquainted with Yin Feng. Each one was a striking figure, exceptional among men, yet when compared to the radiant Jiang Ciyou, their brilliance dimmed significantly. The loquacious Feng Bo jested. Young Master Yin, you truly lack the ability to cherish beauty. How can you allow such a lovely woman to kneel before you? If you do not feel pained, I certainly do. Yin Feng had no desire for these privileged youths of the capital to witness his predicament. He promptly shook off Xiaoling's hand and turned to leave. Xiaoling was utterly taken aback by Yin Feng's sudden coldness. He had simply cast her aside. Feng Bo stepped forward to assist Xiaoling. My dear, it seems no man is worth your tears. Why not come with me? After all, I am not a good man either. Shuetao chimed in. Feng Bo, you truly have no standards. Can't you see she is several months pregnant? Feng Bo recoiled as if scalded. Hastily releasing Xiaoling, he said, I may find her appealing, but I refuse to play the stepfather role. Jiang Ciyou cast a cold glance at Xiaoling. He intended to leave but was halted by her voice. Mr. Bo, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Ciyou, already descending from the stage, did not halt his steps. Are you not the least bit interested in the matter concerning Jiang Ciyou? Jiang Ciyou finally paused. He addressed the crowd. You all go ahead to the restaurant. I will join you shortly. The group turned to give Xiaoling a quick look. The woman who had just appeared so pitiable, with tears staining her face, now stood there, expressionless, devoid of sorrow, instead resembling a predator fixated on Jiang Ciyou, her eyes glinting with undisguised calculation. This woman is truly frightening. Feng Bo's first impression. Feng Bo kindly warned Jiang Ciyou, be cautious. This woman changes her demeanor too swiftly. She is not to be trifled with. Jiang Ciyou remained silent. After Feng Bo and the others had departed, he turned and ascended the steps, stopping 2 meters away from Xiaoling. A smirk of calculation crept onto Xiaoling's lips. Does Bo truly care for Jiang Ciyou? Jiang Ciyou had no patience for her. Frowning slightly, his gaze icy. What do you wish to convey? Jiang Ciyou realized that stopping was unwise. Xiaoling would likely speak words detrimental to Jiang Ciyou. However, regarding Jiang Ciyou, he was nonetheless eager to hear what she had to say. Mr. Bo, you have only known Jiang Ciyou for a month. Do you truly understand this woman? Jiang Ciyou scoffed. Miss Xia, I am not Yin Feng. Your attempts to sow discord will not work here. Xiaoling laughed. Ciyou is very beautiful. She has been popular with boys since high school, and she revels in the attention of many suitors, perhaps flitting among various men. She understands men well. So it is only natural that the heir would be attracted to a married woman. Xiaoling was probing, testing whether Jiang Ciyou was aware of Jiang Ciyou's relationship with Yin Feng. Even if they had not registered their marriage, they had held a wedding ceremony. If Jiang Ciyou were to investigate, he would surely uncover the traces of that ceremony. Would he truly be indifferent to labeling Jiang Ciyou as a married woman? Jiang Ciyou saw through her intentions immediately. Miss Xia may be unaware that Yin Feng and Ciyou have not registered their marriage, but I am well aware. You have been with Yin Feng for 3 years? And he couldn't even disclose this matter to you. What does that indicate? It signifies that in Yin Feng's heart, your position has always been that of an inconsequential third party. Others may deem you a mistress. But Yin Feng sees you as one as well. He could easily provide you with a legitimate status, yet he has persistently relegated you to the role of a mistress. Thus, Miss Xia, you are truly a third-rate mistress. The term third party from Jiang Ciyou's lips turned Xiaoling's face a shade of green and then white. Chapter 80. Jiang Ciyou has long since lost her purity. Xiaoling clenched her fingers tightly, her nails digging into her palm to steady her nerves. Do you believe Jiang Ciyou loves you? She loves Yin Feng. 3 years ago, she attempted to take her own life for him. And now she is merely using you. Are you willing to be a pawn in Jiang Ciyou's game with others? Mr. Bo, you are a dignified heir of the capital. Jiang Ciyou only desires your status and power. Using you to undermine Yin Feng or provoke jealousy in him? Xia Ling did not believe that Jiang Ciyou and Bo Jinxiu had developed a substantial relationship. After all, they had known each other for too short a time. Logically, if Jiang Ciyou were with Bo Jinxiu, she should feel happy. This would reduce the chances of her reconciling with Yin Feng. However, she feared that over time, their pretense might turn into reality. Bo Jinxiu would undoubtedly be a tougher opponent than Yin Feng. Furthermore, with Bo Jinxiu as Jiang Ciyou's backing, her situation would become even more precarious. Therefore, she must destroy the bond between Bo Jinxiu and Jiang Ciyou. Xia Ling observed the frown on Bo Jinxiu's face, his gaze cold, and realized she had begun to sway him. Seizing the moment, Xia Ling pressed on. Mr. Bo, with your status and position, you should not wish to be a mere plaything for a woman. She wielded her sharp words like daggers, aiming to sever the connection between them. Bo Jinxiu's eyes sharpened. He stared coldly at Xia Ling, letting out a soft laugh, yet his tone was frigid. Miss Xia, it appears your skills in inciting discord are rather limited. Allow me to enlighten you. Jiang Ciyou and I have been together for 3 years. Initially, she supported me, and I willingly allowed myself to be used. Content to be her plaything, I devoted myself to her every day, simply to earn her favor and see her smile. Beyond that, I care not at all. After stating this, Bo Jinxiu turned to leave. He had no desire to become embroiled in further entanglements with Xia Ling, yet Xia Ling's expression darkened significantly. What did Bo Jinxiu mean? They had been together for 3 years. Jiang Ciyou had been supporting Bo Jinxiu? Each word she understood, but strung together, spoken from Bo Jinxiu's lips, it sounded like an absurdity. How could this be? However, Xia Ling quickly regained her composure. 3 years ago, it was likely that Yin Feng's actions had provoked Jiang Ciyou's despair, leading her to seek solace in another man. And that man happened to be the heir? Yet judging by Bo Jinxiu's demeanor, he did not appear to be lying. This revelation was a devastating blow to Xia Ling. After all her efforts to drive a wedge between Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou, now another heir had entered the fray. If Bo Jinxiu truly favored Jiang Ciyou, how could she tarnish her reputation? Leaving her utterly disgraced and destitute? No, she must dismantle their relationship. She had to ruin Jiang Ciyou. As she watched Bo Jinxiu's retreating figure, she suddenly pursued him. Just before he entered his car, she shouted after him. Then you must know, Jiang Ciyou is not what she seems. She has long since lost her purity. She is tainted. He stood before Xia Ling, exuding an icy aura, as if he were an ancient glacier. His expression was equally grim, his eyes reflecting the weight of ages past. Yet, seeing him in such a state brought Xia Ling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. No man could withstand such provocation, could they? Even Yin Feng, who had shared over 20 years of relationship with Jiang Ciyou, had succumbed to this very issue, which had become the last straw. Bo Jinxiu's voice turned even colder, like a blade unsheathed. Miss Xia, have you time-traveled from the feudal era? The Qing dynasty has been gone for many years, yet your mind remains mired in such archaic and regressive thoughts. As a woman, you wield the same standards to bind and persecute another woman. Perhaps Miss Xia embodies the very essence of feudal conservatism, yet not all women in this world are akin to her. There are those who are free, radiant, and candid in my heart, regardless of what past experiences Ciyou has endured or how many men she has loved. I remain indifferent, for it is precisely these experiences that have shaped the present version of her, standing before me. Open, luminous, and authentic, Tiomi, she is the purest and most precious woman. In stark contrast, Miss Xia's actions and thoughts are indeed base and repugnant. Bo Jinxiu, typically a man of few words around outsiders, rarely articulates himself so extensively. Observing his demeanor, Xia Ling felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if she could scarcely breathe under the weight of his formidable presence. The evening glow illuminated him, rendering him almost divine, yet she found his brilliance painfully blinding. This sensation was familiar. He and Jiang Ciyou seemed cut from the same cloth, both born as favored children of the sun. Their brilliance only heightened her perception of herself as a mere moss crawling in the shadows. The more they shone, the deeper her desire to drag them into the abyss, to allow them a taste of darkness. Xialing found herself at a loss for words, trembling as she lamented the injustice of fate. Why does everyone in this world favor Jiang Ciyou? Jiang took a step forward, half of his figure obscured by the towering building, his aura diminishing as he moved against the light. His voice turned frigid, tinged with a hint of cruelty, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, issuing a chilling warning. Xialing, should I hear you slander Jiang Ciyou again? Even once, watch your tongue. His tone was no longer a warning but a threat. How had she once perceived him as a righteous deity when he was, in truth, a demon from the underworld? The glint of the blue earring he wore seemed to exude malevolence, and a shiver coursed down Xialing's spine. She sensed that he could indeed tear her apart. The near-death sensation of oppression left her gasping. Involuntarily trembling, having uttered his piece, Jiang departed, leaving Xialing standing there, chilled to the bone. As he drove away, weaving swiftly through the city, he eventually halted, striking the steering wheel in frustration. He acknowledged that Xialing's words had unsettled him. He and Jiang Ciyou were not strangers, and he was well aware of his feelings. His earlier words to Xialing had been sincere, and he could never belittle Jiang Ciyou because of this. He recalled their first encounter, feeling regret, not towards Jiang Ciyou, but towards himself for having sought her so late. Chapter 81. Who is mightier, him or me? He cared little for such trivialities. He was no fool. Yet, the thought that Yin Feng was the first to enjoy her beauty stirred a wild jealousy within him. No, a frenzied envy. He envisioned inflicting harm upon Yin Feng to alleviate his resentment. After a prolonged moment in the car, he finally managed to compose himself. Xialing's intentions were glaringly apparent. Should he allow her to provoke him, he would be as foolish as Yin Feng. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou received a task at the television station during the morning meeting in the news department. Tang Fei announced, "Ciyou, the Paradise Resort project officially commences tomorrow. There will be a groundbreaking ceremony, and our station has arranged an interview with the project manager. Please prepare accordingly." Jiang Ciyou was aware of the project but was unaware that Yin Feng would personally oversee it as the project manager. Given his relatively modest experience, such a responsibility would typically fall to a vice president or Yin Chengya. Regardless, this was a significant occasion for the Yin family. Jiang Ciyou readily agreed. "We will follow the Paradise Resort project closely, producing an in-depth report. You will be responsible for this special feature, and you may assemble your own team. Everyone at the station will cooperate with you." As evening approached, Jiang Ciyou finished her news broadcast and left the station. Upon exiting the television building, she spotted a familiar car parked at the entrance. With a smile, she approached and opened the passenger door, settling in. "What brings you here to pick me up after work?" Jiang's expression was serious, devoid of humor. "I missed you." Jiang Ciyou instinctively scratched his chin, noting, "You seem to be in a rather somber mood today." Jiang managed a smile, though it was unconvincing. He was indeed feeling quite low. Only when his mood soured did he become insistent in bed, reveling in kissing her as if worshipping every inch of her skin. When they became one, he would admire her every subtle expression, relishing in her intoxication. That evening, Jiang endeavored to charm her in every possible way, and Jiang Ciyou succumbed entirely to his allure. Yet just as the euphoria reached its peak, a low, gravelly voice interrupted her reverie. "Who is more formidable, him or me?" Waves of dizziness washed over Jiang Ciyou, and she struggled to comprehend the question, her voice soft and sultry. "What?" Jiang propped himself up, gazing intently into her eyes. Today, he appeared unusually alert compared to her state of bliss. His voice was hushed, his lips brushing against her ear in a whisper, both tender and teasing. "Between Yin Feng and myself? Who is mightier?" Upon hearing Yin Feng's name, Jiang Ciyou regained her composure. She opened her eyes, the intoxication receding like the tide, replaced by a cold clarity. Jiang noticed the flicker of anger in her gaze and hastily apologized. "I am sorry." Yet Jiang Ciyou had already discerned his underlying thoughts. She pushed him away, stating firmly, "Jiang, you have crossed a line." Jiang reclined on the bed, his torso partially exposed beneath the covers, revealing his toned abdomen, his fair skin contrasting with a hint of melancholy in his expression, resembling a delicate boy. "It's so wrong to mention him. Is Yin Feng truly a forbidden subject?" "Mr. Bo, let me remind you once more. Our relationship should bring us joy, not distress." Jiang Ciyou's irritation was evident. What troubled her most was the realization that this man cared about her past experiences. Her first time was an indescribable pain buried deep within her heart. It had not been with Yin Feng. The events of that day felt erased from her memory, leaving only the knowledge that her body had been violated. The identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, and despite years of searching, she had unearthed no clues. Jiang Ciyou suspected a connection to Xia Ling but lacked the evidence to pursue it. The thought of this incident weighed heavily on her heart. Jiang Ciyou rose and headed to the bathroom. When she emerged after her shower, she found Jiang still seated on the bed. Wearing a pitiful expression, "I apologize. I did not mean to imply that. I was simply a bit jealous." His jealousy was heightened by the fact that the individual in question was Yin Feng, her childhood companion of over 20 years. Though their relationship had soured, Jiang couldn't shake the uncertainty of her feelings for Yin Feng. Jiang Ciyou regarded Jiang, his demeanor a mixture of grievance, regret, shame, and the careful demeanor of a child seeking forgiveness. This was not the aloof and imposing prince she was accustomed to. "Please, do not be angry," he implored, his downcast eyes resembling those of an innocent puppy. Jiang Ciyou sat beside him, exhaling a sigh. She leaned in and kissed the corner of his lips. "I am not angry." Then, locking her gaze with his, she added, "But Jiang, do not truly fall for me, or our relationship will genuinely come to an end." Jiang's reluctance was evident. Why should the harm caused by Yin Feng be borne by someone else? Jiang Ciyou replied coolly, "Because I do not love you." Jiang was taken aback. "I will sleep on the 3rd floor tonight. You should go shower and get some rest." She spoke with clarity and gentleness before exiting his room. Indeed, when Jiang Ciyou had moved in, she had specified her intention to stay on the 3rd floor, ensuring their privacy remained intact, something Jiang had forgotten. Yet he could not fathom how she maintained such clarity and restraint. 3 years had passed. Surely her heart should have warmed by now. He had gradually sensed her growing attachment to him. But now, a single remark had cast a shadow over everything. Was she truly that affected by Yin Feng? Chapter 82. The Diary of Yesteryear. On the other side, she refrained from explaining herself to Jiang, as the truth was far too complex. How could she articulate that she had been violated while unconscious, and to this day remained ignorant of the perpetrator's identity? She had once battled depression over this matter, taking considerable time to emerge from its grasp. Finally, she had managed to compress the incident into a tightly wound ball, burying it deep within her heart as if it had never occurred. Thus, she was reluctant to share, even more so to allow anyone to glimpse her innermost secrets. The following morning, Jiang exited his room just as Jiang Ciyou was descending the staircase. "Good morning, darling." Jiang Ciyou greeted him as she typically would. "Good morning," he replied in kind. They shared breakfast, then departed for their respective workplaces, everything proceeding as usual. However, they are all acutely aware that the more they pretend to be indifferent, the deeper the rift in their hearts grows. After Jiang Ciyou left the television station, she accompanied the photographer Zhao Yuan to Paradise Resort. Today, she was scheduled to conduct an interview and gather raw materials for a long-term feature on the construction progress of the resort. Paradise Resort is situated on the outskirts of Rongqing, in a remote area. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, it boasts breathtaking scenery. It took a full 2 hours of driving to reach the project office of the resort. The executing manager of the project welcomed them. "Reporter Jiang, our project director is currently presiding over the groundbreaking ceremony and will be available for your interview shortly," he informed. Jiang Ciyou replied, "Then let us go and take a look." While also capturing some photographs, Jiang Ciyou and Zhao Yuan were escorted to the site of the ceremony. The project's overall leader was delivering the inaugural speech. To her surprise, it was Yin Feng. For such a significant project, the Yin family had entrusted Yin Feng with such a pivotal role. Standing on the makeshift platform with a microphone in hand, he was dressed in a crisp white shirt, a tailored suit with a tie, and black trousers, looking impeccably polished and tall. He appeared quite spirited as he addressed the audience. Jiang Ciyou suddenly recalled their student days, particularly during their freshman year. One day, Yin Feng had approached her demanding a gift. "Jiang Ciyou, please buy me a suit this afternoon." Confused, Jiang Ciyou had asked, "Why? Tomorrow is the graduation ball, and I need to wear a suit to dance with you." "Then you should go buy it yourself." "How can it be the same if you gift it to me versus me buying it? This will be my very first suit." In the end, Jiang Ciyou had relented and helped him select a suit, pairing it with a blue tie. Yin Feng had worn it proudly, continually asking if he looked handsome while they danced. Those youthful days seemed to have passed long ago. Yet at times, it felt as if they were just yesterday. Jiang Ciyou was not nostalgic. Rather, she felt a twinge of regret. Even though they were not lovers, they had regarded each other as the most important friends in their lives for the first 2 decades. How had they arrived at this point? One could only say that time is a wondrous yet cruel force. In a daze, she realized Yin Feng had already concluded his speech. Next came the plaque unveiling and toasting ceremony, which was merely a formality and concluded rather swiftly. The executing manager, Hao Zhan, hurriedly took the stage and whispered something in Yin Feng's ear. Then, his gaze shifted towards Jiang Ciyou. Their eyes met. Although they were not far apart, it felt as though there were vast mountains and rivers separating them. Yin Feng quickly descended the platform and approached Jiang Ciyou. His voice seemed somewhat flustered yet pleasantly surprised. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to be the one conducting the interview today. Otherwise, I would have personally welcomed you. Jiang Ciyou's smile was faint, adopting a rather formal tone. Director Yin, you are too kind. I am merely here to conduct an interview and gather some on-site materials. Very well, whatever you need. We shall cooperate, he replied. The interview proceeded smoothly. Jiang Ciyou and Zhao Yuan planned to take some photographs on site. Yin Feng quickly followed them. I will accompany you. Jiang Ciyou's voice remained indifferent. Director Yin, you have many responsibilities. There is no need for you to accompany us. Yin Feng insisted. The resort is quite large, and there are some areas I believe you are unfamiliar with. It is best if I guide you. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou did not refuse, recognizing she was on his turf. Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou walked ahead, with photographer Zhao Yuan trailing behind, occasionally stopping to capture images. Yin Feng was indeed diligent in performing his role as a guide. The site was expansive, and although the project had only just commenced, some subcontractors had already arrived and were clearing the area. Excavators, tower cranes, and bulldozers were visible everywhere. Throughout, Yin Feng observed Jiang Ciyou's expressions closely. She remained calm and composed, exuding an air of professionalism. However, she had not always been like this with him. Xiaoyu, he finally could not contain himself and stopped. Jiang Ciyou also halted and turned to him. Director Yin, given our current relationship, it would be more appropriate for you to address me as reporter Jiang. Don't you wish to know why we parted ways all those years ago? Jiang Ciyou's brow furrowed, her tone tinged with sarcasm. That is indeed a topic of interest to me. Their past was shrouded in numerous mysteries, and regardless of their present relationship, the desire to uncover the truth was instinctual. Yin Feng's eyes seemed to brim with regret and guilt. Do you know that Xiaoling could perfectly imitate your handwriting? She stole your diary, and during that summer camp we attended together, she pretended to have mistakenly taken your notebook and asked me to return it to you. However, I couldn't help but read it. At this point, Jiang Ciyou had already surmised the ensuing events. Xiaoling must have forged some letters in her handwriting to sow discord between them. What exactly did Xiaoling write that robbed you of the courage to question her? Yet, Jiang Ciyou had her suspicions. It was likely related to that incident. Yin Feng's gaze shifted unpredictably, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. That diary is locked in the safe in my room at the Yin household. You know the safe's code. If you wish to see it, you may. Jiang Ciyou was not particularly interested in how Xiaoling had instigated their rift, but she had long suspected a connection to that incident. If Xiaoling had indeed used it to drive a wedge between her and Yin Feng, it would surely be documented in the diary. She had to take a look. She needed to uncover the truth once and for all.